Chapter 1. Is this fortune or misfortune for me? Xiao Ye sat within the jolting carriage, having awakened to the realities of this foreign world for 10 days now. He had come to accept the truth of his transmigration. It was only then that Xiao Ye realized how remarkably optimistic his disposition truly was. He reflected upon the background of his predecessor. The former identity belonged to Xiao Ye Fisher, now a Duke of the Golden Leaf Empire on the Origin Continent. At the tender age of 18, he held such a prestigious title, all thanks to his illustrious father. Indeed, the greatest turning point in life often lies within the amniotic fluid. Regrettably, his father, Modo Fisher, had passed away 3 months prior. Had he still been alive, Xiao Ye Fisher's standing would have been even more illustrious, as he would have been a prince of the Silver Kingdom, indulging in a life of extravagance, rather than being embroiled in an assassination attempt that left him unconscious just a day after his father's death, only to have Xiao Ye take his place 10 days ago. Modo Fisher had achieved great merit during the Holy War 200 years ago, being granted the title of Marquis, and subsequently founded the Silver Kingdom, which was a vassal of the Golden Leaf Empire. However, 2 centuries of time had rendered the Silver Kingdom a source of envy for the imperial family of the Golden Leaf Empire, leading to its hasty dismemberment following Modo Fisher's death. Naturally, Xiao Ye Fisher lost his Marquis title and was relegated to Duke. Such a title was still considered quite distinguished. If only his territory were not the Desolation territory, that would have been even better. The Desolation territory could almost be deemed a wasteland. In such a domain, it was akin to pioneering new lands rather than inheriting them. Xiao Ye shook his head inwardly, grateful to merely be alive, as the unspoken rules among nobles typically allowed for the preservation of life, with property being the primary target of forfeiture. As for the Desolation territory, he found himself less fearful now, and indeed somewhat hopeful. This was due to his awakening of a system known as the Witch Entry Definition. According to Xiao Ye's understanding, the Witch Entry Definition system likely possessed multiple levels, for he had only unlocked the initial tier of the system. The primary Witch Entry Definition system had currently unveiled 3 entries: skill, control, and magic power. Moreover, he could use these 3 entries to establish a definition for a witch, although this definition could not exceed 10 characters. Most importantly, Xiao Ye could harness 10 of the defined witch's strength. This was of paramount significance for Xiao Ye, who had been deemed lacking in cultivation talent. As for the Desolation territory, its ominous moniker stemmed not only from its harsh environment, rampant magical beasts, and ever-present miasma, but also due to the occasional emergence of Desolation witches. What manner of being was a Desolation witch, one might wonder. Curiosity stirred within Xiao Ye, tinged with a hint of anticipation. "My Lord Duke, we have arrived at Yellow Sand City," announced the butler, Old John, whose weathered visage was clad in a perfectly tailored black butler uniform. Xiao Ye lifted the carriage's curtain and gazed ahead at Yellow Sand City. Constructed during the Holy War, Yellow Sand City was entirely built from stone blocks, its walls towering at 4 to 5 meters far from insignificant. Yet, it was said that during the Holy War, the walls reached heights of over 100 meters. The ravages of time indeed possess a formidable corrosive power. Xiao Ye could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "Let us proceed, we shall enter the city," Xiao Ye murmured. "We need to procure some supplies, and, while we are at it, meet my future wife whom I have yet to encounter." The thought of this brought a smile to Xiao Ye's face. Following the death of Marquis Modo and the dismemberment of the Silver Kingdom, the Duke of Cadanon had astonishingly honored his promise to marry his daughter to this notorious wastrel. Xiao Ye felt no joy from this. He did not believe that the Duke of Cadanon was a fool who would send his daughter to the perilous Desolation territory. What schemes did the Duke of Cadanon harbor? Moreover, who was behind the assassination attempt on his predecessor? The most probable culprit was the imperial family of the Golden Leaf Empire. Yet other possibilities could not be ruled out, as his father, Marquis Modo, had undoubtedly offended many. Xiao Ye's thoughts swirled as he contemplated his circumstances and the potential dangers that lurked ahead. The carriage creaked as it proceeded with a convoy of knights escorting it, gradually making its way toward Yellow Sand City. Upon entering the city, Xiao Ye dismissed further thoughts, lifting the curtain to observe the conditions of this otherworldly realm. Since awakening, he had been on the road and had never set foot within a city, eager to witness the life of this new world firsthand. The common folk resided in small stone houses, most clad in rough garments, their faces marked by hunger. Upon seeing the convoy, the commoners hastily cleared the path, bowing their heads in deference. After a while, the convoy traversed on cobblestone streets, leaving behind the dirt roads. Surrounding them were stone edifices, along with individuals adorned in splendid garments. Xiao Ye even glimpsed a few bee-steered individuals of the demi-human race. Yellow Sand City lies within the soul-devouring desert. On the fringes of the empire, how is it that so many prosperous individuals dwell here? Xiao Ye inquired of Old John. Old John, not taken aback by the Duke's question, thought it unsurprising that a wastrel would be ignorant of the territories on the empire's edge. Contrarily, he was somewhat surprised that the Duke did not inquire about places of revelry. My Lord Duke, while Yellow Sand Territory is situated in the soul-devouring desert and does not boast a significantly better natural environment than the Desolation Territory, Old John explained, its unique geographical position attracts many traveling merchants. Traveling through the soul-devouring desert via Yellow Sand Territory significantly shortens the journey to the human realms of the White Moon Empire, the Flame Wind Empire, and the territories of the Beastmen. Old John chuckled. Merchants are willing to brave the risks of traversing the desert for the sake of profit. Xiao Ye nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained perplexed. He possessed no map of this area in his mind. Make sure to procure a map of the surroundings of the Desolation Territory while you gather supplies, Xiao Ye instructed Old John. Old John cast a surprised glance at the Duke. Did he hear correctly? Wasn't he supposed to be purchasing a female slave? After confirming he had not misheard, Old John felt a sense of gratification. This incident had indeed brought about a positive change in the Duke. The convoy halted before a grand castle, and Xiao Ye alighted from the carriage. Lord Fisher, Miss Cadnan has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard approached. Had it not been for the noble crest he bore, Xiao Ye might have mistaken him for a bandit. Viscount Ent, I extend my apologies if I have imposed upon you, Xiao Ye said with a slight bow. Viscount Ent's gaze flickered with surprise. Was it not said that the new Duke Fisher was a wastrel? He certainly did not appear to fit that description. Indeed, rumors should never be taken at face value. Ha! During the Holy War, my grandfather served under Marquis Modo. There is no need for formality between us. Lord Fisher, Viscount Ent laughed heartily. Please, follow me inside. I have prepared a feast. After instructing Old John to procure supplies, Xiao Ye donned a smile and engaged in conversation with Viscount Ent as they entered the castle. I have heard that the youngest daughter of Duke Kednan is both beautiful and talented. You are indeed fortunate. My Lord Duke, Viscount Ent remarked cheerfully. Xiao Ye chuckled, neither affirming nor denying Ent's words. I have yet to meet her, Xiao Ye replied. After all, rumors are merely rumors. Miss Cadnan awaits you in a room. Just ahead, allow me to escort you to her, Ent offered. Although Miss Cadnan had arrived at the castle, the master of the castle, Ent, had yet to behold her visage. He too was filled with curiosity. Xiao Ye nodded. Even out of courtesy befitting a noble, he should indeed meet Miss Cadnan. Moreover, she was to be his future wife. Xiao Ye followed Viscount Ent to a chamber on the second floor of the castle. Viscount Ent, Our Lady cannot be seen until the arrival of Duke Fisher. A maid stationed at the door obstructed their entry. Viscount Ent appeared unfazed, gesturing toward Xiao Ye. Look, I have brought your master. The maid glanced at Xiao Ye in astonishment before gently pushing the door open. I hope the Duke will treat Our Lady kindly. She has already endured too much suffering. The maid bowed, sincerely imploring, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Ye and Ent exchanged perplexed glances. How could the daughter of Duke Cadnan possibly be suffering? With a sense of curiosity, the two entered the room. Their gazes were immediately captivated by a young woman seated at the head of the long table. Dressed in simple yet tasteful attire, her colors were soft and her fit impeccable. She exuded a gentle aura, and upon seeing her, it felt as if a spring breeze had swept through, bringing with it a sense of comfort. Her golden locks cascaded gently over her shoulders, as smooth as silk. A subtle flush of health graced her cheeks, and her skin, pale as snow, radiated a natural luminescence. Xiao Ye and Ent were momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, their astonishment was not solely due to her beauty. Even with only half of her visage revealed, both Ent and Xiao Ye discerned something amiss. "Damn it! Damn it!" Ent exclaimed furiously. "What is Duke Kaidina up to? He has fed the nobility's grace to beasts, shamelessly humiliating his peers. This is clearly Wentina Kaidina, the infamous foolish daughter, not the younger one he promised to wed you." Upon encountering Wentina Kaidina's vacant gaze, Ent grasped the full extent of the situation. Xiao Ye, too, was seething with anger. It was then that he comprehended the meaning behind the maid's earlier words. Xiao Ye turned to the maid standing behind him. "This is not Emily Kaidina, is it?" The maid trembled uncontrollably, despite having anticipated the Duke's wrath and resolutely prepared to protect her lady. Now, confronted with the fury of a nobleman, her instincts betrayed her with fear. "Yes, my lord, the lady is Emily Kaidina's sister. She has been compelled to come here to fulfill the engagement in place of Miss Emily." The maid's voice quivered. "Miss Wentina is a fool, is she not?" Xiao Ye inquired, his tone calm as he struggled to suppress his outrage towards Duke Kaidina. He understood that Miss Wentina was also an innocent party, and he did not wish to direct his ire at her. "No, my lord, sometimes the lady is lucid, and she is very kind, with an exceptional memory." The maid's words became jumbled. Even during her moments of folly, she can recall events occurring in the outside world. She is quite clever. Xiao Ye raised a hand to silence the maid's disjointed speech. "Sir Ent, do you have any sound advice?" Xiao Ye turned his gaze to Ent. Having once been a mere scion, he was unversed in the intricacies of noble affairs. Thus, he had no choice but to seek counsel from Sir Ent. Sir Ent shook his head in resignation. "Duke Fisher, there is no other course. The commitments of nobility are founded upon equality." A look of pity crossed Sir Ent's features. "The Kingdom of Silver and the Ironstone domain, the Marquis of Modo and Duke Kaidina stand as equals, yet the domain of calamity." Xiao Ye inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. "So, you're suggesting that I should take Wentina away and acknowledge her as my wife, correct?" Xiao Ye already foresaw the outcome. If he were to cast Wentina aside, Duke Kaidina of the Ironstone domain would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. He would justify his actions by claiming that Xiao Ye had insulted his noble reputation, and venture to the domain of calamity to eradicate this threat, thereby earning favor with the imperial court. Ent nodded in agreement. Amidst the maid's anxious gaze, Xiao Ye walked around the long table to stand beside Wentina, gently lifting her chin to behold her full visage. Detecting the Witch of Calamity, is the definition cataloged? Xiao Ye paused for a moment, striving to suppress any expression of disbelief, instead allowing a genuine smile to surface. Seeing this, Ent appeared perplexed. "Duke Fisher, what do you mean?" "The beauty of a person lies within their soul," Xiao Ye replied, his smile warm. "Moreover, Wentina is equally lovely in appearance." "What do you imply?" Ent questioned, unable to believe the absurd notion forming in his mind. "I have no alternative, do I?" "Sir Ent." Xiao Ye's smile faded. "From this moment forth, Miss Wentina Kaidina shall be the mistress of the domain of calamity." As Xiao Ye stated, he had no other choice but to bring Wentina Kaidina back to his domain and recognize her as Lady Fisher. However, the Witch of Calamity and Wentina were entirely disparate entities. The former Xiao Ye welcomed with open arms. The latter he would endure like poison. Duke Fisher had never truly been a wastrel, rather. He had merely feigned the role. Sir Ent was resolute in his judgment at that moment. "Duke Fisher, you are a true nobleman," Sir Ent stated solemnly. "Please, Sir Ent, ensure my lady is well taken care of. Once the steward has procured the necessary supplies, I shall depart with her." Xiao Ye returned to Sir Ent's side. "Rest assured, Duke Fisher, I will see to her well-being," Ent replied with a smile. "Now, should we not proceed to the banquet?" Xiao Ye nodded, reminding the maid to look after Wentina before they left. This was a crucial part of his advantageous scheme. As the banquet commenced, "Sir Ent, I have a request that I hope you will grant." Xiao Ye addressed Sir Ent. "Please, Duke Fisher, speak. I have observed numerous merchants within the city of Huangsha, and I would appreciate your assistance in arranging for a few traders to pass through the city of no calamity in the domain of calamity. The city of no calamity served as the principal settlement of the domain of calamity and was its sole town. Xiao Ye was taking precautions, arranging matters in advance. No problem. I will give instructions at the appropriate time. Ent replied without hesitation. Duke Fisher, I mean no offense, but the situation in the disaster territory is dire if you cannot stay for long. There will be ample space in Huangsha City. Xiao Ye smiled knowingly, aware of Viscount Ent's good intentions. Your magnanimity surpasses that of many nobles. Xiao Ye complimented Viscount Ent. I shall heed your advice. The two raised their cups, crafted from red-patterned glaze and black lacquer, and drank deeply. Xiao Ye frowned slightly, finding the wine quite unpleasant. He engaged in conversation with Ent, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the disaster territory. Until Old John returned. Xiao Ye inspected the items Old John had procured. Fine rice, fine wheat, white flour, white bread, and even a bit of wine. Frowning, he felt quite dissatisfied. Old John, these are not what I require. The disaster territory does not need these either. Old John and Ent looked puzzled. These are all food supplies. What else would you need? Viscount Ent, I hope you can assist me in exchanging 90% of this food for black bread, coarse wheat, and a small portion of coarse rice. Xiao Ye requested of Viscount Ent, as wise as you are, you should understand my intention. Viscount Ent immediately grasped the situation. The inhabitants of the disaster territory indeed required coarse grains and black bread rather than fine foodstuffs. You possess great wisdom, my friend. Viscount Ent increasingly held Xiao Ye in high regard. With the help of Viscount Ent, Xiao Ye managed to procure the food he needed. 5 carts of black bread, 3 carts of coarse wheat, 1 cart of fine wheat, and 1 cart of coarse rice, along with the remaining 10% that had not been exchanged, 1 cart of fine rice, half a cart of white flour, and half a cart of vegetables and fruits. He acquired a total of 12 carts of food. Viscount Ent, thank you for your hospitality. Xiao Ye bowed slightly to Viscount Ent. Xiao Ye Fisher will remember your kindness. Viscount Ent chuckled, his bushy beard trembling slightly. I look forward to your next visit. After bidding farewell to Viscount Ent, Xiao Ye's convoy set off, slowly pulling 12 carts of food, 2 horse-drawn carriages, and a troop of 20 knights. 1 carriage belonged to Xiao Ye, and the other to Wendina Cadnan. This was all that Duke Xiao Ye Fisher possessed. Departing from Huangsha City and traveling east along the Yuxing River, they arrived at the eastern edge of the Soul Burial Desert, which marked the western border of the disaster territory. Further east lay flat terrain, but the soil was filled with gravel, unsuitable for growing crops. Fortunately, there was no soul-eroding magical mist here, yet that on February 23rd, 3218 of the origin calendar, Xiao Ye Fisher finally reached Wuzhai City. He gazed upon the city, situated not far from the Yuxing River. A heavy mood settled over him. He understood the harsh conditions of the disaster territory, but had not anticipated them to be this severe. All he saw were dilapidated wooden houses scattered around a 2-story stone building. Could this truly be Wuzhai City? At best, it resembled a village, or rather, a run-down village. Let us proceed into the city. Xiao Ye's voice roused the dazed steward and the knights. All entered Wuzhai City with somber expressions as the convoy approached Wuzhai City. A throng of ragged peasants gathered, led by an elderly man wielding a wooden staff. Standing outside the wooden gate, Xiao Ye dismounted. Are you the Duke Fisher? The old man's cloudy eyes met Xiao Ye's. Xiao Ye nodded gently. He was not surprised that the old man recognized him. Viscount Ent had sent word in advance that, we have met, your grace. All the peasants knelt on the ground. Take me to my residence, Xiao Ye instructed. Your grace, please follow me. The old man trembled as he rose. Arrange for a young man to lead the way. Xiao Ye frowned, concerned that the old man might collapse on the way. Chong, you take his grace to his residence, the elder called to a young man. Your grace, I will guide you. Chong was a lad of about 15 or 16, but malnutrition had left his complexion sallow. Xiao Ye nodded and followed behind Chong. The convoy moved slowly along the road. A mix of dirt and gravel. The inhabitants of Wuzhai City gazed at the carts of food, their throats involuntarily swallowing as saliva pooled in their parched mouths. The peasants murmured excitedly, Food! We have food. That belongs to the noble lord. It has nothing to do with us. Hey, even a noble lord has come to this godforsaken place. Birds? Where are the birds? They would all starve here. Xiao Ye listened to the chatter but paid it no mind. His gaze remained fixed on the shabby wooden houses lining the road. Low and dilapidated, they left a lasting impression on him. Arriving at the center of the village, they reached the two-story stone building. Constructed from gray stone blocks, it stood about 6 meters high, towering above the surrounding wooden homes. "Your Grace, this is your castle," Chong Chong said respectfully, behaving far beyond his years. To "Go tell that elder," Xiao Ye said, uncertain of how to address the old man. "The village head, Your Grace, that is village head Sure Saw," Chong Chong replied. "Oh, tell Sure Saw to tally the number of people in the village. How many men? How many women? How many elderly? And how many children? Then come back to the castle to inform me." Xiao Ye intended to understand the specific situation of his subjects before commencing his work. Chong Chong's expression changed to one of difficulty. "What is it?" "Your Grace, we cannot count," he said, his face flushing. Xiao Ye helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Let Fu Lina handle it," a gentle voice emerged from Wendina Cadnan's carriage. Xiao Ye paused for a moment. Had Wendina woken? "Very well. Let Fu Lina go." Xiao Ye nodded. The maidservant guarding the gate descended from the carriage and left with Chong Chong. Entering the castle, the steward led the knights in beginning their cleaning tasks. There was no choice. There were no servants available. Xiao Ye then entered Wendina Cadnan's carriage. "Miss Cadnan, why did Duke Cadnan send you here?" Xiao Ye inquired, observing Wendina's sparkling eyes. "You know, coming here is almost akin to a death sentence. Duke Fisher, as you can see, Duke Cadnan still sent me to such a place," Wendina replied with a warm smile. "Even knowing I would meet my end here. The foolish daughter and the figure of promise," Wendina said with a smile. "For a noble, this is not a difficult choice. And what of your thoughts? Do you not wish to return to the Ironstone territory, to continue your identity as Miss Cadnan?" Xiao Ye asked. "It is far better there than in the disaster territory." Wendina Cadnan met Xiao Ye's gaze steadily, calmly replying, "There is no more Miss Cadnan, if you do not mind a foolish woman 12 years older than you as your Fisher lady. Age is not an issue." Xiao Ye appraised Wendina's voluptuous figure. "However, I do not desire a foolish duchess." The light in Wendina's eyes dimmed slightly. "Indeed, no noble wish to accept a foolish wife. Shall you confine me to a room and leave me to my own devices?" Wendina inquired. The perceptive Wendina understood that Xiao Ye would not send her back to the Ironstone territory. Such an action would be a humiliation for a noble. It would provide Duke Cadnan with an excellent pretext to attack the disaster territory. And Xiao Ye Fisher would clearly not grant him that justification. "No, I will cure your foolishness." Xiao Ye smiled. "I have said, age is not an issue." My Fisher lady. Wendina's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Xiao Ye could even see her rosy little tongue. "Why must you jest with me, Duke Fisher?" Wendina regained her composure. "No one can cure my foolishness. It is not a disease." A flicker of understanding crossed Xiao Ye's eyes. "Do you realize that you are the disaster sorceress?" Xiao Ye suddenly inquired. Wendina's pupils contracted, her complexion paling. Wendina was indeed aware that her own foolishness stemmed from her identity as the Calamity Witch. However, this realization came only after she buried herself in the library day after day, confirming through numerous validations that she was indeed the Calamity Witch, the origin of the calamity, which lay in her inability to control the magical reservoir within her, leading to a release of power that caused immense harm to others. This was the primary reason the world feared the Calamity Witch. Yet, some Calamity Witches, unable to control their reservoirs, only affected their own states, posing little threat to the outside world. Wendina was precisely of this latter kind. The magical vines within her reservoir bestowed upon her extraordinary memory, analytical prowess, and, one might summarize, unparalleled wisdom. However, the uncontrollable magical power could also plunge her into a state of foolishness. This was the reason Wendina believed Xiao Ye could not possibly cure her, heal her. One must assist her in controlling the power within her magical reservoir. Initially, Wendina did not believe Xiao Ye possessed such capability. Yet now, she found herself wavering. How could the debauched Duke so effortlessly unveil her identity? Wendina was perplexed. "Do you truly have a way to assist me?" she asked softly, regaining her composure. Since Duke Fisher was aware of her identity, yet still spoke of being able to cure her affliction. It proved he indeed had his own methods. Xiao Ye nodded. I do have a solution. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued. However, I need to know some information, such as why the world fears and despises the calamity witch. Wendina relayed what she had learned to Xiao Ye, who understood the implications. Thus, if one could help the calamity which controlled the power within her, then she would no longer pose a danger to others. Conversely, a calamity which capable of controlling her abilities could become a formidable ally. The magical reservoir. Xiao Ye questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face. From what I know, regardless of race or profession, everyone on the origin continent cultivates only the primal essence. There has never been any magical reservoir or magical power. Wendina hesitated, ultimately revealing the hidden knowledge she had acquired. According to legend, witches possessed magical reservoirs and power because they bore the bloodline of magical creatures. Wendina's expression darkened. The magical race? Xiao Ye felt a jolt of alarm. The magical beings were indeed the root cause of the holy war that erupted 2 centuries ago, 200 years prior. A magical gate suddenly appeared in the heart of the origin continent, unleashing a deluge of magical creatures and beasts. Various races united to repel the magical beings. Xiao Ye Fisher's father, Moto Fisher, gained his title of nobility during this battle. The impact of the holy war was profound, transforming the core regions of the origin continent into a land plagued by magical beasts and shrouded in magical fog. This cursed land was divided into 3 parts, each guarded by humans, orcs, and elves, respectively. The territory of calamity belonged to the section guarded by humans. However, why was it only witches? Xiao Ye suddenly realized a troubling question. Could it be that only women inherit the bloodline of magical beings? To his knowledge, the magical race was not limited to males. Wendina shook her head. This is merely a rumor I came across in ancient texts. It may not reflect the truth. Xiao Ye did not dwell on this issue for too long. Regardless of the reasons behind the existence of the calamity witch, it did not affect his decision. Now, can you assist me? Wendina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiao Ye chuckled, Of course, my Lady Fisher. Wendina felt a flush of shyness wash over her. Despite being 30 years old, she had never been so close to a man. Rest assured, when I am brought to the territory of calamity, Wendina Cadnan will cease to exist. Only Wendina shall remain on the origin continent. Her expression resolute. Wendina promised Xiao Ye, if you redeem me, I shall become your Lady Wendina Fisher and offer you everything I have. The words, I shall claim you as my lady, nearly escaped Xiao Ye's lips when he noticed Wendina's eyes glazed over, slipping back in her vacant state. Alas, he sighed. Why must I be denied the opportunity to shine before others? Observing the dazed Wendina, Xiao Ye felt a sense of helplessness. System, record the definition of a witch. He called out to the system, which detected, please confirm if you wish to record the definition of a witch. Confirm. Please establish the first definition for the current witch. The terms available are mastery, proficient, and magical power. The current definition character limit must not exceed 10. Xiao Ye internally complained, realizing he had limited options. After a moment's contemplation, he settled on the definition, which proficient in controlling her magical power, he breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding exceeding the limit. Definition recorded successfully. The first definition for the current witch is, which proficient in controlling her magical power. As the system's voice faded, Wendina closed her eyes, a book-like insignia appearing on her forehead. Radiating a soft glow. It seemed this definition would require some time to set. Xiao Ye mused inwardly. System activation successful. The host may gain 10 of the recorded witch's power. He eagerly anticipated the transformation of his own strength. However, after a moment of waiting, there was no sign of change. Glancing at the still closed eyes of Wendina, he realized he would have to wait until she fully regained control of her power. Feeling a bit disheartened, he longed to experience the sensation of extraordinary strength. Oh well, I might as well inspect the territory, Xiao Ye thought. And no matter how powerful a witch may be, she cannot immediately improve the state of the territory. Disembarking from the carriage, he fortuitously encountered the maid, Felina, approaching my Lord Duke. What brings you here? Felina asked, her heart filled with concern upon seeing Xiao Ye emerge from her mistress's carriage. I treated Wendina's affliction. She needs some time, so please do not disturb her, Xiao Ye replied. Although Fiolina harbored doubts, she dared not question him. After all, the Duke was now her master. The safety of both herself and her mistress rested entirely upon the Duke. "My Lord Duke, the population count has been completed," Fiolina reported. "There are 112 households in Wuzhai town, with a population of 452. There are 42 elderly, 367 young adults, and 43 infants and children." Xiao Ye frowned. The numbers were far too few. Such a scale barely qualified as a village, though it was fortunate that there were still a considerable number of young adults. However, he needed to devise a method to increase the population of his territory. A thriving land requires a substantial populace as its foundation. Where could he find more people? The first solution that came to Xiao Ye's mind was to purchase them from slave traders. "You stay near Wendina's carriage and ensure no one disturbs her," he instructed Fiolina before returning to his own carriage, and as Xiao Ye pondered where to acquire the funds to purchase slaves. A familiar voice rang out in a flurry. "My Lord Duke, my Lord Duke, magical beasts are coming." Xiao Ye pulled back the curtain, witnessing a lance-wielding guard on the ground, incessantly shouting. Xiao Ye's expression shifted. The population of his territory was already sparse. If they suffered further losses due to magical beasts, it would be catastrophic. Xiao Ye felt urgency. Population loss equates to financial loss, and that simply would not do. Ebert, drop that cursed broom, mount your horse, and come with me to stop the magical beasts." Xiao Ye shouted as he leapt from the carriage. The 20-member Knight Brigade, along with Xiao Ye and the guard, departed from the castle. The cloud of dust billowed westward from the castle. Xiao Ye and the guard were dismounted by the knights. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed, his countenance grave. At a dozen or so young adult villagers surrounded two yellow-furred wolf-like magical beasts with wooden spears in hand. 5 villagers lay on the ground in pools of blood, 3 of whom had completely ceased to move, while the remaining 2 only twitched occasionally. "My Lord Duke, they are 2 first-tier magical beasts." A Butte sat upon his steed and declared, "A first-tier magical beast, equivalent to the strength of a novice human." Xiao Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him as the captain of the 20-man Knight Order. A Butte was on the verge of breaking through to the Bronze Knight profession. Among the other members of the Knight Order, 3 had also just entered the novice level. The rest were merely knights, yet to attain an official rank. Even so, the 20 members of the Knight Order were more than capable of vanquishing the 2 first-tier magical beasts. "A Butte, deal with them," Xiao Ye commanded. "As you wish, my lord," A Butte replied, raising his knightly lance. "Knights, charge!" The thunderous sound of hooves erupted as the 20 cavalrymen surged forward like arrows towards the 2 beasts. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The lance-wielders shouted. "The knights are here! The knights are here!" The villagers encircling the beasts scattered in a frenzy. 4 novice knights led the charge, followed by 16 knights wielding their lances against the beasts. The wolf-like creature sensed danger and emitted a series of low growls. With a roar, the 2 beasts unleashed 2 fist-sized yellow orbs of light. Knight technique. Guardian's light. 2 novice knights surpassed A Butte, their bodies radiating 2 white luminous shields that intercepted the yellow orbs. The resulting explosions echoed with a resounding boom, scattering yellow and white light in all directions. "Kill!" A Butte and his fellows surged forth, their lances piercing the 2 beasts. After a brief distance, the knights finally came to a halt, the beasts falling lifeless from the lances. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached as A Butte led the members of the Knight Order to Xiao Ye's side. "My lord, I report to you." A Butte dismounted, placing his right fist over his heart and bowing slightly in a knightly salute. "Well done," Xiao Ye praised. "The glory of knights shines eternally. Lance, retrieve the corpses of those 2 beasts." Xiao Ye instructed. The lance-wielder, puzzled, wondered what the Duke required the beast carcasses for, but dared not voice his confusion, knowing the Duke's orders must be obeyed. The lance-wielder and several villagers dragged the remains of the 2 beasts back behind the wooden palisade. "Lance, take charge of burying their bodies, and later, escort their families to the castle to collect compensation." Xiao Ye directed the lance-wielder regarding the fallen villagers. "Compensation? What is that?" The lance-wielder pondered. He and a few others hoisted the bodies of 5 villagers who lay in pools of blood. Xiao Ye estimated that the 2 severely injured villagers would not survive long, unless a healer could mend their wounds. Otherwise, The medical knowledge of ordinary people in this realm was hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Ye sighed internally. The state of the territory was dire. It could be said that it lacked everything. Watch out! A bute's sudden shout startled Xiao Ye Fisher. A lizard-like beast abruptly emerged from the ground, sinking its teeth into one of the villagers. Run! The lance-wielder and his companions were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape. Xiao Ye's expression darkened. Slay it! He glared at the lizard beast, which was currently devouring a villager. A surge of fury igniting within him. My lord, it's a second-tier beast, Abute stated gravely. Xiao Ye's countenance shifted. A second-tier beast equated to the bronze profession level, significantly more powerful than novice. Not to mention, a second-tier beast possessed one additional magical technique compared to a first-tier beast. Despite having 4 novice knights and 16 ordinary knights, slaying a second-tier beast would require a bloody price. For Xiao Ye Fisher, who currently had only 20 knights as protectors, the loss of even one knight was simply unacceptable. We cannot allow it to enter the village, Xiao Ye Fisher declared resolutely after a brief moment of contemplation. The devastation caused by a second-tier beast rampaging through the village would be far too great to bear. The territory was already sparsely populated. Abute remounted. Knights, charge! Once more, Abute and his comrades surged towards the beast. The lizard beast flicked its yellow tail, launching 3 yellow orbs towards the Knight Order. Knight technique. Guardian's Light Point. 3 novice knights rushed forth, their white luminous shields meeting the yellow orbs. Boom! 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 The 3 novice knights were thrown from their mounts, blood spewing from their mouths. The second-tier beast attacks were significantly more potent than those of the first tier. Abute paid no mind to the fallen novice knights, leading the remaining knights forward. Knight technique. Piercing strike. Abute roared, the tip of his lance radiating white light. The lizard beast opened its mouth to unleash a yellow barrier in defense. Abute's lance pierced through the barrier and struck the beast. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as the other knights followed suit, their lances driving into the lizard beast's body. Abute felt no joy. The lance tip had only grazed the surface. This was merely a superficial wound. The lizard beast let out a furious roar, its tail sweeping violently, toppling Abute and several knights from their horses. Ignoring his fallen steed, Abute drew his sword and engaged the lizard beast in combat. The other knights dismounted, surrounding the lizard beast in an attempt to slay it. Xiao Ye Fisher was filled with anxiety, fearing significant losses for the Knight Order. Observing the current situation, it was evident that things were grim. Suddenly, Xiao Ye Fisher felt a warm current arise within him. What is this? He quickly realized. Wentina had awakened. The warmth emanating from him was likely the power of the Yuan Spring, a gift from Wentina. Sure enough, within moments, Wentina's carriage arrived. She alighted gracefully. My lord, Wentina said, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she bowed to Xiao Ye. Oh, you have a solution. Xiao Ye cut straight to the chase, disregarding pleasantries. Wentina nodded. I can give it a try. Quickly, Wentina approached the battleground, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the lizard beast momentarily froze, its yellow orbs dissipating. Seizing the opportunity, Abute used the knight technique piercing strike again, aiming for the lizard beast's eye. With a thrust, the lance's tip embedded itself into the beast's skull. The lizard beast emitted a piercing scream, thrashing violently. Wentina quickly retreated a distance, distancing herself from the fray. The Knight Order members also withdrew, unwilling to approach the frenzied beast. After a tumultuous struggle, the lizard beast collapsed, its body convulsing until it lay still. Abute exhaled a sigh of relief. Yes, it resolved. Xiao Ye approached Wentina, gazing at the deceased lizard beast in astonishment. He had only seen Wentina wave her hand from afar, and the beast had been slain by Abute. Previously, Abute had used knight techniques as well, but all had been thwarted by the lizard beast. Why had it reacted so sluggishly this time? Xiao Ye believed this change was due to Wentina's abilities. Ensure the area is free of danger before returning. Xiao Ye instructed Abute. Yes, my lord. Abut bowed respectfully, yet his gaze furtively lingered upon Wentina. He too felt a sense of curiosity, attributing the anomalies of the beast to Madame Wendina's influence. Xiao Ye shared a carriage with Wentina as they returned to the castle. Within the carriage, Xiao Ye began to examine the information regarding Wendina that had just appeared in the system. Following Wendina's awakening and her complete mastery over her own magical powers, details about her emerged in the system's compilation of witches. Wendina Cadnan identity, wife of Xiao Ye Fisher, eldest daughter of Duke Cadnan, a witch of the mental catastrophe. Age, 30 strength, bronze skills, photographic memory, passive, sage's deliberation, passive, thought storm, passive, fool, active, enlightened insight, active. Entry definition 1. A witch proficient in wielding her own magical powers. Bronze strength. Xiao Ye was utterly delighted. Such power surpassed even that of a butt on the continent of origins, professions such as knights. Archers and warriors are categorized into 7 ranks. Apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, earth, sky, and saint. A butt was merely an apprentice knight, occupying the lowest tier of professional hierarchy. Of course, had a butt been formidable, the imperial family of the Golden Leaf Empire would not have permitted them to follow Xiao Ye Fisher. Wendina appeared to be an auxiliary, which, observing Wendina's skill set, Xiao Ye noted the absence of any formidable offensive abilities. He scrutinized the details of each skill. Photographic memory, passive and exceptional memory that allows one to retain information after a single glance. Sage's deliberation, passive comprehensive thinking, enabling the simultaneous handling of multiple tasks without oversight. Thought storm, passive when engaged in deep contemplation. Intelligence is heightened, facilitating the discovery of solutions. Fool, active causes the target's cognition to stagnate, diminishing their wisdom. Enlightened insight, active enhances the target's wisdom, agility of thought, and capacity for comprehension. Xiao Ye then realized that the skill Wendina employed against the lizard beast was indeed Fool. The lizard beast, under the influence of Fool, had forgotten to defend itself, thus falling prey to a butt's opportunistic strike. This was akin to a diminishing intelligence aura. Xiao Ye could not help but marveled at AS for enlightened insight. It was equivalent to an intelligence boost aura. After thoroughly reviewing Wendina's skills, Xiao Ye promptly designated her as the administrative overseer of the city of No Calamity. Wendina's 3 passive abilities were perfectly tailored for a manager. With such formidable capabilities at her disposal, she would undoubtedly handle matters with great finesse. However, the city of No Calamity was merely a dilapidated village at present, and Xiao Ye could manage its affairs himself. Entrusting Wendina with such a role seemed somewhat excessive. Upon seeing Xiao Ye lost in thought after entering the carriage, Wendina remained silent, discreetly observing him. His complexion was fair, with shoulder-length chestnut hair, a prominent nose, and deep black eyes, exuding a remarkable charm. The notion that this young man, 12 years her junior, would henceforth be her husband caused a flush to rise in Wendina's cheeks. Xiao Ye Fisher, rumored to be a dandy, now appeared to defy such claims. How could a dandy discern her identity as a witch of catastrophe and assist her in controlling her powers? What manner of person was Xiao Ye Fisher? Wendina pondered, her gaze fixated on his profile, becoming somewhat entranced. Wendina. Wendina snapped back to reality, finding Xiao Ye gazing at her with a gentle smile, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Ha! Xiao Ye chuckled at the sight of Wendina, a voluptuous woman, displaying such a bashful demeanor. Wendina, you shall henceforth be my lady, correct? He teased her playfully. Wendina lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Well, yes, my Lord Duke, came her barely audible reply, as soft as a whisper. Now, I wish to behold my wife, Xiao Ye said with a smile. Wendina's body seemed to freeze. She slowly lifted her head, revealing her face. Her eyes tightly shut, long lashes fluttering slightly. Xiao Ye's hand gently brushed against Wendina's cheek, causing her to shiver. That's so tender, he marveled. How embarrassing. Wendina felt her heart flutter. Open your eyes, Xiao Ye commanded. Wendina's heart raced, and she slowly complied. As darkness enveloped her vision, Wendina's eyes widened, feeling something soft enter her mouth. Xiao Ye looked up at Wendina, whose cheeks were as red as if they might bleed, and softly said, "Let this serve as a mark. You shall soon be the mistress of the realm of catastrophe, my duchess." Wendina nodded gently, mustering her courage to meet Xiao Ye's gaze. "Why, Lord Duke, from now on, I shall be known as Wendina Fisher. From now on, call me Xiao Ye." There is no need for such formality, he corrected her. Seeing Xiao Ye open his arms, Wendina shyly turned slightly. Xiao Ye embraced Wendina, marveling at her voluptuous figure. Life in this other world seems rather splendid. Xiao Ye mused, I recall that irrespective of the profession, mastering skills necessitates diligent study, while only beasts inherit their powers through bloodlines. Naturally mastering their magical abilities, Xiao Ye focused his thoughts and inquired, how did you achieve this? Wendina held nothing back. After mastering the magic within me, a magical pool was born. From this pool, a magical vine gradually emerged, upon which 3 black magical seeds grew. Her voice was gentle as she recounted. With each seed that appeared, I felt as though I gained a new ability, and by the time all 3 seeds manifested, I had acquired 3 new capabilities. Listening to Wendina's account, Xiao Ye understood that these 3 magical seeds bestowed upon her the 3 passive skills, as one of the black seeds slowly bore azure magical patterns. Covering the seed, I subsequently mastered 2 additional skills. Wendina continued. These abilities are full and enlightened insight. Xiao Ye nodded. The emergence of a magical seed adorned with azure patterns signifies bronze strength. That I wonder what level of power the second seed will grant once it is covered. Perhaps silver, he speculated, though uncertain. Your magical pool differs from that of the Yuan Spring. How does your strength increase? Xiao Ye queried. This was not merely a concern for Wendina, but also pertinent to his own enhancement. Wendina hesitated. What troubles you? Xiao Ye observed her indecision, perplexed. Wendina refrained from directly answering his question. The rumors may hold truth. Witches are believed to possess the bloodline of the magical race. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ye, attempting to discern his emotions. Xiao Ye paused for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. I had already surmised, especially since your method of skill acquisition mirrors that of magical beasts, relying almost entirely on bloodline inheritance. Are you worried I would disdain you for harboring the blood of the magical race? Wendina nodded, her concern palpable. You need not worry at all. Xiao Ye laughed heartily. I know you are a witch of catastrophe and still choose to assist you, allowing you to be my wife. How could I possibly disdain the blood coursing through your veins? It seems that even with the passive skill sage deliberation, Wendina lacked wisdom when it came to matters of the heart. What of the magical bloodline? Xiao Ye genuinely did not mind. Have you not heard of the undead knights and the heroes of the grasslands? Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Wendina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once the carriage returned to the castle, Xiao Ye disembarked first, then assisted Wendina down. Old John, witnessing this, could not help but smile inwardly. It appeared the Fisher bloodline would continue. My Lord Duke, your chamber has been prepared. Do you wish to rest? Old John inquired, addressing Xiao Ye. Yet Wendina felt her ears grow warm, especially at the mention of rest. Not just yet. I must attend to a few matters. Xiao Ye waved his hand. Please prepare a room for me to manage affairs. Old John. Follow me. My Lord Duke, I've already made the necessary arrangements. Despite the unexpected diligence of the venerable steward, Old John, he dutifully led Xiao Ye and the others into a chamber on the first floor. My Lord Duke, this room is most suitable for you to attend to the affairs of your territory, Old John remarked. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Although the room contained merely a long table and a few wooden chairs, it sufficed for their needs. Approaching the long table, Xiao Ye gestured for Wendina to take a seat. Old John, I require an inventory of our available resources, Xiao Ye instructed, requesting Wendina's assistance in inscribing the details on parchment. In this world, paper had yet to be invented, and the writing instrument remained a quill. Not proficient in using a quill, Xiao Ye had no choice but to enlist Wendina's help. He mused at himself that he must find a way to procure some pencils. For the current arrangement was rather inconvenient, as Old John detailed the resource situation in Wuzhai City. The information was meticulously recorded. Approximately 3,000 pounds of black bread, around 2,000 pounds of coarse wheat, roughly 600 pounds of fine wheat, each 600 pounds of coarse and fine rice, and about 300 pounds of white flour, along with various fruits and vegetables. Additionally, there were 3 barrels of wine sent by Viscount and her. Financially, they possessed approximately 10 gold coins. an enormous sum for commoners, considering that an ordinary farmer earned merely about 500 copper coins a month. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10 silver coins and 100 copper coins, or 10,000 copper tokens. 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins. 1 silver coin, 10 copper coins. 1 copper coin, 100 copper tokens. That a household with 2 able-bodied laborers would earn only about 1 silver coin a month. 10 gold coins represented nearly a decade's income for a single family. Is this all that remains? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. For a noble, especially a duke, this paltry amount of gold was tantamount to being destitute. The monthly salary for the 20 knights alone amounted to 52 silver coins, with each squire receiving 5 silver coins and knights 2 silver coins each. The available funds would only suffice to pay the knights for 2 months. "My lord Duke, we were nearly cleaned out upon our departure," old John lamented, his expression pitiable. "These gold coins were obtained only through my efforts and connections." Xiao Ye's expression grew grim. The royal family of the Jin Empire truly treated their subjects with disdain. They had spared his life, yet rendered his existence one of suffering. Fortunately, there was at least a sufficient supply of food to prevent starvation. Xiao Ye resolved to prioritize earning money. Additionally, the village's outer defenses required attention. The recent assault by beasts had made it abundantly clear to Xiao Ye the dangers inherent to the territory. A lack of defenses was simply untenable. To ensure stable development, a secure environment was essential. He must devise a plan to erect a wall, even if it were low. It must be constructed of stone, for wooden fences were nothing short of a jest. Xiao Ye suddenly reflected that it was indeed a miracle that Wuzhai City still housed over 400 inhabitants. "My lord Duke," Buddha entered the room. "The spearman has brought the families of the deceased villagers, seeking some form of compensation." Xiao Ye smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. "Let them in," he instructed, taking a seat beside Wendina. The spearman entered the room, accompanied by 5 villagers. It appeared that the other 2 severely injured villagers had also perished. Xiao Ye sighed inwardly, unsurprised by this turn of events. "And why, Lord Duke? These are the families of the 5. The spearman stated, somewhat nervously, especially with the imposing Buddha standing beside him, a knight renowned for slaying formidable beasts. Xiao Ye regarded the 5 family members, 3 middle-aged women, alongside a lean boy and girl. "Why are there children?" Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. "Why, Lord Duke? Only their children remain in the homes of Shi Tu and Mu Tu," the spearman stammered, sensing Xiao Ye's displeasure and prostrating himself on the ground, his voice trembling. The other 5 villagers followed suit, bowing low. Xiao Ye felt as though his heart momentarily ceased to beat as he could not help but scrutinize the 2 children, their frail bodies. Sallow complexions and tattered hemp garments were a pitiful sight. Witnessing such wretched children up close for the first time stirred deep discomfort within him. That I am, after all, a soul of the modern age. Old John, arrange for these 2 children to work in the castle. It is in need of servants. Xiao Ye commanded the steward. "I will ensure it is managed." "My lord Duke," old John replied. "Give them each 6 silver coins." Xiao Ye instructed. Although old John felt a pang of regret, he did not hesitate, retrieving the silver coins from his pocket and handing them to the 5 villagers. The villagers numbly accepted the coins. As if in a dream, "Your kin sacrificed their lives to protect the village." Xiao Ye spoke in a somber tone. "They're exemplars of Wuzhai City. This meager sum is a token of recognition for their bravery and a form of compensation for you. Now, the 2 children and the spearman may stay. The rest may depart." Xiao Ye gestured to Buddha. Buddha and the 3 villagers exited. Even after leaving the castle, the 3 villagers remained in a daze. "Hey, this is real," one villager exclaimed. "0.6 silver coins. Half a year's income." "Half a year? Can you earn 6 silver coins in 6 months? Another villager responded in disbelief. "The Duke is truly generous. Praise the Duke." They chorused in unison. Upon returning to the village, they recounted their experiences in the castle, eliciting waves of envy. "The children of Shi Tu and Mu Tu are truly fortunate," someone remarked, prompting agreement from the others. "So this is what compensation looks like," the spearman mused. His first thought, "I have never seen so many silver coins," was his second thought. How enviable for the children of Shi Tu and Mu Tu to reside in the stone castle from now on. The spearman felt a sharp kick to his backside, the pain jolting him from his reverie. "Oh, it's the night. No, the Duke is also watching me. Spearman, I ask you, are there any difficulties in the village? Xiao Ye, concerned that the spearman might not comprehend, rephrased his inquiry. What does the village currently require? Silver coins, the spearman blurted out, still half lost in his daydream. Wendina and Felina chuckled softly, while old John and Buddha shot him disapproving glares. Xiao Yi was at a loss for words. No, that is not it, the spearman stammered, trembling. We need water, my lord Duke. If we could obtain some food or warm clothing, that would be even better. It gets quite cold here at night. Xiao Yi paused for a moment, taken aback that Wuzhai City, situated near the Yuxing River, could possibly lack water. Beasts, my lord Duke. There are beasts in the river. We dare not fetch water from there. We rely entirely on a well in the village for our water, the spearman explained, answering Xiao Ye's question. Xiao Yi then inquired further about other matters, and after receiving satisfactory responses, he rewarded the spearman with 10 copper tokens before sending him on his way. Buddha, arrange for tonight's patrol to guard against beast attacks. Xiao Yi commanded. As you wish, my lord Duke, Buddha replied, turning to leave. Old John, from now on, let Wendina manage the gold coins, Xiao Yi instructed. Wendina felt a surge of joy. Though she concealed it well, Felina, on the other hand, did not hide her emotions, beaming with a radiant smile. The Duke and the young lady share a wonderful relationship. It is only fitting that the coins be entrusted to the lady. Old John felt no reluctance. He extracted all the coins and handed them to Wendina. Take them away and ensure they are well educated. It would be best if they could learn to read. Xiao Yi directed, pointing to the 2 children. Old John led the 2 children away. Wendina, Wuzhai City is truly beset by numerous difficulties. Xiao Yi could not help but lament. Money, water, food, clothing, safety, and so forth. Each is a source of trouble. I'm not worried about money. We can earn it. I have many ways to do so, he continued, lost in thought. However, for water and food, we cannot depend solely on purchasing them. That is perilous. And as for safety, Wuzhai City lacks even a proper wall. Xiao Yi lamented deeply. I have not even seen any stones aside from this stone castle. Wendina, do you have any thoughts? Xiao Yi turned his gaze towards Wendina. Your Grace, since you have a solution regarding finances, I shall refrain from further comment. Wendina spoke softly. As for the water source, we could send to the Yuxing River. They should be able to procure water. There is no alternative for food. As the spear has indicated, crops cannot be cultivated here, and we must purchase them from Huangsha City, and the same goes for clothing. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. A skilled cook cannot create a feast without rice. For now, we must rely on purchasing. Indeed, under such dire conditions in Wuzhai City, had it not been for the presence of a lord, the citizens would have long fled. Regarding stones, since this stone fortress has been constructed, the villagers must know where stones can be found, Wendina remarked. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. Indeed, if there were no stones, how could this fortress have been built? Very well, let us first address the issue of finances. Xiao Yi smiled and added, we shall discuss the other matters tomorrow. What is your plan, Xiao Yi? Wendina inquired with curiosity. Alcohol, he replied. Alcohol? Wendina asked, puzzled. Our food supply is scarce. Brewing alcohol is not feasible, and even if it were, it would not yield immediate results. Xiao Yi smiled enigmatically and said, I have my own methods. He had examined the map purchased by Old John. And to the northeast of the plague territory lay the Baizu Alliance, one of the 3 major orc factions. Orcs have always had a fondness for alcohol, so good wine would not lack a market. During his visit to Huangsha City, Xiao Yi had indeed sampled some wine, which could only be described as less than palatable. Its taste was unremarkable, and its color was murky, although Viscount would not indulge in exquisite wines. The beverages provided for guests could hardly be deemed inferior. As a modern individual familiar with basic literature, Xiao Yi understood the concept of distilled spirits. Coincidentally, Viscount had gifted 3 jars of wine, which could be used for distillation. If this experiment succeeded, it would certainly become a lucrative venture. Noticing Xiao Ye's air of mystery, Wendina ceased her inquiries, feeling a twinge of boredom due to her silence. Xiao Yi suggested, come, let me show you the wine I mentioned. Together, they left the room to find Old John. Xiao Yi instructed him to bring 3 jars of wine, 2 clay pots, and a wooden barrel. He requested that the bottom of the barrel be removed, leaving a two-ended hollow structure. Xiao Ye then asked Wendina to assist him in drilling a hole in a wooden stick, which he subsequently inserted into the hole he had created in the barrel. In the kitchen, Xiao Ye placed the clay pot on the stove and poured in the wine. The large pot could accommodate all 3 jars of wine. He then positioned the barrel atop the clay pot, placing another clay pot filled with cold water above it. The water had been brought by the caravan from Huangsha City, as the journey to Wuzhai City was not a mere day's travel. Requiring water along the way. As Xiao Ye surveyed this makeshift apparatus, he suddenly frowned. The seal doesn't seem adequate. Please fetch some coarse cloth and remember to soak it, he further instructed. Also, bring some coarse wheat. Once old John returned with the items, Xiao Ye placed the damp cloth at the junction of the clay pot and the wooden barrel, then sprinkled some coarse wheat at the connection below. This should suffice, shouldn't it? Xiao Ye mused, regarding the somewhat rudimentary contraption, feeling uncertain. He had only ever seen such processes in short videos and read about them in novels, never having actually attempted it himself. Now he could only proceed with the experiment. It should be fine. Light the fire, he commanded. Old John instructed a young boy, recently taken into the stone fortress, to tend the fire. The boy, now clad in clean garments, looked on with confusion, as did old John and Wendina, not grasping Xiao Ye's intentions that he warming the wine. Surely, such a grand effort is unnecessary for that. Ignoring their puzzled expressions, Xiao Ye remained focused on the stove. Once the wine in the clay pot began to boil, he quickly instructed the boy to lower the heat. Moments later, clear droplets of water began to drip from the hole in the wooden barrel. A fragrant aroma of alcohol filled the kitchen. It worked, Xiao Ye exclaimed with delight. This was the distilled spirit. Observing the crystalline liquid falling drop by drop into the clay jar, old John, Wendina, and the others stood in astonishment, incredulous at the spectacle before them. Despite Wendina's considerable intellect, she struggled to comprehend the phenomenon, realizing it was no form of extraordinary magic, as they had witnessed the process unfold beneath the ordinary boy's fire. What is the meaning of this, Xiao Ye? Wendina could no longer contain her curiosity. Xiao Ye replied, somewhat smugly. This is the power of knowledge. What knowledge? Wendina pressed further. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ye explained, the liquid, wine and water, undergoes a transformation into vapor at different temperatures. He endeavored to clarify in terms comprehensible to the inhabitants of the origin continent. The temperature required for wine to become vapor is lower than that of water. He elaborated. Thus, under high heat, the wine will vaporize first, and when the vapor cools, it will revert to liquid, subsequently dripping out from this point. He gestured towards the dripping pipe. The newly produced wine will contain less water, and the aroma will naturally be more intense, he added with a smile. Old John and Felina blinked in bewilderment, while Stone's daughter remained entirely clueless. Wendina furrowed her brow slightly and pointed to the clay pot above. The cold water is to ensure the wine vapor condenses back into liquid, correct? Precisely, Xiao Ye remarked, impressed by Wendina's ability to grasp concepts swiftly. Quickly, let's change the clay jar, observing that the jar had already collected some liquid. He instructed its replacement. The Stone's daughter dutifully swapped it out. This jar holds so little. Why are we changing it? Wendina astutely noted the emerging knowledge point. Xiao Ye suddenly felt uneasy. He was merely a novice. And if Wendina continued to probe so deeply into every detail, he might find himself overwhelmed. You may refer to this liquid as head wine, he explained to Wendina. Its purity is exceedingly high. For an average person, consuming it is akin to ingesting poison. Thus it must be set aside that Wendina's realization dawned. She understood now, as time passed, the distilled liquid accumulated, eventually amounting to over a jar of wine, which had diminished by nearly half. Xiao Ye was astonished. Logically, there shouldn't be so little distilled spirit remaining. This must be due to the rudimentary apparatus and imprecise operation. Nevertheless, he conceded that the outcome was acceptable, gazing at the liquid in the jar. Despite a hint of cloudiness, it could be deemed relatively clear. What price do you think this wine should fetch? Xiao Ye inquired of Wendina. She scrutinized the liquid carefully. The existing wines can be categorized into 3 types: murky wine, lower clear wine, and upper clear wine. The price disparity among these is significant. The lowest quality, murky wine, is valued at about 1 copper coin per jar, while the lower clear wine gifted by Viscount Ent is priced around 1 silver coin. When Dina's gaze fell upon the distilled spirit, the wine you have produced through distillation can be classified as upper clear wine, valued between 5 silver coins to 1 gold coin, though this varies greatly depending on its flavor. Xiao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that case, I can purchase murky or lower clear wine to distill and thus acquire upper clear wine, profiting from the price difference. Even with a 50% loss during distillation, the profit margin could reach 100% or even 200%. This is indeed a lucrative enterprise. He was filled with joy. Finally, we have some good news. Old John, bring out that half-jar of wine. We shall enjoy it tonight. Xiao Ye exclaimed joyfully. Let us prepare the meat of the magical beast to accompany the wine. No. Old John gasped in shock, and Wentina furrowed her brow in agreement. What is the matter? Xiao Ye inquired, somewhat displeased. Your Grace, consuming the flesh of magical beasts without proper preparation will lead to a transformation into a monster, Old John explained. Xiao Ye frowned and turned to Wentina. Is this true? Wentina nodded. Indeed, the meat of magical beasts must not be eaten directly. Alas, Xiao Ye sighed, longing to experience the flavor of the beast from this otherworldly realm. How can it be prepared for consumption? He persisted, still reluctant to abandon the idea. Only the human wind flame empire, the elves, and the beastman's golden lion court possess the means to process magical beast meat, Wentina stated. They are the soul sellers. And the secret methods are unknown to outsiders. A sense of disappointment washed over Xiao Ye, as this effectively dashed his hopes. It was unfortunate that such a prime location as the territory of Calamity was plagued by frequent magical beast attacks. Surely, there would be no shortage of their carcasses in the future, yet they could not be utilized. Magical beasts are indeed valuable. Xiao Ye Fisher had often feasted upon their flesh. Properly processed, it could enhance one's strength. Moreover, other materials from magical beasts could be fashioned into various artifacts, such as powerful elemental weapons. Unfortunately, the territory of Calamity lacked the means to exploit magical beasts, so we can only sell the carcasses to others. Xiao Ye asked. Yes, at present, we have no method to utilize them, Wentina lamented. Very well, Xiao Ye replied, feeling disheartened. The banquet continued, albeit without the anticipated magical beast meat. A half jar of distilled spirits, approximately 2 pounds, was consumed entirely. Upon her first sip, Wentina confidently asserted that a jar of distilled spirits would fetch no less than a gold coin. Xiao Ye envisioned a multitude of gold coins beckoning to him. After the feast, he returned to his dwelling in a haze of intoxication, lying on his bed, feeling a sense of melancholy. After wandering for so long, today marked a definitive settling down. It seemed that his life would henceforth unfold within the territory of Calamity. Xiao Ye's thoughts spiraled. With a creak, a beam of moonlight streamed into the room. He sat up, astonished to find a flushed Wentina approaching. Xiao Ye, she spoke in a hushed tone, so quiet that her words might have gone unheard in the surrounding stillness. Xiao Ye rose from the bed, taking her hand and guiding her back. Wentina, my lady, in that moment, his mind was devoid of any errant thoughts, consumed only by a singular notion to him whiter than the moonlight. Redder than blood, it is pure soil, devoid of weeds. Xiao Ye joyfully spent a wondrous evening. Morning arrived, and Xiao Ye lay in bed, cradling Wentina. One hand rested on her pristine shoulder, while the other grasped a diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of 2 fingers. The awakening stone? Xiao Ye wondered, observing that it bore little distinction from a crystal. Yes, it was left to me by my mother, but it is of no use to me. Wentina replied, nestled against his chest. It can grant me extraordinary abilities? Xiao Ye queried. If awakened, it certainly can, Wentina affirmed. She had heard of Xiao Ye Fisher being devoid of any cultivation talent. Now that he had become her husband, she wished to assist him, to bestow upon him whatever abilities she could, even if it was not in the realm of cultivation. The awakening stone, a relic of the Holy War, was undoubtedly the best option. Coincidentally, she possessed one. Xiao Ye chose not to disclose to Wentina that he had already attained a modicum of strength, albeit feeble. He intended to conceal his capabilities, keeping them as a hidden trump card. How does one utilize it? Xiao Ye asked, not intending to be courteous. Simply swallow it, Wentina softly instructed. Xiao Ye squeezed the awakening stone, finding it quite hard and sizable. Could it truly be swallowed? Had he not known Wentina well, he might have suspected her of seeking revenge for the prior night when he had compelled her to swallow. Ancient texts describe it thus. Wentina remarked as she sat up, the blanket slipping away. How crimson! Xiao Ye forced himself to banish any inappropriate thoughts. Very well, I shall give it a try, he declared. As long as he did not foolishly swallow it without caution, there should be no danger. He placed the awakening stone in his mouth. In the next instant, he distinctly felt the stone transform into a cool liquid that coursed down his throat. Xiao Ye sensed a void in his mind. Instinctively closing his eyes as his consciousness followed the liquid into his body. The elemental spring. Xiao Ye saw a pool within himself, filled with transparent liquid. This must be the elemental energy, he mused. The liquid from the awakening stone descended into the elemental spring, gradually morphing into a small statue. To Xiao Ye's astonishment, the statue bore his likeness. Before he could examine it in detail, his consciousness returned. He opened his eyes. How was it? Wentina asked, her tone tinged with anxiety. Did you awaken any talent? Xiao Ye concentrated, and he truly felt that new information had surfaced in his mind. It seemed he had succeeded. His talent was named Magical Avatar. Magical Avatar? Wentina questioned, perplexed. What sort of ability is that? Xiao Ye, too, found it curious. He believed well digging would have been a more fitting name. Come, I shall demonstrate outside, he said, rising, equally eager to showcase his newfound ability. Wentina assisted Xiao Ye in donning his garments, and the two exited the bedroom. They arrived at a clearing in the stone fortress, where Xiao Ye activated his magical avatar ability. A circular ripple, about half a meter in diameter, appeared on the ground, undulating until a wellhead gradually emerged in Wentina's view. What is this? Wentina approached the wellhead and peered inside, discovering clear water. What does it mean? She inquired, puzzled. Xiao Ye shrugged. This is the power of the magical avatar. The information I received indicates this ability is called Spiritual Spring. Is it merely a well? Wentina questioned, bewildered. It seems so. Xiao Ye replied, though I am uncertain if this water differs from ordinary well water. Wentina also felt that this talent should not be so mundane. Can the spiritual spring be permanent? Can it be produced in abundance? She pondered. The spiritual spring can solidify. Once constructed, it will not vanish. Xiao Ye hesitated momentarily. As for large-scale production, it should be possible, but it requires the consumption of special energy from the magical avatar. Special energy? Wentina queried. Indeed, Xiao Ye nodded. He had just activated the magical avatar to create the spiritual spring, which consumed white mist from a diamond crystal located in the center of the avatar's forehead. Xiao Ye was unaware of the nature or origin of this white mist. Clearly, the magical avatar still held mysteries to uncover. Wentina smiled. However, the water supply issue in our territory can now be resolved. Xiao Ye suddenly realized, elated, indeed, we can address the water supply for the territory. Initially, he had deemed his talent somewhat trivial, but now he felt thoroughly satisfied. While his strength was bolstered by the witch's aid, the arid land's water scarcity presented no solution. Until now. Sometimes, power is not about sheer magnitude, but rather about appropriateness. Let us go outside. I intend to increase the number of wells for the village. Xiao Ye was utterly exhilarated. He had yet to formally meet his subjects. Wentina nodded in acknowledgement. Frina drove the carriage while Abbot led 3 knights as escorts, departing from the stone fortress, under Abbot's notification. The villagers gradually gathered in the clearing at the center of the village. To the heart of this clearing stood the only well in the village, the most valuable asset they possessed. Xiao Ye stood atop the carriage, surveying the multitude of villagers before him. They all appeared malnourished, their garments tattered and worn. People of Wuzhai City, I am your new lord, Duke Fisher, Xiao Ye announced, clearing his throat and speaking in a deep voice. Despite Wuzhai City being merely a village, he attempted to inject a note of humor into his proclamation. However, no one laughed, leaving Xiao Ye feeling somewhat awkward. Rest assured, my dear subjects, I shall lead you towards prosperity. He continued, raising his voice, in the days to come, you will feast upon white bread, fine rice, and succulent meats every day. The villagers were in an uproar, scarcely able to fathom the delight of having white bread daily. At present, they subsisted solely on black bread and often went hungry to they ask for meat. It was an indulgence they dared not even dream of. Given the prior incident concerning the relief funds, they held a modicum of belief in their Lord's words. And now, in the name of Fisher, I shall resolve your water crisis. Xiao Ye dropped a bombshell. What? The villagers could hardly believe their ears. My lord, please forgive my impertinence, stammered the village chief. Sure so, the water from Yuxing River is undrinkable. It will turn one into a monster. Is it not due to the presence of magical beasts in Yuxing River? Xiao Ye realized his understanding of the territory was insufficient, and it seemed prudent to have a thorough discussion with Shurso. This living fossil, Shurso, I know of you. Your esteemed reputation is lauded by all in Wuzhai City. That I forgive your offense. Xiao Ye smiled gently. I shall also prove to you that my promises are not made lightly. I will provide several wells. Wells? The villagers struggled to comprehend their lord's words. If Wuzhai City could still excavate wells, they would not have been left with only a single well until now. They had attempted this many times, each effort ending in disappointment. The villagers' faith in their lord waned significantly. While their lord was indeed generous, he was also prone to flights of fancy. Shursua sighed inwardly, having hoped that the Duke might possess some effective solution. Yet he realized that the Duke at least meant well for the villagers. He chose not to elaborate, unwilling to disclose the harsh truth to the Duke. Xiao Ye discerned the expressions of the villagers and could roughly guess their thoughts. Hey, you'll soon see my methods. He anticipated their reactions with excitement. Step back a little and clear the area around the well. He called out. The villagers, puzzled yet obedient, moved away from the important asset. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips as he suddenly felt a twinge of mischief. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, in the name of the Divine Lord, grant Wuzhai City a sacred spring, he proclaimed loudly. The villagers looked at the Duke, puzzled. What was this Divine Lord? They had never heard of such a deity. Just as the villagers were engulfed in confusion, Xiao Ye summoned the white mist from the Golem to construct the sacred spring around the stone well. This time, he expended all the white mist he had. Look over there, Long Chong exclaimed, pointing at the stone well. The villagers turned their gazes and were taken aback, murmuring in astonishment. Surrounding the stone well, 3 circular ripples began to form, gradually manifesting into 3 wells before their incredulous eyes. Unlike the gray stone enclosure of the stone well, the sacred spring was surrounded by blue stones. Long Chong, go see what that is. Xiao Ye chuckled at the villagers' curious yet hesitant demeanor. Long Chong dashed to the sacred spring. As he gazed upon the water within reach, he was overwhelmed with excitement and could not resist dipping his hand into the cool water. The refreshing sensation brought him to tears. Well water. It's well water, he exclaimed, scooping a handful of water. Praise the Duke, praise the Divine Lord. Overcome with emotion, Long Chong knelt before Xiao Ye, who stood upon the carriage. The villagers, witnessing Long Chong's fervent praise and the water he had gathered, could scarcely believe their eyes. Only when they saw Long Chong kneeling did they come to their senses. It is the Duke, is the blessing of the Divine Lord, they cried, falling to their knees in unison. Praise the Duke, praise the Divine Lord. This is a miracle. Phryna, Abbot, and the other knights were equally astonished. This could not simply be an extraordinary technique. Abbot was certain that it was a well that had sprung forth from thin air. He felt a sense of vertigo. Could it be that the Duke truly had the ability to commune with the divine? Xiao Ye, observing the villagers kneeling in fervent devotion, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Ah, so this is the feeling of playing the divine role, he thought. Regrettably, the Golem had exhausted its power. Otherwise, 180 sacred springs would have left an even more stunning spectacle. He lamented as he examined the diamond crystal embedded in the Golem's forehead. What is this? A sense of foreboding crept over him. Xiao Ye noticed the mist within the diamond crystal was beginning to regenerate, and he felt a sense of unease. Would he have to perpetually play the role of a divine figure? He had merely indulged in a momentary whim and did not wish to be a charlatan for life. Gazing at the kneeling villagers, he perceived a fervor in their eyes that he could only describe as ardor. Xiao Ye suspected that the so-called mist was derived from the villagers' emotions. What emotions, you ask? Reflecting on his recent actions, he surmised they must be trust, admiration, or perhaps faith. He conjectured that the power within the diamond crystal of the Golem stemmed from the villagers' belief. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Villagers, I, Xiao Ye Fisher, am a man of my word." Seizing the opportunity to establish his reputation for keeping promises, he continued, "You will henceforth enjoy a life of prosperity and security. The water from this sacred spring is yours to use freely, without any cost." With a smile, he added, "This is the first change I bring to Wuzhai City." A.S.'s words echoed. The villagers erupted in cheers, extolling Xiao Ye's virtues. Observing the mist within the diamond crystal swell further, he felt increasingly convinced that it resembled a form of belief energy. Xiao Ye departed, leaving behind the jubilant villagers who sang praises for their duke and the divine lord, joyfully drinking the water from the sacred spring. He returned to the administrative hall of the stone fortress, entering the room where he had met Long Chong and the others the previous day. "Sir, please take a seat. We need to converse." Xiao Ye intended to leverage the wisdom of this elder to gain a deeper understanding of Wuzhai City. Suo trembled as he settled down. The girl Xiao Ye had taken the day before brought a cup of warm water to Suo. "I wish for you to clarify a few queries for me." Xiao Ye said, "It is my honor to serve you, my lord," Suo replied, straining to open his cloudy eyes, hoping to etch the image of this miraculous lord into his memory. "From what I have gathered, the disaster-stricken territory cannot cultivate crops. All your food is procured from Huangsha City." Xiao Ye reclined against the back of his chair. "Thus, my first question is, where do your coins come from?" "My lord, the income of Wuzhai village is derived from the sale of the white glow fish in Yuxing River. The nobility of Huangsha City has a particular fondness for this delicacy," Suo explained. Xiao Ye was taken aback. "Did you not say that the river water would turn one into a monster? How then can the fish be consumed?" he inquired, perplexed. "My lord, not all creatures are susceptible to the corrupting influence of the magical mist." Suo replied, "Though Yuxing River harbors many magical beasts, there are far more ordinary creatures, with the white glow fish being the most abundant among them." Xiao Ye cursed his own foolishness. Indeed, if the river were teeming with magical beasts, how was it that there were no traces of them within the borders of the Jinyi Empire? As for the existence of magical beasts within the nurturing river of the disaster realm, Xiao Ye finds it rather unsurprising. Firstly, the pervasive magical fog here easily fosters the growth of such creatures. Secondly, there are no formidable professionals to regularly cull the magical beasts in this area. "Is there a significant loss in catching the white light fish?" Xiao Ye inquired with concern, directing his question towards Suo, with a glimmer of admiration for the duke's wisdom and kindness. Suo's eyes sparkled as he replied, "There will be some damage upon encountering magical beasts, but it is bearable." Xiao Ye nodded, refraining from further inquiry, for the condition of Wuzhai village made it evident that their losses would be considerable. Yet their gains meager. On to the second question. "From where did the materials for constructing this stone fortress originate?" Xiao Ye questioned, perplexed. "I did not see a single stone mountain along the way." A wave of anxiety washed over Suo as he feared the duke's inquiry might lead to extensive construction. "That my lord, there are indeed many stones buried underground near Wuzhai village," Suo tactfully reminded. "The elders have said that during the Holy War, the peaks were shattered, which is why they are buried deep, making collection exceedingly difficult." Xiao Ye was astonished. Was the power in this world truly so formidable that it could shatter mountains? Reflecting on his earlier fabrication of a spiritual spring well, he found his thoughts calming. "The difficulty in collection is inconsequential. What worries me is the absence of resources." Xiao Ye chuckled. "Gather all the village's able-bodied individuals today to commence the collection of stones," he instructed. Xiao Ye had begun to refer to it as a village. There was no other choice, as reality dictated that calling it Wuzhai City felt utterly out of place. Suo's expression changed dramatically. "My lord, that would leave the villagers without income. In a bid to persuade the duke further," Suo added, "without income for the villagers, you would have no tax revenue either, my lord." I do not collect taxes." Xiao Ye laughed heartily. What revenue could there possibly be from such a dilapidated village? Suo questioned his own ears, wondering if age was affecting his hearing. "You heard correctly. For now, I will not impose any taxes," Xiao Ye stated calmly. Old John and Fiolina exchanged surprised glances, Unable to comprehend why the Duke would make such an absurd decision, it was only natural for a lord to collect taxes. Wendina furrowed her brow, her wisdom not freeing her from the constraints of her noble upbringing on the origin continent. Furthermore, for the villagers collecting stones and constructing the walls, I will provide remuneration. Xiao Ye continued, resting his chin on his crossed hands. What? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Does the Duke intend to construct walls rather than expand the stone fortress? Are you saying you will pay us to build the walls of Wuzhai village? He could not suppress his desire to confirm he had not misheard. Xiao Ye nodded. Each able-bodied worker will be provided with 4 pounds of black bread, plus 10 copper coins. Xiao could hardly believe his ears. A pound of black bread costs 2 copper coins, so 4 pounds would amount to 8 copper coins, plus 10 coins in wages, resulting in a monthly income of 540 copper coins. The subjects of Huangsha City hardly enjoyed such benefits. I commend your generosity, my lord. Xiao stood in excitement. The stone walls of Wuzhai village will be erected swiftly. I assure you. Xiao Ye gestured for Xiao to take a seat. In addition to those gathering stones to construct the walls, I also require 50 brewers, he added. Elders and young children are acceptable too. The remuneration will be 4 pounds of black bread and 5 copper coins. Xiao felt as if he were dreaming. Your Grace, you are truly the kindest person on the origin continent. I am not a kind person, Xiao Ye replied with a smile, that I am merely conducting business. You work for me, and I pay you for your labor. That is all that it was evident that the others present did not share his sentiment. Xiao, I have one final question. Please go ahead, my lord. Xiao, now completely captivated by Xiao Ye's noble charisma, urged him to continue. Why did the spear tell me that the water of the nurturing river is undrinkable due to the rampant magical beasts? While you claim it could lead to demonic transformation, Xiao Ye posed his final conundrum. My lord, in Wuzhai village, the magical beasts are indeed terrifying, Xiao replied with a sly smile. The village children, fearing the beasts, dare not approach the nurturing river. Xiao Ye suddenly understood. Informing the children that the river's water is undrinkable would inevitably spark curiosity, compelling them to taste it. However, if they were told it was due to magical beasts, the children would primarily be gripped by fear. One cannot deny that the villagers possess their own brand of cleverness. I have no further questions, Xiao Ye declared. You may now announce my orders to gather the stone miners and brewers to commence work tomorrow. I will see to it, my lord, Xiao replied and took his leave. Ebert, my lord, select 10 young individuals and have Fulina teach them literacy. Xiao Ye instructed that Wuzhai village needs a security team, which can later serve as a reserve for your nightly order. After bowing, Ebert prepared to depart. One more thing. Xiao Ye beckoned Ebert closer. You. Xiao Ye whispered to Ebert, who wore a look of surprise and confusion. I will manage it well, my lord, Ebert assured, leaving with a smile on Xiao Ye's face. Haha, I surely will not be lacking in the power of faith from now on, Xiao Ye mused internally. The power of faith was the white mist within the diamond-shaped crystal, a term he had just coined. For convenience, Xiao Ye referred to the diamond-shaped crystal as the faith crystal, with the mist inside being the power of faith. My lord, our food supply will not last for many days. Old John expressed his concern if we were to pay the villagers as promised. You're compensating the villagers too generously. Wendina interjected, we could easily provide food without needing to pay in gold or silver. Xiao Ye chuckled. Wendina, you are quite clever, yet your thinking remains antiquated. Wendina and Old John looked puzzled. Now, let me impart a principle to you, Xiao Ye said with a smile. Only money that circulates can truly be called money. Otherwise, it is merely a collection of precious metals. Wendina and Old John remained perplexed. You may consider the wages I pay as an alternative investment, Xiao Ye elaborated. However, my investment is in people. Observing that Wendina and Old John still appeared bewildered, Xiao Ye felt somewhat helpless. Despite Wendina's intelligence, she would need time to cultivate an understanding that aligned with his vision that it does not matter if you do not understand. You simply need to execute. Xiao Ye decided to adopt a more authoritative approach. Through the process of execution, you will gradually comprehend my intentions. Wendina and Old John did not voice any further objections. Following the incident with the distilled liquor, They had grown more accepting of Xiao Ye's unconventional actions. Nevertheless, my lord, how do we resolve the issue of food? And what about the villagers' wages? Xiao Ye was well aware of the current predicament. Within the stone fortress, there were approximately 3,000 pounds of black bread and about 2,000 pounds of coarse wheat, as well as 7 gold coins. The combined number of brewers and stone miners was roughly 400, requiring 4 pounds of black bread daily for each, resulting in a daily consumption of 1,600 pounds. This meant that the black bread would only sustain them for 2 days. The coin situation was somewhat better. 1 gold coin equaled 10,000 copper coins, leaving him with 70,000 copper coins. Fortunately, the night order's wages had already been disbursed this month. Otherwise, he would have had to deduct 5 gold coins. Among the workers, there were approximately 350 stone miners, with daily wages of 3,500 copper coins, and around 50 brewers, whose wages totaled 250 copper coins. The total amounted to 3,750 copper coins. The gold coins could barely sustain them for about 20 days. Very well. It is indeed quite difficult, Xiao Ye acknowledged. Wendina, do you have a solution to our current dilemma? Xiao Ye cast a glance at Wendina, who pondered for a moment. The crux of the matter lies in our need for funding that can sustain uninterrupted operations. Wendina spoke. Our new source of funds can currently only rely on distilled spirits. However, the sale of distilled spirits necessitates a journey to Huangsha City, which requires at least 15 days for a round trip. Wendina looked at Xiao Ye. Within these 15 days, the workers' wages must not be delayed. Otherwise, your grace, the reputation you have established will suffer. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. In addition, we require some extra funds to purchase the raw materials for the distilled spirits. Wendina added. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened with appreciation. Please continue. Based on the price of grain, 1 pound of coarse wheat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of black bread. Thus, we essentially possess 7,000 pounds of black bread, valued at 14,000 copper coins, in addition to 7 gold coins. Our total funds amount to 74,000 copper coins, that we can reserve 3 gold coins, along with a barrel of distilled spirits for the procurement of raw materials. Wendina elaborated. Consequently, we are left with 44,000 copper coins. This amount must sustain us for 15 days, allowing for daily expenditures of 2,900 copper coins. Wendina hesitantly glanced at Xiao Ye. We can recruit workers based on this. A pound of black bread costs 2 copper coins. The daily wage for quarry workers is 18 copper coins, and for brewers, it is 13 copper coins that we can temporarily recruit 120 quarry workers and 50 brewers. Of course, the brewers will need to be recruited after the raw material for the distilled spirits are returned. Xiao Ye nodded. Indeed, this plan is quite sound. That I have a question. Wendina. Xiao Ye gazed at Wendina. The funds we have reserved can purchase at most 40 barrels of fine wine. Far from sufficient for 50 brewers. Why not recruit more quarry workers? Wendina understood this was Xiao Ye's way of assessing her and voiced her thoughts. Quarry workers are easy to recruit. Any able-bodied youth can quickly adapt to the work, whereas brewing requires a certain level of training. Distilled spirits will eventually become an industry in the domain of disasters, and we need to cultivate some brewers in advance. A smile appeared on Wendina's lips. Recruiting more brewers will enhance your popularity among the people of Wuzhai village. Your grace. Ha. Xiao Ye burst into hearty laughter. You have considered this thoroughly. Let us proceed as you suggest. Xiao Ye was exceedingly pleased with Wendina's performance. However, one issue still lingered. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious. The unselected subjects may harbor grievances. Your grace, with your generosity, how could they dare to complain? Old John gritted his teeth and said, Should anyone voice grievances, let me teach them how to show respect to a duke. Wendina calmly interjected. During recruitment, we should aim to enlist 1 individual from each household. Xiao Ye was thoroughly satisfied. Wuzhai village comprises only 112 households, ensuring every family has a share. Xiao Ye turned to Wendina. Lady Wendina, I hereby appoint you as the administrative officer of Wuzhai village, responsible for its daily affairs. Wendina was taken aback, realizing Xiao Ye was not jesting. She suppressed the joy bubbling within her and performed a noble bow to Xiao Ye, solemnly stating, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Your grace. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction. You will oversee the workers. Let us commence tomorrow. As you command. Your grace, to alleviate the financial strain. Xiao Ye arranged for a butt to accompany 3 knights to Huangsha City that very day. Naturally, he also took 3 gold coins, a barrel of distilled spirits, and 3 corpses of magical beasts. The magical beasts could not be utilized, so they would have to be sold instead. He asked for the security team. It would have to be entrusted to another apprentice knight, Kane. The next day, under Wendina's leadership, Wuzhai village finally sprang to life, with the villagers embarking on the village's first project, following Xiao Ye's instructions. Wendina ordered all the quarry workers to gather stones, postponing the construction of the stone wall until there was a sufficient supply to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Xiao Ye commanded another apprentice knight to lead part of the knight brigade to ensure the safety of the quarry workers. Xiao Ye, accompanied by Shirsao and guarded by the final apprentice knight along with 5 knights, ventured toward the Yuxing River. He aimed to observe the conditions of both the river and its opposite bank. The Yuxing River flows from west to east, originating from the Golden Leaf Empire, traversing the Magu Mountains and the Wraith Desert, before turning north within the domain of disasters. Wuzhai village is situated precisely at the bend of the Yuxing River. Accompanied by Shirsao, Xiao Ye arrived at the riverbank of the Yuxing River. The river flowed sluggishly, its widest points spanning several kilometers, while the narrowest sections were nearly 100 meters. Coincidentally, the location where Wuzhai village was established was a narrow stretch of the river, approximately 70 to 80 meters from the opposite bank. Gazing across the Yuxing River, he saw it shrouded in a purple magical mist, with even the southern and eastern banks of the river exhibiting a faint haze. Observing the swirling mist on the opposite bank, Xiao Ye could not help but feel a sense of regret. A significant portion of the territory in the domain of disasters lies across the Yuxing River, now rendered completely worthless. After all, the magical mist still poses a challenge to the tribes of the origin continent, which have yet to find an effective means to eradicate it. Otherwise, the core region of the origin continent, once the most prosperous, would not have become known as the land of divine punishment. Xiao Ye withdrew his gaze and looked toward the western bank of the Yuxing River, yet saw no vessels. Only some wooden forks and spears lay on the western riverbank. How do you catch fish? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Your Grace, we use wooden forks or spears, Shirsao replied matter-of-factly. Sometimes, the catch can be quite substantial. Xiao Ye gazed at the nearly 80-meter-wide river, astonished. How can you fish with wooden forks? With such a wide river, standing on the bank, can you even spear a white-light fish? Xiao Ye found it hard to envision the villagers of Wuzhai village capturing white-light fish with wooden forks. Shirsao chuckled. Your Grace, you may not know this, but from March to July, the river level decreases, and at that time, the water is only about 2 meters deep. If we throw in some stones, we can enter the Yuxing River to catch white-light fish. Look, Your Grace, to gain the Duke's trust. Shirsao pointed to both sides of the Yuxing River, where clear signs of the receding water levels were visible. It is now the end of February, and the water in the Yuxing River has already begun to drop. Following Shirsao's direction, Xiao Ye indeed observed some exposed soil, indicative of the river's recent decline. Xiao Ye nodded, self-deprecatingly remarking, I have been rather ignorant. Shirsao had grown accustomed to the unusual demeanor of this new duke. Despite having lived for so long, he had never encountered a noble so devoid of aristocratic airs. Upon meeting Duke Fisher, Shirsao even privately mused that he is still too young. Your Grace, this is work undertaken by us lowly commoners. Your lack of knowledge is not ignorance, Shirsao replied earnestly. Your responsibilities lie in managing Wuzhai village and the domain of disasters, which are far more arduous than our tasks, so you need not concern yourself with such trivialities. Xiao Ye felt somewhat taken aback by Shirsao's calm sincerity. He realized that the elder's longevity and role as village chief were not without merit. No matter how minor, the matters concerning the villagers are of utmost importance. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly. Only when the lives of the villagers improve can I, as their lord, feel at ease to collect taxes. Shirsao was taken aback. Your Grace, with your presence, Wuzhai village will know peace, and with your arrival, the villagers will lead prosperous lives. Shirsao sincerely praised. Your kindness and compassion will spread far and wide across the origin continent. Xiao Ye waved his hand, realizing that Shirsao was rather adept at flattery. While it was somewhat pleasant to hear, he still found it a bit disconcerting. Let us cease the fishing for white-light fish for now, Xiao Ye declared. It is ultimately a bit perilous. The immediate priority must be to construct the stone walls of Wuzhai village. Suo's expression faltered. My lord, there are still many young and able-bodied individuals in Wuzhai village without work. They may not be inclined to remain idle. Indeed, this presents a significant issue. The inhabitants of Wuzhai village have long endured precarious circumstances. Following the decline of the Yuxing River's waters, they will undoubtedly be reluctant to remain idle while allowing the opportunity to catch the Baiguang fish to slip away. You may inform the villagers that if they place their trust in me, they should consider joining the quarrying workforce, albeit without any remuneration at present, Xiao Ye remarked. However, I assure you that I shall compensate them in due time. Xiao Ye could only strive to minimize the number of individuals venturing out to fish, thus averting potential casualties. Of course, should they insist on fishing, he would not impede their efforts, he conveyed to Suo. Your Grace, I commend your compassion. Let us return, Suo replied. Casting a glance at the swirling magical mist across the river, Xiao Ye shook his head in resignation as he and Suo made their way back to Wuzhai village. Upon their arrival, Xiao Ye instructed Suo, you should tally the villagers. If anyone wishes to fish, direct them to the stone fortress to seek my assistance in capturing more Baiguang fish. Suo was taken aback by the Duke's proposal, as nobles were typically oblivious to the humble nature of fishing. However, given the rumors surrounding this Duke, said to be a divine emissary, Suo dared not question his intentions. Moreover, the Duke had indeed brought the spring well to Wuzhai village, and after tasting its sweet waters, Suo felt a notable improvement in his health. Regrettably, the well, which had rendered tremendous service to Wuzhai village, was now deemed unworthy by the villagers, relegated solely to the task of washing clothes. I shall relay your message. Your Grace, Suo said as he took his leave, suddenly feeling parched. Noting Suo's hurried departure, Xiao Ye pondered the reason behind his urgency. Was there something pressing at hand? He shook his head in confusion. With Wendina overseeing the construction of the stone walls, Xiao Ye set his mind to experimenting with the creation of charcoal pencils. As he found the quills of the origin continent rather cumbersome. Old John, please gather some charcoal, clay, and wood for me, he instructed. You may attend to your other matters, but leave your son behind to assist me. After old John departed, Xiao Ye directed the boy to crush the charcoal while he carved a mold from the wood to shape the charcoal course. How old are you, and what is your name? Xiao Ye inquired, seeking to engage the boy in conversation during the lull in their work. Your Grace, my name is Mu Quiet. I am 14 years old, the boy replied. Although he appeared frail and did not seem to embody the age he claimed. Mu Kuai's maturity at times suggested a wisdom beyond his years that I shall bestow upon you a name, Yi Bai. What do you think? Xiao Ye announced suddenly. Mu Kuai paused, kneeling on the ground in gratitude. Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you. Alarmed, Xiao Ye replied, there is no need for such formality. Rise, it is merely a name, he continued, and do inform Tu's daughter that her name shall henceforth be Yi Qi. Mu Kuai beamed with joy, eager to share this delightful news with Tu's daughter. Xiao Ye mixed the crushed charcoal with the clay, adjusting proportions to create superior charcoal pencils. He then pressed the mixture into the molds he had crafted, drying the resulting charcoal sticks before soaking them briefly in hot oil to enhance their properties, including water resistance. Additionally, he fashioned several small wooden sticks to create suitable holes for the charcoal course. After several failed attempts, Xiao Ye finally succeeded in producing a charcoal pencil that could leave marks on parchment. He inscribed the characters Yi Bai upon the parchment, longing for the clarity of written words. In truth, paper did exist in the origin continent, albeit in a coarse, brittle form that was unsuitable for writing. I must endeavor to create proper paper, he resolved. Here, this shall be your name, he said, gesturing for Mu Kuai to examine the parchment. The boy's eyes widened in awe as he fixated on the characters. This is my name, Yi Bai silently rejoiced, wishing to engrave these beautiful characters in his memory. Xiao Ye shook the charcoal pencil in his hand, explaining, this is a pen capable of writing, and it represents your name. Yi Bai felt a thrill of wonder. He had a part in creating this remarkable writing instrument. Xiao Ye inscribed Yi Qi on the parchment, declaring, this is the name of Tu's daughter. Yi Bai found himself struggling to remember these three names. Sensing the boy's confusion, Xiao Ye swiftly cut several thin wooden boards, a task easily accomplished given his bronze-level strength. You may practice your name on these boards, he offered, demonstrating the strokes for the characters Yi Bai, and she won by 1. Here, you can practice on these boards. Once you have mastered these 3 characters, come find me, and I shall teach you new ones, Xiao Ye instructed, handing Yi Bai 2 charcoal pencils. Thank you, your grace. Thank you, Yi Bai exclaimed, kneeling once more in gratitude, and no need for such gestures. Instead, focus on creating more charcoal pencils for me, Xiao Ye urged, halting the boy's excessive bowing. With renewed vigor, Yi Bai set to work, his heart swelling with pride at his name. Observing Yi Bai's joy, Xiao Ye felt a sense of satisfaction. Teaching others was indeed a rewarding experience. He mused, I shall cultivate Yi Bai, for a duke's subordinate cannot remain illiterate. Gazing at the characters on the parchment, he marveled at their beauty. How did I not recognize their elegance before? Suddenly, he recalled that the origin continent did not utilize square characters. Well, it matters not. Yi Bai is but a novice. Teaching him the writing of the origin continent in square characters is essentially the same, he decided, though a twinge of embarrassment lingered regarding this oversight. He resolved to designate this as a unique script for the territory of disaster, intending to assign Wendina the task of educating the villagers in literacy, while Yi Bai busied himself with the charcoal pencils. Xiao Ye began documenting the techniques he recalled, planning to impart knowledge about fishing tools such as baskets and nets, as well as papermaking and gunpowder. However, he believed many techniques might prove irrelevant. Given the differences in materials between the origin continent and his previous world, as he oscillated between writing and reminiscing about the technical details, Xiao Ye found himself frustrated by the gaps in his memory. Many of the concepts he had only explored out of curiosity and had never practically applied. How could I have forgotten about Wendina? He suddenly realized, doesn't she possess the ability of Huiguang? Recalling her enlightening skill, he felt a surge of hope, but he inscribed the characters for Zhuge crossbow on the parchment, but found himself stumped, having only viewed a video on the subject a handful of times, leaving him with a foggy understanding of its construction. This won't do. I must consult Wendina, Xiao Ye concluded, recognizing the significance of the Zhuge crossbow for enhancing Wuzhai village's defense capabilities in the continent of origin. The presence of professionals has resulted in a rather superficial understanding of machinery, particularly devices capable of enhancing the abilities of ordinary individuals, which are virtually non-existent. Not to mention the Zhuge crossbow. Even the common bow and crossbow are limited to the magical crystal crossbow. The magical crystal crossbow requires the energy provided by the cores of third-tier magical beasts to operate, despite its formidable power. The costs and consumption associated with it are beyond the means of the average person. Even some nobles find themselves unable to afford the magical crystal crossbow. However, the Zhuge crossbow stands apart, as it can be wielded by ordinary individuals with ease, that, if the bolts are sufficiently powerful, they could even contend with second-tier magical beasts. Most importantly, as long as the raw materials are available. The Zhuge crossbow can be produced in large quantities and is remarkably simple to use, allowing the villagers of Wuzhai to employ it with only a modicum of training. The more Xiao Ye contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. With the sturdy walls of Wuzhai village and a guard force equipped with Zhuge crossbows, the threat posed by first and second-tier magical beasts will be significantly mitigated. Furthermore, with the presence of the knightly order, Wuzhai village would at the very least ensure a degree of safety. Once a stable and secure environment is established, Wuzhai village could gradually evolve into Wuzhai city. Yi Bai, please proceed to craft charcoal pencils here as you did earlier. Xiao Ye instructed Yi Bai. You may also summon Yi Qi to assist you, that I have other matters to attend to. With that, Xiao Ye departed, holding several charcoal pencils in hand. After Xiao Ye left, Yi Bai eagerly sought out Yi Qi, Yi Qi. Yi Qi, Yi Bai called out as he spotted the daughter of Stone on the second-floor corridor. Who are you calling, Woodblock? Stone's daughter inquired. Regarding Yi Bai, with a puzzled expression, that I'm calling you, Yi Bai replied with a cheerful smile, approaching Yi Qi. Calling me. Are you daft, Woodblock? I am called Stanisi. Stone's daughter shot Yi Bai an incredulous look, sensing he was jesting. Hey, from now on, call me Yi Bai declared proudly, hands on his hips. IT is the name bestowed upon me by the Duke. Is that true? Stone's daughter's eyes widened. And what about Yi Qi? Your name, it was granted to you by the Duke as well. Yi Qi squealed at is that really so? Yi Bai nodded affirmatively. The Duke even taught me how to write. My name, and yours too. Grasping Yi Qi's hand, Yi Bai exclaimed, "Come, I'll show you how to write it." The character is simply exquisite. Yi Bai and Yi Qi dashed down the stairs, skipping 2 steps at a time. He was eager to showcase his name to Yi Qi, to demonstrate what a Bai is, a wondrous tool for writing. Crafted by his own hands alongside the Duke, Xiao Ye arrived at the quarry located on the northern side of Wuzhai village. Over 100 laborers were fervently excavating the stone materials buried beneath the ground. Each stone unearthed was meticulously shaped into rectangular blocks. Some of these stones had already been stacked in the open space. Your Grace, Wendina, holding a quill and parchment, was busily recording some information. Upon noticing Xiao Ye's arrival, she handed her materials to her companion, Fu Lina, and greeted Xiao Ye with a BOW in the presence of the villagers. Wendina served as the administrative officer, a subordinate of the Duke, rather than as Lady Fisher. Xiao Ye nodded and got straight to the point. Wendina, I require your assistance that I need you to cast the enlightenment skill upon me. Although Wendina was unaware of Xiao Ye's intentions, she complied and performed the enlightenment skill. Xiao Ye felt a wave of clarity wash over him as Wendina waved her hand in his direction. His previously vague memories became strikingly vivid. Without regard for Wendina, he hastily retrieved the parchment and charcoal pencil, kneeling to sketch the structure of the Zhuge crossbow. After completing the drawing, he did not cease his work, but continued to document other details while the effects of the enlightenment skill were still active. Wendina lowered her gaze, observing the unfamiliar symbols on the parchment with curiosity. What is this? A mysterious incantation. Once the enlightenment skill wore off, Xiao Ye immediately sensed the difference. In that instant, he felt as though he had become dull. He quickly realized that the enlightenment skill could not be employed frequently, as it would greatly impact his mental and spiritual state. He tucked the parchment into his garment, refraining from mentioning the Zhuge crossbow to Wendina. While recording the structure of the Zhuge crossbow, Xiao Ye contemplated a significant issue. Wuzhai village currently lacked the necessary conditions to manufacture the Zhuge crossbow. At the very least, Wuzhai village did not have any craftsmen. Furthermore, the Zhuge crossbow required bowstrings, which in the continent of origin are typically made from beast tendons or hides, or at the very least, woven from plant fibers. Clearly, Wuzhai village lacked such resources. Xiao Ye could only regretfully suppress his thoughts of crafting the Zhuge crossbow for the time being. When the population of Wuzhai village was supplemented in the future, it would be essential to bring in some craftsmen. My lord, what is this? Wendina inquired, looking at Xiao Ye with confusion. Xiao Ye smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I merely had a sudden thought and wanted to jot it down. He did not linger on this topic, but began to inquire about the quarry status. Wendina, is the quarry work proceeding smoothly? Wendina shook her head. My lord, progress is exceedingly slow. She frowned slightly. Wuzhai village lacks tools. Our quarrying implements are far too rudimentary, and we are severely short of iron tools, my lord, if we are to expedite the construction of the stone walls. We must procure some essential iron tools. Wendina put forth her suggestion. Xiao Ye nodded in understanding. He recognized the truth in the saying, to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. Only with powerful production tools can formidable productivity be achieved. For now, they could only manage with what they had. Xiao Ye sighed. The beginning is always the hardest. We'll gradually improve our tools once Buddha returns. My lord, there's another issue that needs addressing. Wendina tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Speak. The quarry is not particularly close to the village, which poses a challenge for water supply. Wendina explained that, I hope my lord can establish a spring well here, so we need not transport water from the village. That is not a problem, Xiao Ye promptly agreed. Ever since he had discreetly spread the word that Buddha was the deity, Xiao Ye had experienced a rapid increase in the power of faith within the crystallized faith. The white mist was thick and dense. Gather the villagers and inform them that I wish to once again beseech the deity for a miracle. The reason Xiao Ye referred to it as beseeching the deity rather than acknowledging himself as the so-called deity was to avoid drawing undue attention. This way, there was at least a layer of plausible deniability. As for the rumors, they were mere gossip. It was of no concern to him who spread them. My lord, does that peculiar power have something to do with the villagers? Wendina inquired curiously. Xiao Ye nodded. I will explain more to you this evening. He then flashed a mischievous smile. However, To learn the answer, you will need to offer something in return. A flush of color appeared on Wendina's fair cheeks. Yet she summoned her courage and replied, "My lord, I will provide you with a reward that will satisfy you." Xiao Ye suddenly felt a rush of heat throughout his body. Quickly, he urged, fearing he might lose control and take Wendina back to the stone fortress for a private escapade. Under the guidance of Wendina and Fu Lina, the quarry workers gathered together. Xiao Ye began his ritual once again to convey professionalism. He even added several gestures, placing his hands together at his forehead. He then spread them wide. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, in the name of the deity, call forth a spring well to nourish the living and quench the parched earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ye channeled half of the faith power within the crystallized faith to construct the spring well. The white waves rippled as the well gradually emerged. This time, it manifested before the crowd as a well measuring 2 meters in diameter. Despite having witnessed it once before, the villagers of Wuzhai were still filled with excitement as the spring well reappeared before them. Mimicking the Duke's earlier gestures, they placed their hands together at their foreheads and then spread them wide, proclaiming loudly, "Praise the Duke, praise the deity." The villagers of Wuzhai couldn't help but recall the rumors from the previous day, and their conviction in those tales had only deepened. Perhaps the Duke was indeed a divine being, or at the very least, the earthly messenger of the deity. Xia, sensing the gradually increasing power of faith, felt immensely satisfied. He returned to Wuzhai with several quarry workers, needing their assistance to construct a few cooking stoves within the stone fortress in preparation for the distillation of liquor. The distillation process could only take place within the fortress to minimize the risk of the brewing techniques being disclosed. Xiao Ye also planned to sign a confidentiality agreement with the brewers. But that would come once the brewing officially commenced. The construction of the stoves consumed more than half of the day, and it was only by nightfall that it was completed. That evening, in the bedroom, Wendina once again sought Xiao Ye's counsel regarding the matter of faith. Under Wendina's devoted service, Xiao Ye naturally held nothing back, relishing once more in her tenderness and beauty. Age had its advantages. She truly knew how to care for others. On the following day, upon awakening, Xiao Ye discovered that Wendina had already departed. The prowess of her bronze-level strength was indeed formidable. Her recovery was remarkably swift. Xiao Ye couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Rising alone, he stepped out of the bedroom to find that the sky was already brightening. My lord, a knight called out as he approached Xiao Ye, gazing at him with a peculiar intensity. "Duke, you must hurry to the quarry." "What is it? Has there been an attack by magical beasts?" Xiao Ye's expression changed abruptly, his heart racing with alarm. Wendina was still at the quarry. He hoped nothing had gone awry. "Lead me to the quarry at once," he urged, disregarding further inquiries as he mounted a horse alongside the knight and set off. Upon arriving at the quarry, Xiao Ye found all the villagers gathered around the spirit spring well from the previous day, but Wendina was nowhere to be seen. Jumping off his mount, he waded into the crowd. "It is the Duke. The Duke is well." People greeted him incessantly, and Xiao Ye's heart settled. Had a bloody incident truly occurred, the villagers would not be so calm. Indeed, no such incident had transpired. Approaching the spirit spring well, Xiao Ye discovered Wendina squatting on the ground, disregarding her noble image. "What is it, Wendina?" he inquired, bending to pat her shoulder. "Why the urgency in calling for me?" "I feared the quarry had been attacked by magical beasts." Wendina shifted slightly, pointing to the ground. "My lord, do take a look at this." Xiao Ye leaned down and saw a small purple sprout peeking through the earth, almost imperceptible at first glance. "A sprout?" Xiao Ye exclaimed, puzzled. "Is this sprout of a particularly unique variety?" Realizing the Duke was unaware of the significance of her discovery, Wendina felt compelled to explain, "My lord, the land of the disastrous territory is nearly barren, with only a few plants thriving at the edges of the Soul Desert." Standing tall, her eyes gleaming with fervor, she continued, "The spirit spring well has altered this situation. Now, plants can indeed flourish in the disastrous territory." Xiao Ye's understanding dawned upon him. "You mean the land of the disastrous territory can support plant growth?" His heart soared with joy, and he immediately grasped the implications. Could it be that crops could be cultivated near Wuzhai? Wendina nodded, a smile illuminating her face. Yes, my lord, the food issue that has troubled you may very well find resolution. Xiao Ye was elated. Only by securing control over essential resources, such as food and water, could the territory establish a stable foundation. Thus, once the disastrous territory gained strength, he would have the means to exact revenge on the former imperial family of the Golden Leaf Empire. Not to mention the Duke Cadanon of the Ironstone territory, who had insulted him. Despite being a transmigrator, Xiao Ye felt an obligation to avenge the body he now inhabited and to uphold his noble dignity. Revenge was indeed paramount. Moreover, in Xiao Ye's view, vengeance was the noblest of sentiments, with water and food now potentially addressed, and a stable development environment anticipated following the establishment of the stone walls. How could Xiao Ye not be thrilled? Was this not a stroke of fortune? He forced himself to remain calm, that we must verify this. We cannot indulge in unwarranted joy. You understand, Wendina. His expression turned serious. The spirit spring well near Wuzhai has yet to yield any plant life. What could be the reason? Wendina nodded in agreement that a meticulous approach is essential. However, my lord, I believe the reason for the plant growth here is due to the size of this spirit spring well. You make a valid point, Xiao Ye conceded. We could construct another spirit spring well elsewhere and observe if the results are similar. Perhaps we could even sprinkle some of the well water onto the ground. Wendina suggested, You are truly brilliant, Wendina. Xiao Ye could not help but admire her quick thinking. You are akin to the goddess of wisdom from the Origin continent. Wendina's cheeks flushed slightly. Being praised by the Duke in front of so many villagers was overwhelming. She wished for such compliments to be shared in private, perhaps only between the two of them beneath the covers of their bed. The quarry workers, oblivious to the specifics of the Duke's conversation with the official, nevertheless caught wind of the proclamation. Crops can now be grown near Wuzhai. The workers could scarcely believe their ears. Yet this was the Duke speaking. Perhaps it was true. Hope began to blossom within them. Eagerly anticipating the day that the Duke's words would come to fruition, Xiao Ye departed, accompanied by 6 knights for protection and some excavation tools. He made his way to the southern side of Wuzhai. The distance from Wuzhai's southern edge to the Yuxing River was not particularly far, yet there was ample open space. Most importantly, Shursua had informed Xiao Ye that the southern and eastern sides of Wuzhai, near the Yuxing River, had a significantly lower probability of magical beast appearances, which primarily occurred in the northern and western regions, likely due to the Soul Desert to the west and the Devil's Mountain Range to the north. The eastern side of Wuzhai frequently saw villagers venturing out to catch the luminous white fish, while the southern side was seldom visited. Xiao Ye resolved to construct the spirit spring well here to test its capabilities. With only the knights present, Xiao Ye wasted no time and expended all the power of faith contained within the faith crystal to establish the spirit spring well. Waves rippled as a square well, 4 meters in diameter, emerged, much larger than that of the quarry. Senkades, you and the others dig a depression 2 meters deep and 8 meters in diameter around the spirit spring well, Xiao Ye instructed. Senkades promptly began excavating with his tools. Xiao Ye had his reasons for directing them to dig around the well. Having utilized the spirit spring well within the fortress, he had observed that the water level remained constant, always about half a meter from the well's opening and 20 centimeters from the surface. This characteristic could be leveraged to use the spirit spring well as a water supply. By digging a 2-meter deep pit around the well and subsequently breaking the well's opening, they could create a small lake filled with spirit spring water. They could then excavate channels to draw water from the lake, allowing the spirit spring water to nourish vast expanses of land. Seeing that the excavation process would take some time, Xiao Ye instructed Senkades to inform him once it was complete, and then summon a knight to escort him back to the fortress. Upon returning, Old John informed Xiao Ye that the village chief, Shursua, had arrived and was waiting in the administrative hall. Xiao Ye recalled that he had told Shursua the day prior that if any villagers insisted on fishing, they should first bring them to the fortress, as he wished to teach them methods to catch more luminous white fish. I will see them at once. Xiao Ye made his way to the administrative hall, where he found Yi Qi writing something on a wooden board with a charcoal pencil, while Shursua and others looked on with curiosity. Yi Qi, are you demonstrating your name to Shursua? Xiao Ye inquired with a smile. Why Yi Qi was taken aback, and Shursua and the others hurriedly greeted Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye waved his hand, and then picked up Yi Qi's wooden board. Yi Qi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the Duke would be displeased with her writing. Xiao Ye examined the board, noting that the characters were indeed written neatly, though the strokes lacked sufficient fluidity. He took out a charcoal pencil and wrote the characters male and female on the board, meticulously demonstrating the process from the initial stroke to the completed form. He explained the meanings of these characters to Yi Qi and then dismissed her. "Are you all going fishing?" Xiao Ye asked the others in the room, surprised by the small number present, but he surveyed the area, noting only a handful of subjects. Under Xiao Ye's gaze, the subjects, except for Shursa, lowered their heads in trepidation. They harbored a lingering distrust of the Duke, which was why they had not reported to the quarry today. Who could say when the promised wages would be dispensed? Although some of their households had sent members to the quarry, yielding a modest income, they preferred not to work without compensation. Fishing seemed a more viable option, as catching white glowfish would allow them to exchange it for food in Huangsha City. Had it not been for the village chief's assurance that the Duke intended to teach them how to catch more fish, they would have hesitated to come to Shurbao. They believed they were defying the Duke's orders by not laboring for him at the quarry. "Duke, it is only us few who will go fishing," Shur Suo explained to the Duke when the other subjects remained silent. Xiao Ye understood. This morning, when he visited the quarry, he had noticed a significant increase in the number of workers. It appeared that the compensation incident and the spiritual spring well incident had indeed established some credibility. "Do you think I would withhold your wages?" Xiao Ye regarded the other subjects with a cold expression. This group was practically questioning his character. The subjects knelt down in fear, trembling and unable to utter a word. Shursuo looked troubled. He had assured them that the Duke would not punish them, but would simply instruct them in fishing techniques. "Duke," Xiao Ye raised his hand to halt Shursuo's plead. "I will not hold this against you." Xiao Ye said softly, "I once told Shursuo that this is a job. You work for me, and I will pay you. If I cannot provide you with compensation, then you need not work for me. This is your right." Despite his displeasure, Xiao Ye would not violate such principles. They were the foundation for the future development of the territory. Without rules, there can be no order. Shur saw, in the land of disaster, even I, as Duke, cannot expect you to work for me without pay. Xiao Ye informed Shursa, "You are not slaves. You are subjects, free people. We admire your magnanimity." "Duke," Shur Suo expressed sincerely. Xiao Ye gestured for the other subjects to rise. Out of compassion as a noble, he continued, "And as a lord caring for his subjects, I will teach you new fishing methods, hoping you will achieve greater bounties than before. Follow me." Xiao Ye exited the administration hall and made his way to a corner of Shurbao, where some worn burlap was placed, materials he had instructed old John to prepare yesterday. Xiao Ye imparted the technique of weaving fishing nets and explained their usage in detail. The subjects were filled with joy. Observing the fishermen leave with cheerful steps, Xiao Ye felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, he was not satisfied with the fishing nets, considering them made of such coarse material as burlap. Moreover, lacking boats. The nets could only be used in a limited manner. If they had fishing vessels, the possibilities would be much broader. Nevertheless, he consoled himself that it was still superior to using wooden forks or spears. As for fishing boats, the territory was currently devoid of even grass, let alone trees for construction. Xiao Ye freed the horse from the cart and rode towards the southern side of Wuzhai village. He intended to check on the progress of Sankides' work. Dismounting, he observed the nascent depression, feeling quite pleased. After all, it was a robust knight who had excavated such a significant depression in just a morning's time. "Well done, Sankides," Xiao Ye expressed his verbal commendation. Sankides had already removed his armor, with only a knight's sword hanging at his waist, while his lance was secured to the horse. "Next, Sankides, you and your companions should dig several 1-meter wide, half-meter deep ditches alongside the depression," Xiao Ye instructed. "Make them as long as possible." Sankides nodded and promptly set to work. With 6 men digging 6 ditches, they completed the task after an hour. Looking at the 6 ditches extending from the depression in various directions, each over 10 meters deep, Xiao Ye declared, "All right, now go and destroy the spiritual spring well," allowing the water to flow into the depression. 3 knights proceeded to dismantle the well, and the water rapidly spread, gently filling the depression and subsequently flowing along the ditches. Eventually, the water levels in the ditches and the depression stabilized at a height of 20 centimeters from the ground, ceasing to rise. Xiao Ye gazed upon the 8-meter-wide small lake with immense satisfaction. Witnessing such a scene in an arid region was truly refreshing. The knights used the well water to wash themselves briefly before escorting Xiao Ye away from the site. There was nothing more to be done for now. They could only await the results of the next day. As night fell, Xiao Ye, preoccupied with thoughts of the spiritual spring well's effects, found it difficult to sleep. Xiao Ye, why don't you teach me the square characters now? When Tina, curious after learning yesterday that Xiao Ye had created a new written language, expressed her desire to learn. Fine, since I can't sleep anyway, Xiao Ye replied as he rose to teach when Tina the square characters. However, to conserve parchment, he wrote on some thin wooden boards. Xiao Ye, haven't you given these characters a name? When Tina asked while practicing, are they just called square characters? You may call them Huawen, Xiao Ye said casually. Huawen, when Tina beamed with a radiant smile. Such a beautiful name for a beautiful script. Xiao Ye noted that he had merely said it offhandedly, not intending for it to carry such depth, though he refrained from elaborating. Now, let me teach you a convenient way to recognize characters. Xiao Ye taught when Tina pinyin and wrote a passage annotated with pinyin on a full wooden board. All right, now you can study on your own. Xiao Ye concluded, I've memorized it, when Tina blinked, but my writing is still quite unsightly. I need more practice. Xiao Ye recalled when Tina's remarkable memory and glanced at the elegantly written characters on the board. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I asked this what you call unsightly. Practice on your own. I need to rest. Xiao Ye, feeling disinterested, returned to his bed. Why can I only possess 10 of a witch's power and not her abilities? Xiao Ye found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the system. Moreover, he had no idea when the system would upgrade to an intermediate level. He hoped there would be some surprises by then. Xiao Ye, hearing when Tina's call, he turned his head. Xiao Ye sat up, puzzled about where Tina had obtained the gauzy garment. What is this, Tina? Are you going to? Xiao Ye's mouth felt dry. Did you not say that to acquire knowledge? One must pay a price. Tina smiled. Having received your knowledge, I must, of course, offer my due recompense. Tina approached with measured steps. Oh, it seems that His Grace the Duke is once again burdened with toil this evening. The following day, Xiao Ye gently massaged his lower back, having gained a deeper understanding of the stark disparity in strength between the apprentice and bronze levels, possessing merely 10 of Tina's power. He was already on par with the typical apprentice. However, when faced with the bronze-level prowess of Tina, Xiao Ye found himself utterly outmatched, even if Tina was not a battle-hardened sorceress. After a brief cleansing, Xiao Ye, accompanied by Calamity and others, ventured to the southern edge of Wuzhai village. Dismounting, he gazed at the land bordering the depression, where a layer of purple shoots had already emerged. Excitement surged within him. It was truly possible. As he examined the irrigation ditches, he also discovered tender sprouts on both sides. Ha! Xiao Ye finally laughed aloud. It's useful. The disaster territory can indeed cultivate crops now. His exhilaration knew no bounds as he envisioned the impending revival of the disaster territory, aided by the spirit wells, transforming it into a land of abundance. Saying Kaidis, your task today is to expand the depression and extend the ditches. Xiao Ye instructed. Saying Kaidis and the others did not speak further and promptly set to work. Once Xiao Ye regained his composure, he realized that the matter was not as simple as he had imagined. To transform the disaster territory into a fertile land would undoubtedly require a considerable number of spirit wells. Constructing spirit wells necessitated the power of belief. However, as Xiao Ye surveyed the dwindling power of belief within the belief crystals, his heart sank. In recent days, the growth of belief power had been exceedingly slow, and he estimated that the remaining power could only construct a spirit well with a half-meter radius. He needed to devise a means to acquire more belief power. Contemplating how to garner additional belief power, the first idea that came to Xiao Ye's mind was to demonstrate miracles. Yet he thought, even now, the contributions of belief power from the denizens were meager, even for the construction of a spirit well. Over time, they will become desensitized. The miracles are too monotonous. Xiao Ye mused, should I distribute money? A whimsical thought crossed his mind. He recalled that following the welfare incident, the power of belief had indeed increased, indicating that as long as his actions garnered the acknowledgement or adoration of the denizens, he could acquire belief power. Yet he lamented he had no funds at present. Sighing, he resolved to wait for a while. Xiao Ye planned to postpone purchasing some slaves from certain slave merchants until the distillation industry was established and he had sufficient capital. He eagerly anticipated the return of a boat. In the days that followed, Xiao Ye occasionally taught Yi Bai and Yi Qi to write, while also inspecting the spiritual farmland base to the south of Wuzhai village. Most of his remaining time was spent patrolling Wuzhai village and beginning to draft construction plans for it. Of course, this was done on thin wooden boards, which Xiao Ye aptly named board paper. Drawing on these boards proved to be smoother than on parchment. By nightfall, Xiao Ye would begin composing books on subjects such as language learning, mathematics, and chemistry, aided by Wentina's illumination skill. However, he utilized the illumination skill only once every 2 or 3 days, fearing adverse effects. Whenever the power of belief accumulated, Xiao Ye would construct another spirit well in the southern part of Wuzhai village and assign Sang Kaidis to oversee the excavation of the depression and ditches. On the 9th day of March in the year 3218, Xiao Ye rode alone to the spiritual farmland base in the south of Wuzhai village. He could see this moment, for vast depressions had already formed within the base. Numerous ditches snaked through the area, allowing the spirit water to spread across a region of approximately 400 meters in length and 500 meters in width. The area was now verdant, with grass sprouting to a height of about 5 centimeters. Occasionally, purple plants could be seen, which Xiao Ye allowed to grow undisturbed, as the land was not yet suitable for conversion into farmland. Your Grace, Sang Kaidis approached upon seeing Xiao Ye, bowing in noble fashion. Xiao Ye assessed Sang Kaidis, once a refined knight, now resembling a farmer. Will you construct another spirit well? Sang Kaidis inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Previously, he had deemed it beneath his dignity as a knight to engage in labor akin to that of a farmer. Now, however, he found it quite gratifying, especially as he witnessed the barren land gradually sprout with vegetation through his efforts. The verdant spread transforming the desolate gravel into grassy terrain was indeed satisfying. In fact, Sang Kaidis had even entertained a bold idea to cover the entire disaster territory with greenery and restore its former prosperity. Xiao Ye remained oblivious to Sang Kaidis' mental transformation. Had he known, he would surely have exclaimed, "Congratulations, Sang Kaidis, your labor has been remarkably successful." Xiao Ye nodded. "Today, we shall construct another spirit well. Your Grace, I have a proposal regarding the construction of the spirit well." After nearly half a month of work, Sang Kaidis had developed his own ideas. "What is your proposal?" asked Sang Kaidis. "If we build another spirit well in the center of the 4 depressions and excavate a depression, we could create a massive basin," Sang Kaidis suggested, pointing to the central area among the 4 corner depressions. To that point, we could have a small lake. Sang Kaidis spoke with excitement. "We can expand this lake and then dig ditches to transform the barren land into farmland." Seeing Sang Kaidis so animated brought satisfaction to Xiao Ye. Only through a genuine love for their work could one devote oneself wholeheartedly. Xiao Ye agreed with Sang Kaidis' plan to place the spirit well in the middle of the 4 depressions. "Sang Kaidis, the next steps are up to you," Xiao Ye encouraged, patting Sang Kaidis on the shoulder. "Once the depressions connect and form a lake, I shall name it Lake Sang Kaidis." Sang Kaidis was taken aback, immediately kneeling on one knee and bowing his head in reverence. "Your Grace, your radiance illuminates my being." Sang Kaidis' reaction far surpassed Xiao Ye's expectations. He sensed that Sang Kaidis was now eager to immerse himself in the excavation work. To further inspire the other 5 knights, Xiao Ye promised, "The farmland you cultivate will be designated as a spiritual farmland base, and it will bear your names. Your Grace, your radiance illuminates my being." The other 5 knights flushed with excitement at the thought of their names being mentioned daily in the future. "I eagerly await the day of announcement," Xiao Ye declared. "Your achievements will be eternally celebrated by the people of the disaster territory." With that, Xiao Ye departed, leaving behind 6 noble knights laboring fervently under the sun. Upon returning to the stone fortress, Xiao Ye was informed by old John that Shi Suo had arrived. Puzzled, Xiao Ye wondered why Shi Suo had come, as he did not recall summoning him. Entering the administrative hall, Xiao Ye saw Shi Suo carrying 2 hefty fish, each half a meter long. "Shi Suo, it's been a while. You seem to be in much better spirits," Xiao Ye remarked. Genuinely noting the improvement in Sure Sua's demeanor compared to their first meeting, at the very least, Sure Sua was no longer constantly hunched over. Thanks to your grace, my lord, the ample spirit water and black bread have greatly improved my health. Sure Sua replied with a smile. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Adequate nutrition indeed could transform one's state of mind. However, Sure Sua and the other denizens were still merely well-fed. True nourishment was yet to be achieved. Are you here to present me with a gift? Xiao Ye inquired, glancing at the fish in Sure Sua's hands. That this the white light fish from the Yuxing River. It could come from nowhere else. Sure Sua nodded. My lord, your fishing nets have enabled the men to catch far more white light fish than ever before. They asked me to bring you two to my lord. This is their heartfelt gesture towards you. Please accept it. Xiao Ye accepted the two plump fish, advising them to exercise caution. The quarry workers will always have their place, he stated. The stone worker, Xiao Ye, was never one to complain about an abundance of resources. Rather, he feared scarcity. He harbored aspirations of transforming Wuzhai village into Wuzhai city. Shortly after Sure Sua's departure, Xiao Ye was greeted by a chorus of shouts. My Lord Duke, my Lord Duke. The voice was familiar. It belonged to Yi Bai. Observing Yi Bai's breathless demeanor, Xiao Ye set down his charcoal pencil and inquired with a smile, What is it, Yi Bai? Have you quarreled with Yi Qi again? At this point, Xiao Ye had become quite acquainted with both Yi Bai and Yi Qi. No, not at all, my Lord Duke. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. Lord Buddha has returned. Yi Bai gestured animatedly, and there's a long caravan accompanying him. Xiao Ye hurriedly ascended to the top of the stone fortress to survey the distance. That a caravan was entering Wuzhai village from the west, its vehicles adorned with triangular flags. The flags were blue, emblazoned with a depiction of a white-towered, Buddha, you have finally returned, exclaimed Xiao Ye as he returned to the administrative hall and asked Yi Bai, Have you notified Wentina? My Lord Duke, Butler John has already gone to inform the lady. Yi Bai replied. Xiao Ye nodded. Yi Bai, please fetch some charcoal pencils and prepare some refreshments and food. We must welcome our guests, he instructed. Yi Bai swiftly departed. When Tina had returned alongside Buddha, upon seeing Xiao Ye, Buddha immediately bowed in greeting. How was your journey? Was it smooth? Xiao Ye eagerly inquired. Buddha nodded. My Lord Duke, the distilled spirits are quite popular. Many caravans are willing to pay a gold coin. Buddha continued. I sold the distilled spirits to the White Tower caravan, as well as 3 beast corpses, also to the White Tower caravan. My Lord, this is the bounty of this trip. Buddha produced 5 gold coins. Did you not procure the necessary low-grade spirits for brewing? Xiao Ye did not display anger, for he understood that Buddha was not a careless individual. My Lord, the White Tower caravan wishes to negotiate the procurement of low-grade spirits with you personally. Buddha explained, that is precisely why I sold the distilled spirits to them. They are willing to come to Wuzhai village in person. Please forgive my unilateral decision. My Lord Duke, Buddha apologized. Buddha, you have done splendidly. Xiao Ye responded. The White Tower caravan, you say? Let their caravan leader come in. Buddha exited. When Tina, our funds are rather limited, Xiao Ye remarked. Moreover, with the new month upon us, the night salaries require an expenditure of 5 gold coins. When Tina was acutely aware of Wuzhai village's financial constraints, under Xiao Ye's promise, many subjects had become stone workers, and their wages were still outstanding. Over the course of 15 days, the owed salaries had accumulated to 5 or 6 gold coins. My lord, we need the White Tower caravan to stay in Wuzhai village for a night, departing tomorrow, when Tina suggested. Xiao Ye nodded as he shared the same thought. Buddha soon returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man had gray shoulder-length hair, gray eyes, and was dressed in black. Esteemed Duke Fisher, the president of the White Tower caravan, Inyuki, sends his regards, he announced. Xiao Ye nodded. President Ifu, please take a seat. Ifu sat down, and Yi Bai quickly poured him a cup of fragrant water infused with aromatic powder. The aromatic powder, akin to coffee from the continent of origin, was highly favored among the nobility. The realm of calamity is barren. I hope President Ifu does not mind, Xiao Ye said with an apologetic smile. Ifu took a sip of the fragrant water and remarked, My Lord Duke, under your governance, the realm of calamity shall experience a renaissance. Xiao Ye recognized this as mere flattery from Ifu, and he paid it no heed. Haha, that requires President Ifu's assistance. Xiao Ye chuckled, saying, I have mentioned that the realm of calamity is impoverished, and its reconstruction necessitates funding. Regrettably, the realm possesses no industries. I can only rely on a brewing secret passed down by my father to produce some beverages for sale. Xiao Ye sighed. Ifu felt a surge of joy. He had feared that Xiao Ye's low-grade spirits were limited to a single barrel, rendering his journey futile. Now he felt fortunate for having heeded Viscount's advice to visit Wuzhai City. The low-grade spirits Buddha had brought had proven quite potent, and such beverages were exceedingly popular among the orc tribes, alleviating any concerns about sales. Lord Madwa was once a hero of the continent. The actions of the Golden Leaf Empire's royalty are rather excessive. Ifu expressed indignantly, before adding, Fortunately, Lord Madwa has favored you. My Lord Duke, you can certainly enjoy a prosperous life thanks to your brewing secret, as you say. President Ifu, Xiao Ye nodded. However, I require some raw materials for brewing. Not a problem, my Lord Duke, Ifu inquired. What do you need? My caravan should be able to provide the items you seek. President Ifu, could you inform me of the varieties of low-grade spirits your caravan carries? Xiao Ye did not disclose the specific requirements. From the Wind Flame Empire, we have Wind Fruit Wine, Flame Vine Wine, and Fire Nectar Wine. From the Golden Leaf Empire, we have Green Pear Wine and White Sand Wine. Ifu enumerated. These are the beverages we have brought this time. If the Duke requires other types, we can arrange for future transactions. No, that will not be necessary. Xiao Ye feigned delight and said, among these beverages, there are exactly the raw materials I need for brewing. Ifu's eyes widened in surprise. It was his first time hearing that the raw materials for brewing were alcoholic beverages. Were they not supposed to be grains, fruits, or some special plants? My Lord Duke, your secret recipe is not mistaken, is it? Ifu regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. Such questioning was undoubtedly an affront to nobility. Rest assured, President Ifu, there will be no errors, Xiao Ye reassured with a smile. President Ifu, what are the prices for Wind Fruit Wine and White Sand Wine? Xiao Ye inquired. Naturally, he would not reveal to Ifu that the distilled spirits were merely a refined form of alcohol. He cast out two misleading pieces of information, the first being the so-called secret recipe of Lord Madwa, and the second being his specific interest in purchasing White Sand Wine and Wind Fruit Wine. Thus, even if Ifu sought to investigate the brewing method of the distilled spirits, he would only be misled. My Lord Duke, Wind Fruit Wine is 1 silver and 1 copper per barrel, and White Sand Wine is 1 silver and 50 copper. Ifu replied, how does 1 silver per barrel sound? Xiao Ye suggested, I can initially purchase 40 barrels, 30 barrels of Wind Fruit Wine, and 10 barrels of White Sand Wine. Without waiting for Ifu to respond, Xiao Ye continued, I need to verify the accuracy of the recipe. If it proves satisfactory, I can sell you the remaining Soulfire wine in the fortress, and you'll have the right of first refusal for any future Soulfire wine I brew. Soulfire wine was a name Xiao Ye had temporarily assigned to the distilled spirits. Ifu rose from his seat. My Lord Duke, 1 silver per barrel, I shall abide by your decision. Xiao Ye smiled. President Ifu, you may take some time to explore Wuzhai village or sell some items to the villagers. I will deliver the Soulfire wine to you tomorrow. Ifu likewise smiled. My Lord Duke, I will arrange for the Wind Fruit Wine and White Sand Wine to be delivered to you. However, I am uncertain where to place them. To set them in the open space of the fortress, Xiao Ye instructed, producing 4 gold coins. President Ifu, this is the payment for the beverages. Ifu did not accept the coins but said, My Lord Duke, I trust in your noble reputation. Tomorrow, you may settle the payment with the Soulfire wine. Xiao Ye gently shook his head. A deal is a deal. That is a separate transaction. Ifu had no choice but to accept the 4 gold coins. You are a noble with principles. Xiao Ye remained non-committal. After Ifu departed, Xiao Ye instructed Wentina to promptly summon the 50 selected brewers to begin the distillation of the spirits within the fortress. This was precisely why Xiao Ye and Wentina wished for the White Tower caravan to stay in Wuzhai village for a night. Wuzhai village urgently needed capital when the 40 barrels of clear sake were delivered to the stone fortress. Wentina commenced the distillation process with a pre-selected team of 50 skilled brewers. Thanks to Xiao Ye's prior construction of the distillation apparatus, The necessary facilities were well equipped. Under the guidance of Ye, a once experienced brewer, the diverse group of 50, young and old alike, began their labor. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye sat alone in the administrative hall, meticulously outlining the financial matters of Wuzai village on a wooden board. Expenditures included the wages for the 50 brewers, each earning 13 copper coins daily, totaling approximately 20,000 copper coins, equivalent to 2 gold coins per month. The quarry workers, numbering around 300, received 18 copper coins each per day, accumulating to about 160,000 copper coins, or 16 gold coins monthly. The night order required around 5 gold coins. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Ye adjusted the tally, amending the total from 20 to 25 gold coins. The additional 5 coins accounted for the expenses of the stone fortress, covering daily sustenance, as well as the salaries of Ye, Yi Chi, and the steward, Felina. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ye realized that the monthly expenses had unexpectedly escalated to 25 gold coins. He then turned his attention to potential income. Each barrel of soul-burning liquor was valued at 1 gold coin, and the 40 barrels of clear sake could yield approximately 20 barrels of soul-burning liquor, worth 20 gold coins. That the wave of despair washed over Xiao Ye. As this amount fell short of covering the upcoming month's expenses, he tapped his fingers lightly against his forehead, lost in contemplation. The following day, Ev arrived early at the stone fortress, seeking an audience with Xiao Ye. The Duke is unwell. Ev's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it not been for the gold coins the Duke had entrusted to him for the purchase of 40 barrels of clear sake the previous day, he might have doubted the Duke's intentions. Indeed, President Ev, old John replied with a worried expression. The Duke requires rest. Anxious, Ev wished to avoid lingering in Wuzai village for too long, as business was scant here, save for the soul-burning liquor. There is no need for concern, President Ev, old John reassured him. The Duke has promised to meet with you by this afternoon at the latest. Even if his condition does not improve, he will receive you in his chambers. The Duke insists that he should not delay your journey. Old John spoke softly, hoping Ev would allow the Duke a peaceful morning of rest. Moved, Ev replied, "Please convey my wishes to the Duke for a restful recovery. If he does not improve by this afternoon, I can depart tomorrow." He spoke earnestly, recognizing the Duke as a true nobleman. Ev turned to leave by noon. Once all the clear sake had been distilled into liquor, Xiao Ye instructed old John to summon Ev to the administrative hall. "Your Grace, how is her health?" Ev asked, observing Xiao Ye seated in a chair. Xiao Ye cleared his throat and responded, "I am feeling much better." "President Ev, I apologize for taking up your time. I hope you do not mind." Xiao Ye continued that, in comparison to your health, waiting a bit longer is trivial. Ev, aware of the appropriate remarks to make, acknowledge this. A smile graced Xiao Ye's face as he declared, "The formula has been validated." There are no issues. That Ev's delight was unrestrained, as this indicated that the White Tower Trading Company would soon possess a new product, an upper-grade sake. "Your Grace, what about the soul-burning liquor you promised yesterday?" Ev inquired, eager for details. 20 barrels. Xiao Ye replied slowly, "This is all the soul-burning liquor currently available in the disaster territory, entirely from my father's private collection." Ev felt a pang of disappointment. 20 barrels equated to merely 20 gold coins, offering a profit of only 40 coins, even if sold to the Orc tribe, the White Tower Trading Company. This profit was not substantial. However, Ev understood that this was merely the beginning. "Your Grace, when can we expect the next batch of soul-burning liquor to be ready?" Ev asked, hoping the Duke would sell it to the White Tower Trading Company. "In a month," Xiao Ye answered. "The White Tower Trading Company can return here for the newly brewed soul-burning liquor." Then Ev furrowed his brow, realizing that a month's time would not suffice for their return to Wuzai village. At least 40 days would be necessary. It seemed a modification of their trading route would be required. He mused, "Your Grace, the White Tower Trading Company may have to wait until 40 days from now for our next visit to Wuzai village." Ev expressed his concern that the soul-burning liquor might be sold to others. That he implored, "Could you possibly hold onto the soul-burning liquor until we arrive?" Xiao Ye's expression turned troubled. "As you know, President Ev, the disaster territory is quite impoverished and funds are scarce. Waiting an additional 10 days poses a significant challenge." He explained, "We can offer a higher price. Your Grace, 1 barrel could be sold for 1 gold and 1 silver coin." Yet, Xiao Ye remained unconvinced. Frustrated, Ev considered his options. Your Grace, I propose a solution to this dilemma, but I am unsure if you would accept it. Xiao Ye ventured, revealing his plan. Please, speak freely, Your Grace, Ev urged eagerly. You would need to pay for your order in advance, Xiao Ye suggested with a smile. Ev looked puzzled. If the White Tower Trading Company were to provide the gold for the next batch of soul-burning liquor up front, then Wuzai Village would not need to worry about funds, and you would not need to fear the liquor being sold to someone else. Ev's eyes brightened. Your Grace, this method is entirely feasible. He replied without hesitation, Oh, are you not concerned that I might renege on my word, taking your gold without providing the soul-burning liquor? Xiao Ye chuckled. Your Grace, I trust your integrity, Ev said earnestly. The Duke's actions the day before, paying for 40 barrels of Clear's sake, and his willingness to meet with Ev despite his illness, had convinced Ev that Duke Fisher was a nobleman of genuine character. Ha ha! Xiao Ye laughed heartily, asserting with confidence, President Ev, you're discerning I will not be clouded by this transaction. It shall remain clear. Ev nodded in agreement. Now, President Ev, how much soul-burning liquor do you wish to reserve? Xiao Ye inquired, eager to gauge Ev's appetite and assess the strength of the White Tower Trading Company. After a moment's contemplation, Ev refrained from immediate response, and instead posed a question to Xiao Ye. How much soul-burning liquor can you produce, Your Grace? How much will your territory have available by the time the White Tower Trading Company arrives next? Xiao Ye grasped the underlying implications of Ev's inquiry, his surprise at the strength of the White Tower Trading Company growing. After a brief moment of reflection, he ultimately provided a figure. 300 barrels, President Ev, despite the presence of 50 brewers yesterday. There were merely 10 distillation stations available. This implies that each station can distill 2 barrels of soul-burning wine in a single day. Furthermore, each station only requires 1 brewer to oversee the process. If there were 50 stations, one could obtain 100 barrels in a day. Over the course of 40 days, that would amount to an impressive 4,000 barrels. However, Xiao Ye would certainly refrain from revealing the true figures. Rarity enhances value. Should he disclose to Ifei that 4,000 barrels could be produced, Ifei would undoubtedly realize that acquiring soul-burning wine is not as daunting a task as it seems. Moreover, such a vast quantity of soul-burning wine would undeniably result in an immense fortune. Xiao Ye believed he currently lacked the capability to safeguard such wealth. 300 barrels seemed just right. This amount not only reflects the challenges of brewing, but also suffices to meet the current demands of the disaster territory. Noticing Ifei's expression of disappointment, Xiao Ye could not help but inquire. Ifei, does this 300 barrels of soul-burning wine not meet the needs of the caravan? Ifei nodded. Your Grace, the demand for high-quality liquor among the orc tribes is substantial, especially for potent spirits like soul-burning wine. To be frank, 300 barrels is merely a drop in the ocean. Ifei lamented, for the orc tribes, these gold coins are insignificant. Xiao Ye felt a surge of happiness, knowing that there would be no shortage of buyers for soul-burning wine in the future. Yet he feigned regret, sighing, Ifei, this is my first large-scale production of soul-burning wine, and I hope you can understand. However, I assure you in the name of nobility that I will swiftly increase the output of soul-burning wine. Xiao Ye stated solemnly that I look forward to that day, Your Grace. Ifei replied, before inquiring, Your Grace, would you prefer us to settle the order of 300 barrels with gold coins, or through the exchange of other goods? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ye responded, I require 700 barrels of wind fruit wine and 300 barrels of white sand wine. Shall the remainder be settled with 200 gold coins? 200 gold coins, Your Grace? Ifei asked, considering the rising temperatures and the fact that black bread would not keep for long if purchased in excess. Xiao Ye nodded and replied, let it be settled with gold coins. Very well, Your Grace, Ifei acknowledged. That totals 1,000 barrels of high-quality liquor and 200 gold coins. Do you require any additional items? Ifei inquired. Indeed, Xiao Ye recalled the shortage of tools for the quarrying operation. However, for the procurement of other items, you must consult my wife, Lady Wentina, the steward of our territory. And by the way, this transaction can also be conducted with Wentina, as she manages the territory's wealth. Xiao Ye reminded Ifei. Ifei nodded and took his leave from Xiao Ye. After Ifei departed, Xiao Ye let out a long sigh of relief, feeling entirely at ease. Engaging in business discussions can be quite exhausting. Xiao Ye contemplated delegating such matters to Wen Taina in the future. This would also aid Wen Taina, the sorceress, in rapidly developing into a capable steward of the territory. All of this was for Wen Taina's growth. 200 gold coins would suffice for the expenses of this month. After regaining his composure, Xiao Ye quickly became elated at the thought of acquiring a substantial amount of gold coins. He resolved that the stone walls of the disaster village must be constructed within this month. Only with a secure environment could he proceed with his subsequent plans that, how could I forget? Xiao Ye suddenly remembered something and called out, Yi Bai, Your Grace, do you have any commands? Yi Bai, who had been attentively awaiting Xiao Ye's call, promptly arrived at the administrative hall to go inform Wen Taina to purchase a few slaves from Ifei. We need craftsmen, blacksmiths, carpenters. Any skilled individuals will do. Xiao Ye instructed he was in urgent need of skilled subject to assist in the construction of various tools. Understood, Your Grace, Yi Bai replied. I shall inform Lady Wen Taina at once. As evening approached, Ifei bid farewell to Xiao Ye and departed from the disaster village. Under the protection of the guard regiment, the caravan wound its way onward. Ifei gazed back at the receding disaster village, eagerly anticipating his next return. He could already envision the wealth that Duke Facia would amass through the sale of soul-burning wine. This is high-quality liquor, and there are very few varieties across the entire origin continent. Alas, Ifei sighed internally, feeling a twinge of pity for Duke Facia. Hailing from the Empire of Wind and Flame, he had heard tales of the Kingdom of Goldleaf and the Silver Kingdom. The once prince Xiao Ye Fisher now found himself ensnared in the disaster territory. The inherent conditions of the disaster territory were dire. The harsh environment rendered even the wealthiest of individuals powerless to effect change. Fortunately, Duke Facia was set to construct stone walls, and with the protection of the knightly order, the Duke's safety should be assured. Ifei genuinely hoped that the Duke would enjoy a long and prosperous life. This was the golden goose of the White Tower caravan. In the realm of orcs, high-quality liquor knows no price limit. A barrel of soul-burning wine signifies at least 2 gold coins in profit. The next time 300 barrels are transported, that equates to a profit of 600 gold coins. With such thoughts, Ifei urged the caravan to hasten their pace on March 11th, the day following Ifei's departure. The construction of the stone walls in Disaster Village commenced promptly. Approximately 300 able-bodied individuals were divided into groups. 100 responsible for building the walls, another 100 for quarrying stone, and the remaining 100 for transporting the stone. Thanks to the tools purchased the previous day, the efficiency of stone extraction had dramatically improved. Wen Taina informed Xiao Ye that, with the help of the craftsmen, there were no issues with the construction of the stone walls. Among these craftsmen were stonemasons, carpenters, and builders. However, there was a notable absence of blacksmiths. Xiao Ye was not disheartened, as these were indeed Ifei's gifts. They were the remaining slaves from Ifei's caravan. Before departing, Ifei had also inquired if Xiao Ye required additional slaves, as they could procure some from the orc tribes. Xiao Ye, of course, did not refuse. The population of over 400 in Disaster Village was insufficient for his needs. Even for the acquisition of divine power, he needed to find ways to increase the population in fact, to facilitate future population settlement. Xiao Ye planned to construct a stone wall with a perimeter of 500 meters, covering an area of 0.25 square kilometers and standing 4 meters high. That a perimeter of 500 meters would represent a considerable undertaking for the current Disaster Village. Moreover, 0.25 square kilometers would be ample space to accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 individuals. For a village with only 400 residents, this would signify a tenfold expansion. Arriving at the construction site, Xiao Ye observed that the villagers were currently digging foundations under the guidance of the craftsmen, but he understood that this was to ensure the wall stability, necessitating an underground portion of the stone walls. Why is there no clay? Xiao Ye inquired as he surveyed the area, only to discover the absence of clay. Without clay, how will you bind and stack the stones? My lord, we are currently excavating the foundation, and clay is not yet required. The craftsman quickly explained. Clay will only be used once construction begins. Understanding this, Xiao Ye felt a bit embarrassed and quickly shifted the topic. How long will it take to complete the stone walls? Xiao Ye asked, eager to know the answer to his most pressing concern. My lord, at the current pace, it will take approximately 4 to 5 years, the craftsman replied. Xiao Ye's voice rose in pitch. This belief coursing through him 4 to 5 years. By then, I could have grown a whole forest of grass on my grave. This was far beyond his expectations. Xiao Ye glared at the craftsman. Why does it take so long? He could not comprehend. Seeing the grim expression on Xiao Ye's face, the craftsman felt a chill of fear, dreading the Duke's wrath. As a mere slave, his life hung by a thread, entirely at the mercy of the Duke's words. The craftsman's voice trembled as he explained, "My lord, for a 4-meter-high wall, the base needs to be 2 meters wide, and the top also requires a width of 1 meter. The stone required for all 4 walls amounts to approximately 13,000 cubic meters. Master, the quarrymen managed to extract only around 100 pounds of stone each day, and with 100 quarrymen, the total yield barely reaches 10,000 pounds in a bid to earn the Duke's trust." The craftsman's mind raced, providing detailed data to Xiao Ye. However, a single block of stone weighs 3,000 pounds, and the extraction alone necessitates nearly 5 years. The more Xiao Ye listened, the graver his expression became. He understood that the craftsman was not deceiving him. On the continent of origins, unless extraordinary professionals intervened, productivity remained woefully low. "You may proceed," Xiao Ye stated, "but do so as swiftly as possible," relieved that the Duke had not reprimanded him. The craftsman felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Xiao Ye returned to the stone fortress with a heavy heart. Initially, upon seeing the city walls of Huangsha City, which stood only 4 or 5 meters high, he regarded them as rather insignificant. But now he realized that constructing a wall of such height, entirely made of stone, was indeed a formidable challenge. How could this be feasible? 4 or 5 years was far too long for Xiao Ye to wait. He found even 4 or 5 months to be excessive. What could be done? He pondered strategies to shorten the construction time. The only option was to accelerate the stone extraction process. If one person could extract 100 pounds in a day, 100 people would yield 10,000 pounds. And with 1,000 people, the total would reach 100,000 pounds. If 5,000 men were employed, the stone collection could be completed in approximately 40 days. Yet, where could such 5,000 workers be found? The territory of Calamity possessed no allure to attract free citizens to increase the population. One could either purchase slaves or wage war to seize them. The notion of raiding was out of the question. It was a miracle that the territory of Calamity was not being pillaged. Thus, purchasing slaves was the only recourse. Xiao Ye summoned Old John. "Old John, do you have any idea of the price for a young male slave?" Old John was taken aback, fearing the Duke had reverted to his old ways and intended to buy female slaves. "Your Grace, although we have seen some harvest, the cost of female slaves is quite steep. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such purchases," Old John advised, his face betraying his unease. Moreover, considering the presence of the lady, she might not approve. Xiao Ye felt speechless. What had Old John take him for? He replied sternly, "I intend to purchase male slaves." Old John's face drained of color. "Your Grace, male slaves are even less acceptable. Perhaps you should consider female slaves instead." Xiao Ye's expression darkened. He felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Old John's head to see what nonsense lay within. However, he could not entirely blame Old John for his thoughts. After all, many nobles on the continent of origins kept male servants. "Old John, I am acquiring slaves to bolster the population of the territory," Xiao Ye explained, "as we lack sufficient workers for stone extraction." Seeing the Duke's seriousness, Old John finally relaxed. "Your Grace, for ordinary male slaves, the price typically ranges between 1 silver and 3 silver coins," he elaborated. "However, for skilled or literate slaves, the cost escalates to around 1 gold coin." Old John refrained from mentioning female slaves, fearing it might pique the Duke's interest. Hearing this, Xiao Ye's expression soured. With the expenses incurred from purchasing equipment and paying wages, he found his available gold coins dwindling to about 150. Even if a single slave cost merely 1 silver coin, he could afford only around 1,500 slaves, which was far from sufficient. Moreover, with an increase in slaves, even without salaries, the cost of food and drink would be a substantial burden. "You may return to your duties," Xiao Ye gestured dismissively. Old John withdrew. Xiao Ye felt a wave of frustration. Should he increase the production of soul-burning wine? Yet, the risks were too great, potentially attracting unwanted attention and calamity. He now sensed a dire deficiency in military strength within the territory of Calamity. The enhancement of the Knight Brigade's capabilities needed to be prioritized. Otherwise, they would remain hamstrung in their endeavors. Perhaps he should consult with Wendina. She might possess a solution. Reluctantly, Xiao Ye sought out his military advisor. He recounted his current predicament to Wendina. She shook her head. "My lord, there are no alternatives. We must first purchase some slaves." Wendina continued. "However, in the future, we can sell more soul-burning wine to acquire additional funds that my lord. We must expedite the strengthening of Abd and his companions. Only with formidable power can we freely sell soul-burning wine and amass significant wealth." Wendina's thoughts coincided with Xiao Ye's, yet she considered the matter more comprehensively. "Perhaps we should purchase some strength-enhancing potions from the White Tower caravan." Xiao Ye nodded, but this would entail a considerable expense. As potions were not inexpensive, my lord, Abd and his companions are merely in a contractual relationship with us. We're the ones providing their wages. Wendina smiled. Naturally, they would also need to contribute to the cost of strength-enhancing potions. That seems inappropriate. Xiao Ye hesitated. After the disintegration of the Silver Kingdom, only knights of common birth like Abd had chosen to follow him to the territory of Calamity. He felt uneasy about charging them for potions. What if they chose to abandon the territory? Xiao Ye voiced his greatest concern. In such a case, Wuzhai village would be left utterly defenseless. Wendina shook her head, stating, "Since they are willing to accompany you to the territory of Calamity, they will not abandon it for such reasons. Furthermore, we're not forcing them to purchase potions," Wendina asserted confidently. Xiao Ye felt a sense of relief. He preferred to save money whenever possible. My lord, there is no rush. We should proceed to Huangsha City to purchase slaves, Wendina advised. Unless you could devise a method to extract stone without exertion, we must increase the number of quarrymen. Indeed, Xiao Ye mused. It would be splendid if stone extraction were not such a laborious task. My lord, if there is nothing further, I shall commence my work, Wendina stated. I still need to prepare the educational materials you requested. Upon seeing Wendina take out a charcoal pencil, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. A charcoal pencil? Wait, he exclaimed. How could I have been so foolish as to forget such a miraculous tool? Wendina was startled. My lord, what has come over you? Since stone extraction is so challenging, why not simply forego the use of stone altogether? Xiao Ye declared excitedly. Forfeit stone? Wendina was perplexed. To her knowledge, nearly all human and even orc walls in the continent of origins were constructed from stone. Some walls were reinforced with special materials, but stone remained the fundamental building material. Now the Duke claimed to abandon it entirely. How would they construct walls? However, the Duke often had many ingenious ideas. Perhaps he truly could resolve this issue. Yes, we shall forego stone, Xiao Ye exclaimed with fervor. We will use bricks. Having observed the charcoal pencil in Wendina's hand, he recalled clay. Clay is the raw material for making bricks. And the process of brick making is not overly complicated. Establishing a brick kiln would be entirely feasible under the conditions of Wuzhai village. Bricks? What are those? Wendina inquired, having never heard of such a thing before. Haha, you shall see soon enough. Xiao Ye sought out the craftsmen responsible for the construction and instructed them to halt the use of stone for building the city walls, requesting only that they prepare the foundation. Subsequently, he directed the artisans to gather a few of the villagers and utilize the stone, along with some gravel, to construct a brick kiln using clay. Once the craftsmen comprehended the method for building the kiln, Xiao Ye procured some wood from the castle to create molds for forming the brick bodies. As the villagers worked the clay, Xiao Ye instructed them to sift it through some burlap to refine its texture, making it as fine as possible. From his recollection, this would yield sturdier bricks. He oversaw the villagers as they utilized the molds to produce clay bodies, allowing them to be laid out to dry. By March, the drying process was swift. Once the kiln was completed, Xiao Ye promptly commanded the villagers to commence the firing of bricks. After 4 to 5 days of firing, followed by an additional 2 to 3 days of cooling, the first batch of bricks finally emerged. Xiao Ye anxiously watched the bricks as they came out of the kiln, fearing failure. Success, he exclaimed, gazing at the crimson bricks, his heart swelling with excitement. He clinked 2 bricks together to test their hardness, finding them quite satisfactory. These bricks should be fit for use, don't you think? Can they be used to build the city walls? Xiao Ye queried as he handed one to the craftsman for his assessment. My lord, while these bricks do not match the hardness of stone, if the walls are constructed thicker, they could be entirely feasible, the craftsman replied after inspecting the brick. Very well. Then construct a few more kilns for me in the coming days. And make them as large as possible, Xiao Ye instructed. Additionally, you may build a smaller kiln to experiment with the firing process for blue bricks, he added, sharing his knowledge on a method for firing blue bricks. Compared to red bricks, blue bricks do not differ significantly in hardness, yet they possess far superior corrosion resistance and dampness resistance. Xiao Ye recalled that the process for creating blue bricks only required the addition of a water cooling step. Though the specifics eluded him, that if you can successfully produce blue bricks, I shall restore your status as a free man, Xiao Ye promised the craftsman. The craftsman's voice trembled with excitement, my lord. I will certainly make blue bricks, Xiao Ye nodded, initially intending to encourage the craftsman to explore the composition of the clay bodies. He remembered that adding wood ash could enhance their sturdiness. But considering the environment of Wuzhai village, he abandoned the idea. There was a lack of timber nearby, resulting in a scarcity of wood ash. Even now, they were using black stone as fuel for firing bricks. Black stone was, in fact, coal that a black stone mine lay not far from the northern side of Wuzhai village, and the villagers relied on this coal for fuel. Upon discovering that black stone was actually coal, Xiao Ye was thrilled, as the temperature provided by coal far surpassed that of firewood. Furthermore, coal could also serve as fuel for iron smelting. Unfortunately, it was not yet applicable. Following the brickmaking endeavor, Wendina grew increasingly intrigued by the knowledge residing in Xiao Ye's mind, pestering him each night for more of his peculiar insights. Xiao Ye found his evenings to be a mix of agony and delight. The agony stemmed from Wendina's incessant questioning, as she seemed to have 1,000 inquiries. Always digging deeper, Xiao Ye, possessing only a rudimentary understanding and mindful of the differences between the origin continent and his previous world, often found himself providing vague answers. The delight came from the ample rewards Wendina offered after acquiring knowledge. As the large-scale production of bricks progressed and the population of the territory began to strain resources, Xiao Ye finally found his reason to escape Wuzhai village. In recent days, he felt as though Wendina had drained him, both mentally and physically. My lord, do you not require my company on your journey to Huangsha City to purchase slaves? Wendina inquired, gazing at Xiao Ye with an expression that concealed a hint of yearning. A chill ran through Xiao Ye's heart as he recalled the saying. At 30, one is like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. No, the construction of the city walls in Wuzhai village requires your oversight, Xiao Ye replied. Moreover, the brick-making operations and the promotion of the Huawan language also need someone to take charge. The initiative to promote Huawan was proposed by Wendina herself, who argued that such a beautiful script deserved to be disseminated. To facilitate this, Wendina even altered the pinyin to better suit the habits of the people of the origin continent, making it easier to learn. Seeing Wendina's determination, Xiao Ye reluctantly acquiesced. In truth, he too wished to see the familiar characters. The so-called promotion of Huawan merely entailed teaching interested young villagers and a few craftsmen gifted by the FU. These individuals would become the future Huawan instructors. Wendina, once the slaves arrive. We will require many managers, especially those who can read and write, Xiao Ye stated earnestly. Therefore, you must expedite the cultivation of some teachers. Wendina nodded. Be careful on your journey. I shall await your return. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Accompanied by a butt and 3 other guards, he set forth for Huangsha City, riding in the carriage driven by Yi Bas for Senkadis, who had previously ensured Xiao Ye's safety. He was currently engaged in excavation work at the Ling Tian base. During this time, Xiao Ye constructed several spiritual spring wells and commanded Senkadis and his team to connect them. Senkadis had no complaints. He simply desired that the future Lake Senkadis would be more expansive. Without the encumbrance of a convoy, Xiao Ye arrived at Huangsha City after 5 days. Upon entering Huangsha City, Xiao Ye promptly sought an audience with Viscount Enter. Naturally, to purchase slaves in Huangsha City, one must consult its lord. Arriving at the Viscount's castle, Xiao Ye conveyed his purpose to the steward, who immediately went to notify Viscount Enter. My lord, Viscount Enter invites you to the parlor, where a slave trader is currently present. The steward informed Xiao Ye upon his return. Very well, Lead the way, Xiao Ye replied. The group of 6 followed the steward to the parlor, where Yi Bai could not contain her curiosity, her eyes darting around in wonder. Upon reaching the door of the parlor, Xiao Ye instructed Abut and the others to wait outside while he entered alone. Viscount, enter. I apologize for intruding once more, Xiao Ye said while discreetly observing the slave trader. To his astonishment, the trader turned out to be a woman. Huh. Duke Face, yeah. I hope you will disturb me every day. Viscount, enter, exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh. That I hear you wish to purchase slaves. He gestured towards the woman. This is Suawa, a specialist in the slave trade. She can assist you. Xiao Ye nodded. Turning his gaze to Suawa, she bore little resemblance to a typical slave trader, appearing more like a noblewoman. Suawa seemed to be of a similar age to Wendina, though her demeanor was considerably more alluring. If Wendina exuded an inner charm, then Suawa unabashedly showcased her allure. Greetings, Duke Face, yeah. Even on the fringes of the empire, your reputation resonates, Suawa said with a charming smile, gently fanning herself with a white feather fan. Haha, Ms. Suawa, if being notorious for debauchery is worthy of praise, then I accept your commendation, Xiao Ye responded with a self-deprecating smile. Haha, Duke Face, yeah, you possess quite the sense of humor, Viscount chuckled heartily. Suawa paused for a moment before bursting into laughter as well. Watching Suawa's body tremble with laughter, Xiao Ye couldn't help but worry for her ample assets, hoping they wouldn't fall. Duke Face, yeah, you truly are a humorous noble, Suawa gazed at him with a flirtatious glimmer. No, I merely speak the truth, Xiao Ye replied softly. Moreover, I am not a humorous noble, but rather a worldly one. Facing the puzzled expressions of Enter and Suawa, Xiao Ye added, when it comes time to negotiate the price, I hope you still hold this sentiment, Suawa. Your current statement allows me the option to earn a bit less profit. Sova boldly jested with Xiao Ye. Duke Fisher, remarked Viscount Enter. You may simply refer to me as Fisher or Xiao Ye, Viscount Enter continued. Xiao Ye interrupted, we are friends, such formality is unnecessary. Viscount Enter chuckled heartily. Very well, Fisher, you may call me Enter. Xiao Ye nodded and inquired, so, my friend Enter, have you prepared the feast? Your friend is quite famished. Indeed, I have arranged a banquet, Enter replied with a smile. You may now sate your hunger. Fisher, Sova, you may discuss business at the table. Enter glanced at Sova. With a smile, Sova nodded, it is my honor to dine alongside Duke Fisher. The trio entered the dining hall, where a spread of white bread, butter, roasted meats, and vegetables awaited them, along with an assortment of beverages. Xiao Ye quickly discerned that one of the drinks was a fine sake. Enter, perhaps you should sample the exquisite wine I brought for you, Xiao Ye suggested. This time, he had not come empty-handed. He had brought several casks of soul-burn wine for Enter. As a guest, it was only fitting to present a gift, especially since offering Enter soul-burn wine could serve as a form of advertisement. Oh, is it the kind of sake that Afe spoke of? Enter's expression brightened with surprise. He was quite enamored with wine. The last time Afe procured a cask of sake from Abd, he had allowed Enter to taste it, leaving a lasting impression that it is indeed soul-burn wine. Xiao Ye grinned. I brought you 5 casks. Huh. Duke Fisher, you are truly generous, Enter exclaimed. That amounts to 5 gold coins. Our friendship should not be measured in currency. Xiao Ye replied modestly, as if 5 gold coins were but a trifling sum to him. Sova's eyes flickered, gaining a new perspective on Duke Fisher. For a slave trader like her, 5 gold coins was not a significant amount, yet spending such a sum on a gift was indeed commendable. Moreover, Sova was acutely aware that this was merely the second meeting between Duke Fisher and Viscount Enter, in a world accustomed to miserly nobles. Fisher stood out as a rarity. Well said. Enter wholeheartedly agreed. However, the most pressing matter now is to indulge in the wine. Once Afe and Yi Bai brought over the 5 casks of soul-burn wine. Enter eagerly uncorked one. After tasting it, he declared, this is the flavor I sought. His voice boomed. Fisher, this is the strongest sake I have ever encountered. Soul-burn wine is indeed an apt name. Consuming it feels as though one's very soul is ablaze. Xiao Ye noted Enter's enthusiastic praise, considering it quite suitable as a tagline for soul-burn wine, and mentally jotted it down. Upon witnessing Enter's reaction, Sova, intrigued, took a sip herself. Wow, It is indeed potent, she exclaimed, feeling as though she had swallowed a fireball. 1 gold coin, Sova remarked, looking at Xiao Ye, Duke Fisher. Soulburn wine at 1 gold coin is truly a bargain. Should Lady Sova be interested, I could certainly send you a few casks in the future. Xiao Ye offered that, of course. You are also welcome to visit the territory of Calamity, where I shall extend you a warm welcome. Sova nodded in acknowledgement. What type of slaves does your grace wish to purchase? Sova broached the subject of business. As she was, after all, a slave trader, the merchant never overlooked an opportunity to make a deal. Young and strong slaves, ordinary males will suffice, Xiao Ye replied leisurely, savoring a piece of roasted meat. Before gently probing, what is the price for such a slave? Between 950 copper coins and 1 silver coin and 2 copper coins, Sova answered without hesitation. What price can I expect, Lady Sova? Xiao Ye inquired. How many slaves do you intend to purchase? Sova asked. 1,000. Xiao Ye held up a finger. I require 1,000 slaves, all young males. Sova and Enter were taken aback. Purchasing 1,000 slaves in one transaction was no small feat. Duke, 100 gold coins, 1 silver coin each, Sova stated. I will provide you with the healthiest young males. Xiao Ye took a sip of his drink but felt it lacked a certain flavor. Perhaps it was fried peanuts. 900 copper coins, Xiao Ye proposed, 9 copper coins per slave. What say you, Lady Sova? Sova shook her head resolutely. Your Grace, I fear I must offend you. Such a price is unacceptable. Sova, for the sake of an old friend. You ought to acquiesce to Fisher, Enter interjected. Enter, 9 copper coins is far too low. I would hardly make any profit, Sova shot Enter a glance, as if to imply it was not his money at stake. Then there is still profit, Xiao Ye remarked. Lady Sova, if I were to make long-term purchases, would that compensate for your lost profits? Sova looked at Xiao Ye with curiosity. Long-term purchases, in a place like Calamity, could one sustain so many individuals? Fisher's intent to buy 1,000 slaves had already astonished her. She could not comprehend his rationale. What does your long-term entail? Sova inquired, her demeanor serious as she discussed business. 1,000 slaves each month, Xiao Ye declared. That is my requirement. Sova and Enter widened their eyes. Fisher, why would you purchase so many slaves? Enter questioned, baffled. In Calamity, slaves do not yield much profit. Xiao Ye, understanding Enter's good intentions, felt grateful, yet shook his head. Enter, trust me, these slaves will serve a significant purpose. Sova, realizing that Xiao Ye was not jesting, began to contemplate the feasibility of this venture. The slave trade harbors risks. The greatest risk is not acquiring the slaves, but the danger of bankruptcy. A large number of slaves incurs substantial daily expenses, which is indeed precarious. However, if a stable sales channel could be established, the slave trade could become quite stable. Sova was somewhat incredulous. After all these years in the slave trade, she had never envisioned a fixed buyer. Your Grace, I need to know one answer. Sova looked at Xiao Ye. What duration do you mean by long-term? Without hesitation, Xiao Ye responded, if it is 1,000 slaves monthly, I shall commit to a 2-year term. 2 years, roughly equating to 25,000 slaves. Xiao Ye could assure that. After 2 years, the population of the territory of Calamity would far exceed this number. Sova revealed a captivating smile once more. 9 copper coins. Your Grace, this deal is sealed. Xiao Ye smiled in return. Retaining 10 gold coins was sufficient for the food expenditures of this batch of slaves for 10 days. I hope to see these slaves soon, Xiao Ye stated. Certainly, Your Grace, Sova replied with a smile. The Yellow Sand City has ample reserves. Xiao Ye nodded and posed a question that concerned him. Will you be responsible for their transport? You know, Your Grace, Calamity is rather unique. Sova's expression became troubled. Unless you are willing to pay extra 10 gold coins, Xiao Ye offered. However, you will bear the cost for the slaves' provisions during transit, and no problem, Sova readily agreed. Thus, the slaves would effectively amount to the price of 1 silver coin each, and Xiao Ye was unconcerned about the expenditure of 10 gold coins, provided that Sova's slave convoy could consistently deliver large numbers of slaves to Calamity. This 10 gold coins would be well worth the expense. Consider it an investment for business promotion. In Xiao Ye's view, if the merchants of Yellow Sand City observed such a steady flow of slaves heading to Calamity each month, they would undoubtedly recognize the business opportunity therein. After all, the sustenance and living expenses for so many individuals would require significant expenditure. To pursue wealth, merchants are undoubtedly inclined to venture into the realm of calamity, much like Ev and Soa. The realm of calamity cannot thrive in isolation. It necessitates the establishment of connections with other territories, and merchants serve as the finest link. Let us toast to the realization of your desires. Ent declared. The three clinked their glasses together. Soa, are you ready with the slave? Ent inquired, casting a glance at Soa. Of course. And I assure you, this time the prepared slave will bring you honor, Soa replied with a smile. Xiao Ye looked on in bewilderment. What is this situation? How can a slave be linked to honor? He laughed. I trust your judgment. Ent chuckled heartily and turned to Xiao Ye. Fisher, would you be interested in participating in the Soul Dual Slave Gathering? The Soul Dual Slave Gathering? Xiao Ye humbly sought clarification. I need your explanation, and as I have never heard of such an event. Ent proceeded to explain, it turns out that every year, several territories in the Soul Desert region host slave duels. This is a pastime of the reclusive, noble lords, as they have little in the way of entertainment. The Soul Dual Slave Gathering is the most significant slave duel event of the year, attracting participants from all territories of the Soul Desert, and even lords from nearby lands come to partake. Coincidentally, this year's gathering is being held in Huangsha City. This is why Ent was so eager to invite Soa, the slave merchant, to his home. I have just arrived in the territory and have many matters to attend to, so I shall abstain from participating. Xiao Ye shook his head. However, I am indeed interested in witnessing your slave duel. Xiao Ye refrained from participating because the Soul Dual Slave Gathering requires a stake, and he had no surplus funds to squander. What a pity, and expressed a hint of disappointment. You must attend next year's Soul Dual Slave Gathering. Xiao Ye nodded. Come, Fisher, I shall take you to see the slave duels, and said, Soa has many dual slaves under her command. You are sure to be greatly enlightened. Xiao Ye rose. Lady Soa, I look forward to witnessing your prowess. My prowess. Soa suddenly smiled coyly. Your grace, what prowess do you refer to? Soa licked her lips. Do you not mind my age? Xiao Ye's expression darkened. Soa was clearly teasing him. I have always held a keen interest in those of advanced years. Xiao Ye replied gravely. Soa was taken aback. His response was beyond her expectations. However, recalling Xiao Ye's fiancée, the Lady Wendina, who seemed to be of similar age, Soa fell silent, fearing the Duke might genuinely take an interest in her. Ent observed the unfolding drama with amusement, offering no further comment. I shall lead you to view the slave duels. Soa quickly shifted the topic, striding out of the dining hall. Xiao Ye and Ent followed her. Accompanied by their respective attendants, riding in a carriage, they soon arrived at a courtyard in Huangsha City. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Ye was met with a sight of cages, each imprisoning slaves who were huddled together, scarcely able to move. Their expressions were vacant, and their bodies emaciated. Lady Soa, these unhealthy slaves you mentioned cannot possibly be the ones you refer to, Xiao Ye remarked, his countenance darkening. Such slaves could hardly be deemed robust. Unfazed, Soa smiled and responded, Your Grace, all slaves deemed healthy by slave merchants appear in this manner. Xiao Ye glanced at Ent, who nodded in agreement. The daily rations provided to the slaves by merchants merely ensured they did not starve, and their basic strength was insufficient to sustain them. This practice reduced costs and prevented rebellions from well-fed slaves. Xiao Ye had no words to retort as he followed Soa to a room at the end of the courtyard. The room was long and narrow, with cages lining both sides, each containing slaves of various races, dwarves, beastmen, and even half-elves. Unlike the crowded cages outside, these held only one slave each. Moreover, the slaves within these cages bore chains on their wrists, ankles, and necks. Each appeared robust and alert, clearly well cared for. And, Duke Fisher, look, all these individuals are professionals, Soa remarked. The chains they wear are suppression locks. With these professionals are no different from ordinary people. What is their strength? Ent inquired. Most are of bronze rank, with a few at silver rank, Soa replied. What about the slave you prepared for me? Ent asked, eager to see his own acquisition. Duke Fisher, you may admire her for yourself. Soa said, leading Ent to the left side, while Xiao Ye and his companions ventured to the right. The slaves in the cages on either side cast menacing glances at Xiao Ye. yet he remained undeterred. He observed the slaves within the cages with great interest, as this was his first opportunity to see the various races of the origin continent up close. Reaching the end, Xiao Ye spotted a black box. Tapping it to find it was made of fine iron, seemingly mixed with other special minerals. The box had a small opening, roughly 10 centimeters square. Upon opening it, he barely caught sight of a long-haired woman sitting in the corner of the black box. With the light filtering through the opening, Xiao Ye could discern her features: a slender physique, emerald green hair, and a somewhat disheveled appearance. Despite his curiosity about why this slave was so unique, Xiao Ye did not pursue the matter further. After all, she was merely a slave, and he held little desire for a female slave. Moreover, such a peculiar slave would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag, and Xiao Ye was not inclined to spend his money on this. "Duke, are you interested in this slave?" Xiao Ye turned to see Int and Suwa approaching. "Does Lady Suwa intend to gift her to me?" Xiao Ye joked. Suwa giggled lightly. "Duke, perhaps for other slaves, but not this one. Oh, is she particularly special?" Xiao Ye inquired with curiosity. "She's an elf, and a pure-blooded one at that," Suwa explained. Xiao Ye understood immediately. While half-elf slaves were common in the origin continent, pure-blooded elves were quite rare. There were two main reasons for this. First, the elven tribes generally function as a cohesive whole, with even dark elves being part of the elven empire. Conflicts between elven tribes are rare, resulting in few captives. Second, even if there are captives from conflicts between elven tribes, pure-blooded elves are often redeemed and seldom sold into slavery. Only half-elves, deemed unworthy of redemption, are sold instead. Due to their scarcity, pure-blooded elven slaves often command high prices. Even a non-professional elf would not be valued at less than 10 gold coins, and a female pure-blooded elf would carry an additional 5 gold coin premium. If she were professional, the price would soar even higher. Is she a professional? Xiao Ye recalled seeing a suppression lock on the elf's ankle. Suwa nodded. "If you're interested, Duke, I can offer her to you at a discount. This slave, possessing bronze rank strength, I can sell to you for 70 gold coins. 70 gold coins? Xiao Ye was astonished, staring incredulously at Suwa. This price was extraordinarily low. Typically, a bronze rank human professional slave would at least require 40 gold coins. This bronze rank pure-blooded elf would be valued at no less than 100 gold coins, let alone the fact that she was a female. "Lady Suwa, you do not strike me as such a generous person." Xiao Ye mused. Though he had no intention of purchasing, he was intrigued by the low price. Is there a reason behind this? Seeing the Duke and Ent's curiosity, Suwa did not hold back, stating, "Despite this pure-blooded elf possessing strength comparable to that of a bronze rank, she cannot control her own power. Even with the suppression lock, her strength cannot be fully restrained. Thus, I had to confine her in a suppression cage as well. Otherwise, those at the Merchant Guild would be drained by her." As Xiao Ye listened to Suwa's description, a sense of familiarity washed over him. That wasn't this the very essence of the calamity, which, suddenly, Enter exclaimed in astonishment. Abt and Yi Bai were taken aback, their faces pale with fear, the calamity which often heralded disaster, and none could remain unafraid. Unbeknownst to Abt and Yi Bai, the Duchess they revered was, in fact, also a calamity which, yet a flicker of joy ignited within Xiao Ye. A calamity which? This is precisely what I require. Maintaining a facade of calm, he turned to Suwa and casually remarked, "Madam Suwa, do you find my life excessively prolonged? Do not be angry." "My lord," Suwa soothed Xiao Ye, "she's indeed a calamity which, but with these two forbidden artifacts in place, she poses no threat to us. Moreover, a pure-blood elven slave, especially one bearing the title of a calamity witch, is a rare find." Suwa continued, "My lord, should you not desire her, I shall have no choice but to sell her to others. The sole dual slave event is currently underway, and many a lord would wish for such a disposable powerful slave." "Ah, Madam Suwa, you underestimate my intellect," Xiao Ye replied. "No noble would expend gold to acquire a calamity which cannot even be touched, let alone one fraught with peril." Suwa's smile vanished. As Xiao Ye had stated, not a single noble was willing to purchase this slave. The calamity, which had been procured by one of Suwa's stewards for 50 gold coins from the elven tribe, who remained blissfully unaware of her true identity, thinking they had struck a bargain. However, Upon her arrival in Yellow Sand City, the steward met his end at the hands of the calamity which he had foolishly underestimated. He was rendered a mere husk. Xiao Ye was reluctant to eliminate the calamity, which, binding the witch with forbidden locks in a cage, Xiao Ye had managed to contain her chaotic magic, preventing her from causing harm. She had intended to sell her for a handsome sum during the Soul Dual Slave event, but upon revealing the witch's identity, all the nobles had shaken their heads in rejection. Not a single noble was willing to bear even the slightest risk. Very well, my lord, Xiao Ye admitted. No noble is willing to purchase her, not even a fraction of interest. Then why not gift her to me? Xiao Ye suggested. After all, you cannot sell her. Even if she is a pure-blooded elven girl, that no, I still wish to explore the possibility, Xiao Ye countered. Some nobles have yet to arrive in Yellow Sand City. Xiao Ye chuckled. Perhaps I could offer a small sum. Just a little. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened, recalling the infamous reputation of Duke Fisher, pondering if the Duke's old habits had resurfaced. My lord, for 50 gold coins. She can be yours, Xiao Ye offered, lowering her price voluntarily to no. I can only offer you 10 gold coins, Xiao Ye replied softly. Xiao Ye doubted her ears. How could the Duke state 10 gold coins with such composure? 50 gold coins, not a single coin less, she insisted firmly. Then so be it, Xiao Ye shrugged. I was merely indulging a fleeting whim. Xiao Ye's expression shifted, and she quickly donned a charming smile, approaching Xiao Ye, entwining her arm with his and sweetly imploring, My lord, do you not desire a pure-blood elven girl? For 40 gold coins, she is yours. Feeling the softness of her arm, Xiao Ye replied with indifference, in light of Enter's favor. I shall offer 10 gold coins. Ignoring Xiao Ye's stiffening demeanor, he continued, Without me, this slave would fall into your hands, yielding not even a single copper coin in profit, and she will continue to occupy 2 of your forbidden artifacts. He added, casting a glance at the forbidden cage. That moment, Xiao Ye recognized the truth in Xiao Ye's words. He was indeed a worldly noble. 10 gold coins. I might as well keep for myself. She released her grasp on the Duke. What a pragmatic woman. Xiao Ye mused. He had no intention of letting the calamity which slip away. Affecting a reluctant countenance, he feigned inner conflict. Xiao Ye, the price of 10 gold coins is non-negotiable, he declared resolutely. However, considering our long-standing partnership and for the sake of our friendship, I could offer you 30 barrels of soul-burning wine. Deal, Xiao Ye readily agreed, having tasted the soul-burning wine herself. She knew that 30 barrels could fetch nearly 100 gold coins among the orc tribes. A smile crept across Xiao Ye's face. To him, 30 barrels amounted to merely 6 gold coins in cost. 16 gold coins for a calamity, which was indeed a lucrative transaction. What abilities might this calamity witch possess? Xiao Ye felt a surge of anticipation. After instructing Xiao Ye to deliver the slave along with the calamity, which to Wuzhai village, Xiao Ye, accompanied by Enter, set off for other endeavors. His visit to Yellow Sand City was not solely to purchase slaves, but also to procure various other necessities. More importantly, he needed to negotiate grain supplies from the merchants. The sustenance for the villagers of Wuzhai, alongside the 1,000 new slaves, represented no small sum. As the weather grew warmer, storing vast quantities of black bread was unfeasible for Wuzhai. Xiao Ye needed to arrange for the merchants to deliver bread and coarse grains to the village regularly. After much bargaining, Xiao Ye and the merchant reached an agreement to supply grain to Wuzhai every few days. Once everything was settled, he bid farewell to Viscount Enter and returned to his territory with Abe. Days later, the grain merchant George and Xiao Ye's slave caravan arrived at Wuzhai village. What is this? Red stone material. George, the grain merchant, observed the villagers swiftly constructing a tall wall using red, square stones bound with clay. Remarkable! Where did the Duke procure such an abundance of stone? Alan, the steward of the slave caravan, expressed his admiration. Why now? A 1-meter-high, 3-meter-wide stone wall had risen along the outskirts of Wuzhai since acquiring bricks. Xiao Ye had instructed the craftsmen to widen the walls, raising the base to 3 meters. Consequently, the wall's height would reach nearly 6 meters. Under Xiao Ye's directives, Wuzhai village had established 20 brick kilns, operating day and night to ensure a steady supply of bricks. Upon entering Wuzhai, George and Alan could finally comprehend that this was indeed the domain of disasters, if one merely observed the workers from the outside. Disbelief would ensue. After all, who would undertake such grand construction in a place of calamity? Hearing of the caravan's arrival, Xiao Ye and Wendina emerged, not to welcome the merchants, but to anticipate the arrival of the calamity witch. After the exchange was complete, Xiao Ye entrusted Wendina with the management of the slaves and grain while he proceeded to the calamity witch's quarters. Steward Old John felt a swell of concern as Xiao Ye entered the calamity witch's room. He pondered what had come over the Duke, returning from a mere excursion with the calamity witch. Even more perplexing was the unwavering support of the lady for the Duke's decision. "Do not come closer." A desperate voice rang out as Xiao Ye stepped inside. "I will harm you. Do not approach me," the pure-blooded elven girl warned. "Are you in a state of chaos?" Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Capturing the calamity which necessitated physical contact. With his current mere apprentice-level powers, he could not withstand the strength of a bronze-tier calamity which "No," the pure-blooded elven girl replied, "but perhaps I may lose control at any moment." Xiao Ye felt helpless. There was no one else in the territory capable of aiding him in controlling the calamity witch's powers. Even Wendina, despite her bronze-level strength, was clearly unfit for such a task. "Do not move." Xiao Ye resolved to take a gamble. "I need to approach you. I can help you control your power." Xiao Ye placed his bet on the fleeting moments of his approach. Hoping that his magical powers would remain under control, the pure-blooded elven maiden abruptly turned her head, revealing her pointed ears and elegantly high nose. Most captivating were her violet irises, which added an enchanting allure to her animated visage. "Can you assist me in controlling my magic?" she inquired, her eyes widening. "You do not intend to take advantage of this opportunity to draw closer to me, do you?" It was evident that the pure-blooded elven maiden was acutely aware of the allure her identity held for the human race. "Of course not. How could I jest with my own life?" Xiao Ye replied, eager to avoid unnecessary delays as he swiftly approached the calamity sorceress, not resist, before the calamity sorceress could comprehend his intentions. Xiao Ye had already placed his palm on her head. "System, register the definition of a sorceress." Xiao Ye immediately called upon the system. "Sorceress detected. Please confirm whether to register the definition of a sorceress." "Confirm," Xiao Ye replied without hesitation. "Please set the first definition for the current sorceress, with available terms as mastery, proficient in magic, and the current definition cannot exceed 10 characters." He established the definition as sorceress proficient in controlling her own magic. Drawing from his experience with Wendina, Xiao Ye found the process to be quite straightforward. Definition registered successfully. The first definition for the current sorceress is sorceress proficient in controlling her own magic. The pure-blooded elven maiden felt Xiao Ye's palm upon her, and suddenly, the magic within her surged. However, unlike the chaotic and uncontrolled nature she had experienced before, this time the magic was converging towards a singular point. She instinctively began to attempt to control this newfound power, having previously failed in numerous attempts. Yet this time, there was a glimmer of response. Joy surged within her as she immersed herself entirely in the endeavor of controlling her magic. Observing the pure-blooded elven maiden with her eyes closed, Xiao Ye felt a subtle sense of relief, reminiscent of Wendina's awakening state. A smile graced his lips as he thought, "Another source of power added to my collection." "System, when will you upgrade?" Xiao Ye inquired. "I have already registered 2 sorceresses. Upon registering 3 calamity sorceresses, the system would receive an upgrade point 3. That means only 1 more is needed." Yet, contemplating the rarity of calamity sorceresses, Xiao Ye felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had often heard tales of calamity domains housing calamity sorceresses, but upon arriving in the calamity domain, he found not a single beauty, let alone a calamity sorceress. These 2 calamity sorceresses had been mere strokes of luck encountered in Huangsha City. One a human duchess's daughter, the other a member of the elven race, from distant lands. They were utterly unrelated. Who could say when he might encounter a 3rd calamity sorceress? "System, what benefits will I gain after the upgrade?" Xiao Ye asked, hoping for a glimmer of hope. The system offered no response. "Damn it, I suppose I might as well prepare for a lackadaisical approach." Xiao Ye muttered in frustration at the system's silence. "Well, I no longer place my hopes in you. He reassured himself that having 2 calamity sorceresses as sources of power was sufficient, as he did not need to lead the charge himself. Besides, with the lordly talent, if he managed his territory well, he could still lead a comfortable life. With this thought, Xiao Ye concluded that he should focus his energy on acquiring faith power. Calamity sorceresses were a rare find, beyond his control, yet faith power could be earned through diligent effort. By expanding the territory and its populace, he could amass a significant amount of faith power. His intuition told him that when the faith power reached a sufficient level, the Golem talent would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. With 1,000 new slaves arriving, he needed to harvest a wave of faith power. Seeing that the pure-blooded elven maiden posed no issues, he turned and exited the chamber. I hope these slaves do not disappoint me and can provide a substantial amount of faith power. He mused as he left the stone fortress. After all, they are newly harvested, still untainted by miracle fatigue. Upon arriving at the village center, Xiao Ye found all the slaves gathered there. Under Wendina's guidance, they were being organized into teams, after which they would be led by old workers into the construction efforts of Wuzhai Village. My lord, is everything proceeding smoothly? Wendina approached Xiao Ye, inquiring softly. He nodded. They are in the midst of awakening. There should be no unexpected occurrences. Wendina breathed a sigh of relief. As a fellow calamity sorceress, she felt a deeper sympathy for the plight of the pure-blooded elven maiden and naturally hoped she could recover to a state akin to her own. What are these slaves? Are they manageable? Xiao Ye observed the commotion among the group of slaves. Had it not been for the presence of knights like Buddha and members of the security team, chaos might have ensued. My lord, with Buddha and the others present, I believe there will be no issues. Wendina reassured him. However, if they were released, I fear disorder would arise. Buddha, quiet them down, Xiao Ye commanded, and Buddha promptly issued orders. Leading the knights, he brandished his sword, demanding silence from all the slaves. In no time, the area fell into silence. Xiao Ye climbed onto a cart, resolving to construct a high platform in the future. Otherwise, speaking from atop the cart felt unbecoming. Xiao Ye Fisher, Lord of the Calamity Domain, Duke of the Golden Leaf Empire, he proclaimed, and you all are merely my slaves. Some among you may contemplate escape. He continued, but consider this. If captured, the penalty is death. A change flickered across the faces of the slaves, yet their resolve only strengthened. Should you manage to escape, do not rejoice too soon, Xiao Ye warned. For Wuzhai Village is surrounded by desolation, with the nearest settlement being Huangsha City, and even a swift horse would require 5 days to reach it, with no water sources along the way. Moreover, you may encounter magical beasts. Xiao Ye posed a question. Do you truly believe you can survive such conditions? The slaves' expressions shifted, resembling defeated roosters, their spirits crushed. They realized that even if they were fortunate enough to escape Wuzhai Village, they would remain trapped in the Calamity Domain. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Xiao Ye smiled. A chance to become free. My lord, what opportunity? My lord, can we truly become free men? My lord, how can we achieve freedom? The disgruntled slaves clamored with inquiries. Xiao Ye raised his hand to silence them. If you can present a silver coin, I shall grant you the status of free men. Upon hearing this, the slaves felt disheartened and angered, perceiving their lord as mocking them. How could they, as slaves, possess any wealth, let alone a silver coin? That a single silver coin would take even 2 free men a month of abstaining from food to accumulate. As resentment brewed among the slaves, Xiao Ye remained impassive. If you work diligently, I can provide you with 4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 2 copper tokens as daily wages. Did I hear correctly? The Duke intends to pay us? No, I heard it distinctly. There'll be 4 pounds of black bread and 1 pound of coarse wheat. Then we surely won't go hungry. The moment these words left his lips, not only the slaves, but also the residents of Wuzhai Village began to murmur among themselves. 0.4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 2 copper tokens amounted to a daily wage of 15 copper tokens. Over 450 copper tokens in a month. A substantial sum. The slaves enjoyed such generous treatment. The Duke was truly benevolent. However, the villagers felt a twinge of discomfort. They received merely 4 pounds of black bread and 10 copper tokens daily. accumulating only 540 copper tokens per month, barely more than a copper token above the slaves. By the way, the wages for the residents of Wuzhai village will also be adjusted starting tomorrow. Xiao Ye stated, "You may come to the square to check. I will announce the wage changes through a notice." Xiao Ye departed, yet the citizens and numerous slaves could not find peace. The citizens naturally anticipated the changes to their wages the following day. Meanwhile, the slaves engaged in fervent discussions, calculating how long it would take for them to accumulate a single silver coin. What troubled them was the startlingly few among them who were adept at arithmetic. Fortunately, Wendina had instructed the leading citizen to inform the slaves under their command that with a daily wage of 2 copper coins, they could save enough for a silver coin in just over a year. This revelation instilled a sense of hope within the slaves that a little over a year was not an excessively long duration, especially considering that during this time, they would receive 4 pounds of dark bread and a pound of coarse wheat daily, far more than they could ever hope to eat before. The spirits of the slaves were immediately calmed. Upon returning to the stone fortress, Xiao Ye had not yet had the opportunity to assess the extent of his newfound power of faith when he heard Yi Bai announce the arrival of the White Tower trade caravan. Surprised, Xiao Ye calculated the time. It had been nearly a month since the caravan had departed, arriving significantly earlier than anticipated. "Summon Ev," Xiao Ye instructed. "I shall await him in the administrative hall." Shortly thereafter, Ev entered the hall, bowing respectfully. "Noble Duke Fisher, it is indeed an honor to see you again," he proclaimed. Xiao Ye smiled and replied, "Chairman Ev, you have returned much sooner than agreed." Ev's genuine smile revealed his gratitude. "Thanks to your esteemed grace, my lord, the soul-burning wine is immensely popular among the orcs and was quickly sold out, leading to a surge in the sales of other goods from the White Tower caravan." Ev did not exaggerate. Upon entering the territory of the orcs, he had swiftly traversed a large tribe and several medium-sized tribes, selling out the soul-burning wine entirely. "It appears your gains are substantial," Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. "All credit is due to your lordship," Ev chuckled, refraining from disclosing the specifics of his profits. Xiao Ye did not press further. Whatever profits Ev earned were his own accomplishment, as Xiao Ye merely needed to secure his own. "Your 300 barrels of soul-burning wine are ready," Xiao Ye stated. "You may seek out Wendina. She will escort you to the storage room." Ev's heart leapt with joy. He had feared returning too early and finding that the Duke's wine was not yet brewed. "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Chairman Ev." Xiao Ye waved his hand. "As you have seen, I have recently acquired many slaves, and I am now occupied with numerous matters." Ev hesitated, a flattering smile gracing his face. "And why, Lord, I also wish to place an order for next month's supply of soul-burning wine." "Oh, still the same 300 barrels?" Xiao Ye inquired. Ev's heart stirred at no, my lord at IT, is for all the soul-burning wine produced in Wuzhai village over the next month. Xiao Ye feigned surprise. "All, Chairman Ev, after a month. My brewing workers can produce up to 500 barrels of soul-burning wine. Are you certain you wish to order the entirety?" Ev exclaimed with delight. "Of course, my lord. We, the White Tower caravan, will reserve all 500 barrels." The White Tower caravan is indeed a formidable trading entity, Xiao Ye remarked. "It is my fortune to collaborate with you, Chairman Evid. It is my honor as well, my lord." Ev bowed slightly. "Very well, the 500 barrels for next month shall all be yours." Xiao Ye affirmed. By the way, we produced over 400 barrels of soul-burning wine this month. Would you be interested in purchasing the extra 100 barrels? Ev would certainly not refuse, having personally experienced the popularity of the soul-burning wine. He felt that it could never be enough. My lord, what payment method would you prefer this time? Ev inquired. "Gold coins. I will take nothing but gold," Xiao Ye replied. "Of course, if there are any potions that enhance strength, I would be open to those as well." Before Ev could speak again, Xiao Ye added, "Chairman Ev, you may discuss the specifics with Wendina. I must now attend to my duties." With that, Xiao Ye escorted him out. Once Ev departed, Xiao Ye promptly rose and left the administrative hall. He had just experienced once again the familiar sensation of a growing power. The pure-blood elf had awakened. Xiao Ye hastened to the room where the pure-blood elf was located. "You've awakened?" Xiao Ye entered the room to find the pure-blood elf sitting quietly. "How do you feel? No unexpected occurrences, I hope?" Seeing Xiao Ye's smiling face and his concerned inquiry, The pure-blood elf was momentarily stunned, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Xiao Ye, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" A sense of panic washed over Xiao Ye, fearing something had gone amiss with the pure-blood elf's awakening. Yet that shouldn't be the case. If there were any mishaps, he wouldn't have gained power. I'm sorry. The pure-blood elf hastily wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She had been lost in the joy of controlling her magic. As if in a dream, unable to distinguish reality from illusion, a kind-hearted pure-blood elf, witnessing the lives she had taken, filled her with anguish. Now, this nightmare had finally come to an end. After Xiao Ye's entrance, she was convinced that this was not an illusion but a reality. Tears flowed involuntarily from her eyes. Now, realizing her breach of etiquette, the pure-blood elf instinctively attempted to wipe away her tears, only to smudge her already dirty face further. Xiao Ye couldn't help but chuckle. "There's no need to panic. You may freshen up first." He summoned Yi Qi to guide the pure-blood elf to wash herself. Although Yi Qi felt an instinctual fear of the pure-blood elf, given her identity as the Witch of Calamity, she nevertheless led the elf away due to her trust in the Duke. While the pure-blood elf took her time to freshen up, Xiao Ye reviewed the information regarding this Witch of Calamity. Valia Green Shadow identity. Slave of Xiao Ye Fisher, exiled from the Green Shadow tribe. Witch of Calamity. Age, 160 years. Elven age, equivalent to 16 in human years. Strength, silver skills. Life Whisper, passive. Nature Spirit, passive. Apostle of the Forest, passive. Verdant Wind Entanglement, active. Nature's Blessing, active. Wood Spirit Summon, active. Leaf Blade Storm, active. Entry Definition 1. The witch adeptly controls her own magical power. Skill details. Life Whisper, passive, perceives the emotions and states of surrounding life forms, establishing a faint resonant connection with them. Nature Spirit, passive when amidst plants, promotes their growth. Apostle of the Forest, passive in areas dense with plants and vitality. All active magical techniques gain enhanced power during combat. Verdant Wind Entanglement, active, summons a gentle yet powerful breeze imbued with life force. As the wind passes over enemies, countless tiny seeds take root and sprout, entangling them, restricting their movement, and siphoning their life force. Nature's Blessing, active, draws life force from nature or enemies to heal one's self or allies. Wood Spirit Summon, active, calls upon spirits from plants to assist in battle or perform specific tasks. Leaf Blade Storm, active, summons countless sharp leaves that whirl around a target, slicing everything they touch. Upon viewing Valia's identity, Xiao Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. When he purchased Valia from Su Awa, he had signed a slave contract with her. Indeed, Valia was now his slave. Ignoring this uncomfortable situation, he turned his attention to the other details. As for her age, Xiao Ye was not at all surprised by Valia's remarkable age of 160. Elves were renowned for their longevity, a well-known fact. What truly astonished Xiao Ye was Valia's strength. She possessed silver-level prowess, surpassing even Wendina. Furthermore, Valia commanded 2 additional magical techniques compared to Wendina. Not only that, but Valia's skills were evidently more suited for combat than Wendina's. With 4 active skills, she possessed both control and damage capabilities, and most impressively, she even had healing abilities. Valia must be one of the most formidable beings within the realm of calamity. Xiao Ye couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the surge of power just now was so considerable. 0.10% of silver-level strength is already comparable to that of a bronze-level practitioner. The smile involuntarily graced Xiao Ye's face. If he possessed an information panel, his current strength would likely have reached the bronze level. However, Xiao Ye was acutely aware that even with this bronze-level strength, he might not be able to defeat Abdur. That apprentice knight, he was merely endowed with strength, having never learned any elemental techniques. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon Valia's 3 passive skills, particularly the Life Whisper and Nature Spirit passives. Valia was indeed well suited to oversee the affairs of the Spirit Field base. In his heart, Xiao Ye promptly assigned Valia a precise role. With Valia's presence, coupled with the abilities of his Spirit Spring, Xiao Ye could already envision the transformation of the disaster territory into an oasis. He began to contemplate the oasis plan for the disaster territory. Master, Villia's voice roused Xiao Ye from his thoughts, and he turned to find himself momentarily entranced. After her cleansing, Villia donned a simple linen garment, revealing her pristine calves and forearms, her verdant hair cascading over her shoulders in a damp, alluring manner. With her high-bridged nose and subtly pointed ears adorned with a faint green hue, her lavender eyes added an air of mystery to her inherently graceful demeanor. Truly, she was a mysterious and enchanting elf. Xiao Yi marveled internally. Such a being was now his servant. And just moments ago, she had called a master. An inexplicable sense of guilt mingled with satisfaction surged within him. "You need not call me master. I am Xiao Ye Fisher," he replied, despite secretly relishing the title. Yet, in consideration of Villia's feelings, he took the initiative to decline, adding, "You may refer to me as Xiao Yi or Duke Fisher." The distinction between a genuinely sincere person and one harboring resentment was stark. Xiao Yi wished to avoid any potential pitfalls arising from a mere title. "I can dissolve our slave contract." He even suggested, "Though you would need to serve me for a few years," that he clarified, "Of course, this would be compensated. I end the disaster territory. Working for me would yield remuneration, even for a slave that no master," to his surprise. Villia shook her head. "You saved me, liberating me from the abyss and allowing me to see the light once more. I wish to follow you forever. Moreover, I have nowhere else to go." Her gaze dimmed slightly as she continued. "I am an outcast from my tribe. This place shall be my home." Seeing the sincerity in Villia's words, Xiao Yi relented. "Very well. I shall respect your wishes, should you desire it. I can dissolve the slave contract at any time." "For now, let us not terminate the contract," Xiao Yi suggested, "but let us change the way you address me. The title of master feels somewhat uncomfortable." Villia looked at him quizzically, "But I sense that you derive satisfaction from the title of master." Xiao Ye's expression stiffened. How embarrassing! How could he forget Villia's passive skill? Life Whisper? That ability was incredibly potent. "Do as you wish," he said, somewhat flustered. "Call me whatever you like." A radiant smile broke across Villia's face. "Very well, master." Xiao Yi, wishing to avoid further entanglement over titles, intended to discuss with Villia her responsibilities in the disaster territory. Just as he was about to speak, however, a change occurred within the golem inside him. Xiao Yi immediately focused his mind to observe the transformation. After careful scrutiny, he discovered that the belief power within the faith crystal at the golem's brow had shifted. The once white mist had thickened considerably, now taking on a crimson hue. Xiao Yi did not dwell too much on the alteration of the belief power's manifestation. He was more concerned with whether the golem had bestowed upon him any new abilities. Upon careful examination, a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, there was a new ability. Xiao Yi opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Villia, gently touching her with his finger. "Do not resist," he instructed. Initially worried by Xiao Yi suddenly closing his eyes, Villia felt reassured when she sensed his joy, her astonishment. In mere moments, Xiao Yi opened his eyes and instructed her not to resist. Before she could react, she saw a green light emerge from his fingertip and soar toward her forehead, and a pattern of budding branches appeared on her brow, instinctively causing her to resist the green light. Villia quickly tempered her strength, allowing the green light to linger upon her. "What is that, master?" she inquired curiously. "A magical contract," Xiao Yi explained, "akin to a slave contract." "Oh," Villia exclaimed with a bright smile. "Did master personally sign the slave contract with me?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "What I signed with you is a loyalty contract. The ability granted by the golem this time is called magical contract. The magical contract can establish two types of agreements, a slave contract and a loyalty contract. By signing a slave contract, Xiao Yi can control the life and death of the signatory and sense any betrayal. Moreover, should Xiao Yi perish, the individual bound by the slave contract would also meet their end. On the other hand, the loyalty contract does not impose such limitations. It merely allows Xiao Yi to sense if the signatory betrays him. Should betrayal occur, the loyalty contract becomes void. However, Xiao Yi cannot control the life and death of those bound by a loyalty contract, let alone expect them to accompany him in death. Naturally, Xiao Yi would not establish a slave contract with Villia. He only needed to ascertain her loyalty. There was no need to control her existence. As for Abter from the Night Order, Xiao Ye also intended to sign a loyalty contract with him. Point 1 must harbor no malice, but remain vigilant against others when it concerns one's own safety. Xiao Ye is adamantly cautious as to why he would not sign a slave contract. There are two reasons. First, Xiao Ye is not a perverse individual who relishes controlling the lives of others. Secondly, the belief power consumed by a slave contract is exponentially greater than that of a loyalty contract, rendering it a poor investment. Only in the case of extraordinary individuals or specific needs would Xiao Ye resort to signing a slave contract through the magical contract. Vilya, you shall henceforth be responsible for the spirit field base on the southern side of Wuzhai village. Xiao Ye declared, in a moment, I will take you to the spirit field base. The food supply for Wuzhai village will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, Master, Vilya affirmed with determination, I will do well. Having grown weary of correcting Vilya as form of address, Xiao Ye dismissed the matter as for whether having a female elven servant would affect his image. He was unconcerned. Firstly, his former identity as a debauched noble was well known, and having a servant was entirely normal. Secondly, as a duke, possessing a female, pure-blooded elven servant would not only fail to tarnish his image, but would likely draw envious glances. Xiao Ye led Vilya to the spirit field base. A vibrant expanse of green greeted their eyes. Some weeds had grown to half a palm's height, and even some vine-like plants had sprouted. Vilya, from now on, you will manage the affairs here. Xiao Ye instructed, you must ensure this green space expands outward, ultimately enveloping the entire disaster territory, upon arriving at the spirit field base and beholding the verdant surroundings. Vilya instinctively felt a sense of joy envelop her. She was born for nature and lived for plants. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of this place. Vilya nodded. That moment, Sanchides rode up on horseback. My lord, he dismounted and bowed. Without his adept horsemanship, Xiao Ye would have hardly recognized Sanchides as a knight. Sanchides, tomorrow I shall announce the birth of Lake Sanchides to the populace. Xiao Ye beamed. Your name will be forever celebrated alongside the Lake Sanchides. At this moment, the original spiritual spring basin had grown to an impressive diameter of 40 meters, a scale that could aptly be described as a small lake. This remarkable feat was attributable to the efforts of Sanchides and his companions. Sanchides, accompany me on an inspection of the spiritual field base, said Xiao Ye, riding alongside Vilya, and under Sanchides' guidance, Xiao Ye leisurely traversed the verdant expanse. Sanchides, what is the current scale of the spiritual field base? Inquired Xiao Ye. Your Grace, the spiritual field base stretches nearly 1,000 meters from north to south, with the southern edge nearing the northern bank of the Yushing River. It spans almost 700 meters from east to west, with the eastern side also approaching the western bank of the Yushing River. Sanchides replied with a smile, Why, Lord, we plan to first expand the spiritual field base to the Yushing River, and then extend our efforts westward and northward. Xiao Ye was somewhat astonished by the vastness of the area already achieved. After completing a thorough inspection, the trio returned to the lakeside of Sanchides. Sanchides, you have worked hard, Xiao Ye remarked, turning to him. It is now time for you to leave this place. Xiao Ye intended to shift his focus towards military strength as a squire with limited territory. Sanchides could not be allowed to remain at the spiritual field base. Sanchides was taken aback, gazing at the Duke in surprise. Sanchides, you are a knight, Xiao Ye stated. Your spirit should not be confined to the fields. Sanchides fell into a daze, having nearly forgotten that he was indeed a knight. Your Grace, I request to remain here. After a moment of hesitation, he added, My lord, my soul belongs here. I do not wish to depart. Xiao Ye sensed Sanchides' determination. Sanchides, have you made your decision? Xiao Ye asked solemnly. Are you prepared to forsake your identity as a knight? This time, Sanchides showed no hesitation. Yes, Your Grace, I am willing to abandon my identity as a knight to serve at the spiritual field base. Xiao Ye smiled. Sanchides, you are a true knight, possessing a courage unmatched by ordinary men. Then, let you achieve greatness here, he said meaningfully. You shall not regret this, that I plan to establish a new department specifically responsible for the greening of the disaster territory and the cultivation of arable land. Xiao Ye continued, this department will tentatively be named the Greening Bureau, and you shall serve as its deputy director. Sanchides felt somewhat bewildered but refrained from asking further questions. confident that he would come to understand this so-called Greening Bureau in due time. This is Valia Suaging. She is the director of the Greening Bureau, Xiao Ye stated. You must have noticed she is an elf, a pure-blooded elf. Sankades, you two will coordinate the affairs of the Greening Bureau from now on. Xiao Ye added, I will have Wendina send some slaves over to bolster your workforce. Sankades expressed no objections to Xiao Ye's appointment. Everyone knew that elves were children of nature, and it was only fitting for Valia to oversee such an endeavor. Moreover, the Duke would surely not assign a completely ignorant elf to manage such a significant enterprise. Greening the disaster territory was indeed a monumental task. Most importantly, Sankades had just heard Valia's affectionate address toward Xiao Ye. The fact that such a close individual was sent to the Greening Bureau only underscored the Duke's regard that I will work closely with Director Valia, Sankades assured. The Greening Bureau will not disappoint you. Your Grace, Xiao Ye nodded. Valia, you may begin familiarizing yourself with the operations here alongside Sankades. Valia vowed. Master, the disaster territory will transform into a verdant world. By the way, Sankades, please inform the other knights to return to the garrison tomorrow. Xiao Ye added after a pause that if they make the same decision as you, arrange positions for them in the Greening Bureau. Having completed his arrangements, Xiao Ye departed for Wuzhai village after leaving 2 spiritual spring wells behind. Wendina, what brings you here? Upon returning to the administrative hall, Xiao Ye was surprised to find Wendina seated there. Your Grace, I wish to report on the estate's financial situation. Wendina stood to explain. Additionally, I would like to inquire how to improve the salaries of the serfs for tomorrow. Xiao Ye gestured for Wendina to sit. Wendina, there are no outsiders present. You need not be so formal. However, Wendina shook her head. My lord, one should maintain professionalism while working. Xiao Ye felt a bit awkward about this, as he believed that while it was important to uphold the Duke's image in public, doing so in private felt somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing his discomfort, Wendina said, My lord, this is merely a matter of habit. I should cultivate such a habit. Xiao Ye did not wish to argue over this issue. As you wish, as long as you're not bothered by it, he replied. Wendina smiled, radiating a gentle, soothing demeanor. My lord, today the estate received an income of 600 gold coins. She reported that if there are no other incidents, this should account for the entirety of April's income. Now I need to know the salaries for the free citizens tomorrow to arrange this month's expenditures. Xiao Ye had already contemplated the salary issue for the serfs. The workers responsible for constructing the city walls will receive 4 pounds of black bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 15 copper coins per day. The brewers will receive the same. The security team needs to continue recruiting personnel, aiming to reach 100 individuals. Their salaries will be distributed separately, Xiao Ye stated. Originally, the security team's pay was equivalent to that of the quarry workers. Each member of the security team would earn 30 copper coins, with daily meals provided free of charge, ensuring they were well fed and supplemented with some meat. After some contemplation, Xiao Ye told Wendina, if there are insufficient personnel, we will recruit from the slaves, offering them the same food as the free citizens and a salary of 10 copper coins. Wendina took note with a charcoal pencil on the paper. Oh, by the way, I have established a greening bureau dedicated to the greening of the estate and the cultivation of fields. Xiao Ye declared, I have entrusted the greening bureau to Valia and Sankades. Please arrange some personnel for them, selecting from the slaves. Those working in the Greening Bureau will receive 4 copper coins in addition to 4 pounds of black bread and 1 pound of coarse wheat daily. We will tentatively arrange the salary issue in this manner, Xiao Ye concluded. Wendina nodded, stating, a rough calculation suggests that this month's salary expenditure will be around 100 gold coins, that we will have approximately 500 gold coins in surplus this month. How does my lord intend to allocate this surplus? She asked, putting away the paper and looking at Xiao Ye. Wendina recorded on paper merely for documentation purposes. Given her exceptional memory, it was entirely superfluous. We shall purchase another 1,000 slaves, Xiao Ye replied without hesitation. For him, abundant manpower was always the most crucial resource at this moment. Additionally, we will need to procure some raw materials for brewing. Xiao Ye added. Wendina interjected, I have already instructed the White Tower Trading Company, and they will soon transport 2,000 jars of fine wine from Huangsha City. Very well, Xiao Ye nodded. That leaves us with 200 gold coins. He turned to Wendina. We need to bolster the estate's military defense capabilities. Let us invest all 200 gold coins into strengthening our defense forces. Wendina nodded in agreement, as she shared the same intention. My lord, I suggest purchasing some war horses to expand the number of knights. Wendina proposed, we can select suitable individuals from the security team. Xiao Ye regarded the security team as one of the reserves for the knightly order. We must educate them in literacy. Knights cannot be illiterate, he asserted. You can also encourage the serfs to learn the language, by the way. Slaves can learn as well, Xiao Ye added. Inform all the estate's inhabitants that to earn more wages. Literacy is the most fundamental requirement. Wendina smiled, as she was even more invested in the promotion of literacy than Xiao Ye. During her free time, she would teach Felina to read, and even the steward, old John, had been compelled to begin learning. Rest assured, my lord, I will inform every serf. With a smile, Wendina remarked, I shall also encourage But and the other knights to commence their studies of the Chinese language. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. My lord, we must expedite the training of teachers and subsequently establish a school, Wendina proposed. Allocate some personnel to urgently construct a spacious room, Xiao Ye instructed. Let us work during the day and study the script at night. We shall call this institution a night school, and I advise against compelling the citizens to learn if they are unwilling. Xiao Ye cautioned Wendina. She nodded, yet understood a fundamental truth. As long as the citizens of the territory recognized that literacy could lead to greater remuneration, they would be inclined to learn. The rewards for the constabulary and the knights served as a gentle coercion. The remaining funds would be utilized to purchase potions and some magical tools, as well as knightly skills. Xiao Ye informed Wendina that he inquired with Ev. Wendina maintained a calm demeanor. They do not possess such goods, but Ev mentioned he knows individuals from the Magic Yuan Guild, which primarily engages in the trade of potions and magical tools, as for knightly skills. There are currently no leads, she stated. There is no rush. We can take our time to seek them out. Xiao Ye replied, present. They are not immediately needed in the origin continent. One could only learn a new vocational skill upon advancing a level. Only a But within the territory had the opportunity to study new knightly techniques. After all, he alone had the potential to break into the bronze rank. The most pressing matter is to strengthen the knight order, Xiao Ye asserted. Wendina nodded. Very well. I shall pay special attention to this matter. After Wendina departed, Xiao Ye sat upon a wooden plank, contemplating the future development of the territory. The coveted Zhuge crossbow would require some time yet. It could only be crafted once the stone walls of the territory were established and a blacksmith was present in the town. Moreover, creating the Zhuge crossbow necessitated not only a blacksmith but also a carpenter, alongside iron, ore, and timber, both of which the territory currently lacked. The charcoal pencil twirled between Xiao Ye's fingers as he pondered what should be developed next. He used the charcoal pencil to record his thoughts upon a sheet of paper. As time passed, he became aware that dusk had fallen. My lord, it is time for dinner. Yi Bai's voice interrupted Xiao Ye's reverie. I shall be there shortly, Xiao Ye replied. Rising. Yi Bai, please organize these sheets. I shall require them again tomorrow. He exited the administrative hall and, upon reaching the dining hall, found Wendina and Villiers seated together, conversing animatedly while enjoying their meal, laughter echoing around them. Master, you have arrived, Villiers greeted as she stood. Please, join us for dinner. Xiao Ye nodded and took the seat Villiers vacated, just as he was about to partake of the meal. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Wendina, I have conceived a rapid method to enhance the strength of the Knight Order. Wendina and Villiers exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Ye's exclamation. Xiao Ye, what is your idea? During their break, Wendina had finally set aside her title of Duke. The Enlightenment skill, it could undoubtedly aid in enhancing a But's capabilities, Xiao Ye exclaimed, recalling Wendina's Enlightenment skill. Initially, he had merely utilized it to bolster his memory and assist in recalling details of his past life. Today, however, he had suddenly extricated himself from his own cognitive confines. Recognizing other applications for the Enlightenment skill, he recalled its specific attributes. Enlightenment bestows heightened intelligence upon the caster, enhances mental agility, and augments comprehension. The Enlightenment skill was indeed a formidable enhancement. For a But and the others, it would significantly facilitate both the mastery of knightly techniques and the elevation of their personal prowess. Wendina's eyes sparkled. My lord, it may also be employed to promote the Chinese language. Xiao Ye could not help but facepalm. Wendina had developed an obsession with the dissemination of the Chinese language. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that her proposal held considerable merit. It was indeed feasible. Wendina, the Enlightenment skill, certainly possesses substantial efficacy. Fearing potential issues, Xiao Ye cautioned Wendina, it is imperative not to allow the same group to utilize the Enlightenment skill consecutively. Even I dare not employ it in succession. He would always wait several days between uses. That I understand moderation, she assured him. With that, Xiao Ye resumed his dinner. Upon returning to his chamber, he disclosed to Wendina the fact that both Villia and he had mastered the ability to forge magical contracts. Wendina, in turn, recounted amusing occurrences from the territory that day. This was a nightly ritual for them, allowing for the exchange of territorial matters while deepening their bond. Holding Wendina close, Xiao Ye planted a kiss on her forehead. Wendina, you truly bear the burden of the territory's affairs, Xiao Ye remarked. Both he and his predecessor were novices at managing a territory. Despite possessing memories from his past life and harboring many ideas distinct from those of the people of the origin continent, he had never personally overseen a land. Xiao Ye knew that he could only propose a general direction. He was incapable of meticulously implementing and arranging every detail. Without Wendina, the territory would undoubtedly be in disarray. I am Lady Fisher, Wendina replied with a gentle smile. You are under too much pressure. Xiao Ye offered a wry smile, aware that he was indeed under considerable strain. After all, it was his inaugural experience as a duke. Devoid of any prior experience and fearful of making mistakes, that I can assist in alleviating your stress, Wendina suggested with a smile. Xiao Ye observed as Wendina inclined her body downward as dawn broke. Xiao Ye felt invigorated, the weight of his burdens lifted. After practicing a set of 24-style Tai Chi, he enjoyed a simple breakfast before embarking on another day of surveying the territory. He arrived at the Spirit Spring Square, the site of his first miraculous display. Due to the presence of the Spirit Spring well, the citizens had spontaneously begun referring to this place as the Spirit Spring Square. Ensure it lived up to its name. Xiao Ye constructed 2 additional Spirit Spring wells, each with a diameter of 4 meters. The primary motivation for this construction was to alleviate the pressure on water supply, as the territory had recently acquired an additional 1,000 slaves. Significantly increasing water demand, as Xiao Ye approached Spirit Spring Square, he noticed a wall had been erected, upon which a sheet of paper was affixed. Even from a distance, with his bronze-level strength, he could discern the text upon the paper. It detailed the wages for each occupation, with comprehensive descriptions for both slaves and free citizens. Xiao Ye read through the list with interest until he reached the final line. Learn Chinese. Increase wages. This line was notably emphasized. Xiao Ye couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. It was evident that this was Wendina's handiwork. He drew closer to the announcement wall and joined the crowd gathered around it. Just as Yi Bai finished reading the contents of the paper aloud. Upon noticing the Duke's presence, Yi Bai quickly stifled his voice. Xiao Ye chose to listen quietly to the citizens' discussions. Hey, Woodblock. Are you reading that correctly? I don't recall you being literate. Right? Woodblock, have you been around the Duke long enough to catch his scent and become a learned gentleman? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Yi Bai's expression darkened, his eyes widening in anger as he retorted, I am not Woodblock. I am Yi Bai, a name given by the Duke. I have told you countless times, you dung pit uncle. Fork uncle. I learned to write from the Duke, not by sniffing his scent. The others paid little heed to Yi Bai's retorts and continued to tease him that if you don't believe me, can you not trust the Duke? Yi Bai, unable to engage in a rebuttal, could not help but point toward Xiao Ye. You may inquire with the Duke himself if this is indeed true. The subjects were taken aback. Hastily turning to behold the silhouette of their lord, I have seen the Lord, I have seen the Duke, I have seen the Lord, I have seen the Duke, my lord. In an instant, several titles spilled from the mouths of the subjects in a flurry. Xiao Ye waved his hand, affirming Yi Bai's claim. Yi Bai speaks the truth. I bestowed his name upon him, and henceforth you shall address him as Yi Bai. Furthermore, he gestured towards a subject named Tai Cha. Tai Cha trembled, fearing his lord would chastise him for his earlier skepticism towards Yi Bi. Learn to read. Merely catching a whiff of my scent will not suffice, Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. You must attend night school. It is there that you will acquire literacy. Noticing the tension among the subjects, he jested. If merely inhaling my aroma could grant you literacy, I would have to forego bathing indefinitely. No one laughed. All the subjects were apprehensive about incurring the Duke's displeasure. Xiao Ye felt somewhat awkward, pondering why there was not a single jester amongst them. Haha, my lord, should you proceed in such a manner, your lady wife would undoubtedly find you repugnant. Fortunately, there was one individual present unafraid of Xiao Ye, that being Yi Bai. With a chuckle, Xiao Ye remarked, "Indeed, how could I have forgotten, if I do not bathe daily? Wendina will not allow me to share her BED. I it the same in your households." With Yi Bai as an exemplar, the subject began to feel less intimidated by Xiao Wai, my lord. My wife is the same way. Tai Cha summoned his courage to declare. She forbids me from entering the house unless I wash my feet. Humph, in the past, she was concerned about me washing my feet, fearing it would waste water. Tai Cha scoffed. Now that water is no longer scarce, she has become quite the cleanliness enthusiast. Indeed, she constantly insists I wash my feet now. Another subject chimed, why wife claims my feet are fit for pickling vegetables. Pray tell, what sort of nonsense is that? The subject exclaimed, wide-eyed. Who uses their feet to pickle vegetables? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye was tempted to agree, as his mind wandered to certain pickled cabbage. The subjects began to murmur, voicing their grievances about the recent changes in their wives' attitudes. Yet I must admit, after a good wash, it does feel considerably more pleasant. One subject chuckled. Especially when using spring water, it feels as though my fatigue is dissipated. This remark elicited nods of agreement from the crowd. Then you ought to heed your wives' counsel and wash thoroughly, Xiao Ye chuckled. Your wives care for your well-being. The Duke is right. We shall heed the Duke's words. The subjects nodded in unison. My lord, is this announcement truly valid? After Xiao Ye's light-hearted quips, the subject appeared less fearful of their lord than before. It's not that we doubt your sincerity, my lord. It's simply that this matter is of utmost importance to us. The subjects gazed earnestly at Xiao Ye. He nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, the wages will be fulfilled without fail. Xiao Ye felt the temperature around him rise, as if the chill had been absorbed by the subjects. The members of the security team are truly commendable. Instantly, everyone recognized the distinctiveness of the security team. Not only did they provide the finest provisions, but their wages were remarkably high, a staggering 30 copper coins. Merely from wages alone, one could nearly accumulate a silver coin in a single month, equivalent to the income of 2 ordinary households. A chorus of discussion erupted, with some of the slaves present brimming with excitement. They had witnessed the stark disparity between the wages of the workers in the Greening Bureau and those in the security team. The Greening Bureau offered a daily wage of 4 copper coins, totaling 120 copper coins per month. With 8 or 9 months of labor, one could amass a silver coin. The security team, on the other hand, was even more extravagant, offering 10 copper coins daily, accumulating 300 copper coins monthly, enough to secure a silver coin in just over 3 months. Joining the security team meant that freedom could be regained in a matter of months. Each slave present harbored aspirations of joining the security team, with the Greening Bureau as a secondary wish. As the subjects engaged in fervent discussion, Xiao Ye quietly departed, returning to the stone fortress. Along the way, thoughts swirled in his mind, contemplating various issues. His earlier conversation with the subjects had illuminated a critical concern, the hygiene of the territory. While the subjects could manage washing their feet, bathing was another matter altogether. Furthermore, the issue of waste disposal loomed large. Many subjects disposed of their excrement carelessly. Fortunately, the village was not overly populated. Otherwise, the stench would be unforgettable. Let us take a moment. Xiao Ye mused, still believing that constructing the city walls was of paramount importance. Only by ensuring safety could one consider improving quality of life. Once the walls were erected, he would promptly commence the transformation of the village into a disaster-free zone. In his mind, he planned, first, to build public baths, second, to construct public toilets, mandating that subjects refrain from discarding waste indiscriminately. My lord, you have finally returned. There's been a mishap at the brick kiln. Upon Xiao Ye's return to the stone fortress, he encountered Knight with an anxious expression. One of the brick kilns has collapsed, and Lady Wendina has instructed me to summon you. A jolt of alarm coursed through Xiao Ye. Were there any casualties? My lord, there are 15 to 16 injured, and 2 have perished. The knight had evidently anticipated Xiao Ye's inquiry and was prepared with an answer. Come, let us investigate. Xiao Ye mounted his horse and swiftly rode alongside the knight to the scene. The death of 2 individuals was no trivial matter. Upon arrival, Xiao Ye beheld the remnants of a collapsed brick kiln. Scattered across the ground were several individuals, bloodied and in pain, clearly the injured. He noted that these wounded were merely bound with coarse cloth. Bring Villia from the spirit field base, Xiao Ye commanded, recalling her healing abilities. Calm the subjects. Inform them this was merely an accident and that there is no cause for alarm. Approaching Wendina, he issued a reminder. The paramount concern was to prevent the subjects from developing a sense of fear. Otherwise, the construction of the stone walls would undoubtedly be delayed. Fear not, my lord. I have already reassured them. Wendina had evidently contemplated this issue, adding, furthermore, I have compensated the injured with a silver coin each. As for the 2 deceased, they were merely slaves. Did they have any family? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. If 2 slaves had perished, and the territory made no gesture of acknowledgement, the remaining slaves would undoubtedly feel disheartened. This would severely impact their morale, potentially leaving lingering issues. Yes, Wendina replied, having evidently conducted her investigation with care. One had a younger brother, while the other had an elder brother. Reward each of them with 2 silver coins. Xiao Ye declared without hesitation. 2 silver coins was a trivial amount for Xiao Ye at present. However, for those slaves, it represented a fortune. Moreover, he was well aware of the principle that one must invest to reap rewards. Wendina nodded in agreement. Wendina, what caused this incident? Have you ascertained the details? Xiao Ye approached her side. Wendina had already begun investigating the cause of the collapse, and by the time Xiao Ye arrived, she had gathered pertinent information that my lord, it was due to the quality of the building materials. The stones were of subpar quality. Poor stone quality, Xiao Ye inquired, perplexed. How could merely firing bricks result in ruined stones? Show me. He suspected that those stones were not genuine. Upon reaching the site of the collapse, Xiao Ye inspected the stones closely, wiped them down. Given the soot and ash, the stones appeared uniform. Xiao Ye needed to discern their true nature that a group of workers busily wiped and rinsed the stones. One by one, the stones revealed their original forms. Xiao Ye approached a stone, crouching down before it. This stone was white and somewhat translucent, reminiscent of jade, yet lacking the clarity typical of true jade. He glanced at the other stones nearby, which were grayish-white and devoid of any translucence. What could this be? He lightly tapped the faux stone with his fingers, pondering to himself. The appearance of this stone struck him as vaguely familiar. Smash a piece down. Xiao Ye instructed a worker standing nearby. He picked up a piece of the faux stone and handed it to another worker, saying, "Take a whiff of this." The worker accepted the faux stone, placing it before his nose to take a gentle sniff, even extending his tongue to taste it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ye felt a surge of concern for the brave worker, worried that he might encounter some adverse effect from this unidentified substance. Should he scorn his ignorance or commend his bravery? Is there a smell? Xiao Ye inquired. Noticing the worker's frown, "My lord, it has a slight bitterness." The worker replied, licking again, "It seems a bit salty as well." "My lord, could this possibly be bitter salt?" The worker's eyes lit up. Salt was a valuable commodity, enhancing the flavor of food, and crucially, it was expensive. Xiao Ye remained silent, contemplating how this place did not seem like one where salt could be mined. Yet, what was it? Its appearance was white, with a glass-like sheen, and tasted salty and bitter. Suddenly, Xiao Ye recalled a particular mineral that bore a striking resemblance to this faux stone. A wave of excitement washed over him. Could it be that Wuzai village was on the brink of discovering a new industry? Could this be saltpeter? Xiao Ye believed the faux stone bore an uncanny similarity to the saltpeter of his previous life. However, this was the origin continent, and the minerals here might not be identical to those he had known before. Exercising caution, Xiao Ye resolved to take some saltpeter back to the stone fortress for experimentation. Before departing, he instructed Wendina, "Do not use the brick kilns constructed from this stone for the time being." He feared that other kilns might also contain faux stones, leading to potential mining disasters. "Oh, and send someone to locate the source of this stone," Let us see where it has been excavated from. A smile crept across Xiao Ye's face. Perhaps, by utilizing these materials, our disaster territory will soon add another profitable industry. Although Wendina was still unaware of what this stone could yield, she dutifully complied with Xiao Ye's orders. By the way, reward that worker with 20 copper tokens. Xiao Ye glanced at the worker who had dared to taste the stone. If this truly was saltpeter, then the worker had indeed made a contribution. After all, confronting unknown minerals, whether by sniffing or tasting, bore inherent risks. One cannot dismiss a person's contribution simply because they escaped mishap. The worker's face lit up with surprise upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, not expecting that merely licking the stone for the Duke would earn him such a reward. 20 copper tokens, equated to his earnings for a day or two. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Other workers observed this with envy, lamenting why they had not been bold enough to lick the stone themselves. They looked to the Duke and then at the nearest stone, eagerly awaiting his command to rush over and taste. Unfortunately, Xiao Ye paid no heed to their newfound enthusiasm for licking stones, save for Wendina. Upon returning to the stone fortress, Xiao Ye commenced the process of ice production using the saltpeter from memory. It was now April, and the weather was gradually warming. If he could produce ice, it would not only allow for the enjoyment of delicious ice cream, but also the luxury of chilled water and iced wine. The thought alone was a delightful prospect, beyond personal indulgence. Ice could also be sold in summer. Ice became a coveted commodity, particularly in territories near the Soul Desert, where it was highly sought after in a state of eager anticipation. Xiao Ye finally validated his hypothesis. Gazing at the ice blocks before him, he erupted into laughter. We are about to strike it rich. Xiao Ye mounted his horse and departed the stone fortress, intending to instruct Wendina to arrange for a small team to begin mining the saltpeter, stockpiling it for when they had sufficient manpower to start ice production. He also needed to dig an ice cellar. Arriving at the brick kiln, Xiao Ye did not find Wendina, but instead encountered Vilia. My lord, what brings you here? Vilia's face brightened with a smile upon seeing Xiao Ye. I came to find Wendina. Returning her smile, Xiao Ye inquired, how are their injuries? My lord, they're doing much better, Vilia replied with a hint of complaint. If only there were more plants nearby, healing their wounds would be much easier. I should have considered that. Next time, we'll send the injured to Lake Sankides for treatment. Xiao Ye acknowledged that he had acted too hastily. It's all right, my lord. I can still heal them here. Vilia assured him that, why lord, could you provide me with some plant seeds? Vilia asked shyly. The flora at Lake Sankides is rather singular. I wish to cultivate some other plants. Xiao Ye nodded. I will have Wendina assist you in procuring some seeds. At that moment, he recalled the bamboo suitable for papermaking from his past life, that if bamboo existed in the disaster territory, it could pave the way for paper production, a lucrative venture. Xiao Ye described the characteristics of bamboo to Vilia, inquiring if she knew of any similar plants. Vilia tilted her head in thought, her eyes blinking thoughtfully. My lord, there's a plant called Bai Shulong that resembles what you described, true to her elven heritage. Vilia quickly recalled a plant that met Xiao Ye's requirements. Bai Shulong. Xiao Ye nodded appreciatively. The name sounded impressive. We must obtain some. Have Wendina purchase some Bai Shulong seeds and cultivate them for me. Xiao Ye was eager to produce paper, an essential medium for culture. Paper was significantly lighter and more convenient to carry than cardboard. Do your best. If you cannot cultivate it, we can always buy from elsewhere. He worried that the climate in the disaster territory might not be conducive to the growth of Bai Shulong. My lord, I will ensure they flourish. Vilia smiled brightly. You will soon see fields of Bai Shulong. Haha, I believe in you, Vilia. Xiao Ye encouraged her. You are a child of nature. Come, let us find Wendina together. Xiao Ye was also in search of Wendina. If you have any other seeds you wish for, mention them to Wendina, and she will help you procure them. Vilia nodded vigorously. Xiao Ye found Wendina at the former quarry. With the advent of bricks, the quarry had fallen into disuse. It was not until today that the villagers of Wuzai ventured back to this place. Wendina, have you found anything? Yes, my lord. Wendina indicated a pit in the ground. Those faux stones, saltpeter, my lord, that is saltpeter. Xiao Ye interjected. Those saltpeter deposits were discovered here. Wendina frowned slightly. However, there are still stones here. Extracting the saltpeter won't be easy. Xiao Ye observed that the saltpeter was indeed mixed with the stones. the latter being in the majority. My lord, extracting the surface stones is manageable, but digging deeper poses a risk. Wendina expressed concern over potential collapses. We need to find some craftsmen, skilled miners. Wendina suggested that I recommend that among the slaves we purchase this time, we specifically acquire some craftsmen proficient in various trades. Agreed. Arrange the finances accordingly. Xiao Ye acknowledged the inconvenience of lacking craftsmen. Let us purchase a moderate number, but primarily ordinary laborers. This time, you can also acquire some female slaves. Xiao Ye said with a smile, some of our tasks can be managed by women as well, that as long as the female slaves do not possess exceptional beauty. Their prices are invariably lower than those of their male counterparts. After all, women's physical strength cannot compare to that of men. Wentina nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Ye assigned the task of extracting nitrate to Wentina and instructed her to communicate with Vilia regarding the procurement of seeds. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye rode alone towards the western gate of Wuzhai village. Upon reaching the western gate, he continued his journey towards Huangsha City. Xiao Ye planned to construct several spiritual spring wells along the route to Huangsha City. Intending to use bricks to pave a road, once vegetation began to flourish, as the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Once the road connecting Wuzhai village to Huangsha City is established, the exchange between the two locations will become significantly more convenient. The pressing question now is whether the spiritual spring wells can ameliorate the desert environment, allowing for large-scale plant growth within the arid expanse. Only with the growth of vegetation can the winds and sands be obstructed. Otherwise, even if a road is constructed, it will soon be buried beneath the encroaching sands. Xiao Ye arrived at the fringes of the Wraith Desert and employed his faith to construct a spiritual spring well. He would return in a few days to assess the results. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a caravan approaching in his direction. Xiao Ye squinted slightly, observing a scroll emblazoned on the banner of the caravan. Could this be a new trading group? He hesitated to leave, waiting for the caravan to draw nearer, only to discover that it comprised a mere 20 or 30 individuals. Furthermore, they carried scant cargo, lacking even a pack animal to transport their goods. This is quite peculiar. Could it be that this is not a trading group, but rather adventurers? Who are you? Xiao Ye cautiously maintained a distance from the group. The leader of the caravan cast a surprised glance at the spiritual spring well beside Xiao Ye, clearly taken aback by the sight of a well in the desert. We are members of the Divine Scroll Trading Association. The leader spoke with a hint of arrogance. How could there be a well here? And is this the way to Wuzhai City? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that these individuals might not be benign. I too found it rather strange to encounter this well upon my arrival, which is why I paused to investigate. Xiao Ye decided to withhold his identity and probe the intentions of the Divine Scroll Trading Association. Is Wuzhai City ahead? Are you here to conduct business with Wuzhai City? Xiao Ye feigned a puzzled expression. I have heard that Wuzhai City is quite impoverished. There might not be much business to be had. You need not concern yourself with that. The leader of the Divine Scroll Trading Association dismissed Xiao Ye's remarks, and the group continued towards Wuzhai village. Xiao Ye felt a sense of unease regarding the intentions of the Divine Scroll Trading Association and quickly returned to Wuzhai village from another direction, gathering Wentina, Vilia, and the Knights of the Order. Xiao Ye recounted the earlier encounter to them, and my lord, it will be prudent for you to remain concealed for the time being. Thought I shall go to receive them and ascertain their true purpose for being here. Having already encountered members of the Divine Scroll Trading Association, revealing Xiao Ye's identity as the Lord of the Calamity territory would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement with Wentina's suggestion. Be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. He instructed Ibuda, Vilia, and the others before long. The members of the Divine Scroll Trading Association arrived outside Wuzhai village, observing the bustling villagers and the nascent walls they were erecting. The leader of the Divine Scroll Trading Association expressed surprise. The Calamity territory, truly so prosperous. The leader turned to a woman beside him. They're even constructing walls. The woman gazed at the scene before her, her eyes glimmering as she smiled and remarked, Kimoer, the Duke of Fisher was once a prince of the Silver Kingdom. Their coffers must be quite substantial. Erecting a wall may not pose a burden for the Duke of Fisher. The woman smiled brightly. The Divine Scroll Trading Association is bound to reap rewards here. If a lucrative deal is struck, I shall reward you handsomely. Kimor smiled in response. Mandali, this is your reward for bringing us to Wuzhai City. Remember my promise. Kimor is a man of his word. Mandali flattered. I shall await my reward with anticipation. Kimor laughed heartily. Let us proceed into the city to pay a visit to the Duke of Fisher. Upon entering Wuzhai village, the members of the Divine Scroll Trading Association made their way directly to the stone fortress. Only the Duke within the fortress possesses the means to purchase the goods of the Divine Scroll Trading Association. Upon arriving at the fortress, the knights stationed at the entrance halted their advance. We are members of the Divine Scroll Trading Association, specializing in the trade of elemental techniques. Kimor wore a smile that revealed none of his previous arrogance. As if he had not conversed with Xiao Ye moments prior, we seek an audience with the Duke and wish to inquire if he requires the services of the Divine Scroll Trading Association. Kimor bowed slightly, his smile taking on a somewhat obsequious tone. He cared little for whether such actions might compromise his dignity. For the sake of profit, he would not hesitate to bow or even kneel if the reward were sufficient. Wait here. The knight dismissed them with a curt remark and entered the fortress. After a brief interval, the knight returned. The Duke has no time. The knight's words weighed heavily on Kimor's heart, yet he maintained his smile. However, the Duchess is available, the knight stated. Lady Wentina has decided to meet with you in the administrative hall. Kimor's smile became increasingly sincere. He led Mandali to the administrative hall, where the two were instantly captivated by Wentina's presence. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wentina's golden hair, which shone resplendently. She is truly a goddess. Kimor could not help but marvel. The Duke is indeed fortunate. Wentina offered a gentle smile. The Divine Scroll Trading Association. You say? I am familiar with you. You hail from the territory of Earl Delepper. Delepper has some dealings with Duke Kaidina, which is why Wentina recognized the association's underlying patron. Upon hearing Xiao Ye mention the Divine Scroll Trading Association, her caution stemmed from this very reason. The relationship between Delepper and Duke Kaidina is quite close, and Delepper's reputation is far from commendable. He is notorious for his greed and unscrupulousness. Wentina feared that the arrival of the Divine Scroll Trading Association in Wuzhai village could pose a threat to Xiao Ye. To curry favor with Duke Kaidina, Delepper would undoubtedly resort to such measures to My lady. You are truly well informed. Kimor expressed his astonishment. The name of the Divine Scroll Trading Association sounds grand, yet their business is not substantial, and their reputation is not particularly noteworthy. Not everyone has heard of the Divine Scroll Trading Association, let alone knows of the territory behind it. It is merely a coincidence that I am aware. Wentina replied with a soft smile. The territory is in need of some elemental techniques. Perhaps the Divine Scroll Trading Association can provide us with assistance. Kimor's smile grew even more radiant. At this moment, he was entirely oblivious to Mandali's peculiar demeanor. Upon encountering Wentina, Mandali immediately lowered her head, attempting to conceal her uncontrollable expression of disbelief. How can Wentina be so radiant? Mandali could hardly fathom it. Is she not just a foolish girl? Perhaps I should first learn your name, Wentina stated. For the sake of our conversation, and as a matter of courtesy, it is an honor to have my name remembered by you. Kimor replied. My name is Kimor. This is my assistant, Mandali. He gestured towards Mandali. Mandali regained her composure and raised her head calmly. She had met Wentina on only a few occasions and did not believe Wentina would recognize her. To be Kimor's assistant, this Mandali must be quite remarkable, Wentina remarked with a smile. Compared to your brilliance, my lady, Mandali is but a flickering ember on the ground. Mandali wore a humble smile. Wentina chuckled and turned to Kimor. Kimor, before we discuss business, I must observe the courtesies befitting a noble. Wentina approached Kimor. The dining hall will prepare food for you, and you may sample the fine wines produced in the Calamity territory. They are exquisite. Although Kimor was curious about the flavor of the fine wine from the Calamity territory, he remained eager to finalize their business as soon as possible. Lady Wentina, before indulging in the fine wine. May I inquire about your needs regarding elemental techniques? In a delicate manner, Kimor expressed. Thus, I shall prepare everything for you in advance. Wentina shook her head gently, replying, I must consult the Duke's opinion. Do not rush. Kimor, I have other matters to attend to. As you may have observed, The territory is in the midst of constructing walls, and there are numerous affairs to manage. With that, Wendina departed without waiting for Kimoer's response, leaving only the words, "Someone will soon escort you to the dining hall." Kimoer felt helpless. The Duchess truly radiated brilliance that he sighed to Mandoli. "However, I cannot shake the feeling that this lady seems remarkably familiar. As if I have encountered her before." "You have never met her. You have only seen her sister," Mandoli replied, keeping her true identity concealed. With a smile, she added, "The Duchess is warm-hearted," which may have led to a misunderstanding. Kimoer nodded and began speculating with Mandoli about what kind of elemental techniques the Duke might require, hoping to target the right remedy and sell more effectively. Before long, Yebi arrived at the administrative hall to escort the two to the dining hall. Upon entering, Kimoer discovered that the entire merchant association was gathered there. "Chairman Kimoer, the lady has stated that the soul incineration wine is abundant. You need not hold back," Yebi conveyed Wendina's message. "Praise the lady." "Praise the Duke," Kimoer remarked. "She is an exceedingly generous noble." A.S. Yebi exited the dining hall. The members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association immediately commenced their jovial revelry. They had a particular fondness for the soul incineration wine, and given their formidable strength, they were not easily inebriated, indulging freely in the exquisite drinks. Kimoer, too, partook of a few more cups than usual, while Mandoli scarcely touched her drink. As time passed, when Wendina arrived at the dining hall, everyone from the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, except for Kimoer and Mandoli, had succumbed to intoxication. "Lord Kimoer, are you unwell?" Wendina inquired with a concerned smile. Observing Kimoer's flushed complexion, "I appreciate your concern, my lady. I am quite well," Kimoer replied, extolling the soul incineration wine. "Indeed, it is exceptional, unlike any other fine spirits I've tasted." "Did Lady Mandoli not partake in the soul incineration wine?" Wendina asked, noticing Mandoli's composed demeanor, showing no signs of inebriation. "I am not adept at drinking," Mandoli smiled, adding, "Moreover, it would be unbecoming for everyone to be inebriated." Wendina nodded with a smile. "Kimoer, night has fallen. Your associates require caution," Wendina advised. "Shall we postpone discussions of elemental techniques until tomorrow morning? It would be wise for you to clear your head. You know that clarity of mind is essential in business discussions," Wendina cautioned, "lest one make erroneous decisions." Kimoer nodded, recognizing that his thoughts were not as sharp as when sober, and he had no desire to engage in business matters at that moment, which could hinder his performance. "I shall heed your command, Duchess," Kimoer bowed respectfully. "Take them to rest," Wendina instructed Yebi. Yebi led the newly appointed servants to escort the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association to their quarters. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Ye, accompanied by the knights, Villia, and Wendina, followed Yebi to the door of the room where the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association rested. Upon entering, Xiao Ye gave a slight nod to Wendina. Wendina acknowledged with a nod, channeling her power to activate the full skill, affecting the many members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association who were soundly asleep. Once Wendina finished, Xiao Ye immediately consumed some of his faith power to forge a magical contract with these individuals. This time, Xiao Ye signed a slave contract. Poor souls, unbeknownst to them, had unwittingly become slaves under Xiao Ye's control of life and death in their slumber, that a penchant for indulgence can lead to misfortune. After confirming the successful signing of the slave contracts, Xiao Ye remarked, "All set, let us proceed to the next room." One after another, in several rooms, every member of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, apart from Kimoer and Mandoli, had fallen into servitude under Xiao Ye. Were it not for the increased faith power from raised salaries and contributions from the populace, Xiao Ye's reserve of faith power would have been insufficient. "Now, it is time to pay a visit to Kimoer," Xiao Ye stated as he stepped towards Kimoer's quarters. Earlier that day, upon seeing Mandoli, Wendina had immediately recognized her as a maidservant of Emily Cadnan. Emily Cadnan was Wendina's sister and had once been betrothed to Xiao Ye. Yet, Emily was undoubtedly unwilling to marry a wastrel, especially one from the territory of desolation, regardless of Xiao Ye's noble title. Through Emily's machinations, her sister Wendina became a scapegoat and was sent to the territory of desolation. Wendina could not fathom how Mandoli might have arrived in the territory of desolation without reason. especially mingling among the unsuspecting divine scroll merchant association. Wendina was certain that Kimmerer was unaware. Otherwise, he would have known the true financial circumstances of Duke Fisher and would not have come here to conduct business concerning elemental techniques. When Xiao Ye first arrived in the territory of desolation, he had no gold to purchase elemental techniques. Pushing open the door, Yebi approached and nudged the sleeping Kimmerer awake. Kimmerer slowly opened his eyes. The sight of so many people further clouding his already muddled mind. Madame Wendina, what brings this gathering? Kimmerer inquired, recognizing only Wendina among the assembled guests. Kimmerer, our Duke has some inquiries for you. Wendina maintained her serene smile. The Duke? Kimmerer's mind was foggy. At this late hour, what could the Duke possibly want from him? Surely, there was no need for such a commotion, which felt akin to an arrest for a fugitive. Xiao Ye stepped forward, smiling. Kimmerer, we meet again if I disturb your peaceful slumber. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, offer my sincerest apologies. Kimmerer was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the Duke? Was he not merely a misguided adventurer? Why else would he venture into the territory of desolation? Ah, Duke, I was unaware of your identity. If I have offended you, I beseech you to forgive my transgressions in light of Count Desolate. Kimmerer implored, fearing the Duke had come to confront him. Kimmerer, I have decided to take the Divine Scroll Merchant Association under my wing. How would you feel about working for me? Xiao Ye casually declared, leaving Kimmerer astounded. Duke, why? Kimmerer exclaimed, I am a man of Count Desolate. A blow from Abbot's iron sword struck Kimmerer's forehead, blood oozing forth. Silence, Abbot barked coldly. Kimmerer clutched his forehead, feeling a surge of fear as he met Abbot's icy gaze. Kimmerer, had it not been for the urgency of taking control of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, you would already be dead, Xiao Ye stated flatly. There are many merchants on the Origin Continent. You are not irreplaceable. As Kimmerer locked eyes with Xiao Ye, a chill ran down his spine as he realized that Duke Fisher was dead serious. Duke, if I have offended you today, I shall demonstrate my utmost sincerity. Kimmerer insisted, still hoping to negotiate for his freedom. Please, allow me to leave. Count Desolate shall forever remember your friendship. Xiao Ye smiled. Kimmerer, I am currently considering appointing someone else to manage the Divine Scroll Merchant Association. He said, you are more foolish than I had anticipated, failing to understand the reason for my actions against you. Kimmerer looked on in confusion. Mandoli is a maidservant of Miss Cadnan, Xiao Ye scoffed. And Cadnan is my enemy. Kimmerer opened his mouth in shock. Mandoli was indeed from the Ironstone territory and was affiliated with Miss Cadnan. Duke, is not your lady the daughter of Duke Cadnan? Kimmerer suddenly realized. Turning to Wendina, are you not the daughter of Duke Cadnan, my lady? Kimmerer could not comprehend why the Duke would claim that her father was his enemy. Wendina's expression remained impassive as she coolly replied, is also my enemy. When Duke Cadnan had sent her to the territory of desolation, Wendina had ceased to regard him as her father. No father would send his daughter to a place almost certain to lead to her demise. After Xiao Ye saved Wendina, she had declared that from that moment forth, there would be no more Wendina Cadnan in the Origin Continent. Only Wendina Fisher. Kimmerer's mind was left reeling, according to the news he had heard. Duke Cadnan, in a bid to uphold the promises of nobility, had not wavered in his commitment despite the fact that Xiao Ye Fisher was a wastrel of the disaster territory. The Duke had even sent his own daughter to the city of Huangsha, a fact well known among the aristocracy of the Golden Leaf Empire. Kimmerer, I am Wendina Fisher, the eldest daughter of Duke Cadnan. Wendina spoke softly. Kimmerer was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Kimmerer suddenly recalled a rumor that the Duke's eldest daughter was a simpleton. Are you not? Kimmerer was not a noble. He had merely heard the gossip, unlike Viscount Enter, who was privy to the truth. Thus, he found himself doubting the veracity of the tale regarding Wendina's supposed folly. It is true, Wendina replied coldly. Duke Cadnan, in order to preserve the dignity of the nobility, entrusted me to Duke Fisher. Kimmerer finally understood, and oh wonder Duke Fisher and Lady Wendina referred to Duke Cadnan as an enemy. Kimmerer, I have already squandered much time on you. Xiao Ye said icily, it is time for you to make your choice. This time, Kimmerer showed no hesitation as he declared, Duke Fisher, it is my honor to serve you. For the sake of wealth, Kimo could bow low. For the sake of his life, Kimo could betray everything. Do not resist, Xiao Ye commanded again, invoking the magical contract to bind him as a slave. After the contract was signed, Kimo felt an unsettling sense that his life was now under the control of the Duke. This left him feeling profoundly insecure. As long as you remain loyal to me, the slave contract will not take effect, Xiao Ye said with a smile. I do not wish to see the Divine Scroll Merchant Association change its leadership. That was a devil's smile. Kimo felt a chill as he gazed upon the visage of Duke Fisher. Let us proceed. It is time to deal with the last individual. Xiao Ye and the others led Kimo to Mandoli's chamber. The door was flung open violently, startling the slumbering Mandoli. She, disregarding her disheveled appearance, looked at Fisher and the others in terror. What do you intend to do? The sight of Wendina only intensified her panic. Mandoli, why did Emily send you to the disaster territory? Wendina asked with a hint of icy mirth. Does my dear sister long for her sibling? The mention of Emily stirred a tempest of rage within Wendina, normally so composed, for she had endured much humiliation at the hands of Emily during her time in the Duke's castle. Mandoli's face drained of color in an instant. She ceased to struggle, unable to comprehend why the once simple Wendina had transformed into the formidable figure before her, nor could she fathom how Wendina recognized her. Miss Emily instructed me to leverage the Divine Scroll Merchant Association to eliminate both you and Duke Fisher. Mandoli's voice trembled. Kimo's expression shifted dramatically. If Mandoli truly went through with this, he would be doomed. A commoner assassinating a noble was a grave offense, punishable by death. Count Delapole would likely abandon him for such a transgression. No, it was not just likely. It was certain. Kimo suddenly recalled that Wendina was still the daughter of Duke Cultivate. A noble who would disregard his daughter's life to maintain his reputation would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her, motivated by the need to protect his honor as a member of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association. Kimo knew he would be handed over to Duke Cultivate for venting frustrations. Kimo glared at Mandoli with fury. You wretched woman, you truly deserve to descend into the abyss of demons. You are merely an assistant. How could the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association heed your orders to assassinate a duke? Xiao Ye frowned. Because some have already been bought off by Emily. Responding to Xiao Ye's query, Wendina added, that is Emily's style. She prefers to make ample preparations. Mandoli nodded. Indeed, my Lord Duke, Miss Emily has already bribed 3 silver knights from the Divine Scroll Merchant Association. 3 silver knights? Xiao Ye turned to Kimo. Are the individuals you brought this time particularly powerful? UNG is a valuable commodity. We always bring 5 silver-rank professionals and over 10 bronze-rank professionals for business. Kimo explained. These guards represent our most basic strength. Xiao Ye was now somewhat astonished at the terrifying power of the magical contract, capable of invisibly controlling silver-rank professionals. Did this not mean that the number of silver-rank professionals in the territory had suddenly risen to 6? A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Xiao Ye. He suppressed his elation. There was still one more individual to deal with. Xiao Ye turned to Wendina, seeking her counsel. Shall we eliminate Mandoli? Mandoli was utterly terrified. Wendina smiled. No, she still holds value. Xiao Ye was puzzled. What value could Mandoli possibly possess? Valia, she should be able to provide you with considerable vitality, correct? Wendina looked at Valia. Valia hesitated, nodding, but, Sister Wendina, must I truly do this? Wendina affirmed, of course. Valia, this is someone who sought to harm Xiao Ye. Do you wish to let her go? Valia shook her head. Anyone who wishes to harm my master deserves death. Very well. You shall act before the other members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association tomorrow. Wendina gently patted Valia's forehead. Xiao Ye could not help but shudder. Wendina possessed such a cold and ruthless side. A stark contrast to the gentle enchantress she appeared to be on the bed. Kimo, however, was left bewildered. The following day, upon awakening, the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association, having learned they had become Xiao Ye's slaves, felt as though the sky had fallen, yet with their lives now in the hands of others, they could only lower their heads in resignation. Upon witnessing Mandoli and Valia slowly age under the natural blessing skill, eventually becoming mere husks, They completely abandoned any hope of resistance. Fear gripped them all as they regarded this seemingly serene elf. They learned from Lady Wendina that this elf was none other than the Disaster Witch. Wendina had no intention of concealing the identity of the Disaster Witch in the disaster territory. This was also Xiao Ye's sentiment. As long as the Disaster Witch did not harm the citizens and could even assist them. Wendina was confident that they would accept the Disaster Witch capable of controlling her powers. Moreover, this approach held an additional benefit. Other Disaster Witches might be drawn to their territory. As for whether other noble territories would regard the disaster territory as heretical because of this. Neither Wendina nor Xiao Ye were concerned that hadn't the disaster territory always been viewed as heretical by the people of the origin continent. A multitude of lice no longer itched. Xiao Ye had grown somewhat immune to such matters. Kimo-er, you may take your leave, Xiao Ye declared after dealing with Mandoli, instructing Kimo-er to leave behind 5 silver-rank professionals and 10 bronze-rank professionals. Naturally, he also retained the majority of the UNG and the methods for cultivating UNG. Remember our plan. Next time, bring the Divine Scroll Merchant Association directly to Wuzhou City, and I will provide you with other business opportunities. Xiao Ye intended to entrust a portion of the soul-burning wine to Kimo-er for sale, with the profits to be shared between the disaster territory and the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association. Thus, he aimed to gradually seize control of Count Delaple's Divine Scroll Merchant Association for the benefit of the disaster territory. Kimo-er, momentarily shedding the despondency of becoming a slave, was now brimming with enthusiasm, eager to lead the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association back to the disaster territory once more. This dilapidated village had now become a land of wealth in Kimo-er's heart. Duke Fisher was indeed exceedingly generous. The mere thought of the profit-sharing promised by Duke Fisher sent him into a frenzy, regardless of how many gold coins a cask of soul-burning wine sold for. Duke Fisher would only take 2 coins, with the remainder of the profits divided among the members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association. Kimo-er was acutely aware that in certain regions, particularly among the Orc tribes, the price of high-quality liquor typically ranged from 2 to 3 gold coins. Some even fetched prices exceeding 3 gold coins. The potential profits were enormous. Heavens, this is far superior to serving under Count Delaple. In comparison, Count Delaple was nothing but a miser. Rest assured, my Lord Duke, I will swiftly return with the other members of the Divine Scroll Merchant Association. Kimo-er expressed unprecedented respect for Duke Fisher. The soul-burning wine from the disaster territory will soon be sold across the various domains of the Golden Leaf Empire. Xiao Ye waved his hand, signaling Kimo-er to depart. Xiao Ye was indifferent to how Kimo-er would explain the loss of the Yuan technique and the disappearance of the practitioners to Delapere. Those were matters for Kimo-er to ponder. Kimo-er was far from a fool. On the contrary, he was a genius. He was astute enough to recognize that returning to Count Delapere would pose a threat to his life, and he would certainly refuse such a perilous journey, rather than hastily departing the disaster territory upon hearing about the profit from the soul-burning wine. The day after Kimo-er's departure, Xiao Ye announced the naming of Lake Sankides and the commencement of cultivation at the Spirit Field Base. On April 18th, the White Tower trading caravan brought new raw materials for the soul-burning wine from Huangsha City. By April 30th, the Silver Ark caravan delivered new slaves. Following the arrival of the new slaves, Xiao Ye customarily proclaimed that a single silver coin could restore a person's status as a free citizen, garnering yet another wave of faith power. After the latest batch of slaves arrived, the population of Wuzhou village soared to nearly 2,500. The construction of the city walls progressed at an accelerated pace that on May 1 st, under Xiao Ye's direction, Wendina expanded the workforce in the Greening Bureau, while Villia ordered Sankides to lead them in greening the route to Huangsha City. To facilitate the construction of this road, Xiao Ye dedicated several days to erecting multiple large spirit wells, each with a diameter of 4 meters along the way. On May 2 ND, the Night Order led by Commander Ibuda expanded to 50 members and was bestowed the name Wuzhou Night Order by Xiao Ye. Naturally, the majority of the Wuzhou Night Order members were still merely ordinary knights, yet to be promoted to formal practitioners. In fact, due to a lack of steeds, many knights within the order did not possess war horses to ride. Xiao Ye had already commissioned Viscount Ent to procure 30 warhorses for him as for the 15 slaves left by the Divine Scroll Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ye organized them into the Imperial Guard, tasked specifically with ensuring the safety of himself and the witches. On May 9th, Afe returned, placing an order for 1,000 jars of soul-burning wine and paying a deposit of 1,000 gold coins before departing with 500 jars of the brewed wine. On May 13th, Viscount Ent sent personnel to deliver the warhorses Xiao Ye required to be. Why this time? The height of the city walls had reached 4 meters. On May 15th, the Greenleaf Chamber of Commerce arrived in the disaster territory, and Vilia procured the special plant seeds she needed from them. On May 16th, the White Tower trading caravan once again delivered enough raw materials to brew 2,000 jars of soul-burning wine. On May 19th, the Silver Ark caravan brought in an additional 2,000 slaves, as per Xiao Ye's latest order, many of whom were skilled slaves specifically purchased by Wen. And at this point, the population of Wuzhai village had reached 4,500. Having amassed sufficient faith power, Xiao Ye constructed more spirit wells along the south side of the spirit field base and the road leading to Huangsha City. The new slaves were assigned to the Greening Bureau, the City Wall Construction Team, the Nitrate Mining Team, and the newly established ice-making team, with a small number becoming new brewing workers. On May 23 RD, the long-absent Kimoer finally returned to the disaster territory. Xiao Ye entrusted him with 200 jars of soul-burning wine, instructing him to utilize them to open up markets within the Golden Leaf Empire. By May 25th, Wuzhai village boasted numerous fixed shops selling clothing and ordinary daily necessities. Despite the majority of the nearly 5,000 inhabitants being slaves, they nonetheless provided a certain revenue for these stores. This time, the city walls had become exceedingly tall, reaching over 5 meters in height. On May 30th, Vilia informed Xiao Ye that crops had been planted in the Spear Field base and were thriving. Wuzhai village had officially acquired its own grain fields, eliminating the need for external purchases of food in the future. Additionally, there was another piece of good news. Since Xiao Ye's arrival in Wuzhai City on February 23rd to oversee the construction of the city walls, it had taken over 3 months to complete the walls. Measuring 500 meters on each side and reaching a height of 6 meters. On June 1 ST, accompanied by Wendina, Vilia, and others, Xiao Ye arrived at the Spirit Well Square. The square had undergone a significant transformation. The entire ground was paved with stone, and a platform over 1 meter high had been constructed in front of the spirit well. This was a project Xiao Ye had instructed Wendina to build, as he did not wish to stand atop a cart every time he spoke. When Xiao Ye and his entourage arrived at the square, it was already teeming with people. Under the protection of the Imperial Guard, Xiao Ye ascended the platform. As he gazed down at the gradually quieting subjects and slaves, he proclaimed in a loud voice, "I, Xiao Ye Fisher, the Duke of the Disaster Territory, your lord, have today fulfilled yet another promise." All the subjects looked up at Xiao Ye on the platform, listening intently to his words. Even those standing at a distance, unable to hear Xiao Ye's voice, held their breath in rapt attention. Wuzhai village finally had its own city walls. At this point, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement and declared with vigor, "My subjects, from today onward, your safety shall be assured, not only by the towering walls, but also by the diligent and courageous hands of each of you." The village chief, Sure gazed at the Duke atop the platform under the sunlight, his eyes filled with it. He had once thought the Duke was merely indulging in folly, even when compensated for his efforts. Yet, how difficult could it be to construct a city wall? Sure never believed he would witness Wuzhai village transformed into Wuzhai City before his demise. However, the Duke had truly accomplished it. A 6-meter-high wall had swiftly arisen. Could it be that the Duke was indeed an incarnation of the divine? Sure found himself somewhat persuaded by the long-standing rumors. "My subjects, I once promised you," Xiao Ye said, his voice tinged with emotion, "that I would lead you toward prosperity, not only to ensure you have enough water to drink, but also to provide you with white bread, fine wheat, and polished rice. I have not forgotten my promise." Xiao Ye spoke solemnly. "Trust me, just as I have led you to build Wuzhai village into Wuzhai City. One day, prosperity will descend upon every inhabitant of Wuzhai City." The Spear, now a member of the security team, was currently tasked with maintaining order in Spirit Well Square. Standing tall, he straightened his chest upon hearing the Duke's speech. "Since joining the security team, Spear had engaged in rigorous training daily, while also learning the language. Moreover, he was now able to enjoy meat daily. Meat, this was something he had never dared to dream of before. The Duke kept his word. He was now enjoying meat as for polished rice and fine wheat. Spear could indulge in them every day. Though not purchased with his own money, he was nonetheless very content. Spear believed wholeheartedly in every word spoken by the Duke. Confident that the inhabitants of Wuzhai City would eventually feast upon polished rice and fine wheat. The other subjects shared a similar mindset. The Duke was a man of his word. As long as they followed him, a prosperous life would surely come, and the towering walls of Wuzhai City stood as testimony. My subjects, I, Xiao Ye Fisher, hereby declare in the name of the Duke that from this day forth, the first city of the disaster territory, Wuzhai City, is born. Xiao Ye proclaimed loudly, "Rejoice, my subjects, for this is your achievement. Wuzhai City is created by you. Wuzhai City. Wuzhai City." Initially, only the subjects near the platform cheered, but gradually the entire square erupted with voices. Nearly 5,000 people, each shouting with abandon, expressed their innermost stirring emotions. Xiao Ye descended the platform and instructed Wendina to inform the subjects of the decision for a paid leave of 3 days. Upon returning to the stone fortress, Xiao Ye took the seat of honor in the administrative hall. Present were Commander Buddha of the Wuzhai Night Order, Captain Zhu of the security team, Director Villia of the Greening Bureau, Deputy Director Sankides, the leader of the brewing team, Village Chief Shursaw, the head of the ice-making team, Ma Sheng, the master brickmaker from the brick kiln, Oliver Nal, and others including Old John, Frina, Yi Bai, and Yi Qi. Except for Buddha and Villia, the others had been appointed by Wendina. These individuals had passed Wendina's assessments and were now officially taking up their posts to share the burden with her. Not long after, Wendina returned to the administrative hall, and once she took her seat, Xiao Ye finally commenced this meeting. Yi Bai, please distribute the issues we need to discuss. Xiao Ye commanded this moment. Yi Bai had already become Xiao Ye's secretary, specifically assisting him in documenting various records. Yi Bai distributed sheets of board paper to everyone as they lowered their heads to examine them. They found topics such as the organizational structure of Wuzhaiqing, considerations for citizen remuneration, income and expenditure of Wuzhaiqing, the oasis plan for Wuzhaiqing, and other pertinent issues. These were matters concerning the future planning of Wuzhaiqing, which Xiao Ye had deliberated upon with Wendina and Weilia. The establishment of Wuzhaiqing had reached a stage where safety concerns were no longer the foremost priority. Although there were still occasional beast attacks during this period, the presence of the Knightly Order and the Royal Guard had mitigated significant casualties. Moreover, the beasts primarily emerged from the western and northern sides of Wuzhaiqing. With increased vigilance, substantial damage could be avoided. The pressing issue now was development. Let us first discuss the first topic. Xiao Ye gently tapped the board paper with a charcoal pencil. The organizational structure of Wuzhaiqing. Wendina, please share your thoughts. Wendina nodded, having prepared for this moment. My lord. Wuzhaiqing currently houses nearly 5,000 individuals, and we require a more rational organization to manage them. Wendina articulated her perspective to the officials in the administration hall. Furthermore, we have numerous tasks at hand, including winemaking, ice production, brick kilns, territorial greening, spiritual field cultivation, and grain planting. My lord, the current management is somewhat chaotic and lacks efficiency. We must improve this without delay. Wendina's expression was grave. If we fail to establish a reasonable organization, the future development of Wuzhaiqing will encounter considerable difficulties. What are your thoughts? Xiao Ye looked towards the others. Please share your opinions. My lord, I concur with Lady Wendina's viewpoint, was the first to speak. The individual responsible for ice production, Ma Sheng. Ice production requires saltpeter, and the miners are not located near our ice production site, often leading to conflict. Sheng expressed the troubles he encountered. There has been limited communication between the saltpeter miners and myself. Despite having learned to read, Ma Sheng's cultural understanding was limited, and his ability to express himself was lacking. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye grasped his point. It was a matter of departmental disconnection. Others had faced similar challenges, including Shursaw, who handled winemaking, and Oliver, responsible for the brick kiln. Very well, Since you all agree with Wendina's perspective, let us allow her to announce Wu's new organizational structure. Xiao Ye had previously conferred with Wendina regarding the organizational framework of Wu's, eagerly awaiting today's announcement. His inquiry into everyone's opinions was a deliberate effort to cultivate their enthusiasm. He wished for them to be eager to voice their thoughts in the future when issues arose. All eyes turned to Wendina, as they understood the significance of this matter to their immediate interests. Wendina rose and softly articulated the contents she had previously agreed upon with Xiao Ye. Wu's would establish an administration hall responsible for all affairs related to the city. The administration hall would be managed by a grand chancellor and 2 chancellors. Beneath the administration hall, there would be 5 primary departments: the citizen affairs department, the industry department, the construction department, the finance department, and the military department, each led by a minister and 2 deputy ministers. The citizen affairs department would include the population bureau and the education bureau. The industry department would encompass the winemaking bureau, the ice production bureau, and the brick bureau. The construction department would comprise the allocation bureau, the greening bureau, and the engineering bureau. The finance department would feature the procurement bureau and the accounting bureau. The military department would consist of the Wuzhai Knight Order and the Royal Guard, responsible for territorial defense, while the security bureau would oversee internal order. Each bureau would have a director and a deputy director, with the director eligible to serve as the deputy minister of the preceding level. Do you have any comments on this organization? Xiao Ye inquired after Wendina concluded. The crowd shook their heads, expressing no objections to the structure. They understood that this was a plan devised by the Duke and Lady Wendina. Very well, then I shall announce some appointments. Xiao Ye revealed the list he had prepared. Wendina would serve as the Grand Chancellor of the Administration Hall, while Wailia and Buddha would assume the roles of chancellors. The crowd was somewhat surprised, while they had anticipated the appointments of Wendina and Wailia. They were taken aback that the Duke himself held no position, with Buddha becoming a chancellor instead. However, upon reflection, they understood that each of these individuals was a confidant of the Duke, and their leadership of the administration hall equated to the Duke's control over it. The citizens were unaware that Xiao Ye had other intentions behind this move, as his thoughts were not yet fully matured, and he did not plan to disclose them. For the time being, Wendina would concurrently serve as the Minister of the Citizen Affairs Department until a suitable candidate could be appointed. Xiao Ye instructed Wendina, when the time comes, you may directly appoint the new Minister of the Citizen Affairs Department. Wendina nodded slightly. Xiao Ye continued, the Minister of the Industry Department will be Shirsuo, the Minister of the Construction Department will be Aolifer, the Minister of Finance will be Fulina, and Buddha will concurrently serve as the Minister of the Military Department. Originally, Xiao Ye had intended for Wailia to take on the role of the Construction Department Minister, but she declined the task, preferring to focus solely on the Greening Bureau's work. Xiao Ye settled for a compromise and consulted Sankides, who also rejected the Duke's kind offer, expressing his desire to only handle matters related to territorial greening without being burdened by other responsibilities. Ultimately, Xiao Ye chose the craftsman Aolifer to serve as the Minister of the Construction Department. Those mentioned in the discussion appeared delighted, while those not mentioned felt a twinge of anxiety. As for your positions, they will be arranged by Wendina, Xiao Ye assured the others present with a smile. Rest assured, you will all receive new roles. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the crowd felt a slight sense of relief. Wendina, please organize an assessment promptly to select suitable individuals. We still lack management personnel for several departments. Xiao Ye instructed. After 3 days of rest, the assessment would be conducted. Wendina had already devised a plan. I have informed the citizens that both slaves and free individuals are eligible to participate in the assessment. Xiao Ye nodded. Next, we shall discuss the second topic, citizen remuneration. That I intend to raise the remuneration for the citizens once more. Xiao Ye smiled. Do you have any differing opinions? No one spoke up. How could they oppose an increase in remuneration? With the citizens' remuneration raised, theirs would undoubtedly increase as well. Seeing that there were no objections, Xiao Ye announced his carefully considered new remuneration scheme. From now on, the territory will no longer distribute grain. All citizen remuneration will be provided in monetary form, Xiao Ye declared. The moment these words were spoken, Shirsuo and Ma Sheng felt a stir in their hearts, but did not voice any opposition. At this point, the territory had already attracted some merchants, so even without grain distribution, the citizens would still be able to purchase what they needed. For free citizens, The minimum monthly remuneration shall not be less than 700 copper coins. Xiao Ye stated with a smile. For slaves, the minimum monthly remuneration shall not be less than 450 copper coins. He turned to Wendina. As for the exact amounts to be distributed, please discuss them with Fulina and the respective departments based on the territory's financial situation. Wendina nodded in agreement. Now, on to the third topic, the income and expenditure of our territory. Xiao Ye looked towards Fulina. Fulina, please elaborate. My lord, the current income and expenditure of the territory are not complex. Our income relies solely on the production of soul-burning wine, while ice production and the brick kiln have yet to yield any profits. Fulina frequently followed closely behind Wendina, well acquainted with the state of their territory. A portion of the expenses covered the salaries of the vassals, while the remainder was allocated for procuring brewing materials, equipping knights, essential ironwork, slaves, and seed for the greening bureau. Xiao Ye nodded, as he had some understanding of this. If the salaries of the vassals are increased, can we maintain a balance between income and expenditure? He inquired, posing his most pressing concern to Fulina. My lord, just from the soul-burning wine alone, the White Tower Trading Company provides us with nearly 800 gold coins in revenue each month. Fulina replied with a smile. Even if every resident of the territory receives a monthly salary of a single silver coin, our expenses would only amount to 500 gold coins. Your Grace, we have yet to begin selling ice and bricks. Fulina added confidently. Let us not discuss bricks for now. Merely the ice will be sufficient to generate substantial income for the territory. As the heat intensifies, the nobility are in need of ice. Fulina continued with a smile. At this time, ice is not significantly cheaper than the soul-burning wine. Xiao Ye chuckled. Well then, I am reassured. He turned to Wendina. When you discuss salaries, please endeavor to raise the wages of the vassals as much as possible. Xiao Ye longed to directly distribute money to the vassals, allowing them to prosper, for only when they possess wealth will they begin to consume. Thus, money can truly start to circulate, and during this flow, new goods will continuously be created. However, simply handing out money is an unhealthy practice. It would only diminish people's drive. My lord, rest assured I will manage it well, Wendina replied, still wearing her signature gentle smile. Xiao Ye felt entirely at ease with Wendina. Next, we must discuss the long-term plans for the territory, Xiao Ye remarked, unable to suppress his excitement. If these plans could come to fruition, the territory of Calamity would undergo a transformative change. I have established several long-term plans for the territory, and we must execute them with utmost dedication, Xiao Ye stated with a serious expression. These plans pertain to the development of the territory, and no one can afford to be negligent. Coordination among various departments is essential. His tone was gravely earnest, and everyone present listened attentively, fearful of missing crucial information. The first plan is the Oasis Plan. Xiao Ye looked at Villia. The goal is to transform all areas of the Calamity territory not shrouded in magical mist from desolation into lush oases. In time, every parcel of land in Calamity will be capable of growing crops, brimming with greenery. The others, including Shursaw and Ma Sheng, could not help but envision the scene painted by the Duke, their hearts filled with longing. Villia, this plan will be overseen by your greening bureau. Xiao Ye instructed her. The first phase involves greening the Ling Tian base on the southern side of Wuzhai City and a road leading west to Huangsha City that I have already constructed a spiritual spring well along that road. You merely need to establish a windbreak forest along the route. Xiao Ye added with a smile, if you require additional spiritual spring wells, Villia, do come to me. Villia beamed. Rest assured, my lord, the Greening Bureau will promptly construct the windbreak forest. Xiao Ye nodded. The Oasis Plan is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight, and even the windbreak forest leading to Huangsha City cannot be completed in a short time. The construction department must ensure adequate worker allocation to support the Greening Bureau's efforts. Xiao Ye turned to Oliver. The construction department will not disappoint you, Your Grace, Oliver replied respectfully. Xiao Ye nodded. The second plan is the New City Plan. He informed Oliver. This will be managed by the engineering department of the Construction Bureau. Oliver held a charcoal pencil, diligently recording the Duke's words on paper to prevent any omissions. The New City Plan, as the name implies, aims to rejuvenate Wuzhai City. My vision for the New City Plan is to replace all the dilapidated wooden and earthen houses in Wuzhai City with brick and tile structures. The bricks are already available, and tiles can be produced from the brick kiln that we have all the necessary conditions to construct brick and tile houses. Furthermore, I intend to establish public facilities such as restrooms, baths, schools, theaters, and various public health facilities, including sewers and waste disposal sites within Wuzhai City. In addition to these facilities, the entire ground of Wuzhai City must be paved with blue bricks, ensuring that even on rainy days, there is no muddy ground. Xiao Ye elaborated, the blue bricks used for paving must be specially made, as hard as possible, and larger than red bricks, ideally measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 30 centimeters in thickness. That he could not explain every detail to Oliver at that moment, so he advised him, "We can discuss the specifics in detail later." Initially, Oliver thought that once the city walls were completed, the construction department would have little to do, merely coordinating workers and assisting the Greening Bureau and the Ice Bureau. However, upon hearing the Duke's new city plan, he realized that the construction department had a monumental task ahead. Oliver was elated by this realization and deeply touched by the Duke's trust. He had once been a mere slave acquired from the White Tower Trading Company, and now he was entrusted with overseeing numerous vassals. Oliver understood that this was all thanks to Duke Fisher's generosity and benevolence. Otherwise, how could a slave attain such a position? "Your Grace, the construction department will ensure that Wuzhai City is revitalized," Oliver assured, nodding earnestly. "If I cannot satisfy your Grace, I shall offer my life." Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Oliver, there is no need for such drastic measures. I trust you." Oliver was even more moved, silently vowing to transform Wuzhai City into a place where everyone would wish to reside. "The third plan I call the 10,000 households plan," Xiao Ye stated, looking at Wendina. "The vassal department must devise a strategy to gradually increase the population of the territory to 50,000. Whether through purchasing slaves or attracting free citizens from other territories to immigrate, I require population growth." His serious demeanor conveyed the importance he placed on this matter. Even orc tribes, half-orcs, dwarves, and half-elves, all intelligent races are welcome in Wuzhai City. Wendina nodded, aware of Xiao Ye's grand ambitions to develop the entire Calamity territory. Population growth is always essential for territorial development. Moreover, it is impossible for Calamity to remain solely as Wuzhai City indefinitely. I will ensure this matter is well arranged. Wendina concurred with Xiao Ye's plan, though she harbored her own concerns. "Your Grace, if we increase the population by such a significant number, the current capacity of Wuzhai City will be insufficient." Xiao Ye had anticipated this issue. Wuzhai City, with a side length of 500 meters and an overall area of 0.25 square kilometers, currently supports a population of 5,000, resulting in a density of 20,000 individuals per square kilometer. This density is indeed quite high. Xiao Ye recalled that in ancient Chang'an, the population density was about 12,000 per square kilometer. Thus, it is evident that Wuzhai City is somewhat overcrowded. "This brings me to the fourth plan, the megacity plan." Xiao Ye remarked with a smile that we aim to construct new city walls, extending to a length of 4 kilometers, capable of accommodating a population of 200,000 to 300,000. Xiao Ye intended to use the existing walls as the inner city, enhancing the security of the settlement. Lord, that would require an immense number of workers, Oliver expressed, astonished by the Duke's ambitious vision. However, the construction of such a city would be exceedingly challenging, even with the availability of bricks. Therefore, the vassal department must expedite the expansion of the territory's population. Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, but the influx of such a large population poses risks of being attacked by magical beasts before the new walls are constructed." Ibuda voiced his concerns, recalling several instances of magical beast attacks that the Knight Brigade had dealt with over the past 3 months. Although these creatures were not particularly strong, they were still beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to resist. "Then we must discuss my fifth plan," Xiao Ye said, revealing a knowing smile. "The Calamity Legion plan. The territory must establish a formidable military force. In addition to professionals, we must also form a legion comprised of ordinary citizens." Xiao Ye stated, "This will be your responsibility. Buddha, I require an army of 1,000 men." After acquiring a skilled artisan, Xiao Ye finally succeeded in crafting the long-coveted Juga crossbow. However, due to a shortage of sufficient timber and iron ore. Mass production of the crossbow remains unfeasible. Nonetheless, this is a minor issue. With Wailea's assistance, the territory will soon be able to provide the necessary wood. Even if local supplies fall short, it is possible to purchase materials from external sources. Much like iron ore, in any case, Xiao Ye is determined to establish this legion. Sir, the capabilities of ordinary people are insufficient to withstand the onslaught of magical beasts, AI Butte remarked. But what if each individual were equipped with a Zhuge crossbow armed with fine iron arrows? Xiao Ye replied with a smile. Butte's eyes widened in astonishment. That would indeed be enough to contend with beasts of bronze and even silver grade, having witnessed the might of the Zhuge crossbow. AI Butte understood that if dozens or even hundreds were to unleash their firepower simultaneously, even bronze-grade magical beasts would struggle to endure, while silver-grade beasts would surely meet their demise. However, this requires substantial financial resources. Fiolina expressed her concerns, well aware of the high cost of fine iron. Equipping 1,000 individuals with fine iron arrows would represent a tremendous expenditure, and I fear for the financial health of the territory. Fiolina need not worry. These plans will be implemented gradually. All you need to do is manage the existing funds, Xiao Ye chuckled. Moreover, I have one final initiative, the Golden Road Project. The Golden Road Project? The assembly looked at the Duke with a mix of confusion and intrigue, unable to grasp the implications of this plan. Xiao Ye smiled and elucidated. The first 5 projects will require a significant outlay of funds, and without adequate financial backing, their completion will be challenging. The purpose of the Golden Road Project is to enhance the territory's revenue by establishing various new industries, opening trade routes, and selling the goods of the Calamity territory to amass wealth within our domain. The Golden Road Project is also a long-term endeavor aimed at the gradual establishment of new industries, such as an ice production bureau, a brewing bureau, and a brickworks, all integral components of this initiative. Soon, we will also establish a paper production bureau, which will similarly generate substantial revenue for the territory. Xiao Ye turned to Wailea. The production of paper necessitates the cultivation of Su Lang as raw material. Wailea, you must expedite the growth of sufficient Su Lang. Wailea noted this directive and nodded. Master, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to cultivate and manage the Su Lang. Xiao Ye nodded in approval before issuing further instructions. The brickworks must not only maintain production, but also expand it. In addition to fulfilling our own needs, we should also sell red and blue bricks to external markets. The task of selling should be entrusted to the Purchase and Sale Bureau of the Finance Department. Xiao Ye then addressed Fiolina. You need to swiftly arrange for the establishment of trade routes for brick sales, ensuring that our bricks reach neighboring territories. Fiolina nodded in agreement. You could design different clay molds based on buyers' needs to produce various types of bricks. Xiao Ye reminded her that in fact, you might also consider assigning a portion of your team to research brick production, exploring the possibility of creating bricks in different colors. Fiolina appeared hesitant, having never participated in the firing of bricks before. Duke, allow me to take on the task of researching brick styles. I possess experience in this area. Oliver interjected. Very well. I shall entrust it to you. It would indeed be a challenge for Fiolina. And Oliver is evidently more suited for the task. Now, these are the 6 long-term plans for the territory, and all future developments shall be centered around the successful execution of these initiatives. Xiao Ye declared with finality. Subsequently, he discussed numerous details regarding the territory's development with the assembly until the day faded into twilight, marking the conclusion of this protracted meeting. After the adjournment, Wendina promptly arranged for announcements to be posted on the bulletin board in the Spirit Spring Square. The content included changes to the remuneration distribution method, the minimum wage amount, the Duke's 6 plans, the organizational structure of the administrative office, and the upcoming selection of administrative officials. Additionally, there was a special notice from the Finance Department's Purchase and Sale Bureau, stating that a meeting for the auction of sales rights would be held on June 11th, where merchant caravans could bid for the right to sell the items bestowed by the Duke, including soul-burning wine and ice bricks. A middle-aged man in a coarse garment inquired of a young person, aged 18 or 19, standing before the announcement board. What does the notice say? Others, who had been resting in the square, gathered around the bulletin board. The citizens of No Disaster City whether free or enslaved, had long grown accustomed to the occasional announcements that appeared on the bulletin board. Many had developed the habit of paying attention to the notices, believing they often bore relevance to their lives. Don't rush. Let me take a look, the young man replied. Since missing the recruitment for the security team due to his illiteracy, he had begun to take night school seriously. Each evening, after laboring throughout the day, he persevered through fatigue to attend classes where he learned the language. Thanks to a good memory and diligent effort, he had quickly mastered most of the commonly used words. Thus, reading the announcement was no longer a challenge. He scrutinized the text word by word. The changes to the remuneration distribution method did not evoke significant emotional upheaval, as long as there were copper tokens available. Purchasing food in No Disaster City would not pose a problem. However, the establishment of a minimum wage caught his attention, and the figure of 700 copper tokens per month caused him to furrow his brow. Previously, workers in the territory could receive 4 pounds of dark bread, 1 pound of coarse wheat, and 15 copper tokens, totaling 840 copper tokens per month. Now, the new minimum wage of 700 tokens was notably less. Quickly, he keenly noticed the phrase minimum wage. Perhaps the situation is not as simple as it appears. He mused quietly, recognizing that this phrase hinted at deeper implications, though he could not comprehend the Duke's motivations behind such a decision. He continued to read on. The Duke's 6 long-term plans ignited a flurry of thoughts in his mind, and he found himself admiring the Duke's far-sighted vision. Upon reaching the final announcement regarding the selection of administrative officials, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. This is my chance, he exclaimed inwardly. Eager to return home and review the characters he had learned, he resolved to participate in the selection process. Hey, have you finished reading? A fellow citizen urged. Read it out loud for us. After hastily reading the notice aloud, he dashed away from the square. As he departed, the remaining citizens began to discuss the content of the announcement. The issue of remuneration dominated their conversations, followed closely by commendations for the Duke's 6 plans, particularly the new city project. The Duke intends to build us new houses, they exclaimed with enthusiasm. Regarding the news of the selection of civil officials, most subjects remain indifferent, as they are largely illiterate. Not all subjects can endure the arduousness of laboring all day only to study afterward. Moreover, some subjects, despite their efforts to learn, find themselves unable to grasp much knowledge after 2 or 3 months due to their inherent dullness. Nevertheless, there are always a few subjects, as sharp as straw, who, upon hearing this news, resolve to return and review their Chinese studies. The contents of the announcement spread rapidly to the ears of every subject in Wushaiqing. Different individuals focused on varying aspects. The common subjects and slaves paid attention to wages, while the literate turned their gaze toward the news from the Civil Affairs Office. Those who considered themselves physically robust were eager to learn of the plans of the Disaster Legion. Aspiring to become akin to the law enforcement team, as for the merchants residing in Wushaiqing. The Wanhu plan and the Jinlu plan undoubtedly captured their attention. The Wanhu plan requires little elaboration. A larger population signifies a broader market, enabling the sale of more goods. Concerning the Jinlu plan, these individuals had their sights set on 4 commodities: soul-burning wine, ice, bricks, and even the yet-to-be-invented paper. Anyone who had lingered in Wushaiqing for a time was well aware of the value of soul-burning wine, with the White Tower Trading Company amassing considerable profits from it. Merchants understood that the profits from ice would be substantial as well, particularly in June when the weather is sweltering. As for bricks, their selling price remained unclear, yet it was undoubtedly a lucrative trade. Even for paving, bricks are far more convenient than stone. Hastened to inform the esteemed president. There are profitable ventures in Wushaiqing, trades that rival the earnings from soul-burning wine. The merchants, in unison, made the same decision. They sought to secure the sales rights to these commodities. June 11th is fast approaching. They must act swiftly, lest they miss out after 3 days of paid holiday. The Education Bureau promptly organized an examination to select suitable civil officials for the vacant positions in the Civil Affairs Office. With the personnel in place, the Civil Affairs Office began to operate systematically, and Wushaiqing sprang back to life. Most of the slaves and subjects were assigned to the Construction Bureau by Wendina, while the remainder found their roles in the Greening Bureau and the Industry Department. However, the departments of civil affairs, military affairs, and finance lacked substantial personnel, primarily due to the high cultural requirements of these sectors, which few in the territory could meet in the Sherbao Civil Affairs Office. Xiao Ye was convening with the civil officials of the Construction Bureau. Oliver, the most pressing task for the Engineering Bureau is to execute the new city plan. Xiao Ye observed Oliver. The pivotal aspect of the new city plan is to dismantle those dilapidated wooden shanties and construct brick and tile houses. Are there any issues with the firing of the tiles? Xiao Ye had previously instructed Oliver to commence research on the firing of tiles while contemplating the new city plan in issues. Your Grace, Oliver replied. We have successfully produced both blue and red tiles, which are quite sturdy and meet the necessary standards. Xiao Ye nodded. How familiar are you with the workings of the Engineering Bureau? Ma Sheng, having excelled in the Civil Official Selection Assessment, was assigned by Wendina to the Construction Bureau. Oliver appointed Ma Sheng as the Deputy Director of the Engineering Bureau, a position Oliver still held concurrently. Your Grace, I have become quite familiar with the workings of the Engineering Bureau and will ensure that the operations proceed without delay. This was Ma Sheng's first meeting, and he felt a surge of excitement. The construction of the brick and tile houses could commence immediately. Xiao Ye emphasized, we must plan ahead, ensuring that sufficiently wide roads and sites for various public facilities are reserved. Rest assured, Your Grace. I will prepare the planning map for the new city in advance. Oliver vowed earnestly. There will absolutely be no issues. Xiao Ye held a degree of trust in Oliver, yet he understood that oversight was essential during the inaugural construction of multi-story brick and tile houses. Deviations could easily occur. Can you guarantee the safety of the specially fired blue brick slabs? Xiao Ye inquired of Oliver. The specially made blue brick slabs measured 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, interspersed with several iron bars. These slabs were intended to serve as the flooring between the 2 levels of the building. You need not worry. I've already tested their hardness, and there will be no problems. Oliver assured him, adding, the 3-story brick and tile building will certainly pose no issues. The 3-story structure was a decision reached through discussions between Xiao Ye, Oliver, and numerous builders. 9 meters tall, it could be successfully constructed under the current conditions of Wushaiqing, and its height would accommodate a substantial population. Xiao Ye was preparing for the Wanhu plan. The expansion of the territory's population must not cease, and until the successful implementation of the giant city plan. The newly arrived subjects must have housing. High-rise buildings would be entirely suitable. Xiao Ye planned to house all the slaves of Wushaiqing within such structures. Each building would rise 3 stories, featuring 2 rows of 10 rooms on each floor. Each room would occupy approximately 30 square meters, furnished with 3 bunk beds, accommodating 6 individuals. Therefore, each 3-story building could house 100 people, covering nearly 400 square meters if half of Wushaiqing were constructed according to this specification. It would yield 300 brick and tile buildings. 500,250,400,312.5 buildings. Thus, merely 300 brick and tile buildings would suffice to accommodate over 50,000 individuals. 354,000. It is imperative that we establish 300 brick and tile buildings. Xiao Ye stated with undeniable authority. Alongside the buildings, we must also construct complementary public dining halls, restrooms, and bathing facilities. The brick and tile structures are solely for habitation. Cooking must be addressed separately, and arrangements must be made in advance. Although all subjects would henceforth receive copper tokens instead of food rations, they could use these tokens to purchase meals at the public dining halls. This, in turn, would facilitate the circulation of currency. Rest assured, Your Grace, there will be no errors, Oliver affirmed. Hence, your distribution bureau must coordinate with the Brick Bureau and the Finance Department to ensure the supply of bricks and iron. Xiao Ye turned to a middle-aged man, who, despite his simple garb, possessed a refined appearance. This middle-aged man still bore the status of a slave, as he had yet to amass a single silver coin. However, as the director of the Distribution Bureau, he would soon be able to register for a change of status at the Subjects Bureau, shedding his identity as a slave. After all, as the director of the Distribution Bureau, even as a slave, his salary would exceed that of a silver coin. The Distribution Bureau will negotiate with all departments to guarantee the smooth progress of all projects within the Engineering Bureau. Hans spoke slowly yet resolutely. After discussing several more details, the meeting concluded, and the workers of the engineering bureau promptly commenced the construction of the first brick and tile building on the site, once occupied by dilapidated wooden homes. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye remained seated, beginning to design a new duke's castle. The existing duke's castle no longer adequately reflected his status. Xiao Ye planned to construct a castle as modern as possible, ensuring a more comfortable and convenient life. To approach a modern city, it was essential to incorporate features such as running water, winter heating, and sewage systems. Xiao Ye pondered tirelessly, contemplating how to realize these functionalities. Before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Xiao Ye, it is time for dinner. He looked up to see Wendina, who had seemingly appeared in the civil affairs office unnoticed. Xiao Ye blinked his slightly weary eyes and flexed his wrist. Wendina, what brings you here in person? He stood and embraced Wendina's waist. You could have simply sent Yi by to notify me. Wendina smiled. I wanted to see you that if you need assistance, I can help. Xiao Ye gently kissed Wendina's forehead. No need. Wendina, I do not require assistance. He suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. If I truly needed help, it would not be in a setting like this. It should be back in our bedroom. Wendina's complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Due to the influence of Vilya, Xiao Ye's strength had ascended to the equivalent of Wendina's bronze level, rendering her no longer a match for him in combat. Observing the blush on Wendina's cheeks, Xiao Ye felt an irresistible urge. Perhaps this occasion holds its own unique charm, he remarked with a playful glint in his eye. Wendina, taken aback, exclaimed, Dear? No, Xiao Ye. She swiftly halted his advance, unable to bear the embarrassment in such a setting. Let us dine first, and later, when we return to the bedroom. Wendina offered a shy smile. Xiao Ye, with a resigned sigh, replied, Very well, let us hasten our meal. Upon returning to the dining hall, Xiao Ye noticed Vilya already partaking in her meal. The table was adorned with various stir-fried dishes and an array of desserts, all of which Xiao Ye had taught the chef to prepare during his leisure time. The stone fortress now boasted not only Yi Bai and Yi Qi, but also numerous servants, including chefs and cleaners. With a surplus of funds, they were now able to pay their salaries. As for stir-frying, it was an unfamiliar practice in the origin continent, where stews, roasts, and steamed dishes were the norms. Xiao Ye longed for the flavors of stir-fry cuisine, prompting him to instruct the local blacksmith to forge several iron woks for this purpose. Vilya, do take your time, he said. Wendina and I shall retire to rest. Swiftly finishing their dinner, Xiao Ye took the somewhat flustered Wendina by the hand and exited the dining hall. Vilya, observing the hurried departure of her master and sister Wendina, could not help but chuckle. Why master is truly impatient, seemingly oblivious to Wendina's potential embarrassment. Sensing the emotions of Xiao Ye and Wendina, Vilya pondered, I wonder what it feels like to sleep beside my master. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth. Sister Wendina, why must you confide in me about your intimate matters with him? With her appetite diminished, Vilya rested her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Once back in the bedroom, Xiao Ye closed the door, and by the time he and Wendina reached the bed, they were both devoid of clothing. Oh! Wendina gasped softly. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil in the following days. Nothing of note occurred in the city of no disaster, save for the occasional arrival of several prominent merchants, until the 11th of June in the administrative hall of the stone fortress. Xiao Ye sat at the head of the table, directing his gaze toward Yi Bai. How many merchants have arrived? My lord, there are no fewer than 20 or 30, both large and small, Yi Bai replied. In addition to the familiar White Tower Trading Company, Silver Arc Trading Company, and Greenleaf Chamber of Commerce. The remainder consists mostly of caravans already stationed in Yellow Sand City. After a brief pause, Yi Bai added, however, there are also some merchants who have come from the Lair and West Bower territories. The numbers have exceeded my expectations. Xiao Ye felt a sense of satisfaction with the turnout. After all, the territory of Calamity was remote, and he had only allotted 10 days for their arrival, making it impossible for the majority of merchants to make it. Have the details of each caravan been compiled? Xiao Ye instructed Yi Bai to document the information of every caravan vying for the rights to sell goods, as it would serve as a valuable reference for him. As per your instructions, I have recorded the names of the caravans, their leaders, the primary trades they engage in, and their respective territories, Yi Bai said, handing 2 sheets of paper to Xiao Ye as he perused the documents. Xiao Ye remarked, let them all end. Yi Bai departed, while Xiao Ye contemplated how to allocate the rights to sell the existing goods in his territory. The distribution of selling rights was not solely based on the highest bidder. Xiao Ye had deeper considerations that he needed to use the selling rights to forge closer ties with certain territories, effectively binding their interests together. Furthermore, aimed to leverage some caravans to expand the reputation of the territory of Calamity across the origin continent, at the very least to alter the perception of it as barren and perilous. Only by cultivating a positive image could the territory of Calamity attract more merchants and free citizens. In a short while, the merchants arrived at the administrative hall. "Greetings, Your Grace," they greeted Xiao Ye. "Eve, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be selling soul-burn wine to the orc tribe?" Xiao Ye was surprised to find Eve among the representatives of the White Tower Trading Company. "Thanks to you, Your Grace, soul-burn wine remains in high demand among the orc tribe," Eve replied with a radiant smile. "Just a few days after entering the alliance of 100 races, all the soul-burn wine has been sold." Then I must congratulate you on earning over 1,000 gold coins," Xiao Ye teased. The other merchants were astonished and envious, as 1,000 gold coins was no trivial sum. "Hey, Your Grace, it's all thanks to your support," Eve responded. "Without you, I could never have earned so much. Express my gratitude. The White Tower Trading Company will purchase all future soul-burn wine at the price of 1 gold and 5 silver per barrel." Eve beamed with satisfaction. Xiao Ye smiled, thinking to himself how cleverly Eve intended to raise the price by 5 silver coins to secure the selling rights for the wine. That matter could wait. Xiao Ye neither accepted nor rejected Eve's offer. The selling rights for the goods in the city of no disaster would be allocated according to his own strategy. "Please, have a seat." Xiao Ye gestured for the merchants to sit. "I am well aware of your purpose in coming here. The rights to sell goods. Currently, the territory has 3 products available: soul-burn wine, bricks, and ice." He continued, "In the future, the territory will also produce paper, which serves a similar purpose to parchment but is far lighter and more convenient. Moreover, the city of no disaster will soon offer 4-wheeled carriages and present. All carriages in the origin continent are 2-wheeled. Even large 2-wheeled carriages, despite their considerable size, do not have sufficient cargo capacity. The primary issue with 4-wheeled carriages lies in their steering mechanism, and I have already begun arranging for 2 individuals to design a steering system according to my specifications. Once the steering mechanism is successfully developed, the construction of 4-wheeled carriages will become feasible. Undoubtedly, these carriages will be able to carry more goods and will be highly sought after by merchants." 4-wheeled carriages? The merchants had never encountered such a concept, thus lacking an understanding of the difference between paper and parchment. However, they could easily envision the utility of a 4-wheeled carriage. 2-wheeled carriages offered limited cargo space. And even with large 2-wheeled carriages pulled by trained magical beasts, their capacity remained inadequate. Moreover, the cost of utilizing large 2-wheeled beast carriages was quite high if 4-wheeled carriages truly became a reality. They would better meet their needs. My lord, are 4-wheeled carriages truly feasible? How will they turn? Eve, familiar with Xiao Ye's amiable nature, posed the question without fear of offending him. Xiao Ye had already devised a solution to this concern. "It will take some time to manufacture the 4-wheeled carriages," he replied with a smile. "Now, we should first discuss the selling rights for soul-burn wine, ice, and bricks. Other products can be discussed once they are ready for production." Although the merchants were intrigued by the prospect of 4-wheeled carriages, Xiao Ye intended to postpone a detailed explanation until the product was completed. The merchants, sensing that the Duke was not inclined to pursue this topic further, refrained from pressing the matter. "I will distribute the selling rights for the goods in the city of no disaster in a new manner," Xiao Ye declared, redirecting their attention from the 4-wheeled carriages. "What method does your grace intend to use?" inquired a male half-elf from the Greenleaf Trading Company. His name was Ceylon Silvermoon, the true leader of the Greenleaf Chamber of Commerce. The previous visit to the city of no disaster had been made by a mere vice president of the chamber. The Greenleaf Chamber of Commerce had multiple trade routes. "You are Ceylon Silvermoon of the Greenleaf Chamber of Commerce?" Xiao Ye recognized the information about the chamber. It hailed from the Elven race, specifically the Silver Moon tribe. "Correct?" Ceylon elegantly bowed to Xiao Ye. "Indeed, my lord, your esteemed reputation precedes you in Yellow Sand City, and the Greenleaf Chamber of Commerce has come seeking your favor. It seems my name, Xiao Ye Fisher, has begun to transform. I am no longer merely seen as a wastrel. Xiao Ye chuckled to himself. The merchants, donning reserved smiles, managed to both appease the Duke and avoid giving him the impression of mockery. Ceylon, do elves also indulge in the pleasure of wine? Xiao Ye inquired with a smile. I do not believe the 3 types of goods from Wuzhai City hold any appeal for you. Fine wine is cherished by any wise race, Ceylon replied, clad in fitted green attire and displaying measured grace. Very well, the Soulfire wine will find its way into your Greenleaf Merchant Association, Xiao Ye stated without hesitation, for the elven race also requires fine wine to embellish their lives. Ceylon's smile brightened further. Thank you. My lord, your esteemed name shall be celebrated among the elven kin alongside the Soulfire wine. The other merchants gasped in astonishment, taken aback that Ceylon, a mere half-elf, had secured the rights to sell the Soulfire wine with just a few words. What shall we do now? Especially queried Eve, recalling the limited production of Soulfire wine within the territory. Xiao Ye quelled the commotion. Silence. If you harbor any discontent towards me, you are free to depart. Xiao Ye was not one to make impulsive promises to Ceylon. During his review of the documents, he had already resolved to allocate a portion of the Soulfire wine to the Greenleaf Merchant Association. This way, the disaster territory could establish a connection with the elven race through the Greenleaf Merchant Association, thereby enhancing its reputation among the elves. Although the merchants were anxious, they dared not voice their concerns. Earlier, Ceylon inquired about the distribution of selling rights. And now I shall divulge my plan, Xiao Ye announced. The price for the Soulfire wine shall remain at 1 gold coin per cask. This revelation sent a wave of surprise and delight through the gathering. The Duke had not seized the opportunity to raise the price of the Soulfire wine. Yet, how would the distribution be determined? Wasn't it typically awarded to the highest bidder? The merchants grew increasingly curious about the Duke's method of allocation. As for the selling rights of the Soulfire wine, Xiao Ye pondered for a moment before articulating, I shall designate 3 merchant associations. Many merchants were taken aback. The Duke was opting for a designated selling arrangement. Raising questions about the need for bidding, I understand your confusion. I shall address it shortly. Xiao Ye reassured the restless merchants. He then revealed the names of the 3 merchant associations: the Greenleaf Merchant Association, the White Tower Merchant Association, and the Yellow Sand Merchant Association. Xiao Ye had clear intentions behind his selections. The Greenleaf Merchant Association needed no elaboration. The White Tower Merchant Association hailed from the Windflame Empire and primarily traded in wines, iron tools, and ceramics, selling mainly to the Orc Alliance, WY, including the White Tower Merchant Association. Xiao Ye not only honored past friendships, but also sought to maintain some connection with the Windflame Empire. As for the Yellow Sand Merchant Association, it was a coalition formed by Viscount Inter, Viscount Shibwa, and Baron Lair, primarily engaged in the sale of monster meat. These 3 territories bordered the demonic Break Mountain Range to the west and the Soul Desert to the east, frequently facing monster attacks. Moreover, numerous adventurers in these territories specialized in hunting monsters, and the Yellow Sand Merchant Association acquired this monster meat for sale to the Orc race. The Orc King's Golden Lion Court possessed secret methods for processing monster meat and purchased it in large quantities. By entrusting the Soulfire wine to them, Xiao Ye could sell it to the Golden Lion Court while also forging economic ties with the Yellow Sand, Shibwa, and Lair territories, all of which bordered the disaster territory, ensuring a stable relationship. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the merchant associations that did not secure selling rights were naturally disheartened. As for those that did, Ceylon beamed, while the president of the Yellow Sand Merchant Association, Chekhov, rejoiced, though Eve furrowed his brow in concern. The Yellow Sand Merchant Association's route to the Golden Lion Empire would indeed pass through the Orc Alliance, potentially encroaching upon the White Tower Merchant Association's market for Soulfire wine. Eve, there's no need to fret about this. Xiao Ye anticipated Eve's concerns, having intended it this way. You may sell the Soulfire wine to the Windflame Empire. The markets of the Orc Alliance and the Windflame Empire are ample. Xiao Ye spoke softly. Moreover, the quantity of Soulfire wine is limited, so you need not worry about sales. Eve smiled. The Duke is indeed correct. I am but a merchant, lacking the wisdom of the Duke. Although Xiao Ye recognized Eve's genuine compliment, he felt a twinge of discomfort. How odd it feels, akin to a yin-yang paradox. The rights to sell ice, however, would be determined through a bidding process. Before we commence the bidding, I wish for you to first inspect the product. Xiao Ye said with a smile. Gesturing to Yi nodded and exited the administrative hall, shortly returning with two servants who carried a block of ice measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 20 centimeters in thickness. It is indeed ice, the merchants exclaimed. The origin continent was not devoid of ice. Nobles often stored it during winter, but such quantities were insufficient to meet demand. This was precisely why merchants flocked to Wuzhai City upon hearing of its ice supply. Ice is quite a luxury in summer. This is a standard block of ice, Xiao Ye pointed out. You may submit your bids based on its size. He signaled to Yi to distribute charcoal pencils and small pieces of board to the merchants present, aside from the 3 merchant associations that had secured rights to the Soulfire wine. They would not be eligible to acquire the ice selling rights. This move aimed to foster economic ties between the disaster territory and a greater number of merchant groups. Write your bids on the boards. The 3 highest bidders shall secure the rights to the ice block, Xiao Ye stated with a smile. All the merchant leaders turned away, wary of revealing their bids to one another. They estimated a rough price based on existing ice prices on the origin continent, then added a little more, considering the competitive nature of the auction. Xiao Ye patiently awaited the merchants, refraining from urging them. After nearly 10 minutes, all the merchants finally submitted their bids, observing the Duke meticulously reviewing each bid. The merchants felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. After perusing all the bids, Xiao Ye couldn't help but smile, casting a glance at the merchants who feigned calmness but could not hide their nervousness. Upon reviewing the bids for the ice block, Xiao Ye mused, "These merchants truly are akin to beneficent deities." He noted that the lowest bid was 1 silver coin and 3 copper coins, while the highest reached 2 silver coins and 2 copper coins. The top 3 bids were 2 silver coins and 2 copper coins, 2 silver coins and 1 copper coin, and 2 silver coins respectively. Xiao Ye beamed at the merchants before him, genuinely pleased. The standard block of ice he had defined was merely 0.1 cubic meters, meaning 1 cubic meter could yield 10 standard blocks of ice. Even at the lowest price, a cubic meter could generate a profit of 2 gold coins. 0.2 gold coins. For Xiao Ye, the cost of producing ice was solely the workers' wages, which meant that over half of that profit was pure gain. This was a revenue-generating marvel on par with the Soulfire wine. The rights to sell the ice blocks were awarded to the Iron Fortress Merchant Group, the Amber Trade Association, and the Starlight Merchant Association. Xiao Ye smiled as he announced the 3 chambers of commerce with the highest bids that he felt quite satisfied with the selection of these 3 trading groups for the rights to sell ice blocks. Among them, the Iron Fortress Trading Group is affiliated with the Talon Green territory of the White Moon Empire, a mere viscountcy located on the northwestern side of the Demonic Rift Mountains. Adjacent to the disaster territory, Xiao Ye was somewhat astonished that the Iron Fortress Trading Group had secured the rights to sell ice blocks, considering it is merely a viscountcy with a relatively weak trading force. He could not help but admire the president of the Iron Fortress Trading Group, Mai Dilly, for his remarkable audacity. Even more pleasing to Xiao Ye was the fact that the Iron Fortress Trading Group primarily engaged in the trade of iron ore, which perfectly aligned with the territory's demand for iron.as for the Amber Trading Company. It belongs to the Golden Leaf Empire of the Copper Kingdom, known for its formidable strength. The goods managed by the Amber Trading Company are quite diverse, yet their primary commodities remain potions and elemental tools. Lastly, the Starlight Chamber of Commerce is independent, formed solely by a group of professionals. This surprised Xiao Ye. It was indeed remarkable for a background-less trading group to thrive on the origin continent. Intrigued by the Starlight Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Ye speculated that its strength must be substantial, as it could not possibly amass considerable wealth without being secure. Moving forward, the ice blocks of the disaster territory will be entrusted to these 3 chambers for sale. Xiao Ye addressed the presidents of the 3 chambers. The price for a standard block of ice is 2 silver coins. This is the minimum value for your 3 establishments. Thank you. Your Grace, you are the most generous noble I have encountered, they exclaimed. The brilliance of the Starlight Chamber pales in comparison to your grandeur. Your Grace. The 3 presidents of the chambers expressed their admiration upon hearing Xiao Ye's words. Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for flattery. I have merely made a decision that aligns with the interests of the territory. The reason Xiao Ye did not opt for the highest bid was not due to a lack of fondness for money. On the contrary, he He held a deep appreciation for wealth. However, as a lord, one must acknowledge the importance of money while recognizing that it cannot be the sole focus. A lord, especially a noble one, often finds that a good reputation holds more value than mere coin. This action by Xiao Ye was a means of cultivating his reputation, or in other words, nurturing esteem. Now, only the red brick product remains. Xiao Ye remarked with a smile, there are still many merchants and attendants who leave empty-handed. To ensure you do not return without gain, you may all partake in the brick trade. This decision served a dual purpose. It garnered him praise from all present merchants, showcasing his noble demeanor, while also maximizing the profits from the bricks. After all, bricks differ from ice and soul-burning wine, which are classified as luxury goods requiring controlled production to sustain high prices. In contrast, bricks thrive on quantity. Their unit price cannot be excessively elevated, necessitating broader merchant participation to boost sales. The remaining merchants mostly displayed expressions of delight, with only a few maintaining indifferent demeanors, such as the head of the Silver Art Trading Group and some grain-focused chambers, whose intent for attending was not to acquire these three products but to negotiate other business dealings with the territory. You may inquire about the brick pricing at the financial department of the administrative hall. They will inform you of the rates. A.S. Xiao Ye was not well versed in the specifics of brick trade. He delegated the responsibility to others. The trading groups that secured selling rights should also approach the sales department, as all territorial goods are managed by them. Xiao Ye addressed all the trading groups. Do you have any other matters to discuss? He inquired, glancing at the two individuals remaining in the hall. Your Grace, I am the representative of the Silver Arc Trading Group. President Sua sent me to discuss the matter of slaves with you. The representative of the Silver Arc Trading Group bowed slightly and spoke softly. Was it not agreed upon that we would receive 1,000 slaves each month? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, recalling his prior agreement with Sua to purchase 1,000 slaves monthly from the Silver Arc Trading Group, barring any unforeseen circumstances. What? Is Sua unable to provide the requisite number of slaves now? No, Your Grace, the Silver Arc Trading Group will never lack slaves, the representative asserted confidently. I was sent to inquire if the president requires a batch of professional slaves, organized as a unit. Xiao Ye's expression shifted to surprise. A batch of professional slaves? Organized? Previously, in Huangsha City, he had encountered the professional slaves of the Silver Arc Trading Group, but they were vastly varied and not organized at all. Indeed, my lord, that a kingdom at the border of the White Moon Empire has engaged in warfare with the alliance of the 100 races, resulting in the Silver Arc Trading Group acquiring a significant number of professional slaves, that we have nearly 100 knight-class professionals, and the number of archers and warrior-class professionals is close to 200 each. My lord, the minimum strength of these professionals is bronze level, with several even reaching silver level. The representative of the Silver Arc Trading Group paused. And this is only concerning human professionals. Xiao Ye was astounded. To possess such a multitude of professional slaves was an extraordinary rarity. Moreover, based on the representative's account, there were likely even more. As with human professional slaves, there would naturally be half-orc slave from the alliance of the 100 races. The alliance of the 100 races has slaves as well, does it not? Xiao Ye pondered, recalling the dwarves and gnomes within the alliance. These two races are renowned for their craftsmanship and mining expertise, respectively, both of which are sorely needed in the disaster territory. Yes, my lord, there are nearly 400 half-orc and other professional slaves as well, the representative of the Silver Arc Trading Group replied softly. Are there any dwarves or gnomes? Xiao Ye inquired. The representative hesitated momentarily. There are some, but they are scarce. Dwarves and gnomes are not suited for combat, hence there are not many fighting professionals among them. If your grace requires, the Silver Art Trading Group can provide you with dwarf and gnome slaves. The representative astutely sensed the opportunity at hand. Let us first discuss the professional slaves. Xiao Ye decided to shift the subject. The disaster territory is in urgent need of professionals, and Xiao Ye resolved to seize this opportunity to bolster the military strength of his domain. The representative's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Duke was very interested in professional slaves. Your Grace, the total number of extraordinary individuals amounts to nearly 900 that the representative elaborated. This includes nearly 100 human knights, around 200 archers and warriors. The alliance of the 100 races contributes nearly 200 werewolf cavalry, about 150 bear warriors, and close to 50 feline scouts. Finally, the representative touched upon the subjects of interest to the Duke. The Cold Moon Kingdom has plundered numerous inhabitants from the alliance of the 100 races, including many dwarves and gnomes that, if you desire, we can also deliver them to you. What are the prices? Xiao Ye inquired, keenly interested in the costs associated with these extraordinary slaves. Extraordinary individuals and professionals are terms used to describe those who are exceptional. Bronze-level human knights are 50 gold coins each. Silver-level knights are 120 gold coins each. Bronze-level warriors are 45 gold coins each, and silver-level warriors are 110 gold coins each. The representative recited with confidence that bronze-level archers are priced at 55 gold coins each, but we currently have no silver-level archers. Are you interested in half-orc, extraordinary individuals? The representative asked. Xiao Ye nodded that bronze-level werewolf cavalry are 90 gold coins each. Bear warriors are 50 gold coins each, and feline scouts are 60 gold coins each. That if you require dwarves and gnomes, the representative added, a dwarf skilled in forging costs 3 silver coins, while a gnome is 5 copper coins. Xiao Ye inhaled sharply. The prices were indeed exorbitant. He suddenly felt that he was not earning enough money. The profits from the ice blocks and soul-burning wine might barely suffice. Xiao Ye fell silent, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he contemplated how many slaves to procure. The representative of the Silver Arc Trading Group felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared the Duke might purchase too few slaves. As for the grain merchant, he had completely rendered himself invisible, remaining utterly silent. That I will take all the extraordinary slaves, Xiao Ye declared resolutely, his fists clenched tightly. Whether human or beast, not a single one shall be spared, so long as they are not incapacitated and can still retain their combat abilities. The leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company gradually widened his mouth, his eyes bulging to such an extent that the grain merchant beside him felt a twinge of concern, fearing his eyeballs might pop out. My lord, are you certain? The leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company could hardly believe it. This involves nearly 900 extraordinary beings. My lord, do you truly intend to purchase them all? You heard correctly. I require all the extraordinary beings from the Calamity territory, Xiao Ye affirmed with a nod. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That large-scale wars erupting on the Origin continent were rare, and the chance to encounter such a multitude of extraordinary slave beings was nearly non-existent. Not to mention, an organized group of slaves that it could be said that once these slaves were acquired, the Calamity territory would immediately possess a well-coordinated and powerful legion of extraordinary beings. Xiao Ye was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As the Golden Road plan gradually progressed, the wealth amassed in the territory would only continue to grow, eventually attracting envy, especially from Duke Cadanon and the royal family of the Golden Leaf Empire, who would undoubtedly not allow the Calamity territory to develop peacefully. Without a formidable military force, all of the Calamity territory's achievements could ultimately serve to benefit others. Xiao Ye would naturally not permit such a scenario to unfold. However, extraordinary beings could not be cultivated overnight. The most suitable approach at present was to purchase extraordinary slaves. This was the sole method to bolster the territory's current military strength, even if it required a substantial financial outlay. The leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company felt a surge of elation. Nearly 900 extraordinary beings constituted a significant business transaction, amounting to tens of thousands of gold coins. My lord, if you purchase all the extraordinary slave beings, we at the Silver Arc Trading Company will undoubtedly offer you a price that will leave you satisfied. The leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company suppressed his excitement, endeavoring to keep his voice steady. I trust that the Silver Arc Trading Company will provide me with a satisfactory price, Xiao Ye replied softly. However, the most crucial aspect is your agreement to my payment method. Payment method? The leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company furrowed his brow, puzzled. Wasn't the transaction simply a matter of exchanging money for goods? Were there other payment methods? Indeed, I require an installment plan, Xiao Ye smiled. You will provide me with the extraordinary slave beings first, and I shall pay you a portion of the gold coins each month. After all, I currently cannot produce the funds to purchase nearly 900 extraordinary slave beings outright. Xiao Ye maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion, to the extent that the leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company thought he had misheard. My lord, are you suggesting a line of credit? The leader's mood plummeted from the heights of excitement to the depths of despair. "My lord, I cannot make that decision. It requires the president's approval." Xiao Ye was well aware that the leader lacked the authority to decide, but he believed that Sua would agree. In Xiao Ye's impression, Sua was a woman with foresight, compared to immediate profits. She valued long-term gains more. Most importantly, Xiao Ye had confidence in himself and the calamity territory. Once Sua arrived and witnessed the changes in the calamity territory, she would believe that Xiao Ye was capable of repaying the debt for the purchase of the slaves. "Please relay this message to Sua as soon as possible." Xiao Ye waved his hand, that if she does not agree, have her come to Wuzhai City in person, that I believe she will acquiesce to my proposed payment method upon her arrival. The leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company maintained a calm expression, internally dismissive of Xiao Ye's proposal. Involving tens of thousands of gold coins, even if the transaction involved the Duke, President Sua would likely not consent. Resigned, the leader said, "I will inform the president." With that, he departed. Xiao Ye discerned the leader's attitude, but remained unfazed. The decision rested with Sua, and Xiao Ye had faith in her vision, that alluring yet perilous woman. "What brings you here?" Xiao Ye turned his attention to the remaining merchant. "My lord, I am the president of the Meizhuan Trading Association, that I have heard that you intend to establish a public canteen to provide meals for the slaves in your territory. And I wish to inquire if you require the services of the Meizhuan Trading Association." Xiao Ye was taken aback. The aging president of the Meizhuan Trading Association was indeed perceptive, swiftly seizing upon the business opportunity presented by the public canteen. Xiao Ye glanced at the information regarding the Meizhuan Trading Association. It was a trading company from the Marston territory, accounts domain located to the west of the Huangsha and Lair territories. Marston was adjacent to the Demon Break Mountain Range and near the Yuxing River, characterized by its flat terrain, producing not only abundant grain, but also a variety of monster meat for sale. Xiao Ye intended to engage in a thorough discussion with the president of the Meizhuan Trading Association. Xiao Ye just opened his mouth when he suddenly sensed a surge in his own power. What was happening? Had Wentina or Villia leveled up? Xiao Ye was acutely aware that he himself lacked the talent for cultivating vitality or elemental power. His current cultivation was entirely reliant on the two witches. Villia and Wentina. Through the witches' lexicon definition system, .to date, Xiao Ye had only recorded two witches, and his power increase could only stem from either Villia or Wentina. The likelihood of Villia being the one to advance was low. After all, she had already reached silver tier strength, and it was improbable for her to elevate to gold tiers so swiftly. Conversely, Wentina, originally only a bronze tier, had likely ascended to silver tier. It had to be Wentina. Xiao Ye arrived at the most accurate conclusion based on his own power increase. If Villia had reached gold tier, even if Xiao Ye could only harness 10 of her strength, he would now be comparable to a silver tier professional. However, Xiao Ye felt that he remained a bronze tier. He suppressed the urge to seek out Wentina. "What is your name?" Xiao Ye inquired, regarding the elderly My lord. "You may call me Mike." The president of the Meizhuan Trading Association displayed a smile. His face etched with deep lines. "Mike, do you wish to supply food for the public canteen in Wuzhai City?" Xiao Ye studied the old man. "Indeed, my lord," Mike replied, eager to seize this opportunity. "The Meizhuan Trading Association can provide ample food at 90 of the market price. If you require, we can even offer some monster meat." Mike raised the stakes. Edible monster meat. Having overheard the conversation between Xiao Ye and the leader of the Silver Arc Trading Company, Mike understood that Xiao Ye sought to bolster the military strength of his territory. Consumed processed monster meat could assist extraordinary beings in enhancing their power. The Meizhuan Trading Association was genuinely sincere. Xiao Ye's objective was to create profit ties with more territories, so he would naturally not reject the Meizhuan Trading Association's proposal. "Mike, I accept your offer. The food supply for Wuzhai City will be provided by our Meizhuan Trading Association. However, as you mentioned, it will be at 90 of the market price." Xiao Ye was not one to overlook Mike's concession. "As you command, my lord." Mike's aged face creased with joy. "Once more, go to the procurement bureau. They are responsible for purchasing matters in the territory." Xiao Ye instructed Mike, adding, and informed them that the territory requires some monster meat. Mike's joy intensified. Monster meat was far more valuable than grain or ordinary meat. "I wish you well, my lord," Mike said, bowing slightly before departing. Xiao Ye rose, intending to seek out Wentina to inquire how she had managed to increase her strength. Xiao Ye had previously asked Wentina how witches enhance their power. Given that the method of cultivating vitality was ineffective for them at that time, Wentina had not provided a definitive answer, only offering a few hypotheses. First, consuming untreated monster meat might enhance the magical energy within their magic pools. Second, venturing into areas shrouded in magical mist could potentially aid the calamity witches in augmenting their strength. 2 possibilities in total. Xiao Ye had yet to try the second, but had experimented with the first. Xiao Ye had once taken Wentina to covertly attempt it, but the results had been less than satisfactory. Although Wentina's magical energy had indeed seen some improvement from consuming monster meat, she had cautioned Xiao Ye that reliance on this method for prolonged periods could lead to a loss of sanity. Reducing her to a mere beast, Xiao Ye had no choice but to abandon this method. It was ineffective. Thus, as of now, he remained in the same position. Xiao Ye still had no means to enhance the power of the calamity witch. This was a significant reason behind his constant yearning to find new calamity witches, until he discovered a way to augment the strength of the calamity, which he could only seek out new calamity witches to bolster his own power. However, now that Wendina's strength had improved, how could Xiao Ye not be astonished? If Wendina's method could also apply to Varia and the subsequent calamity witches, then Xiao Ye could indeed engage in idle cultivation. He was eager to meet Wendina. But recalling that she was likely busy with territorial affairs, he slowly sat down. Wendina would not vanish. There was no need to rush. They could discuss matters in detail later that evening. Ye Bai. Please summon Oliver. Ase Bai went to inform Oliver. Xiao Ye took out a charcoal pencil and began sketching on a new piece of board paper. He aimed to design the blueprints for the government hall and the hotel. Once Oliver arrived, Xiao Ye gestured for him to take a seat. After a moment, Xiao Ye handed several sheets of board paper to Oliver. Take a look. Can these 2 buildings be constructed? Xiao Ye inquired. Oliver examined the blueprint for the government hall and the hotel. My lord, they can indeed be built. However, the central pillar in the lobby of the government hall cannot be made of blue bricks. It must be a stone column to support the upper structure. Oliver expressed his opinion. Xiao Ye nodded, but upon noticing Oliver hesitating to speak further, he asked, What is it? Do you have additional thoughts? Please share openly. Oliver hesitated for a moment before stating, My lord, I believe the hotel design is somewhat lacking. Xiao Ye was taken aback. For the sake of convenience, he had merely designed the hotel as a 2-story structure, each level boasting nearly 4 meters in height. Moreover, the hotel was cylindrical, allowing every guest room to enjoy a view of Wuzhai City. Now, Oliver claimed the design was inadequate, piquing Xiao Ye's curiosity about his perspective. Please share your thoughts. Why do you deem this design unsatisfactory? Xiao Ye asked, not angered. Seeing that the Duke remained smiling and unperturbed, Oliver felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Duke was indeed a magnanimous noble, capable of accommodating diverse opinions. My lord, the hotel is too short. Oliver boldly declared we could easily construct it to a height of 12 meters. Xiao Ye was astonished. 12 meters? Is that feasible? He furrowed his brow. Why did you propose a height of 9 meters for the public housing initially? It is achievable, my lord, but it would require more time. Oliver explained, the public housing needs to be numerous. Constructing them at 12 meters would be very time-consuming and would delay the new city plan and the 10,000 households plan. Xiao Ye understood, realizing the gravity of the situation. The hotel required only 1 structure, while the public housing called for 300. Then why propose a 12-meter high hotel? Xiao Ye inquired, intrigued by Oliver's rationale. That Oliver's response left Xiao Ye impressed. My lord, Wuzhai City needs buildings that showcase its strength, Oliver articulated. Every great city boasts magnificent architecture. Such structures can demonstrate the territory's power and enhance the citizen's sense of identity and pride. Oliver passionately elaborated on the benefits, seemingly striving to persuade Xiao Ye to heed his advice that if Wuzhai City possesses a 12-meter-tall building, merchants visiting the territory will undoubtedly recognize our strength. Oliver continued, visibly excited. Oliver was not merely a craftsman, but also a politically astute one. Xiao Ye's esteem for him rose once more. Oliver, proceed with your plan. Xiao Ye granted him ample authority, including the construction of the government hall. Oliver stood, bowing respectfully to Xiao Ye, sincerely expressing, "My lord, you are the wisest noble I have ever encountered." The aspiration to create awe-inspiring architecture is a desire shared by every craftsman, including myself, that I entrust you with the creative freedom, but I still have certain requirements, Xiao Ye stated with a serious demeanor. If you meet my expectations, I will confidently allow you to oversee the construction department in the future. After a pause, Xiao Ye added, "Should you disappoint me, the Minister of Construction will need to be replaced." Oliver showed no signs of retreating, saying, "My lord, please articulate your requirements." Xiao Ye admired this construction minister even more, contemplating how such a person could end up as a mere slave. First point, longevity. Xiao Ye raised a finger. The hotel and government hall will be in use for a long time. You must consider the future development of Wuzhai City, ensuring that these structures will not soon become inadequate. Second point, uniqueness. Xiao Ye smiled as he articulated his second requirement, that I desire these two buildings to differ from others on the origin continent, embodying the distinctive style of Wuzhai City. Those are my two stipulations. Xiao Ye concluded with a smile, that if you can satisfy me, I will provide you with more opportunities. Oliver stood tall and straight. "My lord, Oliver will not disappoint you." After Oliver departed, Xiao Ye resumed designing the blueprints for the future Duke's fortress. That evening, in the dining hall, Xiao Ye dismissed Yi Bai and the others, leaving only Wendina and Varia. "Wendina, you must tell me what transpired today," Xiao Ye said with a smile, gazing at Wendina. "My dear Mrs. Wendina, you should know that I am quite invested in your affairs, particularly concerning the enhancement of strength." Wendina beamed, having anticipated this. Varia, however, was perplexed, blinking her eyes and alternating her gaze between Xiao Ye and Wendina. "Xiao Ye, I have not cultivated any techniques." Wendina replied that I was merely handling territorial matters when, all of a sudden, my strength increased. Xiao Ye frowned. "How can that be possible? How can one gain strength without cause?" "It may not be entirely without cause," Wendina speculated. "Perhaps it's because I have been diligently managing various affairs of the territory, honing my intellect, which in turn led to an elevation in my strength." Xiao Ye was astonished. "You mean to say your strength improved due to your frequent mental exertion?" That seems rather peculiar, he found it hard to believe, but pondered that it might indeed hold some truth. Wendina's abilities were entirely related to intellect. If she possessed a defining attribute, it would be wisdom or mental acuity. Could it be that the calamity which strength enhancement relied on continuously exercising her abilities, refining her skills, and upon reaching a critical threshold, her strength would naturally surge? Varia, you have been in charge of the Oasis plan, and you must have frequently utilized your abilities. Have you sensed any enhancement in your own strength? Xiao Ye turned to Varia, seeking her confirmation. Varia recalled carefully and responded, "Master, I feel that the trance I summon now are stronger than before, and they seem to be more intelligent as well." Xiao Ye recognized that Varia possessed a skill called trance summoning, which allowed her to call forth a trance. Her assertion indicated that her strength had indeed improved. Wendina's hypothesis was likely accurate. Perhaps the method for calamity witches to enhance their strength lay in consistently exercising their abilities. Xiao Ye had not anticipated that by inadvertently assigning duties to the two calamity witches, he had facilitated the honing of their skills. From now on, you should frequently utilize your abilities and even unleash some active skills to continuously refine yourselves, he advised, now that the method was known. Targeted training was essential, of course. The development of the territory still remained the top priority. The advancement of the territory must take precedence, Xiao Ye declared. The formidable prowess of the calamity, which is undoubtedly significant. However, the current development of the territory also heavily relies on Vilia and Wendina. The contributions of these two are absolutely crucial to the advancement of the domain. Particularly, Wendina's absence would leave Xiao Ye doubting his capability as a transmigrator to adeptly manage the myriad affairs of a territory. He is not a born leader. Vilia and Wendina exchanged glances, sharing a smile before responding in unison. Understood, Xiao Ye, master. Xiao Ye then examined Wendina as information, still unaware of her newly acquired skills. Wendina Kaitanen race, human status, wife of Xiao Ye Fisher, eldest daughter of Duke Kaitanen, mental type calamity, which, Grand Chancellor of the Administrative Hall of Wuzhai City age, 30 strength, silver skills mastered, photographic memory, passive, sage's consideration, passive, storm of thoughts, passive, fool, active, radiant insight, active, gem of wisdom, active, puppet master, active, definition of entry 1. The witch skillfully controls her own magical power, skill details, photographic memory, passive and extraordinary memory that allows one to retain information after a single glance. Sage's consideration, passive, thoughtful, and meticulous, capable of managing multiple tasks simultaneously without oversight. Storm of thoughts, passive when engaged in deep thought, intelligence is heightened, making problem-solving more accessible. Fool, active causes the target's thought process to slow, diminishing their wisdom. Radiant insight, active enhances the target's intelligence, agility of thought, and capacity for comprehension. Gem of wisdom, active issues a powerful mental shock that obliterates the enemy's consciousness, transforming their mental acuity into a gem of wisdom. This gem possesses the ability to enhance wisdom and comprehension with a permanent effect. Puppet master, active transforms the obliterated consciousness of enemies into puppets under one's control. Xiao Ye focused on Wendina's two newly acquired skills at a gasp escaped his lips. The power of her new abilities was indeed formidable. Moreover, these skills bore a certain cruelty, aligning well with the identity of a calamity which, the gem of wisdom, akin to radiant insight but more perverse and potent, lacked the time constraints of the latter. Wendina could indeed leverage this ability to alter a person's innate talents, truly terrifying. The puppet master skill was equally powerful, allowing her to convert foes into puppets for her own use. These two abilities could genuinely transform living beings into mindless marionettes. Wendina, your skills are remarkably powerful, Xiao Ye could not help but exclaim. With these two abilities, your offensive capabilities have increased significantly. Wendina nodded, acknowledging the gem of wisdom and puppet master are indeed formidable, albeit somewhat cruel, particularly the latter, which may cast a negative shadow over Wuzai City. Xiao Ye agreed. The world harbored a strong stereotype against calamity witches, filled with fear. Should they witness the effects of Wendina's gem of wisdom and puppet master, their trepidation would only intensify. It was certainly unwise to unveil these abilities publicly at present. They should be reserved for a more opportune moment. We must not forsake our skills out of fear, Xiao Ye suggested with a smile. Besides, the gem of wisdom is an immensely powerful ability. We could cultivate a cohort of geniuses through it. The prospect of possessing an ability that could alter innate talents left Xiao Ye yearning. He pondered whether this gem would be of any use to him. Currently, Xiao Ye lacked the capacity for cultivation. All his strength relied on the witch. What troubled him further was his complete inability to master any elemental techniques. His attempts to learn the elemental techniques left by the last divine scroll merchant proved fruitless, even with the simplest of techniques. Initially reluctant to accept defeat, Xiao Ye ultimately surrendered after a painstaking half-month of effort. This realization weighed heavily on his heart, as opportunities for showcasing his talents dwindled. At this moment, Xiao Ye began to understand why Baron Xiao Fisher left no powerful elemental techniques behind. Firstly, the scrutiny of the Golden Leaf Empire's royal family was stringent, leaving no opportunity to smuggle anything out. After all, old John had barely managed to bring out any gold coins, let alone such precious items as elemental techniques. Secondly, Xiao Ye surmised that Baron Modo was aware of his predecessor's lack of aptitude for cultivating elemental techniques. Hence the absence of any legacy left for him. He even suspected that Baron Modo anticipated the royal family's actions against the Silver Kingdom following his demise, which might explain the minimal inheritance left for Xiao Ye. He allowed his predecessor to indulge in a life of debauchery, resulting in the royal family preserving his life for the sake of face. Had his predecessor harbored grand ambitions, he might have followed Baron Modo into the afterlife. Xiao Ye, when the time comes, I'll find some magical beast to test and create a few gems of wisdom to see if we can alter your inability to cultivate elemental techniques. Wendina, aware of Xiao Ye's predicament, understood his thoughts. Xiao Ye waved his hand. There's no rush. I rarely leave the territory, so danger is minimal, he smiled. Moreover, with you and Villia around, my safety is assured. Wendina nodded, recognizing that Xiao Ye was not someone who craved power excessively. As the night deepened, Xiao Ye, having just finished his exercise, held the smooth-skinned Wendina in his embrace, feeling the silky sensation of her back. He engaged in casual conversation with her about the affairs of the territory, including the structured extraordinary slaves mentioned by the head of the Silver Ark Trading Company, as well as matters concerning the grain merchant Mike. Naturally, their conversation largely revolved around the future development of the territory and the potential challenges that lay ahead. As they chatted, they gradually drifted off to sleep. When the sun rose, Wuzai City resumed its operations like a finely tuned machine. The finance department, as procurement bureau, delivered soul-burn wine and ice to the 6 trading companies that had secured selling rights, thus acquiring a substantial amount of gold coins in return. During the transportation of goods, FU from the White Tower Trading Company couldn't help but smile. Unlike the other 2 trading companies, White Tower had pre-ordered 1,000 jars of soul-burn wine, receiving more than the combined total of the other 2 companies this time. Apart from the 6 trading companies that obtained the rights to sell soul-burn wine and ice, others also enjoyed their share of success. The current population of Wuzai City had reached nearly 5,000, with numbers expected to rise. With such a populace, there was naturally a demand for daily necessities, following a proposal from the Procurement Bureau. And with Wendina's approval, Xiao Ye's name department store was included in the Engineering Bureau's plans that, in addition to the items needed for the lives of the citizens, the Procurement Bureau also signed agreements with several trading companies, which would supply raw materials for soul-burn wine, iron tools for the nitrate collection workers, iron bars for construction, and various molds necessary for brickmaking, among others. All trading companies arriving in Wuzai City departed with something in hand, at the very least acquiring bricks as products. Throughout this process, the Calamity territory established connections with these trading companies, forging ties with the territorial powers backing them. The Golden Road plan crafted by Xiao Ye began to take shape during this period, even if it was merely a tender sprout at the moment. However, as time passed, and with the continuous influx of new products after the establishment of Wuzai City, this sprout would inevitably grow into a towering tree. As time flowed, on June 29 Xiao Ye was informed by Yi that a slave trading company had arrived in the territory. The Silver Ark Trading Company, currently stationed at the Spring Spirit Plaza. Accompanied by a guard team, Xiao Ye rode to the plaza. From a distance, he spotted the enchanting and familiar figure of Suo, the head of the Silver Ark Trading Company. Dismounting, Xiao Ye exclaimed, Ms. Suo, you have certainly not disappointed me. Upon witnessing the multitude of slaves adorned with forbidden locks in the square, Xiao Ye discerned the nature of Suo's decision. Duke Fisher, you truly astonish me, Suo exclaimed, turning to Xiao Ye, unable to restrain her gaze as she scrutinized this man of merely 18 years, a man who had brought her an abundance of surprises. After receiving the news from her subordinate, Suo initially found herself in a state of bemusement, which led to a more profound understanding of the Duke. He was indeed a worldly noble, utterly indifferent to the facade of aristocracy, brazenly proposing a credit transaction. However, considering the current plight of Wuzai City, with its burning soul wine, ice blocks, and bricks, Suo found herself compelled to seriously contemplate the Duke's proposition. Xiao Ye had left an indelible impression on her, entirely unlike any aristocrat she had previously encountered. In him, Suo perceived the acumen of a merchant, yet devoid of the hypocrisy often associated with nobility. What shocked her further was the other piece of news brought back by the head of the Silver Ark Trading Company. The calamity which that Xiao Ye had once purchased had now remarkably returned to normalcy. Not only that, but this which was leading a group of slaves from Wuzai City, gradually revitalizing the desolate territory. Had it not been for her confidence in the authority of her subordinate, she would scarcely have believed such news. The calamity which, feared by all, could now return to normalcy in the very heart of the disaster-stricken domain. Upon hearing that numerous wells had sprung up along the route from Huangsha City to Wuzai City, Suo could no longer remain seated. She resolved to personally visit Wuzai City and decided to take a gamble by entrusting all her professionals to Xiao Ye and agreeing to his proposed terms. In Suo's eyes, there was no risk of loss. The only price to pay was a slower influx of substantial cash. She was confident that Xiao Ye would not default. Moreover, this move could elevate the standing of the Silver Ark Trading Company in Duke Fisher's esteem. Suo deemed this transaction worthwhile. Leading the Silver Ark Trading Company and nearly 900 extraordinary slaves, she set forth on the journey to Wuzai City. The spiritual wells encountered along the way from Huangsha City to Wuzai City left Xiao astounded, unable to fathom their origin. Like other merchants, she paused to taste the well water, finding it sweet and refreshing, erasing the weariness of her travels. She even witnessed some merchants drawing water in vessels to take with them. However, upon nearing Wuzai City, she did not see the calamity which mentioned by her subordinate. Nonetheless, she remained astonished. Before her lay a grove of trees. Though not towering nor lush, it was indeed a grove. Despite having seen some delicate, diminutive green grass near the wells during her travels, nothing could compare to the impact of the trees before her. Xiao noticed that this grove was still expanding. As a group of Wuzai City's residents were planting new trees, continuing onward, the towering walls of Wuzai City, reaching 6 meters high, left Xiao in awe. Though she had seen taller fortifications, none had impacted her heart as profoundly as the walls of this desolate territory. Entering Wuzai City, she was met by a bustling crowd, industriously constructing residential buildings. The entire city was alive with vitality. Remaining at the spiritual spring square, Xiao remained immersed in the revelations of her journey. Having witnessed the transformations in the disaster territory in Wuzai City, her conviction in her assessment grew stronger. This transaction was indeed worthwhile. She eagerly anticipated meeting the Lord of Wuzai City, Duke Xiao Ye Fisher. Was my proposed method of transaction too audacious? Xiao Ye felt no embarrassment over his own suggestion. It was merely a matter of credit. He had no intention of defaulting. No, Duke Fisher, Xiao replied, her gaze unwavering and fervent. That moment. Xiao Ye even suspected that Xiao harbored other intentions toward him as they traversed the wells along the journey, the lush greenery in the desolate land. The imposing Wuzai City, the rising residential buildings, and the laid cobblestone streets. Xiao exclaimed, Duke Fisher, everything here astonishes me. Xiao Ye laughed heartily. Lady Xiao, this is merely the beginning. Xiao composed herself from her excitement. Your Grace, I can hardly believe this is the calamity territory spoken of by the populace of the origin continent. She resumed her enchanting demeanor. That once desolate and fearsome domain is now undergoing a tremendous transformation. The gaze of the divine has finally turned to this once bountiful land. Xiao revealed her characteristic alluring smile. And Duke Fisher, you are indeed favored by the gods. Xiao Ye wore a mischievous smile. I am curious as to which deity Lady Xiao worships. He found it hard to believe that a slave trader like Xiao would revere some ethereal god. Your Grace, jesting with the lady does not align with noble decorum. Xiao retorted with a playful glare. As an apology, I invite you, Lady Xiao, to savor the unique delicacies of the Duke's fortress. Xiao Ye inclined slightly, smiling as he added, I have personally crafted these dishes. I hope you will forgive my lack of courtesy. Xiao maintained her composure, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement as she nodded. I hope your Grace's culinary creations do not disappoint me. At the Stone Fortress restaurant, the table was laden with Xiao Ye's meticulously crafted tofu, fruit smoothies, pastries, soul-burning wine, and an array of stir-fried dishes showcasing the flavors of the origin continent. Xiao was amazed. Having never encountered such fare before. Please, indulge. Xiao Ye gestured for her taste. Xiao sampled each dish. Some delighted her, while others she found rather average. Xiao Ye was not surprised. Everyone's palate is different, and it was perfectly normal that not every dish would please in the midst of summer. The fruit smoothies garnered unanimous acclaim from both Duke Fisher and Lady Xiao as they relished the smoothies. They engaged in light conversation, deliberately avoiding the topic of the slave transaction. According to Xiao Ye, discussions regarding transactions were the purview of the financial department's procurement bureau, and he could not intervene. In truth, Xiao Ye was currently unaware of the financial situation of the territory and dared not make decisions unilaterally. Your Grace, I cannot accompany you for storytelling any longer, Xiao announced as she stood. Now I must go to the procurement bureau you mentioned to discuss the transaction. She found it difficult to endure Xiao Ye's insatiable curiosity about her experiences. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of regret. It was not every day he encountered a traveler who could broaden his horizons, and he had not yet had his fill. Very well, Lady Xiao, he said reluctantly. If time permits, You may still join me for dinner at the stone fortress tonight." Suawa neither accepted nor declined, offering a courteous bow before departing swiftly. As soon as she left, Yi Bai entered the restaurant. "Your Grace, your invitation." Yi Bai presented an invitation card to Xiao Ye. Frowning, Xiao Ye wondered who could possibly be inviting him. Could be Viscount Ent. Xiao Ye accepted the invitation card and lowered his gaze. The card was crafted from a material reminiscent of jade. Its surface a pristine white, exuding a slight chill upon contact. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the letters were intricately engraved, showcasing a delicate golden hue. This was undoubtedly not an invitation from Viscount Ent. Xiao Ye deduced that, although the yellow sand territory of Viscount Ent was significantly better than the Calamity territory, it hardly warranted the extravagance of such a precious invitation in the origin continent. Jade artifacts are considered luxury items, rivaling even those made of gold or silver. If Viscount Ent were truly so affluent, he would not resort to using earthenware for hosting Xiao Ye for the first time. Revealing the Viscount's financial constraints, the lack of silverware further emphasized his predicament. After scrutinizing the invitation, Xiao Ye felt a sense of astonishment. The inviter hailed from the subterranean dwarven clan within the Alliance of Hundreds. The Alliance of Hundreds was established by races such as half-orcs, dwarves, gnomes, goblins, and cyclopes, existing in a decentralized manner compared to the centralized human empire, comprising various tribes and clans. In Xiao Ye's eyes, the Alliance of Hundreds represented a loose coalition, lacking the concentrated power of the Golden Lion Court or the Eagle Court. The invitation was issued by the subterranean dwarven clan, which held considerable influence within the alliance. The subterranean dwarves, unlike their surface-dwelling kin, were not adept in metallurgy, but excelled in mining and mineral identification, akin to gnomes. Nevertheless, like other dwarven clans, they shared a profound appreciation for fine wines. The invitation detailed that the subterranean dwarves had discovered a vein rich in various minerals, prompting them to invite numerous lords and merchants to seek buyers. Having previously procured soulfire wine from the White Tower Chamber of Commerce, the subterranean dwarves were aware that the Calamity territory had acquired a new master, prompting their envoy to deliver the invitation, hoping Xiao Ye would attend the forthcoming banquet. Xiao Ye noted the date, July 12, contemplating whether to attend the banquet hosted by the subterranean dwarves. Perhaps it was time for him to depart the Calamity territory and explore the outside world. He instructed the messenger to inform the dwarves of his intention to attend the feast. Turning to Yi Bai, he added, "By the way, please prepare some soulfire wine for him. We must not neglect our guests." Yi Bai nodded and relayed the message. Xiao Ye then made his way to the administrative hall, pondering the structure of the steel furnace. His decision to attend the banquet stemmed not only from a desire to broaden his horizons, but also from the hope of securing a stable supply of iron ore from the subterranean dwarves. Presently, the iron bars used in constructing residential buildings in Wuzhai City were entirely reliant on purchases, resulting in considerable expenses that if they could procure iron ore and smelt it themselves, it would undoubtedly save substantial costs. Furthermore, the future demand for iron would escalate, whether for constructing additional residential buildings or equipping the populace with Zhuge crossbows and armor, necessitating a significant quantity of iron and steel. Seizing this opportunity, they could establish Wuzhai City's own iron and steel industry, not only alleviating costs and meeting the growing demand for iron, but also finding ways to sell excess production, thereby augmenting the territory's revenue. After recording the procedures and facilities related to iron and steel smelting from his memory, Yichi arrived to inform him that dinner was ready. He was surprised to find that evening had fallen unnoticed. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Xiao Ye was astonished to see Tawa engaged in lively conversation with Wendina, both adorned with smiles. In contrast, Vilya sat quietly, engrossed in her meal, evidently indifferent to the former master who had once imprisoned her. "Master, come quickly. This cake is especially delicious," Vilya exclaimed, pulling Xiao Ye to sit beside her. Using a wooden spoon, crafted at Xiao Ye's behest for safety, she fed him a piece of cake. Xiao Ye took a bite, savoring the sweetness. Splendid indeed," he remarked, praising the chef's improved skills. "However, Vilya, you must exercise moderation. Desserts like cake should not be overindulged." He gently patted her head. Vilya dismissed his concern, confident in her silver tear strength, believing that a few delectable cakes would not harm her health. "Suowa, have you reached an agreement regarding those extraordinary slaves?" Xiao Ye inquired. Suowa nodded. "Your Grace, you are indeed fortunate to have Wendina managing the territory for you." Xiao Ye smiled. "I share the sentiment." He knew Suowa had likely gained little from the negotiations with Wendina. "Humph, I hardly profited this time," Suowa expressed his discontent. "Wendina persuaded me to allow Wuzhai City to utilize over 900 forbidden energy locks free of charge until you fully control those extraordinary beings." Xiao Yi reassured him, "Rest assured, it won't be for long." Changing the subject, Xiao Yi began to inquire about the unique abilities of various races on the origin continent, knowing Suowa, as a slave trader, would possess extensive knowledge on the topic. After the banquet concluded, Xiao Yi took Wendina's hand and left the dining hall. "Master seems to have ulterior motives again," Vilya murmured, wondering if Wendina would rise on time the following day. "Why not check tomorrow to find out?" Suowa suggested. Vilya huffed, dismissing him. However, Suowa was intrigued by the calamity, which glanced at her with a sly smile. Following a vigorous session, Xiao Yi informed Wendina of the subterranean dwarves' matters and conveyed his decision to attend the banquet. Wendina had no objections, believing Xiao Ye's journey would not pose any danger. Moreover, their territory had recently acquired a robust batch of slaves, and with Xiao Ye's magical bond capabilities, he could swiftly command powerful, extraordinary slaves for protection. Even without these extraordinary beings, Xiao Ye's guard squad constituted a formidable force, ensuring his safety, especially considering the subterranean dwarf strength was not particularly formidable. Oh, by the way, I'll provide you with the blueprints for constructing the steel furnace tomorrow. Please have the engineering department attempt to build it, and see if we can successfully produce steel. Xiao Yi shared his plans for establishing the iron and steel industry with Wendina. She nodded in acknowledgement. The next day, accompanied by Suowa, Xiao Yi arrived at the spring square, eager to test whether he could harness belief power from the extraordinary beings. Surely, the belief power of extraordinary beings would differ from that of ordinary citizens. Xiao Yi anticipated the magical golem to exhibit new transformations at the spring square. Upon arrival with his guard squad and Suowa, Xiao Yi beheld extraordinary slave beings seated upon the ground. Over half of these slaves were human, while the remainder comprised werewolf cavalry, bear warriors, and catfolk scouts from the beastman race. The human extraordinary beings did not capture Xiao Ye's interest, as he had already witnessed their capabilities firsthand. However, the extraordinary beings of the beastman race piqued his curiosity. He scrutinized the extraordinary beings from the three groups. The werewolf cavalry was composed of werewolves and swift-wind wolves. The werewolves stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height, resembling humans but adorned with wolf ears and tails, characteristics of half-beasts. The swift-wind wolves lying beside the werewolves were imposing, with sharp teeth and fierce jaws, according to Suowa. Some of these swift-wind wolves were even first-tier magical beasts, as for the bear warriors. Their size surpassed that of the werewolves, towering around 3 meters, resembling massive door panels, exuding an aura of ferocity at first glance. The catfolk scouts, in contrast, appeared much more diminutive and agile. Xiao Yi noted that none of these extraordinary beings bore weapons. "Your Grace, you are indeed quite greedy." Sova could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yi. "The weapons of extraordinary beings are often rare artifacts. If I were to provide you with these, the price for the slaves would undoubtedly increase. I had thought you, Sova, would generously supply me with these weapons." Xiao Yi chuckled softly. "Do you happen to have those weapons with you? They can be purchased in Wuzhai City, of course, still on credit." Sova sighed. "My Lord Duke, I am uncertain whether dealing with you is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Those weapons have already been acquired by Wendina." Sova truly admired Wendina. She always considered matters thoroughly, and at cost price, no less, on credit. She truly deserves to be my wife. Xiao Yi laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Wendina's actions. Xiao Yi was unfazed by Sova's eye-rolling. He strolled to the elevated platform in the square. "Hey, all you extraordinary beings, it is time to awaken," he called out loudly. In truth, many of the slaves in the Lingquan Square had already stirred. Yet they chose to ignore Xiao Yi and remained unresponsive. Upon hearing his voice, they opened their eyes and glanced at him, still showing no intention of rising. "Now, you are all my slaves," Xiao Yi declared. Completely indifferent to the behavior of the group. I, Xiao Ye Fisher, Duke of the Golden Leaf Empire and master of the domain of calamity, am your buyer. You should consider yourselves fortunate that it is I who purchased you. You still have the opportunity to attain the status of a free citizen, rather than being condemned to a life of servitude. Xiao Ye continued with a smile, in the domain of calamity. Any slave has the chance to become a free citizen. The extraordinary slaves in Linquan Square involuntarily stood up, their ears perked up in apprehension, fearful of mishearing that I am aware that you may not believe my words. But I have no need to deceive you, Xiao Ye noted, observing their skepticism. Simply ask anyone, and they can confirm the truth of my statement that in Wuzhai City, slaves need only pay a single silver coin to attain the status of free citizens. Xiao Ye smiled again. You can do the same. The extraordinary beings erupted into murmurs, still hesitant to accept Xiao Ye's assertions, and began to ponder the same thoughts as the initial slaves. Where would they acquire the money? As Xiao Ye explained the slave policy of Wuzhai City, it sparked discussions among the extraordinary slaves. However, you are different. He shifted his tone. You are extraordinary beings, and it is not as simple as a single silver coin for you to gain your freedom. The expressions of the extraordinary slaves changed, as they realized that such a boon was unlikely to apply to them. You will need to work for me for a period of 6 months without compensation. Only after that will I grant you the status of free citizens that time. Whether you choose to stay or leave will be entirely up to you. When ordinary slaves were purchased, the cost was nearly always a single silver coin, allowing them to attain freedom with that payment. However, extraordinary beings have been bought at a considerable expense. How could they be expected to enjoy the same policies as ordinary slaves? The extraordinary slaves felt a flicker of hope. After all, 6 months did not seem excessively long. What mattered most was that they were acutely aware that having fallen into the hands of slave traders meant they were deemed forsaken. If they had not been abandoned, surely they would have been redeemed. This meant they had nowhere else to go. If you choose to remain, I will provide you with satisfactory compensation. Xiao Ye smiled. Perhaps by that time, you may not wish to leave at all. What do you think of my proposal? He inquired. Should you decline, I will have no choice but to resort to the slave contract. My funds must not be squandered. Naturally, Xiao Ye had no intention of releasing these extraordinary slaves. The slave contract he mentioned was not a magical pact, but rather a one-time artifact designed to control the slaves' lives and deaths, akin to the contracts found within magical pacts, albeit one that could not be undone. Should you agree, I will sign a private contract with you, which could be dissolved after 6 months. Now, make your choice, Xiao Ye concluded. Those in agreement, stand to my right. Those who disagree, to my left. The extraordinary slaves did not hesitate for long, nearly all gravitating to the right, with only 6 remaining to the left. Excellent. You have made the prudent choice. Xiao Ye beamed, relieved to save a sum on the purchase of the slave contract artifact. Sova's expression was one of astonishment. Duke Fisher's frugality exceeded her expectations. However, Sova believed that Duke Fisher would still opt to purchase the slave contracts. Otherwise, these slaves would remain burdened with the binding seals of power restrictions. What difference was there between extraordinary slaves burdened with such seals and regular slaves? Take these 6 to the construction department and have Oliver assign them the most arduous tasks. Xiao Ye signaled to a member of the guard. They require labor reform. What a lack of awareness. Xiao Ye dismissed the 6, descending from the platform to stand before the extraordinary slaves on the right. Do not resist, he instructed as he placed his hand upon the forehead of one of the extraordinary slaves. The slave hesitated momentarily, but ultimately submitted, allowing Xiao Ye to finalize the slave contract. Xiao Ye would not hastily remove the power restrictions from these slaves. Should they escape afterward, it would be a considerable loss. Do not be alarmed. It can be undone, Xiao Ye reassured, patting the shoulder of a human knight. Trust me, after 6 months, you will be a free citizen. The extraordinary slave remained silent, left with no other options. Sova, please remove the power restriction seals, Xiao Ye requested, turning to her. Are you certain, my Lord Duke? Sova asked, astonished at his demand. You simply intend to touch his forehead and restore his powers. Xiao Ye nodded affirmatively. Sova, seeing the seriousness in Xiao Ye's eyes, released the seals, though she remained on high alert. Prepared to quell any potential rebellion from the extraordinary slave, go rest over there. Xiao Ye pointed to an empty space. Once I resolve their issues, you may feast to your heart's content. The extraordinary slave cast a glance at Xiao Ye and quietly found a spot to sit down. Sova furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend how such a situation could arise. Xiao Ye paid her no mind, continuing to sign slave contracts with the extraordinary ones. Thankfully, he had amassed sufficient faith power during this time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to finalize the contracts. A.S. Sova observed the extraordinary slaves, now free of their power restrictions, quietly remaining in Linquan Square. She felt an overwhelming shock. What had Xiao Ye done to them? How could they be so compliant? Sova did not believe that a group of extraordinary beings would change their demeanor simply due to Xiao Ye's promise. She instinctively suspected that the issue lay in the gesture of him touching their foreheads. Yet upon closer inspection, she found nothing amiss. Xiao Ye sighed. Why, Lord Duke, I am the one who should be sighing. Sova responded, perplexed. You have saved a considerable sum. Why the sigh? Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively, providing no explanation. His sigh stemmed from nearly exhausting the accumulated faith power. Moreover, these extraordinary slaves had not offered him any faith power in return. Xiao Ye realized that the extraordinary slaves did not yet trust his promise, which was why they had not generated any faith power. He needed to devise a way to instill belief in his assurances. After contemplating briefly, Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon his guard team. These individuals were originally from the Divine Scroll Trading Company, with whom he had silently signed slave contracts. However, during their time as guards, Xiao Ye had never regarded them as slaves. He continued to provide them with provisions and compensation befitting their capabilities. Perhaps he could convert a few of these loyal guards into free citizens, granting them their freedom. With tangible examples, the extraordinary slaves might begin to trust his promises. Xiao Ye summoned a bronze-level guard. How would you feel about serving as my guard? He inquired. The guard appeared bewildered, unsure why the Duke had suddenly posed such a question. What I mean is, I intend to restore your freedom. Xiao Ye remarked. At that time, you may choose to either remain or leave. Without waiting for the guard's response, Xiao Ye immediately annulled the guard's slave contract. The guard, momentarily taken aback, processed the situation. Now, you have the option to depart. Xiao Ye tentatively suggested. He was merely conducting an experiment. Should the individual choose to leave, in order to prevent any leaks about the secretive control he exerted over the Merchant Association, he would have no choice but to hide the guard. Conversely, if the guard attempted to act against him, the Silver Guard, whose slave contract had been dissolved, could still provide him protection. Your Grace, I do not wish to leave, the guard finally responded, kneeling on one knee. I am willing to serve your Grace. A smile graced Xiao Ye's lips. Then we shall need to forge a new contract. The guard lifted his head, awaiting the Duke's signature on the new agreement. Xiao Ye signed a loyalty contract with him. Those who served as personal guard were required to ensure their allegiance. Your contracts will be amended in a few days, Xiao Ye assured the other guards, who were now looking towards him at that time. You too shall be afforded the opportunity to make your own choice. I wish to serve your Grace. All the guards knelt on one knee. Bowing to Xiao Ye, he waved his hand with a smile. Unconvinced that this group of guards was entirely willing to stay, it was likely that a few would inevitably vanish when the time came. Suwa observed Xiao Ye's actions, puzzled. Following this event, Xiao Ye left an enigmatic impression on Suwa. You shall take them at dine, Xiao Ye instructed the guard whose slave contract had just been dissolved. The guard nodded and prepared to leave. You might share your story with those extraordinary slaves, Xiao Ye said meaningfully, as well as the circumstances of Wuzhoching and your impression of me. The guard, somewhat baffled, could not fathom why the Duke would issue such a command. However, given the Duke's mandate, he was determined to execute it faithfully. After all, the Duke was exceedingly generous. Should Suwa have heard the guard's innermost thoughts, she would surely have scoffed at them. The guard departed with the extraordinary slaves, faithfully carrying out the Duke's orders. He vividly recounted how he became a slave and subsequently a free man, portraying the Duke as remarkably generous, while narrating how Wuzhoching had evolved from a dilapidated village into a thriving city. His account led the extraordinary individuals to gradually believe in the Duke's promises, reshaping their perception of him. Generous, trustworthy, yet devilish and insidious. The last point was a conclusion drawn by the extraordinary slaves themselves, who felt that the Duke had seized the opportunity to enslave others while they were asleep. An act that could only be deemed the work of a cunning fiend. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, he had acquired a new title in the eyes of the extraordinary beings as he bid farewell to Suwa. Lady Suwa, when the next Silver R caravan arrives, I hope to see the presence of dwarves and goblins, Xiao Ye said with a smile. Rest assured, I have arranged for the caravan to transport dwarves and goblins. Suwa replied, They shall reach Wuzhoching in no time. Your Grace, I hope that when we meet again, your territory will still manage to astonish me. Suwa was keenly interested in the changes within the disaster territory, eagerly anticipating what it would become under the stewardship of Duke Xiao Ye Fisher. The disaster territory shall not disappoint you. Xiao Ye laughed heartily, his tone brimming with confidence. After Suwa's departure, Xiao Ye returned to the stone fortress. Sensing that the power of faith was gradually increasing, the emergence of this tangible example had instilled some measure of belief in the extraordinary slaves regarding his promises. However, Xiao Ye was disheartened to find that the growth of faith power was exceedingly slow, indicating lingering doubts among the extraordinary beings regarding his assurances. With no recourse, Xiao Ye could only bide his time patiently. On the following day, upon rising, Xiao Ye keenly perceived a change within himself. He immersed his spirit into the magical avatar within him. The power of faith provided by the extraordinary beings is indeed formidable. Xiao Ye felt a surge of delight. The transformation of the magical avatar this time was considerably more pronounced than before. Originally, the avatar was black, while the crystallization of faith was white, with the power of faith within manifesting as a red mist. This time, not only had the power of faith within the crystallization changed, but the avatar itself had also undergone a transformation. The avatar had transformed into a pale golden hue, resembling a divine statue, and furthermore, the crystallization of faith at the avatar's brow had shifted from white to pale gold. Additionally, the power of faith within the crystallization had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The color had transitioned from the original azure to pale gold, and its state had changed from mist to liquid. Streams of pale, golden liquid flowed gently within the crystallization of faith. Xiao Ye was overjoyed. The various changes in the magical avatar underscored its uniqueness. He immersed his spirit, carefully contemplating the new abilities bestowed upon him by this transformation of the avatar. Upon opening his eyes, an unmistakable smile adorned his face. What is it, Xiao Ye? What has transpired? Wendina, roused by Xiao Ye's movements, displayed a look of confusion. Xiao Ye chuckled. Good news! My magical avatar has undergone a new transformation, and it's unprecedented. This latest evolution of the avatar granted Xiao Ye the ability to control the Spirit Spring Hall and Faith transformation. As its name suggests, the Spirit Spring Hall serves as a repository for various Spirit Springs. Within the Spirit Spring Hall, there are not only the original ordinary Spirit Springs, but also a new type known as the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well. According to the information Xiao Ye had obtained, the water from the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well possessed effects akin to Wendina's intellectual pearl. In other words, the water from the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well could similarly enhance an individual's aptitude. However, Xiao Ye could sense that the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well required a significant amount of faith power, making it utterly impractical to construct in bulk like ordinary Spirit Spring Wells. In fact, he suspected that the water from the Wisdom Spirit Spring Well might not continuously flow. Yet, these were merely Xiao Ye's conjectures, and further experimentation was necessary to ascertain the specifics. If the first ability of the Spirit Spring Hall was to bolster the overall strength of the territory, then the second ability, Faith Transformation, aimed to enhance Xiao Ye's personal strength. Faith Transformation, as the name implies, involves the modification of one's physical form through the power of faith. Xiao Ye could gradually reshape his body using the power of faith, aligning it more closely with the essence of faith. Xiao Ye theorized that faith transformation was likely laying the groundwork for future abilities. When a magical avatar ascended once more, he might acquire even greater powers related to faith. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's explanation, Wendina furrowed her brow. Why does the enhancement of the magical avatar not directly grant you the ability to construct Wisdom Spirit Spring Wells, but rather the Spirit Spring Hall? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Indeed, it did seem somewhat redundant. There must be only one possibility. The Spirit Spring Hall may later yield new spirit wells, Wendina speculated. The current Wisdom Spirit Spring Well is closely linked to my abilities. And since your talent is called Magical Avatar, it suggests a connection to the Disaster Sorceress. Wendina's thoughts raced. Perhaps in the future, your Spirit Spring Hall will house other spirit wells connected to the abilities of different Disaster Sorceresses. But Valia is also a Disaster Sorceress. Why hasn't a spirit well related to her abilities materialized? Xiao Ye questioned in confusion. Wendina frowned, then caught sight of her own fair arm, her complexion flushing slightly. Perhaps that is indeed the reason. She softly voiced her hypothesis. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Is it really necessary for intimate relations to occur? Wendina nodded. I can't think of any other possibilities. Xiao Ye was left in a state of disbelief. Pondering the implications, was this not coercing him into becoming a seasoned veteran? However, since Valia possessed life or wood-based abilities, any spirit well that subsequently emerged would undoubtedly aid in revitalizing the disaster territory. Should he validate Wendina's perspective? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Wendina, that would be quite unfair to Valia. How do you know what Valia is thinking? Wendina revealed a knowing smile. Xiao Ye was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had no insight into Valia's thoughts. All right, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to me, Wendina said softly. Xiao Ye nodded, recognizing that Wendina was evidently more suited to handle the situation. He refrained from further comments as he and Wendina made their way to a more secluded area of the stone fortress. Xiao Ye intended to construct a well of wisdom, eager to witness its effects. With a mere thought, the pale golden liquid within the crystallized faith gradually dissipated, ripples spreading as it slowly coalesced into a well of wisdom. Once the well had fully materialized, Xiao Ye felt a slight dizziness. Upon checking his faith power, he discovered that the crystallized faith had been entirely consumed. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he soon felt restored. Xiao Ye and Wendina gazed at the well of wisdom, noting its distinct appearance from ordinary wells. This well, standing half a meter high, was crafted from material resembling milky white jade, adorned with intricate silver patterns, some depicting closed books, others half-opened, along with quills, engraved stones, and elaborate designs. Approaching the well, Xiao Ye peered inside. Within the well was a silvery liquid, prompting him to instruct Yi Bai to retrieve some water using a wooden container. After drawing approximately 2 pounds of water, he was astonished to find that further attempts yielded no additional water. The silvery liquid within the well seemed illusory, impossible to touch. It appears this is the well's yield, Xiao Ye remarked with some regret. I wonder if it can produce this amount daily. Yes, we will need to observe this further. In addition, we must assess the effects of the water from the well of wisdom. Wendina nodded, equally intrigued by its potential. Xiao Ye handed the well water to Wendina, stating, "You shall take charge of this matter. Seek someone to conduct experiments." Wendina accepted the water, inquiring, "Can you construct another well of wisdom?" Xiao Ye shook his head. "No, I can sense that I am limited to a single well." Wendina's expression fell with disappointment. If multiple wells could be created, it would significantly bolster the strength of their territory. Currently, this amount of water is merely a drop in the bucket. Yet, Xiao Ye's subsequent words ignited a spark of joy in Wendina's eyes. However, this well of wisdom can be enhanced using faith power, which should increase its output. Xiao Ye shared his insights regarding the well of wisdom with Wendina. "That is feasible," she replied thoughtfully. "I suspect your demand for faith power will grow substantially." Wendina foresaw Xiao Ye's burgeoning need for faith power, not only for various wells, but also for the consumption required by magical contracts and the transformation of his body through faith remodeling. Xiao Ye nodded. Although he had yet to attempt faith remodeling, he intuitively sensed it would require a considerable amount of faith power. After all, remaking one's body is akin to laying a foundation. Thus, we must devise effective strategies to acquire more faith power. Wendina proposed, since conserving is not an option, we must find ways to generate it. Wendina's mind raced as she methodically considered how to obtain greater faith power. There are essentially 3 ways to acquire faith power. It seemed as though she was sharing her thoughts with Xiao Ye while also engaging in self-reflection. The first method is to increase the number of inhabitants within the territory, Wendina mused. With a larger populace, there will be more believers. As the number of believers grows, so too will the accumulation of faith power. This can be achieved by steadfastly implementing the 10,000 households plan. In addition to focusing on quantity, we can also enhance quality, Wendina continued, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. The more exceptional the inhabitants, the greater the faith power they can provide. An illiterate populace pales in comparison to one rich in cultural knowledge, and those with knowledge are outshone by extraordinary individuals. Since extraordinary beings are rare, we must invest efforts in cultivating the ordinary populace. Wendina smiled, emphasizing the importance of spreading literacy among the inhabitants. Xiao Ye understood this notion of quality but questioned why Wendina mentioned it could be divided into two aspects. Wendina chuckled softly, explaining, beyond elevating the quality of the believers, we can also enhance the quality of their faith power. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, sensing a deeper understanding taking shape. He listened attentively to Wendina's elucidation. The more devoted your followers are, the higher the quality of the faith power they can provide. She elaborated, thus, we must devise ways to deepen their faith in you, even to the point of blind reverence. If we can inspire them to lay down their lives at your command, the faith power we could garner would be substantial. Wendina regarded Xiao Ye with a peculiar smile. Perhaps it is time for you to adopt another identity. Her smile was laden with implication. Titles such as Origin Deity or Messenger of the Origin Deity would be quite fitting. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing Wendina was aware of the rumors he had instructed Abut to spread. Wendina, isn't such a title a bit grand? Xiao Ye expressed concern. Could it cause too much of an upheaval? Wendina shook her head dismissively. I have never heard of deities appearing in the origin continent. They exist only in fragmented texts, often contradictory. You need not worry. Wendina reassured Xiao Ye, the origin continent is not lacking in individuals fabricating identities to impersonate deities for personal gain. They have faced no repercussions. That is a relief, Xiao Ye thought, realizing he only needed someone to support his claims. He understood that regardless of the existence of true deities in the origin continent, he must masquerade as the origin deity for the sake of faith power. The identity he would assume was merely a matter of degree, either the origin deity himself or a messenger thereof. Perhaps neither was truly a deception, as neither Xiao Ye nor Wendina had ever encountered the name of the origin deity before. Wendina, please devise a plan for me to acquire faith power based on the existing church structure in the origin continent. In pursuit of greater faith power, Xiao Ye resolved to solidify his identity as a soothsayer. He proposed to establish the Origin Holy Church in Wuzhai City, venerating the origin deity. However, you must arrange my role within the church appropriately. Rest assured, Xiao Ye, I will manage the affairs of the Origin Holy Church meticulously. Wendina readily agreed without hesitation. During her time at the Duke Cadnan's castle in Ironstone, Wendina often found herself in the study of the stone fortress due to her unique status. There, she immersed herself in a plethora of literature, exploring numerous texts concerning ecclesiastical totems and faith. She was profoundly intrigued by these subjects. The allure of the unknown and the challenging always sparked a fervent interest within Wendina. The mere thought of personally establishing an Origin Holy Church filled her with unparalleled excitement. The Origin Holy Church would gradually flourish alongside the development of the territory. Wendina spoke with unwavering determination, her confidence palpable. Xiao Ye nodded, reassured by Wendina's competence in handling matters. He needed to consider the subsequent expansion of the Origin Holy Church. Xiao Ye specifically cautioned Wendina about the position of the calamity, which within the church, and the relationship with the origin god. Wendina's eyes sparkled with a knowing glint as she smiled enigmatically, assuring him that she would ensure their relationship and positioning would meet his utmost satisfaction. Observing the smile on Wendina's face, Xiao Ye instinctively sensed an ominous undertone. Very well, I entrust the establishment of the Origin Holy Church to you. Despite his apprehensions, Xiao Ye was confident that Wendina would not harm him. By the way, please arrange my travel plans for today. Xiao Ye suddenly recalled the invitation from the subterranean dwarves. I shall set off tomorrow. The distance from Wuzhai City to the dwarven clan is considerable, necessitating an early departure. Wendina nodded in acknowledgement. This journey was significant, and as the lord of the Calamity territory, Xiao Ye's safety must be thoroughly considered. All right, you may attend to your duties. There's no need to stay here with me. Xiao Ye gestured for Wendina to take her leave. Unlike Xiao Ye, who often found himself in a state of idleness, Wentina, as the chief minister of the affairs hall, was indispensable to the functioning of the entire territory. Wentina nodded and departed with the water from the wisdom spring wells in hand. After her departure, Xiao Ye refocused his energy on the design plans for the future Duke's castle, contemplating how to construct a more comfortable and convenient residence under the existing conditions. That night, Xiao Ye presented the completed castle blueprints to Wentina and instructed her to schedule an appropriate time for the construction to commence. Wentina gazed at the architecture, which diverged significantly from the prevailing styles of the origin continent, and felt a wave of astonishment, her admiration for Xiao Ye deepening. A teen merely 18 years of age and lacking any magical aptitude, Xiao Ye had managed to design such a remarkable structure, a true genius. The architectural plans he entrusted to Wentina were a fusion of ancient designs from his previous life and contemporary structures from the origin continent, ensuring not only the safety of the Duke's castle, but also imbuing it with the charm of ancient architecture. "I will arrange for the work to commence promptly," Wentina stated as she tucked away the blueprints. "I have also made arrangements for tomorrow's journey." Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Just then, Wentina's gaze softened, her eyes shimmering with a tenderness that seemed to envelop Xiao Ye. He inwardly lamented the situation. With their impending journey, he would be away from the territory for at least half a month, and Wentina would undoubtedly expect him to provide a substantial offering. "I will ensure you're well taken care of," Xiao Ye replied with a smile. Despite knowing he would be quite busy that night, he recognized that he simply could not decline. Wentina's cheeks flushed, and she displayed a captivating smile that could render one entranced. Observing Xiao Ye seated upon the bed, Wentina promptly took action, her steps graceful as she began to undress. The following day, Xiao Ye awoke, instinctively rubbing his lower back. That Wentina's fervor had proven formidable, and he felt he would need at least 2 days to fully recuperate. Glancing at the now empty bed, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. Wentina had recovered far too quickly. After a modest breakfast, Xiao Ye departed from the stone fortress, as he was to embark on his journey that day. Suddenly, he paused, astonished to discover that his faith power had inexplicably surged at that very moment. What could be the cause? Having possessed faith power for a considerable time, Xiao Ye had developed a profound understanding of it. This sudden influx of faith power could only stem from 2 possibilities. First, a powerful, extraordinary being had bestowed it. This depended on the quality of the followers. Second, it could arise from the fervent devotion of ordinary subjects, which would determine the quality of the faith power. Xiao Ye was at a loss to discern which scenario was applicable. With lingering curiosity, he stepped outside the stone fortress, where a traveling party had already gathered under Wentina's direction, alongside formidable human knights. The group included wolf cavalry, bear warriors, and several spirit cat scouts. However, none of these caught Xiao Ye's eye as much as a particular large carriage. Approaching the broad vehicle, he noticed its 2 additional wheels. His expression lighting up with surprise. "Has the 4-wheeled carriage been successfully constructed?" he inquired, glancing at Wentina. She nodded. "Indeed, this is a newly crafted carriage, enhanced with special steel placed between the wooden planks of the compartment. Thankfully, it is a 4-wheeler that can be drawn by 2 horses. Otherwise, the weight of the steel would significantly hinder its speed." Wentina gazed at the considerably larger 4-wheeled carriage, equally satisfied. Undoubtedly, when the Duke returned from the subterranean dwarves, a multitude of carriage orders would follow. That the Golden Route project of Wuzhai City was poised for new advancements. "Excellent!" Xiao Ye exclaimed, genuinely pleased with the 4-wheeled carriage. "I must promote it effectively during this journey." "Promote?" Wentina queried, puzzled. "Yes, promote," meaning to widely announce. Xiao Ye replied with a slight smile, explaining that Wentina's eyes brightened with understanding. "Xiao Ye, I am about to set off," he declared. "You shall handle the affairs of the territory in my absence." "Wait a moment," Wentina interjected, stopping him. "There is no need to wait for Valia and the others." Xiao Ye wished to avoid an atmosphere thick with melancholy. "No, it is not Valia and her companions we await." Wentina clarified, "We are expecting another individual. With him present, I can truly rest assured about your safety." Xiao Ye regarded her with a questioning look. Wentina smiled. "He will arrive shortly." Indeed, it wasn't too long before a figure approached the stone fortress at remarkable speed, surpassing even that of a swift horse. "That I asked at him?" Xiao Ye wondered, Observing the towering bear man standing before him, his height exceeding 3 meters, he turned to Wintina for confirmation. She nodded. This is Xiao Ye, a warrior of the bear tribe. He was just released from labor yesterday. Xiao Ye barely suppressed a laugh upon hearing the bear man's name. Xiao Ye? Is his brother named Xiao Ye? He scrutinized Xiao Ye, finding him vaguely familiar. He seemed to recall him among the 6 slaves from yesterday's labor. Is he formidable? Xiao Ye inquired. He possesses peak silver tier strength, Wintina replied. Moreover, he is exceptionally meticulous, making him well suited for the role of a bodyguard. This insight was gleaned from Suwa. In her effort to ensure Xiao Ye's safety, Wintina had personally sought out Xiao Ye, promising him freedom if he could guarantee Xiao Ye's safe return to Wuzhai City. Additionally, Wintina had provided Xiao Ye with a full pound of wisdom water, her chosen name for the water from the wisdom spring wells, as a reward, while also testing the effects of the divine water. Xiao Ye turned to examine Xiao Ye, bemused by the juxtaposition of his brawny physique with his supposed attentiveness. With your peak silver tier strength, why did you not flee? Curiosity flickered in Xiao Ye's eyes as he posed a question. Bear, however, remained silent. Under the astonished gazes of Wintina and Xiao Ye, he abruptly lifted his enormous palm, reminiscent of a F. In the midst of their shock, he brought that colossal hand, enveloped in a golden glow. Crashing down upon the wall of a nearby stone fortress, the thunderous roar erupted. Stones flew, and a massive cavity materialized in the stone wall. Moments later, the wall unexpectedly collapsed. Xiao Ye and Wintina, initially alarmed, had thought Bear intended to strike at them. Observing the ruins of the fortress wall, Xiao Ye shrugged. Perhaps we should commence the construction of a new ducal castle immediately. Wintina chuckled lightly. It seems fate has decreed this. I shall promptly arrange for the rebuilding of the fortress. Xiao Ye turned his gaze towards Bear. You possess golden tier strength. The force unleashed by Bear's earlier strike undoubtedly surpassed that of the silver tier. Although Xiao Ye was only of bronze tier strength, he possessed a discerning Bear's voice, deep and resonant, replied, I just broke through this morning. It was the divine wisdom water that facilitated my advancement. His eyes gleamed intensely as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye. She mentioned that you were the creator of the divine wisdom water. Xiao Ye deduced that the divine wisdom water referred to the water from the fountain of wisdom. He was astonished to learn that Wintina had given Bear this water the previous day. Now, he understood the sudden surge of faith power that had occurred that morning. It had undoubtedly originated from Bear, who had attained golden tier strength. And oh wonder the influx of faith power had been so substantial. The contribution of a golden tier extraordinary being was not comparable to that of ordinary subjects. Indeed, the divine wisdom water is of my creation, Xiao Ye asserted, seizing the opportunity to establish his stature before Bear. However, it is exceedingly precious, and I cannot provide you with more unless your loyalty matches its value. Bear's gaze flickered, as Wintina had noted. He was a meticulous individual. Having personally experienced the potency of the divine wisdom water, Bear recognized its immense power. If he could consume it daily, his strength could ascend to even greater heights, an irresistible temptation for a warrior of the bear folk. Who yearned for power, Bear believed Xiao Ye's words. The divine wisdom water, with its formidable effects, was indeed far more valuable than many potions. Yet, was it worth sacrificing one's freedom for power? Bear weighed the pros and cons. Caught in a dilemma. Take your time to ponder, Xiao Ye offered. Fully aware of Bear's current thoughts, he had ample time at his disposal. The divine wisdom water would not be immediately available to him. He had until their return from escorting me back from the subterranean dwarves to make a decision. He granted Bear a deadline before their return to the city of no disaster. Bear nodded. I will ensure your safety. The bear folk were known for their commitment. Once they made a promise, they seldom reneged. Xiao Ye smiled and, after reiterating a few matters to Wintina, boarded the carriage. The convoy set off, leaving the city of no disaster behind and heading towards the city of yellow sand. In fact, traveling northeast along the Yusheng River would also lead to the subterranean dwarves. But this route was scarcely traversed by any merchant caravans. It was a path of life fraught with uncertainty. Thus, to be prudent, Xiao Ye opted to journey westward first to reach the city of yellow sand, and thereafter cross through the yellow sand territory, the Lair territory, and the Terenglan territory of the Baihui Empire, ultimately arriving at the subterranean dwarves. After traveling a distance from the western gate of the city of no disaster, Xiao Ye gazed out the carriage window at the lush greenery outside. This was the work of the Greening Bureau. That moment, workers from the Greening Bureau were still laboring tirelessly, but Xiao Ye did not spot Villia among them. He lowered the curtain and turned his attention inward, immersing himself in concentration as he summoned the power of faith to gradually reshape his physical form through the ability of faith transformation. The power of faith flowed from the crystalline essence, coursing slowly through his body's meridians. As the power traversed, Xiao Ye could distinctly sense the strengthening of the meridians. Though the change was still minimal, he believed that with the passage of time, a transformation would inevitably occur. Whenever the faith power drawn from the crystal was nearly depleted, Xiao Ye would summon new faith power, patiently cleansing the meridians of his right hand. He planned to begin with his right hand, progressively reshaping his entire body. Every effort yields rewards. Xiao Ye firmly believed that once his physique was remolded by the power of faith, he would undergo a monumental transformation. Time passed, and aside from necessary sustenance, Xiao Ye devoted all his time to faith transformation. Upon reaching the city of yellow sand, the meridians within his right hand had completely transformed into a pale golden hue. 5 days had merely sufficed for his right hand to undergo metamorphosis. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye was exceedingly pleased. He could perceive that his right hand was now immensely stronger than before. In fact, he felt confident that it could withstand the bites of second-tier or even third-tier magical beasts. To call it the hand of God might be an exaggeration, but hand of faith would not be far from the truth. Xiao Ye attempted to channel his elemental power into his right hand, and to his delight, he discovered that the elemental energy could be released through it, without the previous obstruction. Previously, although he possessed elemental power of the bronze tier, he could not release it, merely gaining a bit of strength. However, now he could actually emit it through his right hand, albeit with some resistance as the elemental energy flowed through his arm. This represented a qualitative breakthrough for Xiao Ye. He forcibly restrained the urge to release the elemental energy, drawing it back into the spiritual spring. "Your Grace, we have arrived at the city of yellow sand," Bear's voice called from outside the window. Xiao Ye had grown accustomed to Bear's formality, despite Bear's admiration for him due to his ability to generate faith power. He still did not wish to pledge complete loyalty. Xiao Ye made no effort to alter this dynamic. After several days of interaction, he understood Bear well. Bear was, after all, a martial enthusiast, deeply craving strength. Xiao Ye was confident that Bear would eventually succumb to the allure of the divine wisdom water. "Enter the city," Xiao Ye instructed softly as he lifted the curtain. Bear nodded, and the convoy resumed its journey. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, the guards of the city of yellow sand immediately bowed. "My Lord Duke, I shall notify the Lord at once." Not all the guards had encountered Xiao Ye before, but they recognized the emblem denoting his ducal status. A duke visiting the city of yellow sand could only be the one from the territory of calamity. Xiao Ye nodded gently, and the convoy proceeded uninterrupted into the city of yellow sand. The massive caravan instantly attracted the curious gazes of the citizens, though these ordinary folk merely glanced before returning to their tasks. It was only upon entering the core area that the convoy sparked widespread discussion. In addition to the formidable knights, fierce bearfolk warriors, menacing werewolf cavalry, and agile feline scouts, the four-wheel carriage also captured the attention of merchants lining the road. This carriage, distinct from the common two-wheeled one seen in the city of yellow sand, appeared more stable and luxurious, its wheels adorned with intricate carvings that glimmered softly in the sunlight. Delicate curtains draped around the carriage swayed gently in a breeze, revealing glimpses of the soft cushions and gem-encrusted armrests within. The merchants paused their activities, casting curious and reverent glances toward the carriage. "I've never seen a carriage like that. I wonder which noble it belongs to. It must be from a far-off land," mused an elderly merchant, stroking his beard with glinting eyes. "Not a distant noble. I recognize that emblem. It belongs to the Duke of Calamity," excitedly pointed out a young merchant, indicating the emblem on the carriage. "The Duke of Calamity? What business could he possibly have in our city of yellow sand?" Someone inquired with confusion. "Who knows? Perhaps he's here to discuss trade. That I've heard that Duke Fisher of Calamity Territory has a close rapport with our Viscount." A shrewd merchant squinted his eyes, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. As the convoy progressed slowly, the number of pedestrians on the road increased, all eager to witness the splendor of the unprecedented four-wheeled carriage. Indeed, it was a four-wheeled carriage. Where did the territory of calamity procure such a marvel? Such a vehicle undoubtedly possesses a far greater cargo capacity than a two-wheeled cart. Indeed, other merchants, upon hearing this, brightened with understanding, recognizing the advantages of the four-wheeled carriage. That I surmise that the territory of calamity must be thriving. Otherwise, how would such a carriage come into existence? Moreover, this four-wheeled carriage is not only beautifully crafted, but also impressively large, undoubtedly offering great comfort. A merchant who had never visited the territory of calamity voiced his speculation. Indeed, I once beheld a similarly exquisite and spacious two-wheeled carriage, drawn by beasts of burden purchased from the empire of the White Moon, which cost hundreds of gold coins. What you speak of pertains to a two-wheeled carriage. This four-wheeled marvel surely exceeds that, given its construction. Perhaps it was crafted by a formidable alchemist, and its price may very well be measured in thousands of gold coins. A carriage made by an alchemist? That seems excessively extravagant, doesn't it? Surrounding discussions rose and fell like waves, with many merchants casting envious glances in the origin continent. Owning such a luxurious carriage is undoubtedly a symbol of wealth. And to afford one crafted by an alchemist is a mark of being a grand noble with immense riches. For the citizens of Yellow Sand City, witnessing an alchemist's creation would indeed be a privilege. Yet, some merchants exchanged furtive glances, their thoughts veiled in mystery. Inside the carriage, Xiao Ye paid no heed to these murmurs, oblivious to the fact that the steel-plated carriage was regarded as a creation of an alchemist. At that moment, his focus remained steadfastly on his right hand. Xiao Ye discovered that when the elemental force was channeled through his right hand, a faint golden membrane formed upon its surface. This seemingly inconspicuous membrane rendered his hand exceedingly resilient. He estimated that even the sharpest blades would struggle to inflict a scratch upon it. A thought occurred to Xiao Ye. If he could reshape all his meridians, would he not possess a body impervious to blades? However, he understood that reconstructing his entire meridian system would be no simple feat. It would require a significant amount of faith power. The source of this faith power would stem from those who believed in him. Only by garnering the faith of more individuals could he acquire a greater reservoir of such power. Contemplating this, Xiao Ye gazed out the window, taking in the bustling scene of Yellow Sand City. Although Wuzhou City had begun to flourish gradually, its foundation was still shallow, and it remained in its nascent stage, unable to rival the vibrancy of Yellow Sand City. The shops lining the streets were filled with a dazzling array of goods, and the flow of pedestrians was ceaseless. Occasionally, nobles clad in splendid attire would traverse the streets, accompanied by a retinue of servants, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. He held no fondness for the haughtiness of such nobles. Despite being one himself, nonetheless, he recognized that in this world, strength dictated all. The nobles, possessing formidable power, could act with impunity. This will change, he mused inwardly. Xiao Ye did not intend to implement the hereditary noble system inherited from the human empires in the territory of calamity. The feudal system, which binds land to merit, granting lands and titles to deserving individuals, presented significant drawbacks in Xiao Ye's eyes. For instance, if he were to grant Buddha the title of count and allocate him a portion of land in the territory of calamity, Buddha would become a vassal to Xiao Ye, the duke. However, Buddha's own barons or viscounts would merely be his vassals, not Xiao Ye's. This echoes the widely known phrase, "A vassal's vassal is not my vassal." Furthermore, such divisions would only render the territory of calamity fragmented, hindering effective governance. Thus, from the outset, Xiao Ye resolved to abolish the feudal system, declaring that titles would henceforth serve only as honors, devoid of real power. In the territory of calamity, there would only be administrative officials devoid of landed nobles. Xiao Ye sought counties. Not a vassal's vassal is not my vassal, but rather under heaven, all land belongs to the king. This was also the deeper intention behind Xiao Ye's establishment of the administrative hall in Wuzhou City. Once the administrative hall matured, the newly constructed cities in the territory of calamity would adopt this system as well. However, Xiao Ye had not publicly declared his intention to abolish the landed nobility, as this would incite a rebellion from the entire human empire and possibly provoke dissent within his own territory. To mitigate this potential threat, Xiao Ye devised a new system, though it remained in its infancy and was not yet revealed to the public. Nobility, a relic of a bygone era, would inevitably be eliminated. Xiao Ye observed the noble oppressors of the common folk with a glint of resolve in his eyes. "Allow me to consign you to the annals of history's refuse." He lowered the curtain, turning his gaze away from the arrogant noble Duke Fisher. "I knew you would arrive in Yellow Sand City." Just as the carriage came to a halt, Xiao Ye heard the distinctive booming voice of Viscount enter. He exited the carriage, a smile gracing his face. "Viscount enter. Did you receive an invitation as well?" Xiao Ye felt a close kinship with this noble. He aimed to abolish the nobility, fully aware that future conflicts might arise with the human empire. Yet he also understood that as long as sufficient benefits were offered, nobles could be persuaded to serve as administrative officials. Of course, this necessitated the requisite strength to compel them to negotiate. Xiao Ye had long reserved a position for Viscount enter as the chief officer of the Yellow Sand County Administrative Hall. After all, Xiao Ye aimed to abolish the system of landed nobility, not the privileged class. Not to mention its impracticality, Xiao Ye himself constituted the highest echelon of privilege in the territory of calamity. Thus he would not pursue such a course. Xiao Ye was not foolish, laboring tirelessly to reshape the world only to relinquish his own privileges. Those who would act thus are either fools or saints. Viscount enter approached with a beaming smile, today adorned in resplendent noble attire, a beautifully decorated longsword at his waist, exuding an air of gallantry. "Indeed, Duke Fisher, how could I miss such a grand occasion?" Viscount enter chuckled, leading Xiao Ye towards the fortress. "The Yellow Sand territory is not far from the subterranean dwarves. We often engage in trade with them," he remarked. "And no wonder Yellow Sand City thrives." "It is all thanks to your wisdom, Viscount enter," Xiao Ye complimented with a smile. Enter waved his hand dismissively. "Duke Fisher, the prosperity of Yellow Sand City is entirely your achievement. The IT was not so flourishing before." The Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce had acquired the rights to sell the soul-burning wine, bringing immense profits to Yellow Sand City, for which Viscount enter felt deep gratitude toward Xiao Ye. Had you not provided the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce with this opportunity, the territory would not enjoy such prosperity, he said sincerely. Previously, Yellow Sand City relied solely on head taxes or commercial taxes to survive, leading a rather dismal existence. However, that has changed. With the soul-burning wine, the territory has reaped considerable benefits. Viscount enter patted his longsword. "See, I can now procure a decent elemental soldier, not just elemental soldiers. Your attire has become splendid as well." Viscount enter. Xiao Ye teased light-heartedly. "I thought you were one who disregarded appearances. It seems you were merely in straits." Viscount enter laughed heartily, unfazed by Xiao Ye's jest, and even appeared somewhat pleased. Xiao Ye's ability to speak thus indicated his familiarity with Enter. "Duke Fisher, are you not the same?" Enter replied with a grin. "Just look at you. You are traveling in a carriage, accompanied by so many extraordinary guards, even including the renowned werewolf cavalry of the Orc tribe in the Origin continent." Xiao Ye chuckled. Leaving the human domain for the first time, naturally, one must take extra precautions. "It is indeed prudent to exercise caution." Ent turned to speak. "Duke Fisher, are you selling that four-wheeled carriage?" The president of the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce, Chekhov, had previously mentioned the carriage to Ent upon his return, although Ent had not anticipated its swift production. Upon seeing the four-wheeled carriage that Xiao Ye was riding today, Ent felt a twinge of envy and desired one for himself. Xiao Ye shook his head. "This one is definitely not for sale. But you could arrange for someone to purchase one in Wuzhai City, seeking out the procurement bureau of the administrative office. There might even be a chance to obtain the rights to sell the four-wheeled carriage." At this, Ent's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Butler, you must head to the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce immediately and have him dispatch someone to Wuzhai City." Ent, the Viscount, swiftly turned to issue orders to the butler accompanying him. "If we cannot secure the rights to sell the carriage, then at the very least, procure one for me." A wise decision, indeed. Xiao Ye smiled at Viscount Ent. "You are truly bold." Viscount Ent laughed heartily. "My most prudent decision was to befriend you." Duke Fisher. His words were sincere. When Xiao Ye first arrived, he bore not only a reputation of debauchery, but also led a feeble band. Moreover, his territory was the Calamity territory, a place shunned by all. It was due to the connections between the Marquis Modo and Viscount Int's predecessors that Int paid special attention to Xiao Ye. Little did Int expect that in less than half a year, the Calamity territory would undergo such a remarkable transformation under Xiao Ye's leadership. Furthermore, Int knew in his heart that this was merely the beginning. The Calamity territory would prosper even more in the future, far surpassing the Yellow Sand territory. Especially after learning from Chekhov about the emergence of wells and plants in the Calamity territory, Int became increasingly convinced of its bright future. He even began to suspect that Xiao Ye might truly be, as rumored in Wuzhai City, the incarnation of the origin deity. Yet alongside his joy for Xiao Ye and the Yellow Sand territory, a flicker of concern lingered in Int's heart. Duke Fisher, I believe you should prepare early. Int said anxiously, the Ironstone territory, the Imperial Court will likely not allow you to remain so at ease. No, not likely. It is certain, Xiao Ye replied with firm conviction that do not worry. Viscount Int, I have already begun my preparations. Xiao Ye smiled, gesturing towards the imposing figure of Xiongda beside him. He is a gold-tier extraordinary. Viscount Int cast a surprised glance at Xiongda, then shook his head. One gold-tier extraordinary is insufficient to protect your territory. This is merely the first. With a confident smile, Xiao Ye replied, but he will certainly not be the last. Seeing Xiao Ye's demeanor, Int too broke into a smile that a Duke Fisher capable of effecting such changes in the Calamity territory would surely not disappoint. As they spoke, the two had already entered the castle's grand hall, where a multitude of guests had gathered, adorned in splendid attire, engaging in lively conversation, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary festivity. Viscount Int led Xiao Ye through the crowd, frequently greeted by acquaintances who engaged in pleasantries, and Int always smiled as he introduced Xiao Ye, his words imbued with respect and admiration. This is Duke Fisher. The current prosperity of the Yellow Sand territory owes much to his substantial assistance, Int declared with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, the guests turned their gazes toward Xiao Ye, filled with admiration and reverence. Prominent merchants familiar with the origins of soul-burning wine and ice hurried forward to engage with the young duke, eager to forge connections. Xiao Ye graciously responded to their enthusiasm, yet internally he marveled at his transformation. He had not anticipated that merely half a year ago he was a downcast duke, and now he was receiving such grand treatment in the Yellow Sand territory. The banquet proceeded splendidly, with Viscount Int continually introducing Xiao Ye, who, through his wit and eloquence, won the favor and respect of all present. As night fell, the banquet began to draw to a close. Just as guests prepared to depart, a beautifully dressed maid hurriedly entered, approaching Viscount Int to whisper a few words. Upon hearing her, Int's expression subtly shifted, and he glanced at Xiao Ye, his eyes reflecting an apology. Duke Fisher, I sincerely apologize, but I must attend to a pressing matter. Please remain here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Xiao Ye nodded with a smile. It is no trouble. You go ahead, Viscount Int. Int offered an apologetic smile before turning to leave. Sitting in a corner of the banquet hall, Xiao Ye observed the gradual dispersal of the guests while pondering the earlier expression on Int's face. It seemed something was amiss, and it appeared to be connected to him. As he contemplated this, a tall, stern-faced man approached, clad in black attire and wielding a gleaming long sword at his waist. He exuded an air of authority. Are you Duke Fisher? The man asked coldly, standing before Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye raised his head to meet the man's gaze, furrowing his brow slightly. I am. And you are? From the Ironstone territory, Reno, the man introduced himself coldly. Xiao Ye's heart tightened. This visitor bore ill intent. In that moment, he was the only one left in the banquet hall, and if Reno were to attack him, he might not be able to withstand it. However, Xiao Ye surmised that Reno would not dare to brazenly kill a duke, especially not within Viscount Int's castle, where Int likely knew the origins of the visitor. Yet he was puzzled as to why Int had not yet returned. The Ironstone territory? Xiao Ye strove to maintain his composure. Did Duke Kennen send you to find me? Given that Reno hailed from the Ironstone territory, it was highly probable he was dispatched by Duke Kennen. This probability was further heightened by the presence of a name Xiao Ye could not overlook. Emily Kaitanen, the second daughter of the Duke's castle. She had once maliciously conspired with Mandoli to harm Xiao Ye. Little did he expect that the once debauched young man now thrived in the Calamity territory, a place so wretched. Renaud did not respond to Xiao Ye's inquiry, but instead began to disrespectfully critique him. The flavor of soul-burning wine is quite delightful, though it is excessively expensive, Renaud remarked. Many in the Ironstone territory yearn to taste it, yet have no opportunity. Duke Fisher, would you be so generous as to share the brewing method with me? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow in secret. Renaud's attitude was unsettling, and he grew increasingly wary, even discreetly channeling his energy that I am not privy to the secret of soul-burning wine. It is overseen by the old butler. John, Xiao Ye shrugged and replied, as a person from the Ironstone territory, you should understand that I am merely a debauched scion. How could my father, Marquis Modo, entrust something so significant to me? Renaud frowned slightly. He was unaware of Xiao Ye's transformation and still viewed him as the same spoiled young man. What about the ice? How is it produced? Renaud's tone was markedly colder than before. Xiao Ye continued to shake his head. Do you truly believe I would know? Renaud looked down at Xiao Ye with a piercing gaze, but noticed nothing amiss. He suddenly wore a mocking smile. Miss Emily asked me to inquire how it feels to have a foolish person become a duchess. Xiao Ye's expression hardened. Seizing the opportunity, he rose and bellowed. Renaud, how dare you insult a noble? Furthermore, tell Duke Kaitanen to uphold his agreement with my father. Xiao Ye felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Hoping his voice would alert Xiongda outside the banquet hall to the impending danger, he could see that moment. Xiao Ye even began to suspect that Viscount Ent was somehow colluding with Emily of the Ironstone territory to set a trap. But how could they have known he would arrive in the Yellow Sand City today? If Viscount Ent had no connections with Emily, how did Renaud manage to enter the Viscountess Castle banquet hall and show up just as the guests were dispersing and Ent had stepped away? Do you wish to let that bear warrior outside in? Renaud guessed Xiao Ye's intention, revealing a cruel smile. Unfortunately, you shall not see him. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in shock. Renaud was truly going to strike him down here. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's voice from within the banquet hall, Xiongda sensed something was amiss and hurriedly entered. As he stepped into the hall, Xiongda witnessed Renaud's right fist enveloped in radiance, descending fiercely towards the Duke. Xiongda's eyes bulged in alarm as he roared, "Stop!" Before his voice could fade, he stomped down, leaving a dent in the ground, and propelled himself towards Renaud like a sharpened sword. Surprised, Renaud realized that a golden-tier bear warrior stood beside such a reckless young man. Nevertheless, Renaud was confident he could eliminate Xiao Ye before Xiongda arrived, his fist continuing its relentless advance. A cruel smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ye, you shall perish. Miss Emily is not a prize you can covet. Xiao Ye felt every hair on his body stand on end as he summoned as much elemental energy as possible to his right hand. In that fleeting moment, he clenched his fist, a golden membrane manifesting, radiating brilliant light to meet Renaud's punch. A sharp crack resonated, and Xiao Ye was engulfed in searing pain, his body hurtling backward with a thud. He landed on the ground, clutching his fractured right arm, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Renaud's expression shifted as Xiao Ye's resistance exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ye possessed elemental energy. Was it not said that Duke Fisher was a waste, devoid of any cultivation talent? At this moment, Renaud could not afford to dwell on regret. Xiongda was already at his back, sharing the same golden tier status. Renaud dared not face Xiongda's onslaught head dash on in a swift motion. Renaud vanished like a specter, reappearing on the opposite side of the hall, narrowly evading Xiongda's powerful strike. Xiongda roared repeatedly, his fists swinging like a tempest towards Renaud. Yet, Renaud deftly navigated the banquet hall, each of his actions perfectly countering Xiongda's attacks while seeking opportunities to retaliate. Renaud was evidently faster, though his strength paled in comparison to Xiongda's. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiao Ye fixed a cold gaze on Renaud. Oh, you truly believe you can kill me like this? Xiao Ye gritted his teeth. This was the first time he genuinely felt the threat of death. Had it not been for his recent efforts in faith reconstruction, allowing him to wield elemental energy, he might have indeed met his demise at Renaud's hands. That Renaud's expression darkened, his tone icy. Xiao Ye, You are indeed somewhat beyond my expectations, but today you shall not escape death." With that, Reno lunged toward Xiao Ye once more. Observing this, Xiongda bellowed, positioning himself directly in Reno's path. "Xiongda, kill him, and I shall grant you 2 pounds of wisdom, divine water." Xiao Ye shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiongda's eyes ignited with fervor. Wisdom, divine water. With a roar, Xiongda's attacks intensified. "Reno, today, you are doomed." Reno felt a jolt of alarm. Xiongda's sudden surge of power brought unprecedented pressure upon him. He needed to eliminate Xiao Ye swiftly, as time was running short. However, Reno had underestimated Xiongda's might. Following Xiongda's full-scale eruption, Reno found himself unable to extricate himself quickly. Meanwhile, Viscount Inter rushed anxiously towards the banquet hall. "I hope nothing unforeseen occurs." Inter pondered anxiously. His unease deepened as he approached the hall. Today's events felt increasingly strange. A merchant claiming to hail from Ironstone territory had sought him out earlier. Expressing a desire to take over the business of the Huangsha Merchant Association's soul-burning wine. Naturally, Inter had refused this proposal. However, considering the identity of Duke Katanen from Ironstone territory, Inter had declined rather diplomatically. Yet the merchant feigned misunderstanding, persistently entangling him until Inter had to directly invite the merchant to leave. After the merchant departed, Inter's unease grew. He hastily summoned the steward to dispatch someone to keep an eye on that merchant while he rushed back to the banquet hall. The closer he drew to the hall, the more troubled Inter became. Inside, the battle between Reno and Xiongda escalated, furniture flying and utensils shattering, transforming the banquet hall into utter chaos. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his right arm, Xiao Ye focused his elemental energy, gradually breaking through to his right hand, his gaze fixed on the rapidly clashing figures of Xiongda and Reno, seeking an opportunity to strike. As Reno began to falter in his struggle against Xiongda. Anxiety gnawed at him, yet he could find no way to turn the tide. In that moment, Xiao Ye suddenly surged upward, his right hand sweeping through the air, unleashing a pale golden palm imprint that shot towards Reno. Reno's eyes widened in horror, for he had not anticipated Xiao Ye's capacity for counterattack. He hastily dodged, yet still felt the impact of the palm imprint collide with his shoulder. The searing pain coursed through Reno, blood instantly staining his sleeve as he gasped in agony. Most concerning for Reno was the peculiar force that began to invade his body. Seizing the opportunity, Xiongda capitalized on Reno's momentary lapse, delivering a powerful punch directly to Reno's chest. Reno was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall of the hall. He coughed blood, his complexion pale as a sheet. Clearly gravely injured that moment, Viscount Inter finally arrived at the banquet hall. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. "What on earth has transpired?" Inter bellowed, gritting his teeth against the agony in his right arm. Xiao Ye pointed at Reno, declaring, "He is one of Ironstone territory's people, intent on killing me." Upon hearing this, Inter's expression darkened ominously. "Ironstone territory? They dared to commit assassination within my castle?" Inter seethed with fury. No noble could tolerate another's assassination within their own stronghold. The castle represented a noble's most vital domain, a place they inhabited daily. Thus, the security of their castle was of utmost importance to every noble. Now, Reno had audaciously attempted to assassinate a duke within Inter's very castle, especially one as significant as Duke Fisher. Consumed by rage, Inter could not abide such an affront, regardless of Reno's affiliation with Ironstone territory or the backing of Duke Katanen. Inter turned to glare at the fallen Reno, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "You possess an audacity unparalleled, daring to wreak havoc on my territory." Viscount Inter stated coldly. Reno's heart sank at his words. He understood that Inter's arrival signified the complete failure of his plan. Not only had he failed to obtain the soul-burning wine and the method for creating ice blocks, but he had also failed to take Duke Fisher's life. Most critically, he had exposed himself. Due to his actions, the relationship between Ironstone territory and Huangsha territory would undoubtedly deteriorate severely. Nevertheless, Reno was not overly concerned about Huangsha territory, viewing it merely as a subordinate territory of a desolate region. His genuine worry lay in the potential damage to Ironstone territory's reputation. Duke Cadnan would undoubtedly mete out severe punishment. Despite the circumstances, Renaud remained resentful, struggling to rise and glaring at Viscount Enter. Grinding his teeth as he declared, "Viscount Enter, this is a matter between Ironstone territory and Duke Fisher. It would be wise for you not to interfere." Hearing this, Enter's expression darkened further. He understood that Renaud spoke the truth. Yet he also recognized that he could not stand idly by while Xiao Ye met his demise within his castle. While killing Renaud might offend Duke Cadnan of Ironstone territory, Enter's own lord was also a formidable marquis, not one to be overly intimidated by Duke Cadnan. Moreover, Enter had little to no significant dealings with Cadnan, whereas he had a genuine vested interest in Duke Fisher of the disaster territory. In a mere instant, Enter grasped the crux of the situation and made his decision. Though I, Viscount Enter, may not hold high position, I am not one to be humiliated as long as I am present today. You shall not harm even a hair on Duke Fisher's head. Enter declared resolutely. Viscount Enter, should you kill me, you will have irrevocably offended Duke Cadnan, Renaud retorted, recognizing the lethal intent in Enter's gaze. For the honor of Huangsha territory, and to preserve the dignity of the Viscount Ent's gaze was cold and piercing, imbued with a chilling intent to quell the wrath of Duke Fisher. Your existence has become untenable. No sooner had the words left Viscount Ent's lips than he struck, delivering a decisive blow to Reynolds' forehead, but a look of unexpected terror flashed across Reynolds' face. He had not anticipated such resolute action from Viscount Ent. Xiao Ye observed Reynolds' lifeless body transforming into a heap of yellow sand. Astonishment gripped his heart. The sheer might of Viscount Ent was staggering. Despite Reynolds being gravely injured, he was nonetheless a golden tier extraordinary being, yet he had been so effortlessly dispatched. It was evident that Viscount Ent was at the very least a golden tier extraordinary as well. Moreover, Viscount Ent evidently wielded some unique elemental technique that permitted him to convert a person directly into sand. Such a method was unprecedented even in Xiao Ye's experience, compelling him to reassess Viscount Ent's prowess and background. The chaos in the banquet hall gradually subsided as Xiongde approached Xiao Ye, concern etched on his face. "Are you unharmed?" Xiongde was profoundly astonished that Xiao Ye could withstand an assault from a golden tier extraordinary. Given Xiao Ye's peculiar nature, Xiongde had been unable to gauge his true strength, having always presumed him to be an ordinary individual. While it was not unusual for human nobility to possess considerable power, with some being exceptionally formidable, there were indeed ordinary individuals among them. However, Xiao Ye's display shattered Xiongda's understanding and deepened his respect for Xiao Ye, who could procure the wisdom divine water. Xiao Ye shook his head slightly, signaling that he was unscathed, yet his gaze remained fixed on Viscount Ent, a quiet wariness brewing within him. The events of the day were exceedingly peculiar, prompting Xiao Ye to exercise caution. Noticing Xiao Ye's focused stare, Xiongde instinctively positioned himself protectively behind him, understanding that although the immediate crisis appeared resolved, the underlying turbulence was far from quelled. Viscount Ent regarded Xiao Ye with a complex expression. Observing the vigilant Xiongde and Duke Fisher, his thoughts were tumultuous. He had originally intended to leverage this banquet to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiao Ye, given that the disaster territory and the yellow sand territory were neighboring regions, rich with potential for mutual benefit. However, the sudden assassination attempt had obliterated those plans. Not only had it failed to foster a bond, but it had also instilled a sense of wariness in Xiao Ye towards him, directly contradicting Viscount Ent's expectations. His ire towards Duke Cadnan was palpable, yet with the situation as it stood, he could only strive to remedy it. His first course of action was to convince Duke Fisher that he had no involvement in the assassination. As for mending their relationship, that would require time. With a grave countenance, Viscount Ent turned to Xiao Ye and spoke slowly, a hint of barely perceptible regret lacing his voice. "Duke Fisher, I apologize for the disturbance you have experienced today. Rest assured, I shall pursue this matter with utmost diligence and provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Xiao Ye nodded slightly, understanding the subtext of Viscount Ent's words, which served as both an olive branch and a declaration of his stance. Upon reflection, Xiao Ye too concluded that Viscount Ent was likely uninvolved in the affair. After all, Viscount Ent was a vassal of Marquis Castro, not of Duke Kaidinan, and had no reason to act on behalf of the Duke. He would gain no political advantage from such actions. And as for economic benefits, the Yellow Sand Chamber of Commerce already held the rights to sell the soul incineration wine, negating the need for assassination to obtain its formula. Two additional reasons solidified Xiao Ye's belief in Viscount Ent's innocence. Firstly, Reynolds had insinuated that Emily Kaidinan had sent him, suggesting that Duke Kaidinan himself might be unaware of this assassination, which appeared to be a personal endeavor of Emily Kaidinan. However, a question lingered. How had Reynolds known of Xiao Ye's arrival in Yellow Sand City? Xiao Ye pondered this perplexity. Had Emily already embedded her spies in Yellow Sand City? Secondly, the Yellow Sand territory bordered the Blackstone territory of Earl Delapole, and the two realms often experienced friction over beast hunting. It was fair to say there existed a historical rift between them. Given Earl Delapole's close ties with Duke Kaidinan, the likelihood of Viscount Ent being aligned with the Duke was minuscule. Viscount Ent's audacity in executing such a brazen assassination, particularly within his own baronial estate, was a matter of great significance. Xiao Ye spoke with a steady tone, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. I believe it prudent for Viscount Ent to inform Marquis Rubist of this incident and allow him to address it. Viscount Ent nodded slightly, his esteem for Xiao Ye rising once more. Indeed, Duke Fisher speaks wisely. I shall immediately bolster the castle's defenses and dispatch personnel to inform Marquis Rubist, he declared. Furthermore, I shall pen a letter to the Ironstone territory, demanding an explanation from Duke Kaidinan regarding this action. Viscount Ent's expression darkened with indignation. Does Duke Kaidinan seek to incite war between the Ironstone and Chishan territories? The Chishan territory is under Marquis Rubist's domain. And both the Yellow Sand territory and the neighboring Zyber and Lal territories are vassals of Marquis Rubist. Xiao Ye nodded, discerning that if Chishan territory could divert Ironstone territory's attention for a time, it would be highly advantageous for him at that moment. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside the banquet hall as a guard rushed in. Why, Lord Viscount, the merchant you expelled has been found outside the city gate acting suspiciously and appears to be attempting to flee, reported the guard. Viscount Ent's eyes narrowed with a glimmer of cold calculation, as anticipated. This merchant was undoubtedly a spy sent by the Ironstone territory. Seize him at once. I wish to interrogate him personally, commanded Viscount Ent. The guard complied and departed, restoring tranquility to the banquet hall once more. Xiao Ye regarded Viscount Ent, contemplating deeply. Although the day's events seemed to have unfolded as a sudden assassination, they concealed a far more intricate web of political maneuvering. The relationship among the territories of Marquis Rubist, the Blackstone territory of the Alapis Marquis, and the Ironstone territory associated with Duke Kaidinan was exceedingly convoluted. Most critically, the Alapis Marquis domain in the Delapole Blackstone territory now occupied a portion of the former Silver Kingdom's lands. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed as he sensed a greater tempest awaiting him. He even suspected that the Golden Leaf Empire's royal family had deeper intentions in assigning him to the disaster territory, beyond merely safeguarding the royal legacy. Moreover, as a formidable figure in the establishment of the Silver Kingdom, Marquis Madwa had a multitude of followers. It was implausible that after his passing, the royal family could dismantle his legacy without inciting any form of resistance. Comparatively, Xiao Ye could understand why those who had not followed him to the disaster territory might choose to remain behind. After all, the nobility of a territory represents a family, and decisions must align with the overall interests of that family. It is inconceivable that they would abandon everything for a wayward scion to venture into the fearsome wastelands of the disaster territory. The more Xiao Ye contemplated, the more he felt there lay a profound secret behind the disintegration of the Silver Kingdom. Yet at this moment, he could not discern the depths of that secret, nor did he possess the strength to unveil it. Nevertheless, there would come a day when he would uncover the answers to all these questions. Viscount Ent observed Xiao Ye's pensive demeanor, his own thoughts swirling in contemplation. This young duke, despite his appearance, possessed a profound intellect, decisive action, and boundless ambition. Had it not been for Xiao Ye's timely response today, the consequences might have been dire. Viscount Ent found himself harboring greater admiration for Xiao Ye. Duke Fisher, do you suspect that there are other conspiracies lurking behind this incident? Viscount Ent inquired cautiously. Xiao Ye raised his head, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Viscount Ent. Viscount Ent, what do you think? What appears to be directed at me today may not be so straightforward. Perhaps this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Viscount Ent was taken aback, grasping Xiao Ye's implication that this assassination could very well be the commencement of a larger conspiracy. Just then, another guard's voice rang out from outside the banquet hall. "My lord Viscount, the merchant has been apprehended." Upon hearing this, Viscount Ent promptly declared, "Let us go and investigate." He suddenly turned to Xiao Ye, inquiring, "Duke Fisher, how fares your arm?" Xiao Ye gently shook his head. "Arrange for someone to treat me shortly. Right now, I too wish to discover the origins of that merchant." Viscount Ent stepped forward with a nod, instructing the butler to summon a priest while he led both Xiao Ye and Xiongda into the castle's dungeon. Within the dungeon, a merchant was bound tightly in the interrogation room, his face a mask of terror. "Speak, who has commanded you?" Viscount Ent demanded, his eyes blazing as he slammed his hand upon the table. The merchant trembled, stammering, "I am merely a small trader. I know nothing of any commands." Defiant, Viscount Ent scoffed coldly, gesturing for his subordinates to employ torture. The merchant's face drained of color, and he pleaded, "I will tell you. It was Miss Hemudali who sent me." Hemudali? Both Xiao Ye and Viscount Ent exchanged perplexed glances. Confusion written across their faces, they had never heard of such a name. "What is her status?" Viscount Ent inquired with a commanding tone. "Hemudali de Lapierre, daughter of Count de Lapierre," the merchant replied, feeling an unsettling urgency in his bladder as he struggled to contain himself. "It is she." Viscount Ent's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware that Count de Lapierre had a daughter, yet her name had eluded him. After all, in the realm of nobility, unless circumstances were exceedingly rare, affairs of a territory were generally managed by the lord or his eldest son. Viscount Ent only knew the name of Count de Lapierre's son, having no knowledge of his daughter. How could such a woman conspire with the people of Ironstone to assassinate Duke Fisher? Viscount Ent was baffled, glancing at Xiao Ye. "Perhaps she is acting under Count de Lapierre's directive," Xiao Ye proposed. "Otherwise, how would a noblewoman dare to undertake such actions?" Xiao Ye harbored another theory, that Emily and Hemudali shared a profound connection, and that this assassination was likely a collaborative endeavor between the two. However, he refrained from voicing this, as he was uncertain whether Hemudali was merely a pawn of Emily, and it seemed more plausible that Duke Kaidina and Count de Lapierre were jointly behind the plot. After all, the likelihood of Hemudali being used as a pawn by Count de Lapierre was considerably higher, even if she was indeed his daughter. Count de Lapierre was notorious for his greed and unscrupulous nature, willing to go to great lengths for profit. Moreover, Xiao Ye wished for the situation to escalate, as it would better facilitate the development of the disaster territory. "No, Duke Fisher." Viscount Ent's gaze flickered as he quickly added, "Perhaps Count de Lapierre has merely received the counsel of Marquis Alapusi." Xiao Ye smiled, sensing that the situation had grown even more dire. "I commend your acumen, Viscount Ent," he lavishly praised. "Marquis Rubist is indeed fortunate to have a vassal of your caliber." The tension that had weighed heavily on Viscount Ent's heart began to dissipate, lightened by Xiao Ye's flattery. "This matter is of utmost importance. I may not be able to accompany you to the invitation from the subterranean dwarves. I must personally meet with Marquis Rubist," Viscount Ent declared. "However, Baron Cade Leal of Leal territory will also attend the dwarves' gathering, and you may request his company," he reminded Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye nodded, affirming, "This matter takes precedence. You should promptly inform Marquis Rubist, while your absence from the dwarves' banquet is of little consequence." Shifting his gaze to the trembling merchant, Xiao Ye inquired, "What do you intend to do with him?" "My lord?" The merchant, sensing the scrutiny of both Xiao Ye and Viscount Ent, was gripped by sheer terror. After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Ent declared, "This man cannot be allowed to live. He must be executed immediately to prevent any leakage of our secrets." Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. The merchant, witnessing their decision, felt his spirit wane, and the urgency he had been suppressing could no longer be contained. This knight fell, and with his right arm injured. Xiao Ye found it necessary to remain at the Viscount's castle for the night, that he was assigned a room by Viscount Ent, with guards from the disaster territory stationed outside, and Xiongda providing close protection within. Following this assassination attempt, Xiao Ye had grown increasingly vigilant regarding his safety, becoming markedly more cautious in his actions. Before long, the butler returned with a priest, who began to treat Xiao Ye's fractured arm. The priest's skilled hands worked delicately, each press sending waves of pain through Xiao Ye. Yet he gritted his teeth and bore it, his eyes reflecting steadfast resolve. Upon completing the treatment, the priest softly intoned. Healing spell that a wooden wand of unknown material emitted a soft, milky light as it hovered over Xiao Ye's injured arm. Under the gentle glow, the pain gradually subsided, leaving him feeling considerably more at ease. After leaving behind some ointment with instructions for timely application, the priest took his leave. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Ye lay in bed, his mind racing with thoughts. The assassination incident had unveiled the intricacies and brutalities of noble rivalries far beyond his previous understanding. The involvement of Hemudali de Lapierre further obscured the situation. He contemplated Viscount and conjecture. Was Marquis Alapusi truly orchestrating everything from the shadows? What role did Count de Lapierre play? And what of Emily? Had she indeed allied herself with Hemudali? These questions lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Xiao Ye understood that he must exercise greater caution, as the territory of desolation had already garnered a certain level of renown. Reputation could bring prosperity to desolation, yet it also attracted perilous covetous gazes. Xiao Ye resolutely determined to swiftly develop the military strength of his domain, ensuring that no one could threaten the safety and advancement of desolation. Furthermore, he needed to expedite the reconstruction of his body through the power of faith, enabling him to possess formidable self-defense capabilities. Had it not been for the efficacy of the hand of faith, he would have already met his demise. Fortuitously, aside from a select few close associates, outsiders remained unaware of his possession of primal energy. This was a vital trump card at AS for today. Viscount Inner had not witnessed Xiao Ye's actions, and the only one who had seen him act, Berda, had chosen to remain silent after Xiao Ye's promise of 2 pounds of wisdom divine water. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Xiao Ye slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to behold the future of desolation, a scene of flourishing prosperity, where the people lived in peace and contentment, while he soared high above the clouds, surveying it all. On the following morning, Xiao Ye awoke early, feeling a significant alleviation of pain in his right arm. He donned his attire and prepared to depart the Viscount's castle. Viscount Inter had already sent word that a matter of great importance had arisen. He had gone to the territory of Marquis Rubist and advised Xiao Ye to exercise caution on the journey. He had arranged for an acquaintance from the Yellow Sand Merchant Guild, well-versed in the trade routes, to accompany him until they met Baron Kaido Lyle of Lyle territory. The convoy departed Yellow Sand City, traversing the trade route northeast towards Lyle territory. Xiao Ye sat alone within the carriage, channeling the power of faith to begin the transformation of his left hand in the carriage, enveloped in profound tranquility as if time itself had come to a standstill. Xiao Ye gradually closed his eyes, his expression focused and solemn, resembling a statue imbued with a soul. Quietly standing in the midst of this world, Xiao Ye could vividly sense the power of faith emanating from the crystallized essence of belief. Akin to a gentle stream flowing through the mountains in the early morning, silently converging in the palm of his left hand. This force was warm and pure, offering an indescribable comfort, as if it could soothe all the pain and fatigue of the world. As the power of faith continually gathered and infused, Xiao Ye felt the muscles of his left hand gradually tighten and become resilient, as though imbued with newfound vitality. The bones, nourished by this energy, underwent a transformation, becoming more robust and powerful. Even the delicate meridians experienced an indescribable, wondrous change under this power's baptism, joyfully pulsating. Every inch of skin and every bone rejoiced, celebrating this unprecedented awakening of strength. Under the influence of this mysterious force, Xiao Ye's left hand gradually became remarkably resilient, as if the very elements in the air trembled slightly around it, forming an almost imperceptible vortex that emanated an unsettling might. Xiao Ye felt a surge of delight within, thoroughly enjoying the process of growing stronger. More importantly, after the assassination attempt by Reino, Xiao Ye understood that this was not merely a simple enhancement of power, but a qualitative leap in his self-defense capabilities. Outside the carriage, the guide from the Yellow Sand Merchant Guild, skillfully maneuvered the vehicle along the winding trade route. The guards formed a protective formation around the carriage, their minds alert, ever watchful for any potential surprises. The convoy left a series of footprints of varying depths in the vast desert, akin to the marks of time, recording their hardships and perseverance. The scenery along the way unfolded like a series of flowing paintings, with rolling sand dunes shimmering in golden light under the sun, occasional oases appearing like miraculous manifestations of life, and majestic eagles soaring freely in the blue sky. Yet, Xiao Ye paid little heed to these beautiful sights. His thoughts were entirely consumed by an unending pursuit of power, patiently channeling the power of faith to meticulously reshape his left hand. After days of travel and exertion, the convoy finally reached the border of Lyle territory and my lord. Ahead lies the city of Magic Tale in Lyle territory. As the carriage came to a stop and the guards of the Yellow Sand Merchant Guild announced their arrival, Xiao Ye slowly opened his eyes. That moment. Not only had his right hand healed, but his left hand had also undergone its initial transformation. Xiao Ye could distinctly sense the strength radiating from both hands, and he summoned primal energy, causing both hands to emit a soft golden glow. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the powerful sensation coursing through them, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The next step was to reshape both arms. Xiao Ye temporarily halted the transformation through faith and drew back the curtain to gaze outside. A fortress stood quietly before him, its towering walls constructed of black stone. Reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters, he gazed upon Lyle City. Xiao Ye felt no surge of excitement. Rather, he found it somewhat diminutive. Despite many of Lyle territory's subjects relying on this beast to safeguard their land's peace and prosperity. As the convoy drew closer to Lyle City, Xiao Ye noticed a young man clad in ornate armor waiting for them, flanked by a dozen knights, exuding an imposing presence. "You must be Duke Fisher," he said with a smile. "I am the second son of Baron Kaido Lyle, sent to welcome you." Xiao Ye returned the smile in kind. Under the guidance of the second son of Baron Kaido Lyle, the convoy gradually entered Lyle City. Compared to Yellow Sand City, Lyle City appeared considerably more desolate, though some merchants still lingered. Through the carriage window, Xiao Ye observed the local customs of Lyle City. The buildings lining the streets were predominantly constructed of black stone, exuding an air of ancient solemnity, yet they bore the marks of time, with weathered walls and worn steps, silently narrating tales of the past. The pedestrians hurried along, and occasional calls from vendors could be heard, but overall, the city conveyed a sense of tranquility tinged with desolation. Xiao Ye's gaze traversed the crowd, attempting to capture any useful information. He noted that while the city appeared outwardly calm, an almost imperceptible tension seemed to hang in the air. Fleeting glimmers of worry occasionally flickered in people's eyes, as if they were anxious about something. Xiao Ye felt perplexed, unable to discern the cause of this atmosphere. After navigating through several streets, the convoy arrived at a somewhat modest castle, its gates wide open, guarded by 2 sentinels clad in jet black armor. "My lord, please," the second son of Baron Kaido, Lyle politely gestured for Xiao Ye to disembark. Nodding, Xiao Ye adjusted his robes and gracefully stepped down from the carriage. The 2 sentinels regarded Xiao Ye with a flash of reverence in their eyes, quickly standing at attention and executing a crisp military salute. As Xiao Ye entered the castle, an ancient and dignified aura enveloped him. The interior was simply adorned yet exuded elegance, with every detail reflecting the weight of history and the family's honor. "My lord, my father has been awaiting your arrival in the council chamber." The second son of Baron Kaido Lal led Xiao Ye through a series of corridors. Xiao Ye noticed intricate patterns carved into the floor, making each step feel as though he were treading upon the threads of history. In the council chamber, a long table was set at the center, draped with an exquisite tablecloth, flanked by several meticulously carved chairs. Baron Lyle occupied the head seat, his demeanor imposing and his gaze profound. Upon Xiao Ye's arrival, he slowly rose, revealing a faint smile. "Welcome to Lyle City, Duke Fisher. Your presence honors us greatly." Baron Lyle's voice was deep and resonant. Xiao Ye smiled in response. "I appreciate your warm hospitality, Baron Lyle. It is also my honor to visit this historic city." After both took their seats, attendants presented fragrant wine and exquisite delicacies. Baron Lyle took a delicate sip of wine, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, the soul incineration wine is exceptional. No wonder it is so widely favored." Xiao Ye likewise took a gentle sip of wine. "Baron Lyle, has your territory encountered any recent difficulties?" Xiao Ye keenly observed that, despite the subtle smile gracing Baron Lyle's lips, his overall countenance bore an unsettling air, concealing unspoken burdens. Recalling the anxious expressions of the denizens within Lyle's city, Xiao Ye became increasingly convinced that the city was beset by troubles. Specifically, the impending beast tide. "Duke Fisher, I am deeply concerned about the beast tide." Baron Lyle was taken aback by Duke Fisher's astute perception. However, he had no intention of concealing the matter, for he sought Xiao Ye's assistance in this grave situation. "What? The beast tide?" Xiao Ye exclaimed, astonished, as he had been unaware that Lao territory was facing such an assault. Lao territory also at risk of the beast tide. Without waiting for Baron Lyle's response, Xiao Ye quickly grasped the underlying reason that the northwest of Lao territory lay the Demon Break Mountains, a well-known haven for beasts, as anyone from the origin continent could attest. This region teemed with ferocious creatures, including numerous formidable beasts. Particularly concerning was Lao territory's proximity to the northern borders of the White Moon Empire, where the southern part of the Demon Break Mountains resided, making an incursion of beasts into Lao territory hardly unexpected. Indeed, Duke Fisher, Lao territory has long suffered the scourge of beast tides. Baron Lyle's voice was low and grave, his eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and worry. "However, the situation has escalated." "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Ye inquired, brow furrowing. "Has there been a significant change regarding the beast tide?" Baron Lyle nodded and elaborated. "In recent years, the activity of the beasts has intensified, especially lately, when the roars of beasts in the bordering forests have become almost incessant. We fear this heralds the approach of a large-scale beast tide." Xiao Ye's brow furrowed deeper at this revelation, but he understood all too well the terror of a beast tide. Those ferocious creatures surged forth like an unstoppable tide, presenting a monumental disaster for both the city and its inhabitants. My lord, do you lack confidence in withstanding this beast tide? A sense of anxiety gripped Xiao Ye, given the proximity of Lao territory to the calamity territory. Should Lao territory fail to defend itself, the beasts could very well descend further south into calamity territory. Such a risk posed a formidable obstacle to the developing calamity territory in the city of Wuzhai. Baron Lyle sighed, stating, "We have bolstered the defenses of our walls and organized some brave souls to resist when the beast tide strikes. Yet, the sheer number of beasts is daunting, and our strength may not endure for long." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye pondered how best to address this predicament. Lao territory served as a crucial barrier between the Demon Break Mountains and Calamity territory. It was imperative for Xiao Ye to ensure that Lao territory did not fall to the beasts. "Does Marquis Rubist not offer you support?" Xiao Ye recalled that Lao territory also fell under the domain of Marquis Rubist. Baron Lao shook his head gently. "Whenever a beast tide begins to assault, any territory adjacent to the Demon Break Mountains is affected. Marquis Rubist must also fend off the beasts, and on a far larger scale." Xiao Ye fell silent. The territory of Marquis Rubist lay along the northern border of the Golden Leaf Empire, adjacent to the White Moon Empire, and included a segment of the Demon Break Mountains. Most critically, in recent years, the beast tides had become increasingly organized. Baron Lyle's eyes reflected profound concern. They seemed to appear in accordance with the strength of their targets, manifesting corresponding scales of beasts, as if directed by an unseen hand. This revelation startled Xiao Ye. "Are you suggesting that the beasts have gained intelligence?" Beasts on the origin continent were not known for their intelligence, or rather, for possessing significant intelligence. They remained driven by instinct. Even those of the 5th or 6th tier, it was precisely because of their lack of intelligence that, despite their immense power, they have been firmly held at bay within the confines of the Demon Break Mountains. The mountains themselves drew their name from this very quality, a barrier against the beasts. Of course, another interpretation suggested that the incursions of the demon race had been thwarted at this mountain range, which had never been breached, hence its designation as the Demon Break. Here, demon referred to the demon race. Yet today, Baron Lyle's assertion that the beasts appear to possess a formidable level of organization, possibly indicative of manipulation by an intelligent race, was nothing short of astonishing. The distinction between a horde of disorganized beasts and one exhibiting organization was stark. The former represented a mere cluster of powerful wild creatures, while the latter might suggest civilization, perhaps even the emergence of a new demon race. This is merely conjecture. We have never encountered beasts with intelligence. Baron Lyle shook his head. Marquis Rubist has slain a fifth-tier beast, yet found no sign of discernible intelligence. A fifth-tier beast was akin to an extraordinary being of the Earth level. The absence of evident intelligence in such a formidable creature strongly suggested that the beasts had not undergone any evolutionary changes. However, the undeniable emergence of a previously unseen level of organization among the beasts raised troubling questions. Baron Lyle, you mentioned that Lyle territory may not withstand for long. Are you truly considering abandoning your fief? Xiao Ye fixed a penetrating gaze upon Baron Lyle. He could not fathom that Baron Lyle would relinquish his territory, but a noble without a fief would be reduced to a mere honorary noble, stripped of any real power, and rendered little different from a merchant. Under Xiao Ye's scrutinizing gaze, Baron Lyle offered an awkward smile, as though his intentions had been laid bare. No, I would never do that. Duke Fisher, Baron Lyle replied, unable to resist rubbing his nose, that I would certainly not abandon my fief. Xiao Ye's expression transformed into one of understanding. Baron Lyle was no fool. He would not casually divulge such intricate details regarding the beast tide without reason. Thus, it was evident that Baron Lyle sought something from him, prompting this elaborate discourse. My lord, perhaps I can extend some assistance. Xiao Ye stated directly. The safety of your territory is also crucial for calamity territory. Feel free to propose your ideas. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and excitement crossed Baron Lyle's features. Duke Fisher, it is an honor for me, Kaido Lyle, to be acquainted with a noble such as yourself. Baron Lyle spoke earnestly. Be frank. Without your support, Lyle territory would stand little chance against the impending beast tide. Baron Lyle continued, we are in dire need of assistance, particularly in fortifying our walls. Xiao Ye, grasping Baron Lyle's request, understood what he sought. Calamity territory could provide Lyle territory with ample bricks, be they of the blue or red variety. With Lyle territory secure, Calamity territory will likewise be shielded from the oncoming beast tide. Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Duke Fisher, Baron Lyle exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. However, I will require adequate compensation. Xiao Ye's words caused Baron Lyle's smile to falter. He paused momentarily before regaining his composure, fully aware that in this world, no endeavor came without cost. Even among nobles, the principle of reciprocal benefit was paramount. Of course, Duke Fisher, Baron Lyle hastily replied. Whatever Lyle territory can offer, I am at your service. Lyle territory, much like Yellow Sand territory, was limited in its yields. Thus, the Yellow Sand Trading Company was formed through the collaboration of Yellow Sand, Westbor, and Lyle territories. The economic viability of these three dispersed territories was significantly weak, necessitating their alliance to achieve greater gains. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, his mind already formulating a plan. The compensation I seek is quite simple, materials harvested from the beasts following the beast tide, particularly their magic cores. Although the flesh of magical beasts is inedible, the magic cores can be directly employed to enhance the strength of extraordinary beings. The magic core is the concentrated essence of energy within the body of a magical beast. For extraordinary beings, it serves not only to accelerate the enhancement of their power, but also as a vital ingredient in the concoction of magical potions. However, the direct utilization of magic cores to boost strength comes with numerous restrictions. Firstly, there exists a risk of demonic transformation when using magic cores. Secondly, following the use of a magic core, residual demonic energy lingers within the body, which must completely dissipate before another core can be employed. Ignoring the accumulation of demonic energy and forcefully using a magic core significantly heightens the risk of losing one's sanity. Thirdly, only third-tier magical beasts guarantee the presence of a magic core, while the likelihood of lower-tier beasts producing cores is exceedingly low. Thus, magic cores are considered relatively precious items. The reason Xiao Ye proposed this condition was to swiftly enhance the strength of the extraordinary beings within his territory. Following the events in Huangsha City, Xiao Ye's sense of crisis intensified greatly, and he was eager to elevate both his territory and his own strength in every conceivable aspect. Upon hearing this, Baron Lyle felt a wave of relief. The compensation was not excessive. Baron Lyle promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "No problem. After the magical beast tide, all materials within the magical beasts, as long as you require them, can be taken." Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction, confident that with the assistance of the disaster territory, Lyle's domain would undoubtedly withstand the magical beast tide. "You need not worry about the bricks. The disaster territory guarantees ample supply." Xiao Ye even suggested to Baron Lyle, "If you lack manpower for constructing the walls, the disaster territory can even assist you in expanding them." Baron Lyle was taken aback with joy. Xiao Ye's proposal alleviated yet another of his concerns. However, should there be other needs at that time, the disaster territory would still require the Baron's assistance. With a thought, Xiao Ye presented his request. Baron Lyle nodded. "If the disaster territory can ensure the expansion of Lyle City is completed before September, I can provide all necessary conveniences." Before September? That leaves about 2 months. Xiao Ye calculated the time. No problem. I shall dispatch someone back to Wuzhai City immediately to commence the expansion work in Lyle City. If Lyle City can weather this magical beast tide, I will forever remember your kindness. Duke Fisher. Baron Lyle rose solemnly to say, "We are merely allies, mutually beneficial." Xiao Ye gently waved his hand. "There is no need for such formalities." Xiao Ye also contemplated selling the Zhuge crossbow to Lyle's domain to aid in enhancing their overall strength. However, considering the needs of Wuzhai City, he refrained from mentioning this matter. He decided to address the sale once Wuzhai City had sufficient equipment. Xiao Ye further discussed several other matters with Baron Lyle. After Baron Lyle departed, Xiao Ye began to write on the parchment prepared by him. This was a letter to Wendina. In the letter, Xiao Ye did not conceal the fact that he had been assassinated by Reno. Instead, he detailed the events, believing Wendina would uncover some unusual clues from it. Additionally, Xiao Ye mentioned the transaction with Baron Lyle, urging her to commence work immediately, and advised Wendina to arrange for a group of skilled craftsmen to come to Lyle City as soon as possible. Xiao Ye specifically noted that a small number of skilled craftsmen would suffice. Once in Lyle City, they could recruit local residents on site. This initiative aimed to cultivate a new batch of construction workers within Lyle City, of course. There was another layer to Xiao Ye's intent, to attract residents from other territories to Wuzhai City with high salaries. Xiao Ye was confident that the wages in Wuzhai City would far exceed the average pay in other cities. For the sake of their interests, there would undoubtedly be residents willing to leave their homes. After arranging for someone to deliver the letter, Xiao Ye shared a simple meal with Baron Lyle. Considering the time of the underground dwarves' invitation, Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle did not linger, but set off once again. Xiao Ye's journey to the underground dwarven clan was driven not only by the desire to acquire sufficient ores, but also to broaden his horizons and gain new insights. Baron Lyle's objective was much simpler. He aimed to procure some weapons. Although the underground dwarves were not particularly skilled in forging, being dwarves, they were still capable of crafting some basic weaponry. However, these weapons were merely mundane items, not enchanted. Departing from Lyle City, Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle traveled in separate carriages, escorted by guards as they approached the underground dwarven clan. Seated in his carriage, Xiao Ye reflected on Baron Lyle's earlier admiration for the four-wheeled carriage, unable to suppress a smile. Now, Xiao Ye was increasingly convinced that the four-wheeled carriage would bring benefits comparable to those of soul-burning wine and ice blocks to the territory. The journey was quite smooth, with the scenery outside resembling a slowly unfurling painting, continuously shifting. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon a blueprint in his hand, a modified design for the four-wheeled carriage drawn by the artisans of his territory. To stimulate the enthusiasm of the craftsmen and elevate the craftsmanship level within the territory, Xiao Ye had specifically proposed that anyone who could create an invention that satisfied him would be generously rewarded. With great rewards come great deeds. This modified design was something Wendina had handed to him just before his departure. Xiao Ye mused that if the four-wheeled carriage could be mass-produced and promoted to surrounding territories, the resulting profits would be substantial. Moreover, the comfort and convenience of the four-wheeled carriage would attract even more individuals to opt for its use. further propelling the development of the territory. Xiao Ye's fingers lightly traced the blueprint as he contemplated each detail. He understood clearly that a successful commercial product must not only boast high quality, but also fulfill consumer needs and possess unique selling points. The four-wheeled carriage undoubtedly exhibited such characteristics, destined to become a new hallmark of the territory, enabling more individuals to recognize Wuzhai City and the disaster territory. As the carriage continued its journey, Xiao Ye's thoughts grew clearer. He resolved that upon returning from the underground dwarven clan, he would initiate the mass production of the four-wheeled carriage in assembly line would serve as an excellent means for mass production. The remainder of the journey was spent pondering territorial affairs and the reconstruction of his right arm until they arrived at the dwelling of the underground dwarves. The home of the underground dwarven clan lay concealed deep within a dense forest, surrounded by towering peaks, resembling a secluded paradise, when Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle's convoy emerged from the final thicket. A vast underground entrance came into view. At the entrance, several stout, bearded dwarves lounged about, chatting lazily. Clad in rudimentary animal skins, they fiddled with oars and tools, exuding a rugged charm. Upon noticing the arrival of Xiao Ye and his entourage, they promptly rose, their eyes glinting with curiosity and wariness. A leading dwarf stepped forward and asked in a gruff voice, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Baron Lyle quickly advanced a step, elegantly performing a noble salute. He produced the dwarven invitation and stated, "I am the Lord of Lyle territory, invited to attend the grand assembly of the underground dwarven clan, and I also seek to procure some weapons needed for my domain." The dwarf took the invitation from Baron Lyle, scrutinizing it closely. "Indeed, it is the invitation we issued," he confirmed. Having received many guests in recent days, the dwarf was not surprised by Xiao Ye and his party's arrival. "Follow me," the dwarf said, leading the way into the underground entrance. Xiao Ye gestured for the guards to bring down 2 jars of soul-burning wine from the carriage. "This is a wine brewed in our territory. You may sample it." Noticing the dwarves watching him warily, he pointed to the jars held by the guards. "Wine?" The eyes of the dwarves guarding the entrance lit up, turning their attention to the jars of wine. Eagerly accepting a jar from the guards, the dwarf hastily opened it, and a rich aroma wafted forth. "Good wine!" The dwarves exclaimed in unison, instinctively gathering around the 2 jars of soul-burning wine. "Is this soul-burning wine?" One of the dwarves took a sip and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this brewed by your territory? Are you that debauched duke for the disaster territory?" Xiao Ye, perplexed, pondered how he had come to hold such a title among the subterranean dwarves. What a ridiculous title! Duke of Debauchery. It is clearly that of a harbinger of calamity, exclaimed a dwarf with a voice as booming as tradition dictated. Xiao Ye harbored reservations regarding the stark contrast between the 2 titles. Nevertheless, if given a choice, he found himself leaning towards the latter. After securing the friendship of the subterranean dwarves with 2 jars of soul-burning wine, Xiao Ye and his companions were enveloped in the dwarves' warmth and hospitality. Guided by the dwarves, they entered the subterranean entrance. The abode of the underground dwarves was a vast cavern, its walls adorned with luminous gemstones that illuminated the space as if it were daytime. Various workshops and living quarters were meticulously arranged throughout the cavern, the air heavy with the scent of ore and metal. The dwarves led Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle through the labyrinthine corridors, where they were greeted warmly by many. Xiao Ye noted that although the dwarves appeared rugged, their eyes reflected a fervent focus and dedication, as if each creation bore the essence of their souls. Upon arriving at a spacious workshop, the dwarves halted, gesturing towards the industrious artisans within. "This is the pride of our dwarven clan, our renowned forge, where you may witness our masterpieces," they proclaimed, entering the workshop. Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle observed the craftsmen, fully engrossed in the creation of weapons and armor. Their techniques were both adept and powerful, each hammer stroke landing precisely on the metal, producing a crisp resonance. Baron Lyle curiously surveyed his surroundings, often expressing admiration, while Xiao Ye was more captivated by the dwarves' forging skills. He meticulously observed each movement of the artisans, recognizing their evident expertise. The dwarves' fluid motions in crafting weapons exhibited no hint of hesitation. Xiao Ye found himself envious of these craftsmen. If the Duke of Calamity possessed so many skilled blacksmiths, many of his aspirations could be realized. He recalled the prevailing sentiment on the continent, that the subterranean dwarves were not adept at forging. However, witnessing these accomplished smiths made him question that assertion. Either the rumors were erroneous, or the dwarves' craftsmanship was indeed extraordinary. In a corner of the workshop, Xiao Ye stumbled upon a collection of various ores. Approaching, he examined the texture and patterns of these minerals, searching for any familiar substances. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a piece of ore that emanated a faint glow. "What manner of ore is this?" Xiao Ye inquired, pointing to the radiant stone. The dwarf glanced at the ore, a proud smile spreading across his face. "This is the newly discovered mithril mine of our subterranean clan. Weapons and armor forged from it not only possess superior quality, but can also withstand formidable elemental assaults. Fisher, our invitation to you stems from the significance of this mithril mine." The dwarves, grateful for the soul-burning wine, expressed their fervent hospitality toward Xiao Ye. "With mithril, even if our skills do not rival those of the surface dwarves, we can forge weapons comparable to elemental artifacts." The dwarf grinned, fully aware of the importance of mithril to their kin. Hearing this, Xiao Ye's mind stirred. If mithril could enhance weapon quality, could also improve other items? If applied to the construction of four-wheeled carriages, the quality and performance would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. Xiao Ye suddenly recognized a flaw in his thinking. His thoughts had previously run parallel, one line derived from his past life's inventions, while the other, a nascent, extraordinary thought process, had yet to be deeply explored. Yet, with the emergence of mithril, these two lines intersected. Why not harness the extraordinary resources of this world to innovatively blend with the technological insights of his previous life? Might such inventions spark a transformative revolution? Xiao Ye felt the possibility was profound. He could not suppress his excitement, yet he recognized with clarity that it was impossible to instigate such a revolutionary change solely on his own. However, should the extraordinary technology prove feasible, it could be pursued. Xiao Ye yearned to retreat and contemplate how to establish an extraordinary technological framework in the Duke of Calamity's territory. Yet he understood that the moment was not right. He was still a guest. "Fisher, are you interested in mithril?" A dwarf's voice snapped Xiao Ye back to the present. "Indeed, I am quite intrigued," he replied without hesitation. The master of the Duke of Calamity. "Then let us engage in a fruitful discussion regarding this enterprise," boomed a hearty voice as a burly dwarf clad in heavy armor strode forward, his eyes glistening with authority and warmth. "I am Bardell, the chieftain of the subterranean dwarfs." He introduced himself, extending a large hand to warmly pat Xiao Ye on the shoulder. "Welcome to our domain, Duke Fisher." Xiao Ye shook hands with Chieftain Bardell. Feeling the firm grip, he smiled and replied, "Thank you for your invitation, Chieftain Bardell. I am very interested in the mithril mine and hope to establish a collaboration with you." Chieftain Bardell chuckled heartily. "The mithril mine is a new discovery for our clan, and we value its potential greatly. I believe our cooperation will yield substantial benefits for both parties." The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding forming between them. Following this, Chieftain Bardell guided Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle through the entire forge, providing detailed insights into the dwarven forging techniques and the mining of mithril. Xiao Ye listened intently, nodding frequently, his eyes alight with contemplation. He realized that while this extraordinary world differed vastly from the technological one he had known, the fusion of the two could potentially yield unprecedented marvels. Resolved, Xiao Ye vowed to bring this vision to fruition, aspiring to transform the Duke of Calamity's territory into a bastion of extraordinary technology. After the tour concluded, Chieftain Bardell hosted a grand feast for Xiao Ye and his companions. Throughout the banquet, laughter and lively toasts filled the air as dwarves celebrated with Xiao Ye and Baron Lyle. "Duke Fisher, this is our clan's master blacksmith, who studied with the forging dwarves for an extended period and possesses remarkable expertise in the craft," Chieftain Bardell announced, bringing forth a dwarf with a dark red beard. "Duke Fisher, I am Bruno," the dwarf introduced in a deep voice. "It is my honor to meet Master Bruno." Xiao Ye beamed. "I have a keen interest in forging and hope to exchange ideas with you." Bruno appeared taken aback. A human noble interested in forging was indeed unexpected. Bruno, do not underestimate Duke Fisher. The soul-burning wine originates from his territory," Bardell interjected, "and I have heard rumors of the four-wheeled carriage, which I had the pleasure of seeing today. Its design is remarkably ingenious." The four-wheeled carriage from Xiao Ye's convoy had certainly drawn attention, and Bardell was naturally curious about it. Xiao Ye elaborated on the superior performance characteristics of the carriage, earning Bardell's enthusiastic praise. Bruno's eyes sparkled, as if entering an entirely new realm. "Duke Fisher, I am quite interested in the four-wheeled carriage. Could you provide me with further details?" Bruno directly requested. Xiao Ye nodded with a smile. "I too have many questions regarding forging and hope Master Bruno can enlighten me." Bader departed, leaving only Xiao Ye and Bruno seated together in a tranquil corner, engaged in an academic discussion, rather than inquiring about the key to the success of the four-wheeled carriage. Bruno asked Xiao Ye how he conceived the idea. Xiao Ye explained that he merely considered the limitations of the two-wheeled carriage, recognizing the challenges of transitioning to a four-wheel design. In response to this restrictive issue, he proposed a viable solution, after which it was merely a matter of constructing, experimenting, and refining until success was achieved. In truth, what Xiao Ye described was the general process of research, identifying problems, posing inquiries, and resolving issues. However, the resolution process necessitates continuous experimentation and the experience of numerous failures. This, of course, was Xiao Ye's response to Bruno. In reality, he merely outlined the direction for solving the problem, while the subsequent processes were executed by the skilled craftsmen of the territory. Bruno, reflecting on Xiao Ye's words, appeared contemplative, clearly having gained some insights. "Duke Fisher, you truly ought to become a craftsman," he said sincerely. "If you were to pursue forging, you would undoubtedly become a master craftsman capable of creating remarkable artifacts." Xiao Ye shook his head. "I fear I may disappoint you, Master Bruno. I am unable to cultivate elemental power." Bruno paused for a moment, unable to suppress a sigh of regret for Xiao Ye, a smith lacking the ability to become an extraordinary being, no matter how skilled, would find it exceedingly difficult to craft powerful artifacts. "Such a pity, Duke Fisher." Bruno shook his head again. "If you were an extraordinary being, your wisdom would surely make you a renowned smith." Xiao Ye smiled gently. "Even without being extraordinary, I can still offer my insight for others to experiment with. The four-wheeled carriage stands as a testament to that," Xiao Ye stated confidently. "You are indeed correct," Bruno responded, coming to a realization. "You are a lord. The extraordinary smiths under your command can compensate for your shortcomings." A genuine smile spread across Bruno's face. Bruno posed numerous questions to Xiao Ye regarding his views on forging. Drawing upon his knowledge from a past life, Xiao Ye proposed a plethora of ideas for various devices, from simple ones like bicycles and pedal tricycles to more complex inventions such as refrigerators, air conditioners, and even automobiles and airplanes. Bruno's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The fantastical ideas of Duke Fisher left him in awe. Both bewildered and unable to resist envisioning the scenes that would unfold with the advent of such devices, as Xiao Ye became increasingly animated, he inadvertently began to describe the scenarios of his previous life. Long-distance communication, planes that could travel vast distances in a day, homes that were warm in winter and cool in summer, and so forth. "Duke Fisher, are these things truly attainable?" Bruno finally interrupted, unable to fathom such a lifestyle. Hailing from the subterranean dwarven clan, he had a natural inclination toward forging. Not only weapons, but also more intricate devices, which fascinated him greatly. However, the forging techniques of his clan were not particularly advanced, primarily focusing on weapon crafting. Aware that he could not expand his horizons within his clan, he journeyed far to the domain of the forging dwarves to learn superior techniques. Yet, even the forging dwarves had not produced the items Xiao Ye described. Hearing Xiao Ye's vivid descriptions, he could not help but imagine the wondrous devices gradually coming to life and transforming the world. Bruno felt his soul tremble with excitement. Bruno's hopeful yet anxious expression revealed to Xiao Ye that he was a true artisan, a natural researcher. Indeed, Xiao Ye marveled inwardly, in pursuit of establishing a system of extraordinary technology. Perhaps the disaster territory should establish an institute of research. An idea suddenly sparked within Xiao Ye, and he could not help but consider the potential of the master forger Bruno. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire, becoming impossible to contain. Xiao Ye's gaze grew fervent, filled with anticipation and appreciation as he looked at Bruno. Master Bruno, have you ever contemplated transforming these ideas into reality? Xiao Ye's voice was low and magnetic, imbued with a certain allure that made it hard to refuse. Bruno paused momentarily, then a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Of course, I never cease to think about bringing these whimsical ideas to fruition. But what? Xiao Ye astutely sensed Bruno's hesitation. However, this endeavor requires substantial resources, manpower, and time, and I am uncertain whether these ideas can truly be realized, Bruno replied, a hint of dejection in his tone. The subterranean dwarven clan will not support my vision. That is splendid news. If the subterranean dwarven clan will not lend their support, I shall. Xiao Ye felt that his chances of swaying Bruno were significantly enhanced. He patted Bruno on the shoulder, smiling as he said, I can support you, Master Bruno. Bruno looked at Xiao Ye with confusion. Transforming my ideas into reality is also my aspiration, Xiao Ye explained. However, my territory lacks skilled master craftsmen, which has hindered progress. If you are willing to come to my domain, I can provide ample resources. In terms of talent, we can seek and cultivate together. As for time, as long as we persevere, we will eventually see results. Xiao Ye revealed his true intentions, leaving no room for doubt. Bruno instinctively felt compelled to agree, but thoughts of his clan caused him to hesitate. I need to think it over. Bruno candidly expressed his concerns that my clan needs me now. I cannot simply abandon them. Xiao Ye did not press the matter further. Instead, he said, I shall await your arrival in Wuzhai City. The establishment of extraordinary technology cannot proceed without master craftsmen like you. Extraordinary technology, Bruno found the phrase utterly enchanting, nearly prompting him to agree impulsively. Fortunately, the needs of his clan kept him grounded. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye's words made Bruno realize that the Duke's earlier whimsical ideas and promises were no mere jest. Fisher was serious. He had even conceived a name. Master Bruno, I wish to consult you on a few matters. Though one must not rush the process of persuasion, this did not impede Xiao Ye from seeking valuable information from the Master Forger. For instance, he inquired about extraordinary materials that met his requirements. The foundation of all industry lies in material science. The strength of materials determines the heights that technology can reach. Bruno was almost entirely forthcoming in his responses to Xiao Ye's inquiries, providing extensive insights. In the ensuing conversation, Xiao Ye reaped substantial benefits, acquiring a wealth of valuable information. These insights sparkled like brilliant stars, illuminating the tree of technology in Xiao Ye's heart. He clearly understood that if he could apply these extraordinary materials in practical manufacturing, the vision of extraordinary technology would not merely be a castle in the air. Master Bruno, thank you for your explanations, Xiao Ye said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The knowledge regarding minerals has been tremendously helpful. Bruno smiled as he replied, in truth, not only minerals but also certain plants can be incorporated into the forging process. Xiao Ye immediately grasped the implications. Indeed, plants are also a form of material science. He now yearned to absorb knowledge about the materials of the origin continent. Forging is indeed a profound discipline, Xiao Ye mused sincerely. The knowledge I possess barely scratches the surface, Bruno chuckled lightly. This knowledge is merely fixed. It simply requires memorization and poses no significant challenge. The truly difficult aspect lies in your ideas, Duke. Bruno regarded Xiao Ye with admiration. Even among the forging dwarves, I have never encountered a craftsman with such bold imagination as yours. Imagination? Xiao Ye was taken aback by Bruno's assessment, finding it unexpected. Yes, imagination, Bruno affirmed, nodding. The ability to conceive the unprecedented concept of extraordinary technology is, in itself, an extraordinary talent. Xiao Ye humbly smiled. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Many of my ideas are inspired by those who came before me. This statement is sincere. Xiao Ye indeed stand upon the shoulders of giants. Bruno is aware that the giants referred to by Xiao Ye are not of the giant race, but rather a metaphorical representation. Bruno displays a faint smile, having grown accustomed to the profound nature of Xiao Ye's words. Nevertheless, the ability to amalgamate various ingenious ideas into a unique system is, in itself, a remarkable talent. Bruno earnestly expresses, Duke Fisher, I eagerly anticipate the day when your visionary technology comes to fruition. Xiao Ye smiles, his tone remarkably calm. I shall make it a reality. Bruno senses Xiao Ye's unwavering determination and confidence, wishing fervently to partake in such a grand adventure. The creation of extraordinary technology is indeed the greatest venture on the continent of origins. The two continue their conversation until Chief Bedell arrives. Duke Fisher, it appears you have been enjoying a delightful chat, Bedell remarks, a grin breaking across his rugged face, his bushy beard bristling with amusement. Bedell, Duke Fisher is truly an extraordinary smith, Bruno generously praises. Were it not for the needs of my clan, I would have left our kin once more to accompany Duke Fisher to the domain of calamity. Bedell gazes at Xiao Ye in astonishment, to which Xiao Ye responds with a modest smile. Although Bedell admires the four-wheeled carriage of Xiao Ye's dominion, it does not suffice to elevate him to the status of an exceptional smith in Bedell's eyes. True master smiths embody vast knowledge and extensive practical experience, accompanied by widely acclaimed works. Given Xiao Ye's youth, he hardly fits the criteria for such a claim. Bedell does not believe that the four-wheeled carriage is Xiao Ye's creation. His enthusiasm toward Xiao Ye stems from the soul-burn wine produced in Xiao Ye's dominion. After all, how could an unfamiliar human command such attention? Even if Xiao Ye were a duke, he remains merely a human duke. What relevance does that hold for the dwarven clan? Ultimately, it is the possession of something that the dwarves require that earns Xiao Ye their favor. Duke Fisher, you are truly astonishing, Bedell cannot help but exclaim. After a moment's contemplation, Bedell states, if you can meet my conditions, I shall permit Master Bruno to serve you in the domain of calamity. Xiao Ye and Bruno simultaneously turn their gaze towards Bedell. The chief's words render the atmosphere palpably delicate. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Ye and Bruno, he slowly articulates each word, as if imbued with an irresistible force. The four-wheeled carriage. The subterranean dwarves require the business of four-wheeled carriages. Bedell declares with conviction. Bruno's expression shifts. Bedell, your demands are excessive, a smith. Bruno refrains from inquiring about the key to constructing the four-wheeled carriage, having recognized the immense benefits concealed within it. Bedell, however, disregards Bruno's protest, fixating on Xiao Ye and awaiting his response. Bedell is not deliberately trying to complicate matters for Xiao Ye. On the contrary, his seemingly outrageous request is a genuine attempt to negotiate a trade with him. While the subterranean dwarves excel in mining, they lack proficiency in smithing, particularly in crafting elemental weapons, which are scarcely produced. Ordinary weaponry yields insufficient profit to sustain the clan's expenses and growth. When Bruno departed to learn from the smithing dwarves, Bedell wholeheartedly supported him, fully aware that for the dwarven clan to flourish, transformation was essential. Bruno, mindful of Bedell's past kindness, refrained from acquiescing to Xiao Ye. Both Bruno and Bedell understand that the clan requires a smith capable of forging elemental weapons. And even more so, one who can nurture others to possess such capabilities. Should a stable and sufficient income be secured, Bedell would naturally not restrict Bruno, while Bedell hopes for Bruno to pursue his path as a smith. As the chief of the subterranean dwarves, he must prioritize the clan's interests. If Xiao Ye consents to entrust the business of the four-wheeled carriage to the subterranean dwarves, the revenue generated would adequately compensate for the loss of Bruno. Xiao Ye, upon hearing Bedell's words, falls into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, pondering whether Bruno is worth such an expense. Xiao Ye does not immediately respond to Bedell's inquiry, instead speculating on the motivations behind Bedell's proposal. After coming to an understanding, Xiao Ye gradually shakes his head. Witnessing Xiao Ye's refusal, Bedell feels a wave of disappointment. It seems Bruno does not hold as much value in Xiao Ye's eyes as he had hoped. After all, while master smiths among the subterranean dwarves are rare, the worth of such masters diminishes significantly within their own clan. Upon seeing Xiao Ye shake his head, Bruno relaxes, fearing an impulsive decision from Xiao Ye. However, he cannot help but feel a sense of loss, a disappointment stemming from the realization that someone he values does not reciprocate that regard. I cannot entrust the business of the four-wheeled carriage to the subterranean dwarves. Chief Bedell, Xiao Ye softly states, the subterranean dwarves are ill-suited for commerce. Your strengths lie in mining and smelting. Bedell remains silent, patiently awaiting Xiao Ye's next words. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to specialists. Xiao Ye smiles, and humans are evidently more suited for trade. Duke Fisher, what do you mean by that? Bedell finally poses his question that I cannot assign the four-wheeled carriage business to you, but I can offer you a share of the profits derived from it. Xiao Ye proposes, a share? Chief Bedell inquires, perplexed, for as Xiao Ye noted, the subterranean dwarves are not well-versed in commerce. Indeed, Xiao Ye lays out his proposal. You dwarves shall supply the ores required for manufacturing the carriages. We in the domain of calamity will handle the production, and you will receive 40% of the profits. 40%. Despite his lack of expertise in trade, Bedell can discern numbers. I require 50%. Upon hearing Bedell's counteroffer, Xiao Ye feels a surge of joy. The fact that Bedell is negotiating indicates that he agrees to the proposition. The remaining task is merely to haggle over the price. With newfound confidence in the negotiation, Xiao Ye slowly and firmly shakes his head. No more than 40% of the profits. Before Bedell can interject, Xiao Ye continues. The four-wheeled carriage is an invention of the domain of calamity. Your dwarven clan need only provide the ores, the sails, the other materials needed for manufacturing the four-wheeled carriages, and the wages for the workers are all the responsibility of the domain of calamity. Occupying 40% is already quite generous. Bedell furrows his brow, seemingly weighing Xiao Ye's terms. After a moment, he cautiously replies, Duke Fisher, I understand your position, but 40% is indeed rather low for us. The subterranean dwarves possess a unique advantage in mining and smelting, and the value of these, should not be underestimated. Xiao Ye smiles slightly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Chief Bedell, please allow me to finish. In addition to the ores, we can collaborate in other areas. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye aims to forge a deeper partnership with the subterranean dwarves. For instance, the domain of calamity requires additional ores to support the growth of other industries. You can provide a stable supply of minerals, and we will prioritize purchasing your ores at prices above market value. This way, your income will not only stem from the profits of the four-wheeled carriages, but also from the sales of ores. At this moment, Xiao Ye is also planning for the future. If the domain of calamity wishes to establish a system of extraordinary technology, it will inevitably require various ores in substantial quantities. Thus, it is prudent to secure a partnership with the subterranean dwarves for a stable supply. Upon hearing this, Chief Bedell's eyes shine with a flicker of interest. He must concede that Xiao Ye's proposal is indeed quite enticing. Although the subterranean dwarves excel in mining and smelting, they have long lacked stable sales channels, preventing them from maximizing the value of their ores. Otherwise, he would not have issued invitations to various factions upon discovering the mithril mine. Moreover, Chief Bedell, Xiao Ye continues to sweeten the deal. The subterranean dwarves possess skilled smiths. While most of them may not excel in crafting elemental weapons, their craftsmanship in creating ordinary items is exceptional. Bedell had already anticipated what Xiao Ye might say. Duke Fisher, the Dominion of Calamity, seeks more of our artisans, does it not? Bedell inquired. The Dominion of Calamity was indeed in dire need of a substantial number of craftsmen. Xiao Ye candidly nodded. We can offer compensation for blacksmiths, artisans, and other skilled individuals. The remuneration in the Dominion of Calamity is quite generous. The patriarch of the Bedell clan fell silent. The terms presented by Xiao Ye were undeniably favorable. If safely fulfilled, the economic condition of the subterranean dwarves would witness a qualitative leap. However, Bedell was acutely aware of the hidden risks involved. The subterranean dwarves would become utterly bound to the Dominion of Calamity. And indeed, in pursuit of higher wages, their artisans might gradually gravitate towards the dominion that Bedell's heart was in turmoil. If Chief Bedell agrees to our collaboration, I can promise you one more thing, that I in pursuit of the genius craftsman Bruno. Xiao Ye once again added a significant incentive. This time, Bedell could no longer remain composed. Bruno was deeply touched. I can establish a new city in the northeastern part of the Dominion, near the territory of the subterranean dwarves. Xiao Ye declared, throwing down a heavy bombshell, I intend to name this new city Bruno City. It shall become the city of craftsmanship for the Dominion of Calamity, allowing the dwarven artisans to settle, live, and work here. The northeastern region of the Dominion indeed bordered that of the subterranean dwarves. Xiao Ye's proposal, though sudden, was not hasty. The subterranean dwarves were worthy of such investment. Furthermore, Xiao Ye did not view this as a waste of resources. He perceived it as a multifaceted opportunity. First, establishing a city named after Bruno would not only bind the subterranean dwarves firmly to the Dominion, but also reflect his respect for the master craftsman. Xiao Ye held Bruno's abilities in high regard. During their conversations, he could perceive Bruno's astonishing talent in craftsmanship. Secondly, the construction of Bruno City carried profound significance, symbolizing a leap in the strength of the Dominion, capable of greatly inspiring the populace and allowing them to sense the territory's gradual expansion. Thirdly, it would indeed enhance the strength of the Dominion. Bruno City would undoubtedly attract a multitude of dwarves to settle, significantly bolstering the population of the territory. Of course, Xiao Ye would not explicitly state this third point, as it might lead Bedell to believe he was attempting to exert indirect control over the subterranean dwarves. In truth, Xiao Ye did indeed intend to subtly integrate the subterranean dwarves into the governance of the Dominion of Calamity. Occupation and governance need not rely solely on violence. The muscles on Bedell's face twitched slightly. Clearly shaken by Xiao Ye's proposal, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye, as if assessing the sincerity and determination of his counterpart. Duke Fisher, the conditions you propose are indeed hard to refuse. A city named after Bruno, a city of craftsmanship, is not only a mark of respect for my people, but also a profound plan for our shared future. Bedell's voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Bruno, beside him, felt his eyes welling up, astonished that his name could be linked to a city. This was not merely a symbol of honor, but a significant affirmation of his personal value. At that moment, Bruno looked at Xiao Ye with eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. However, Duke Fisher, I must consider the long-term interests of my clan. The establishment of a city is no small feat. It requires vast resources and manpower. How can I ensure that the Dominion of Calamity will fulfill its promises and allow Bruno City to truly thrive? Bedell raised his concerns. Moreover, who will manage Bruno City? Bedell posed his most pressing question. If it is governed by your humankind, then will not the dwarves within Bruno City be under your dominion? Xiao Ye nodded in understanding, having anticipated Bedell's inquiry. Chief Bedell, I can sign a formal agreement guaranteeing that the Dominion of Calamity will fully support the construction and development of Bruno City. This includes, but is not limited to, providing necessary funding, technology, and security. Additionally, I will establish a special fund to support the inheritance and innovation of craftsmanship. Xiao Ye provided his response. This was his sincere intention. Bruno City would also be part of the Dominion of Calamity, and he would not hesitate to invest in Bruno City. But as for the special fund, a similar entity already existed in the city of Wuzai. Whenever a craftsman made improvements to existing techniques, Xiao Ye would always offer rewards. However, this method was not formal enough. Xiao Ye planned to establish a formal special fund after the establishment of Bruno City, dedicated to encouraging craftsmen from all trades to improve existing techniques and to be bold in innovation. Xiao Ye even intended to set up several honorary awards to further stimulate the innovative spirit of craftsmen. As for your concerns regarding the second point, Xiao Ye pondered slightly, knowing he must answer this question cautiously to avoid arousing suspicion among the subterranean dwarves. In Bruno City, I will establish an administrative office to oversee all affairs, Xiao Ye said with a sincere smile. The officials within the administrative office will be selected through examinations, whether human or dwarven, or even from other races. Anyone who meets the requirements can serve as an official. Bedell, I cannot hand over governance of the city to your clan. Such a concession is already my greatest compromise. Xiao Ye asserted firmly that if the subterranean dwarves possess the capability, they may even occupy all positions within the administrative office. I will not interfere that if they lack the ability, then I am afraid there is little I can do. Xiao Ye spoke softly. What about the myriad of taxes imposed by your kind? Bedell comprehended Xiao Ye's approach. If he were to construct a city for other races without compensation, he would not be willing. In Bruno City, there will only be one tax, and that is the commercial tax. Xiao Ye said gently, I only tax merchants. Furthermore, Bruno City welcomes any race to come. There will be no restrictions on the departure of any race. Xiao Ye's words completely assuaged Bedell's concerns. Bedell had indeed feared that Xiao Ye would seize this opportunity to dominate the subterranean dwarves. Hearing that there would be no restrictions on their freedom allowed him to finally relax. Unfortunately, Bedell was unaware of a social phenomenon known as the siphoning effect. Populations naturally gravitate towards more developed and prosperous cities. As Bruno City flourished, the subterranean dwarves would inevitably choose to settle there. And by that time, everything would be beyond Bedell's control. The patriarch of the Bedell clan slowly nodded, his expression revealing approval and relief. Duke Fisher, your sincerity and foresight command my deep respect. Your proposal not only alleviates our concerns, but also opens a door to prosperity and freedom for our subterranean dwarves. He turned to Bruno, his eyes sparkling with hope. Bruno, your name will forever be linked with this great city, becoming a source of pride for our dwarven kin. Bruno, filled with excitement, straightened his posture. His eyes slightly reddened. Bruno is willing to devote everything for my kin. I am ready to dedicate all my passion to the establishment of Duke Fisher's extraordinary technology. Bruno gazed at Xiao Ye with fervent eyes. Xiao Ye recognized that at this moment, his significance in Bruno's heart was nearly comparable to that of his own kin. Chief Bedell, regarding our collaboration, perhaps we should find a quiet place to engage in more in-depth and detailed discussions. Xiao Ye suggested with a smile. Bedell chuckled heartily. Indeed, we should have a thorough discussion. Xiao Ye and Bader quietly departed from the banquet. Bruno did not follow. As a master blacksmith, he harbored little interest in such festivities. In the days that ensued, Bader spent most of his time in the company of Xiao Ye, only occasionally attending to some important guests. During this period, Xiao Ye gained a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the subterranean dwarves, and their personal rapport flourished. On July 12th, the formal banquet commenced. The grand hall was ablaze with light, adorned with an array of gemstones embedded in the walls and ceilings, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. The banquet's culinary offerings showcased the unique style of the dwarves, featuring dishes such as white mushroom stew, moss pancakes, insect sauce, dwarven muffins, luminescent mushroom soup, moss rice, lichen steamed eggs, and roasted black pork, among many others. Additionally, there were fermented beverages from various territories, a variety of fruit juices, including apple juice, scale fruit juice, and white mushroom juice. Numerous alcoholic beverages were also available, such as soul-burning liquor, chilled fruit wine, ash fire wine, and cold bite liquor. As Xiao Ye savored the delectable fare, he listened attentively to Bruno's descriptions. Through Bruno's insights into the dishes, he gained a profound appreciation for the adage, "A land nourishes its people." Every existing intelligent race on the continent of origins possesses its own unique wisdom and civilization, as evidenced by the culinary processes Bruno elaborated upon. For instance, the white mushrooms in the stew were cultivated by the dwarves through special methods in damp caves. They were rich in minerals and unique aromas, simmered slowly with tender pork, resulting in a rich and satisfying flavor. The moss used in the pancakes was a resilient species that thrived in the crevices of rocks, uniquely processed by the dwarves to eliminate bitterness while preserving its distinct freshness and texture, paired with a special dwarven sauce to create a dish that lingered delightfully on the palate. The insect sauce was primarily composed of various common insects found in the underground realm, such as ants, cave locusts, and beetles, regarded by the dwarves as a delicacy rich in protein and nutrients. After careful selection, cleaning, and cooking, combined with special seasonings, the insect sauce emerged as a signature dish at the banquet. Dwarven muffins were crafted from a unique pine cone flour, fermented and steamed to perfection. These muffins boasted a soft texture and a subtle pine aroma, making them an indispensable part of dwarven daily life. The luminescent mushrooms used in the soup emitted a faint glow in darkness, providing not only light but also a distinctive flavor and texture. When simmered into a soup with unique spices, it offered a delightful taste while adding an air of mystery to the banquet. The moss in a mixed rice dish was similar to the previous moss, but thrived in a broader range of environments, making it a common ingredient for the dwarves when mixed with fine rice and vegetables. It provided a fresh and nutritious experience. The lichen used in the steamed eggs was a precious flat plant growing on rocks, varying in color. When steamed with bird eggs, it retained its unique flavor while enhancing the delicate texture of the eggs. Roasted black pork, sourced from a unique breed of black pigs native to the underground world, was carefully raised and selected to ensure tender meat with a balanced fat-to-lean ratio, charred over charcoal. The black pork developed a golden, crispy exterior while remaining juicy and succulent inside, complemented by a special dwarven seasoning that rendered it rich yet not overly greasy. In terms of beverages, the soul-burning liquor was remarkable. Its clear appearance belied a spicy kick that ignited the palate's passion instantly. Chilled fruit wine, fermented from various fruits, offered a refreshing taste with a sweet and slightly sour profile, making it an excellent palate cleanser at the banquet. Ashfire wine, crafted through a special dwarven process, was made from unique plant ashes and fruits from the underground, aged and fermented over time, resulting in an amber-hued liquor with a rich and distinctive flavor. Cold Bite liquor, an ice-cold beverage made from a blend of fruits and herbs, provided a refreshing taste with hints of fruit and herbal notes. Beyond these exquisite dishes and drinks, the banquet featured an array of finely crafted tableware and decorative items. Most utensils were meticulously fashioned by the dwarves, with knives, forks, and dishes polished and carved to be both functional and aesthetically pleasing. The decorations, predominantly made from minerals and gemstones, showcased clever designs and craftsmanship, transforming them into exquisite works of art. Xiao Ye also noted the dwarves' utmost respect and utilization of ingredients. For example, a dessert known as rock honey was derived from rare honey collected from crevices in rocks, allowed to settle and refine over time, resulting in a golden-hued, silky smooth delicacy. Rock honey was not only sweet, but carried a peculiar freshness reminiscent of stone and nature, leaving a lasting impression. Additionally, there was a beverage called mineral drink, which was not traditional water, but natural mineral water extracted from deep mineral layers by the dwarves. This mineral water was sweet with a hint of coolness, making it particularly refreshing in the hot underground environment. As Xiao Ye conversed with Bruno, he relished the dwarves' unique culinary offerings and paid close attention to the banquet hall's decor. At the center of the hall stood a massive mineral sculpture, an assemblage of various colored stones, each piece distinct and lifelike. That it was not merely an artwork, but an epitome of the dwarves' mastery in mineral utilization. Surrounding the sculpture were various small, exquisite mineral ornaments, such as stone vases and candlesticks, each brimming with ingenuity and creativity. What intrigued Xiao Ye the most was a lighting tool displayed by the dwarves at the banquet, known as the mineral lamp. Unlike traditional oil lamps or candles, this lamp was crafted from a special mineral that emitted light in darkness. The glow of the mineral lamp was soft and warm, providing illumination while enhancing the atmosphere with mystery and romance. Xiao Ye felt a surge of delight. He had been troubled about how to provide lighting within the Duke's castle, having yet to devise any method for generating electricity, let alone creating electric lamps. The mineral lamp, however, required only a simple switch to function similarly to electric lighting, and he made a mental note to discuss the mineral lamp with Bader once the banquet concluded. As the banquet progressed, Bader announced matters concerning the mithril mine and invited those interested to seek him out individually. Following Bader's speech, the dwarven musicians began to play their distinctive instruments, primarily crafted from minerals and wood, producing unique and melodious tones. Among these, an instrument named the Qingshi stood out, its strings made of special metal wire, while the body was carved from a single block of blue mineral. When the musicians played the mineral harp, the sound was as clear as spring water and as melodious as the wind, adding a unique charm to the banquet. Amidst the captivating melodies, guests from various regions sought Bader to discuss the mithril mine, while others, two merchants, engaged in business discussions. Xiao Ye, however, conversed leisurely with Bruno. He had no business matters to address at that moment, having already deliberated extensively with Bader in the preceding days, and now simply wished to enjoy the banquet. "Greetings, Duke Fisher." Xiao Ye turned to see a young man adorned with a noble insignia. Observing him with a puzzled expression, Xiao Ye did not recognize this nobleman. Noticing Xiao Ye's confusion, the young man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Alfred Albert, heir of the Albert family from the Talingland territory of the White Moon Empire." Xiao Ye suddenly recalled that the Iron Fortress merchant fleet from Talingland had obtained the rights to sell ice blocks from the disaster territory, indicating a cooperative relationship between the two regions. "Mr. Alfred," Xiao Ye replied with a smile, "what brings you to seek me?" Alfred displayed a humble smile. "That I wish to express gratitude for Duke Fisher's support of the Iron Fortress merchant fleet. We in Talingland have greatly benefited from it." Xiao Ye, not wishing to take undue credit, replied. "It is merely a business transaction. The ability to secure the ice block sales rights is due to the efforts of the fleet's manager, Matey Lee." Xiao Ye held a favorable impression of Ma Dilly, admiring the formidable resolve exhibited by the leader of the Iron Fortress merchant caravan at that time. Indeed, Ma Dilly was an exceptional businessman. Alfred, evidently pleased with Ma Dilly, shifted the topic and continued. "However, my purpose today in seeking out Duke Fisher is not only to express my gratitude, but also to explore potential avenues for future collaboration." Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating for him to proceed. Alfred slowly unfurled a finely crafted piece of parchment from his pocket. "This is a map of a newly discovered mineral deposit by the Albert family. Located in the magical Broken Mountain Range at the border between the territory of Thailand Green and the territory of Calamity. Preliminary explorations suggest it may harbor abundant mineral veins." Xiao Ye felt a spark of interest. Any mineral piqued his curiosity. "What kind of mineral veins are we talking about? Have you ascertained that?" Xiao Ye inquired. Alfred smiled. "So far, we have identified ordinary iron or copper ore and a small quantity of cloudstone." "Cloudstone?" Xiao Ye exclaimed in surprise. Bruno also exhibited a look of astonishment. Cloudstone is a unique mineral. While not exceedingly rare, it is an indispensable material for many elemental weapon forgers. Cloudstone is remarkably lightweight and possesses good ductility. But most importantly, it has a relatively hard texture, providing a certain level of protective capability. Xiao Ye recalled Bruno mentioning Cloudstone, and he had once contemplated using it to create a distinctive four-wheeled carriage. A four-wheeled carriage crafted from Cloudstone would not only be lightweight and swift, but also endowed with protective qualities. Should defensive runes be inscribed upon it, the entire carriage could undoubtedly be deemed a high-end luxury item. Even without its use in crafting a four-wheeled carriage, Cloudstone could serve as a valuable raw material for those forging elemental weapons. Noticing Xiao Ye's keen interest in the Cloudstone mine, Alfred elaborated further. "Indeed, the Cloudstone mine. Although our exploration is still in its nascent stages, it is already evident that the Cloudstone reserves in that area are quite substantial." However, Alfred's expression turned slightly troubled. "What is it?" Xiao Ye inquired. "The territory of Thailand Green is merely a viscountcy, and there are not many skilled mineral explorers around. We cannot ascertain the specific conditions of that deposit in the short term." Alfred glanced at Bruno. "This time, my visit to the underground dwarven clan is not only to procure some weaponry, but also to seek their assistance, as they possess exceptional skills in exploration and mining." Xiao Ye held a deep appreciation for Alfred's candor. He understood well that exploring and developing mineral deposits is no simple task. It requires specialized knowledge and skills, not to mention the guidance of experienced individuals. The underground dwarven clan indeed possesses unique expertise in mineral exploration and extraction. Their assistance would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency in exploring the mineral area of Thailand Green. Mr. Alfred, your idea is quite astute." Xiao Ye commended. "The underground dwarven clan has a long-standing history and rich experience in mining and mineral exploration. Their craftsmanship is superb and can assist you in gaining a more accurate understanding of the mineral deposits. However, securing their assistance will likely necessitate some form of compensation." Alfred nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Xiao Ye's perspective. He continued, "I am fully aware of that I have prepared a generous reward." Hoping to persuade the clan leader of the underground dwarves to this juncture, Alfred gazed at Xiao Ye with admiration. "However, I will still require your assistance, Duke Fisher, as I have heard you have established a profound friendship with Chief Bader." Xiao Ye chuckled. In the past few days, he and Bader had not only engaged in conversation, but had also met numerous esteemed guests from the underground dwarven clan. This was a deliberate move by Bader, aiming to showcase the exceptional relationship between the territory of Calamity and the underground dwarven clan, while also seeking to reciprocate and help Xiao Ye build more connections. Thus, the news of Bader's close ties with Fisher spread naturally. Xiao Ye smiled subtly, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Rest assured, Mr. Alfred, I will do my utmost to facilitate your collaboration with the underground dwarven clan. However, prior to that, I can assist you with a small favor. This is Master Bruno, who is not only a master forger, but also well-versed in mineral exploration." Xiao Ye gestured towards Bruno beside him. Alfred appeared somewhat surprised. He knew that the dwarf accompanying Xiao Ye was of no ordinary status. But he had not anticipated him to be a master forger. The title of master forger is not bestowed lightly. Only those capable of crafting formidable elemental weapons are worthy of such an appellation. Master Bruno, I am terribly remiss. Alfred spoke with an air of apology. Regarding that mineral area, you may consult Bruno. He may be able to provide you with some insights, such as the scale of the deposits, the quality of the ores, and the challenges in extraction. Xiao Ye directed Alfred's attention to Bruno. Alfred was evidently well prepared, as he retrieved a thick exploration report from his pocket and handed it to Bruno. This report meticulously documented the exploration process of the mineral deposits, the analysis of the ores, and preliminary extraction plans. Bruno examined the report with great care, nodding at times and frowning at others. After setting the exploration report down, Bruno's gaze deepened that he slowly remarked, "Based on this report, it is clear that you have undertaken a significant amount of work and have gained a basic understanding of the mineral deposits. However, some details mentioned in the report still require further verification." Alfred promptly nodded, expressing his willingness to heed Bruno's advice. "Firstly, regarding the scale of the deposits, your current findings are merely based on surface exploration results. While the underground conditions are often far more complex, Bruno explained that I recommend that you conduct a more in-depth exploration." Alfred nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was precisely the reason he sought help from the underground dwarven clan. "Hey, Bruno, finally found you." A clear female voice interrupted their conversation. Xiao Ye observed the look of surprise on Bruno's face. Clearly, the newcomer was someone Bruno recognized well, as he could identify her solely by her voice. Xiao Ye felt a surge of curiosity about the identity of the newcomer, a petite yet remarkably agile female clad in exquisite dwarven attire entered, her beautiful features framed by bright eyes that sparkled with intelligence. She wielded a small hammer, undoubtedly indicating her role as a dwarven forger. Alfred and Xiao Ye exchanged glances, clearly astonished by the sudden appearance of this dwarven woman. Bruno stood to greet her, his face radiating joy. "Vivian, what brings you here?" Bruno inquired, his tone laced with familiarity. "Why shouldn't I come? I heard you were with Duke Fisher in the underground dwarven clan, so I thought I'd check in." Vivian replied with a smile, her gaze flitting over Xiao Ye and Alfred. "And who might these two be?" Bruno promptly introduced. "This is Mr. Alfred from the territory of Tylan Green, and this is Duke Fisher from the territory of Calamity." Upon hearing this, surprise crossed Vivian's face, and she quickly bowed, saying, "So it is Duke Fisher. My apologies for the oversight," although Vivian had been busy with the exploration of the dwarven clan's underground minerals. She had certainly heard of the renowned human duke, Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye returned her bow with a smile, his interest in the identity of this dwarven woman piqued. "Miss Vivian, are you related to Master Bruno?" "I am Bruno's sister and also a dwarven forger," Vivian replied proudly. "While I may not match my brother's forging skills, I possess some insights into mineral exploration." Upon hearing this, Alfred's eyes lit up, and he promptly said, "Miss Vivian, since you are also an expert in mineral exploration, would you mind helping us review this exploration report?" Vivian accepted the exploration report handed over by Alfred and began to peruse it attentively. Her eyes darted across the pages, occasionally furrowing her brow and at other times nodding in approval. "This report is quite well done. You have gathered a comprehensive understanding of the basic conditions of the mineral deposits." Vivian remarked, "However, as Bruno has stated, the current findings that you have uncovered are merely based on surface explorations. A more profound understanding of the subterranean conditions is indeed required." Alfred nodded in agreement. Expressing his concurrence with Vivian's perspective, he stated, "That is precisely why we are here, hoping to gain the assistance of the subterranean dwarves." Vivian smiled gently and replied, "Our clan of subterranean dwarf possesses unique skills in mineral exploration and extraction. However, in exchange for our assistance, a corresponding price must be paid." Upon hearing this, Alfred promptly responded, "Of course, I have prepared a generous reward, hoping it will persuade Elder Bader of the subterranean dwarves." Vivian added, "I will also speak to Bader regarding this. I am quite interested in the marble mine of Talengrin." Xiao Ye smiled and remarked, "Bruno, these marble mines should greatly aid in the establishment of extraordinary technology." Bruno's face lit up with delight. Ever since Bader had agreed to let him leave the dwarven clan to work for Xiao Ye in the realm of calamity, he had become increasingly devoted to and fascinated by the extraordinary technology proposed by Xiao Ye. Hearing that marble would significantly contribute to this technology, Bruno was naturally overjoyed. Vivian, since Duke Fisher is equally interested in the marble, we should assist Alfred. Bruno turned to Vivian and said, Do you have some time in the near future? If so, you could accompany Mr. Alfred in a few days to help him ascertain the accuracy of the mineral deposits as soon as possible, as Vivian had mentioned, although her forging skills did not match Bruno's. Her expertise in mineral exploration was considerably superior. It could even be said that among the subterranean dwarves, Vivian was the foremost expert in the art of mineral exploration. Vivian was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xiao Ye held such significance in Bruno's eyes. This human noble had merely spoken a word, and it had prompted Bruno to urge her to leave her clan. However, what exactly was the extraordinary technology that Duke Fisher had mentioned? Vivian resolved to discreetly inquire further with Bruno. Certainly, I have already thoroughly explored the mineral deposits in our clan. After I rest for a few days, I shall accompany Mr. Alfred on his journey. Vivian, genuinely interested in the exploration of mineral deposits, did not refuse. Alfred was elated. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Duke Fisher's standing among the dwarves. He had initially prepared numerous gifts to secure the assistance of the subterranean dwarves, but now, with Duke Fisher's aid, he had achieved his goal with such ease. Miss Vivian, I am profoundly grateful to you. Alfred said, unable to conceal his excitement. I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory reward. Vivian waved her hand dismissively, clearly indicating that she was not particularly interested in Alfred's reward. Her earlier remarks were partially an attempt to decline the invitation and also to advocate for her clan's interests. However, since Bruno had already spoken up, she decided not to dwell on the matter. Miss Vivian, it is a matter of business. You should accept Mr. Alfred's reward, Xiao Ye interjected. Xiao Ye did not seek anything from Alfred, deeming it unnecessary to extend a significant personal favor for Alfred's benefit. Regarding the realm of Talengrin, Xiao Ye maintained a professional stance, believing in the necessity of binding interests rather than fostering deep personal connections. After all, the realm of Talengrin belonged to the Empire of White Moon. Despite his strained relations with the royal family of the Empire of Golden Leaf, he did not wish to be labeled a traitor. Vivian immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Xiao Ye's words. She nodded and replied, I will consult with Elder Bader and will provide you with a response. Mr. Alfred, I hope you will not find our price excessive. Alfred felt a twinge of disappointment, not regarding the dwarves' request for compensation, but rather about Duke Fisher's apparent desire to maintain a certain distance. Rest assured, Miss Vivian, the realm of Talengrin understands the principle that one must pay to gain. Alfred replied with a smile, Yes, I have said. The realm of Talengrin will offer you a reward that will meet your expectations. After concluding this matter, Xiao Ye engaged in a discussion with Bader about various topics, predominantly related to forging. Vivian was astonished by Xiao Ye's insights into forging and eagerly joined their conversation. Alfred, sensing the moment, graciously excused himself. The banquet gradually came to a close as the night deepened. And at its conclusion, Bader announced to the numerous guests the news of their impending collaboration with the realm of calamity to construct Bruno City. This announcement instantly ignited a wave of excitement throughout the banquet. Regardless of whether they were half-orcs, humans, or elves, all were taken aback. The many guests who had traveled from afar began to murmur among themselves. Bruno City? Is it named after Master Bruno? A human noble asked in astonishment, his face alight with curiosity and confusion. Bader smiled and nodded, explaining, Indeed, Bruno is our clan's most exceptional forge master, unmatched in his craft among us. This city will be the fruit of our collaboration with the realm of calamity. A new forging city on the continent of origins, symbolizing our shared prosperity. The reference to yet another forging city stemmed from the fact that cities established by the forging dwarves were widely recognized by the various races of the continent as the epitome of forging. However, Elder Bader, I have heard that the subterranean dwarves do not favor interaction with the outside world. Why have you suddenly decided to construct such a city? Another elven guest inquired, voicing his own concerns. Bader gazed into the distance with a profound expression, as if reminiscing about the past. Indeed, Our clan of subterranean dwarves has historically been reclusive, yet times are changing, and we must adapt to the new era. Our collaboration with the realm of calamity will usher in new opportunities and challenges. Bruno City will be our first step towards the future. The decision to construct Bruno City was the most significant choice Bader had made in his lifetime, signifying that the subterranean dwarves would emerge from their underground confines and engage in deeper interactions with the surface races. So, where will this Bruno City be constructed? A curious half-orc guest inquired. Bader smiled and replied, in the realm of calamity. It will be built in the northeastern corner of the realm of calamity, at the juncture between the realm of calamity and the subterranean dwarves. Duke Fisher will erect a grand city upon this vacant land. This city will host the most advanced forging workshops, the most bustling commercial districts, and the most comfortable residential areas. It will become a city of forging, a city of prosperity. Upon hearing Bader's description, many guests felt disheartened. Some even believed that Bader had grown old. Who was unaware of the reputation of the realm of calamity? It was a place of divine punishment, where no race wished to settle, let alone establish a prosperous city. Most guests scoffed at the construction of Bruno City. However, some merchants familiar with Duke Fisher and the changes in the realm of calamity astutely perceived the opportunities hidden within. Alfred was one of them. Moreover, Alfred was even more exhilarated than the other merchants. After all, the location of Bruno City was also in close proximity to the realm of Talengrin. Although Bader stated it would be situated at the boundary between the realm of calamity and the subterranean dwarves, Alfred, well-versed in the surrounding conditions of Talengrin, recognized that the actual location of Bruno City would lie at the intersection of the realm of calamity, the subterranean dwarves, and Talengrin. Alfred silently resolved to seize this opportunity, determined to participate in the construction of Bruno City, even if it required a significant sacrifice. His intuition told him that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed. After Bader finished speaking, Xiao Ye smiled and added, not only that, Bruno City will also be a city that integrates the cultures of various races. We will invite craftsmen from all races to come to Bruno City, making it a melting pot of diverse cultures. Upon hearing this, Bader's eyes sparkled with pride. He replied, Duke Fisher is correct. Although we subterranean dwarves dwell underground, we too cherish peace and yearn for interaction with the surface races. Bruno City will be a crucial step towards realizing this aspiration. Perhaps before long, everyone shall once again grace the subterranean dwarven clan with their presence, as they prepare to journey to the city of Bruno. Bader's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. The guests wore benevolent smiles, though many harbored doubts about Bruno City. Nonetheless, they refrained from expressing such sentiments, mindful not to offend their host at this juncture. Both Xiao Ye and Bader discerned the thoughts swirling in the minds of the attendees, yet they remained largely indifferent. Once Bruno City is successfully constructed, all shall realize that they were not jesting. After the banquet concluded, the guests departed in droves. Over the subsequent 3 days, individuals gradually forged agreements with the subterranean dwarves, departing with the goods they required. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye continued to linger within the dwarven territory. Deliberating the specific construction plans for Bruno City, he and Bader engaged in detailed discussions concerning the layout, architectural style, and functional zoning of the city. They resolved to establish a dwarven museum within Bruno City to showcase the history and culture of the subterranean dwarves. Additionally, they planned to construct a craftsman academy to cultivate more skilled artisans and enhance their craftsmanship. Furthermore, Xiao Ye proposed the establishment of a mineral trading center to provide a platform for merchants from various races to trade minerals. Initially, Bruno had envisioned the construction of a transcendent technology research institute within Bruno City, but Xiao Ye firmly rejected the idea. In his eyes, Bruno City was merely a city of forging, not a capital of technology. The core technologies he was determined to keep firmly in his own hands, and the Transcendent Technology Research Institute would inevitably be established at the heart of the disaster domain. Moreover, Xiao Ye had already decided who would lead the research institute. After a few days of stay, Xiao Ye departed the subterranean dwarven clan with a substantial amount of finished armor and weapons. Naturally, he also left behind the final payment for the dwarves, the soul-burning wine that Wendina had prepared in advance on his return journey. Xiao Ye was accompanied not by Baron Lyle, but by a dozen dwarven smiths, including Master Bruno. Initially, Vivian had wished to accompany them. However, the avaricious Bader, lured by the generous reward from Alfred, ordered her to go to the Talon Green territory. The reason Xiao Ye chose not to return with Baron Lyle was primarily to explore new trade routes. A route departing from the city of No Disaster, bypassing the city of Yellow Sand, traversing entirely through the disaster domain. The establishment of this trade route was imperative to Xiao Ye. A trade route entirely located within the disaster domain held immense significance for it. This route, in Xiao Ye's plans, would commence at the city of No Disaster and conclude at Bruno City. Along the way, Xiao Ye intended to establish new towns, thereby ensuring the prosperity of the entire trade route. Such a route, completely situated within the disaster domain, would bring tremendous benefits, not only invigorating the territory, but also significantly enhancing the flourishing of commerce. The reason Xiao Ye did not return with Baron Lyle via the original path, but instead risked encountering magical beasts by traversing the disaster domain, was to assess the feasibility of constructing this new trade route. During his return, Xiao Ye simultaneously utilized the power of faith to construct spiritual wells while steadfastly engaging in faith transformation. While building the spiritual wells, he was met with unexpected delight. Whether among his extraordinary guardian squad or the dwarven craftsmen, none could refrain from being deeply astonished at Xiao Ye's ability to conjure the spiritual wells from thin air. Consequently, Xiao Ye reaped a significant influx of high-quality faith power. Thus, while constructing spiritual wells, Xiao Ye continued with the faith transformation of his body, occasionally dismounting to survey the surrounding terrain and assess its suitability for town construction. He occasionally encountered magical beasts, yet before the formidable extraordinary guardian squad, the scattered beasts posed little threat. Not to mention, the presence of Xiongda, the golden tier extraordinary warrior, ensured their safety. Xiao Ye had anticipated a relatively uneventful arrival at the city of No Disaster. However, trouble soon ensued. Approximately 3 days from reaching their destination, Xiao Ye and his companions passed through an immense city ruin. Initially, Xiao Ye was taken aback upon witnessing the desolation, for it was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated such remnants within the disaster domain. From a human extraordinary guardian's account, Xiao Ye learned that this was once a thriving city. The once sacred land of divine punishment had been at the heart of the origin continent. But a sudden incursion of demonkind had incited a war, transforming the most prosperous region into a desolate wasteland of divine punishment. Naturally, the magnificent cities that once stood here had crumbled into ruins. Observing the remnants, Xiao Ye felt a surge of joy. This place could undoubtedly be rebuilt into new towns. He commanded the convoy to halt, intent on conducting a more thorough examination of the city ruins. Accompanied by numerous extraordinary guardians, particularly Xiongda, Xiao Ye commenced his exploration of the ruins. Trouble arose during this examination, as a pack of sandstorm horned wolves unexpectedly appeared. Sandstorm horned wolves are social beasts. And more troublesome still, their strength was formidable, predominantly comprising second-tier beasts, with occasional appearances of third-tier beasts. Xiao Ye felt little concern regarding the emergence of the pack. It was merely a minor inconvenience. After all, second and third tier beasts were merely equivalent to bronze and silver tier extraordinary beings. Every member of his extraordinary guardian squad was at least bronze tier, and silver tier warriors were likewise present, not to mention the golden tier Xiongda. Moreover, the pack of sandstorm horned wolves had been detected in advance by scouts from the Spirit Cat clan. Upon their arrival, Xiao Ye had already been well protected by his extraordinary guardians, seated in his carriage. He calmly observed as his guardians clashed with the pack of sandstorm horned wolves. Despite their numbers, the wolves could not gain an upper hand against the well-trained and capable extraordinary guardian squad. Xiongda, akin to a tiger amidst sheep, claimed the lives of several beasts with each strike. However, just as Xiao Ye believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A particularly towering sandstorm horned wolf suddenly emerged from the pack, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light, exuding a presence far more potent than the other beasts. This was a peak third-tier beast, its strength nearly rivaling that of a golden-tier extraordinary being. Xiongda, be cautious, Xiao Ye exclaimed urgently. Xiongda, upon hearing this, adopted a grave expression, swiftly adjusting his stance to focus intently on the formidable beast. The battle between them intensified, each clash resonating with deafening sounds, as if the surrounding air were being torn asunder. The other extraordinary guardians remained engaged, continuing to grapple with the remaining sandstorm horned wolves to ensure Xiao Ye's safety. Xiao Ye closely observed the conflict between Xiongda and the peak third-tier beast, and as he beheld the ferocious sandstorm horned wolf, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. How splendid it would be to tame this beast. A peak third-tier sandstorm horned wolf could not only serve as a formidable ally, but could also function as a mount. Once this thought took root, Xiao Ye could no longer contain himself. He contemplated the possibility of subduing the sandstorm horned wolf. Perhaps 80 mana contract could facilitate this endeavor. Determined to try, Xiao Ye prepared to act. Just then, Xiongda let out a furious roar, seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to the beast's skull. The sandstorm horned wolf emitted a chilling howl, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet it did not immediately lose its fighting capability. Instead, it struggled to rise. Naturally, Xiongda would not afford it that chance, as his palm glowed with a rich yellow light. Poised to deliver a fatal blow that not kill it, Xiao Ye hastily spoke. Although Xiongda was perplexed, he still showed mercy and refrained from slaying the sandstorm demon-horned wolf, instead firmly pinning its head down to subdue it. Xiao Ye approached the sandstorm demon-horned wolf, attempting to forge a slave contract with it. However, after 4 unsuccessful attempts, it became evident that even in its state of consciousness, the sandstorm demon-horned wolf, despite lacking sufficient intelligence, could sense impending danger as a peak third-tier magical beast harboring resistance. Xiao Ye found himself unable to compel it to sign a magical contract. Xiongda, can you knock it out? Xiao Ye pondered, recalling a previous occasion when he had controlled the guards of the divine scroll chamber. Without a word, Xiongda delivered a powerful blow to the side of the sandstorm demon-horned wolf's head. Watching the now motionless creature, Xiao Ye couldn't shake the feeling that it had been inadvertently killed by Xiongda's strike. Once more, he attempted to sign the slave contract, this time despite a slight resistance. It proved wholly manageable. After a brief period, Xiao Ye finally sensed the addition of a new slave to his collection. Xiao Ye could not suppress his laughter as he felt the contract belonging to the sandstorm demon-horned wolf. A mount! This is truly a mount! Excitement surged within him. He quickly fetched some water to rouse the sandstorm demon-horned wolf. Upon awakening, he was even more astonished. This particular sandstorm demon-horned wolf exhibited a higher degree of intelligence than its peers. It seemed to grasp its situation, its eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and submission. Xiao Ye attempted to issue commands through the contract, and the sandstorm demon-horned wolf lowered its head slightly in acknowledgement of its obedience. This confirmed to Xiao Ye that he had indeed successfully tamed this formidable beast. From now on, you shall be called Blood Fong, Xiao Ye declared with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as he bestowed a name upon the creature. Blood Fong appeared to accept the name, giving a slight shake of its head in acquiescence. Xiao Ye mounted Blood Fong, relishing the sensation of its powerful limbs propelling him across the ground, filling him with exhilaration. A whoa! Blood Fong suddenly roared, causing the sandstorm demon-horned wolf pack, which had been engaged in combat with the extraordinary guards, to halt their assault. Stop! Stop! Xiao Ye immediately commanded the guards to cease their actions. Ensuring no harm came to the sandstorm demon-horned wolf pack, that he instructed them to gather together. After a moment's hesitation, Blood Fong howled, signaling the pack to assemble. Xiao Ye could not contain his laughter. The fact that Blood Fong could control the sandstorm demon-horned wolf pack was an immense boon. With little desire to linger in the ruins of the city any longer, Xiao Ye mounted Blood Fong, and, accompanied by the guard team and the sandstorm demon-horned wolf pack, set off once more towards Wushaiqing. Along the journey, aside from surveying trade routes and reshaping his body, Xiao Ye dedicated time to train Blood Fong. Despite being a peak third-tier magical beast, Blood Fong still lacked considerable intelligence and struggled to comprehend more complex commands in order to have a reliable mount. Xiao Ye had to patiently instruct Blood Fong. As time passed, on August 1 SD, Xiao Ye returned to Wushaiqing. Upon seeing the familiar city before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The convoy moved slowly, and as they approached Wushaiqing, a group of wolf cavalry closed in, having received word from the scouts of the Spirit Cat clan about the approaching sandstorm demon-horned wolf pack that my lord. One of the wolf cavalrymen approached. astonished to see Xiao Ye riding Blood Fong. The wolf cavalryman, well-trained and synchronized, saluted Xiao Ye in unison. "Your Grace." Xiao Ye nodded in acknowledgement, returned to the city. He rode at the forefront, flanked by the wolf cavalry and human knights, followed by bear warriors and the bustling convoy. Xiao Ye was in no rush to return to the Duke's castle. Like the subterranean dwarves, he meticulously observed the surrounding environment, noting the changes that had taken place in Wushaiqing. One aspect that pleased him immensely was the fact that the road leading to the Duke's castle had been paved with broad blue bricks, with neat brick houses lining either side. As he gazed ahead, he noticed several three-story residential buildings. News of Xiao Ye's return quickly reached the ears of Wentina, Old John, Valia, and others. Even before Xiao Ye arrived at the Duke's castle, Wentina and the others had already rushed over in a four-wheeled carriage. Xiao Ye, Wentina, momentarily forgetting her principle of maintaining professionalism, expressed her excitement. After receiving the news of Xiao Ye's assassination attempt, she had been deeply worried, fearing that further misfortunes might befall him. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards her sister, Emily. However, Wentina was acutely aware of the current reality. The disaster territory lacked the strength to contend with the Duke's domain, in a bid to alleviate her worries for Xiao Ye and to rapidly bolster the territory's strength. Wentina had devoted all her energy to the development and construction of the land. This moment, upon seeing Xiao Ye return safely, she could no longer contain her emotions, completely disregarding Blood Fong as she sought a hug from Xiao Ye. As he embraced Wentina, Xiao Ye felt a profound sense of fulfillment, gently patting her back. "I'm back. Wentina, that you've worked hard." Wentina's voice trembled as she replied. "Xiao Ye, seeing you safe brings me great relief." Wiping away her excited tears, she continued, "The Duke's castle is currently under construction, and we need to find another place to stay. Thanks to Xiong Da's earlier strike, the reconstruction of the Duke's castle had been expedited." "Come, guide me," Xiao Ye said, allowing Wentina to mount Blood Fong and lean against him. "Valia, you should come along as well," he added, affectionately ruffling her hair. Valia, feeling inexplicably shy, chuckled. "No, master, the Greening Bureau has much work to do. We'll see each other tonight." Without waiting for Xiao Ye's response, Valia swiftly boarded the carriage and departed. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this was rather uncharacteristic of her. Wentina, witnessing this, remarked with a smile, "Valia has been quite busy lately. The papermaking bureau requires a significant amount of Baisu Lang, all of which relies on the Greening Bureau supply." Xiao Ye's eyes widened in surprise. "So the paper has been produced?" Wentina nodded. "Once Baisu Lang was successfully cultivated, I promptly arranged for experiments in papermaking. After several failures, we finally succeeded in creating usable paper. However, I still feel that the current paper is not satisfactory." Leaning against Xiao Ye, she spoke softly. Xiao Ye reassured her, "As long as we continue to improve, one day we will be able to produce paper that meets our expectations. You have done remarkably well." Wentina, Xiao Ye sincerely praised her. In just over a month, Wentina had managed to produce usable paper, far exceeding Xiao Ye's expectations. Currently, the territory lacked lime or other bleaching agents, making the production of pristine white paper impossible. Moreover, crafting paper for the first time also involved addressing the issue of its fragility. If the paper was too brittle, it would be unusable. Xiao Ye was already quite impressed that Wentina could solve this problem. Even yellow paper was still paper. With the advent of paper, the medium for documenting words would undergo a revolutionary transformation. As a result, the promotion of culture within the territory would become significantly easier. While conversing with Wentina, Xiao Ye made his way to the temporary residence. The temporary accommodation was merely a two-story building, but Xiao Ye paid it little mind. "This is Bruno," Xiao Ye introduced to Wentina. "Bruno is a master blacksmith from the subterranean dwarves, and I have established a partnership with them, gaining their assistance. Those dwarves who accompanied us are all skilled blacksmiths," Xiao Ye continued, "with their presence. We can accelerate the establishment of the extraordinary technology system in Wushaiqing. Greetings, Master Bruno." Wentina, regaining her usual gentle, gracious, and dignified demeanor, welcomed him to Wushaiqing. "Greetings, Duchess," Bruno replied in his deep, resonant voice. "Duke Fisher has spoken highly of you, praising your wisdom." Wentina smiled modestly. In comparison to his grace, My wisdom is but a drop in the ocean. Wentina, I wish to take a glance at the paper produced by the paper mill. Xiao interjected, did you not mention discovering a new type of ore? Wentina nodded, rising from her seat, and after a short while, she returned. Upon seeing the two items in Wentina's hands, Xiao Ye stood up in astonishment, overwhelmed with excitement. Gazing at the pristine sheet of paper and the grayish-white mineral in Wentina's possession, Xiao Ye was utterly taken aback. How did you bleach this paper? Xiao Ye even suspected that Wentina was aware of using limestone to whiten the pulp. For in her other hand, she held a piece of limestone. Amused by Xiao Ye's reaction, Wentina chuckled, the original paper was yellowed to achieve the snow-white paper you described. I convened a meeting of artisans, hoping to glean some solutions from them. Unexpectedly, it was Villia who resolved the matter. Villia? Xiao Ye was perplexed as to how pulp bleaching was connected to Villia. Wentina explained, Villia mentioned a special plant called white light grass, whose sap might be of assistance. Subsequently, we procured some white light grass from the Green Leaf Merchants Association, and after several attempts, we arrived at the right ratio, ultimately producing the present snow-white paper. However, while these sheets have attained a white hue, they still lack smoothness and feel somewhat coarse. Wentina handed a sheet to Xiao Ye, but I have already requested the artisans to study and improve them. As Xiao Ye accepted the paper from Wentina, she indeed observed numerous fine hairs, remnants of the pulp fibers. Nevertheless, she was immensely satisfied with the quality of the paper. This is already quite remarkable, Xiao Ye remarked with a smile. Wentina, this paper has exceeded my expectations. With these sheets, we can expedite the dissemination of knowledge throughout the territory. Xiao Ye continued with excitement. Once we have a sufficient literate population, the development of our territory will accelerate, and the establishment of the extraordinary technology system will become far more efficient. Extraordinary technology system? This was the second time Wentina had heard that term from Xiao Ye, and she felt a bit bewildered. Realizing this, Xiao Ye recounted the events concerning the subterranean dwarves, including the construction of Bruno City and the concept of the extraordinary technology system. Wentina's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as Xiao Ye narrated it. I plan to establish an institute in Wuzhai City, to be named the Wuzhai Research Institute, which will not only be responsible for the establishment of the extraordinary technology system, but also for the improvement of the existing crafts in our territory. Xiao Ye outlined his vision. Wentina, I intend for you to serve as the head of the institute, overseeing all its affairs. That poses no issue, Wentina replied, though she hesitated. But what about the administrative hall? You shall still hold the position of chief administrator of the administrative hall, Xiao Ye asserted decisively. Currently, you're the most suitable candidate for this role, and since the institute is newly established, the workload will be manageable. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly handle it well. Wentina ceased to resist. Feeling confident in her ability, Master Bruno, within the Research Institute, we will establish a machinery research department dedicated to the study of machinery-related topics, and you shall serve as its director on the journey back to Wuzhai City. Xiao Ye had already envisioned Bruno's role within the institute. The machinery research department was perfectly suited for him. Bruno smiled, thoroughly pleased with the position. Rest assured, Duke Fisher, the machinery research department will not disappoint you. In addition to the machinery research department, the Wuzhai Research Institute will also establish a craft research department, focusing on enhancing existing crafts in the territory and inventing new techniques. The existence of this craft research department will continuously elevate our territory as craftsmanship, liberating productivity and generating greater profits. As for the third department, it shall be named the Mineral Research Department, dedicated to studying various minerals. Xiao Ye gently stated, we will investigate both ordinary ores and rare extraordinary ores. Wentina skillfully retrieved a notebook and began jotting down Xiao Ye's words with a charcoal pencil. Observing Wentina, Bruno felt as though he was missing something. He secretly resolved to acquire a similar notebook in the future. Additionally, we must establish a plant research department dedicated to studying the various flora of the origin continent, including their growth environments, characteristics, and any unique effects when combined with other substances. The fact that the white light grass Wentina had mentioned possessed such powerful bleaching properties made Xiao Ye realize the immense value hidden within the plants of the origin continent. For now, let us establish these 4 research departments. Further departments can be created as needed in the future. The extraordinary technology system cannot be built in a day. It requires a gradual ascent through the technological tree, ultimately leading to the fruition of the extraordinary technology system. Xiao Ye firmly believed that the modest Wuzhai Research Institute would evolve into a colossal entity over time, birthing countless innovative products. When China seek out suitable individuals to fill the roles in the craft, mineral and plant research departments, and expedite their operations, Xiao Ye instructed. When China nodded, the Wuzhai Research Institute will be operational within 3 days. Duke, to facilitate our research, I suggest we gather a variety of existing minerals and plants from the origin continent as much as possible. When China proposed, indeed, you may inform the merchant associations collaborating with Wuzhai City and enlist their aid in the collection, Xiao Ye replied, picking up the paper placed on the table. With the creation of paper, the establishment of a bookshop should swiftly follow. Xiao Ye remarked, we ought to set up a bookstore to sell books. I've already been planning that. When Tina declared, her demeanor transforming entirely as she immersed herself in work. To expedite the production of books, I carved numerous characters into wooden blocks, allowing for quicker printing of books. Xiao Ye was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Wentina. She had effectively developed movable type printing. Fortunately, our territory has been promoting education in Huawei, as its square and precise characters are particularly suited for this printing method, Wentina reflected. Without the Huawei you invented, printing books would indeed be a cumbersome task. Duke Fisher has even invented a new script. Bruno was utterly astonished upon hearing Wentina's words. Movable type printing is indeed an excellent method of printing, Xiao Ye suggested to Wentina. However, the wooden blocks wear out too quickly and can become indistinct. You might consider using some easily carved yet durable minerals to create the type molds. Movable type printing? Wentina's eyes lit up. What a fitting name! Xiao Ye's expression faltered as he inadvertently usurped Wentina's right to name it. I will arrange for the personnel of the craft research department to study and improve this, Wentina softly replied. Subsequently, Wentina elaborated to Xiao Ye on some recent changes within the territory, including the progress of various projects. The placement of newly purchased slaves, the implementation of the Oasis project, and the sales status of various products from the industrial department. Bruno listened in amazement as Xiao Ye and Wentina exchanged dialogues, gaining a deeper understanding of Wuzhai City.